You talk in circles, but it's worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back. Round and round while you twist and turn like a figure eight that never learns. You think you've mapped infinity's face just because you're trapped inside your maze. And if your mind can't comprehend the scale, you declare that everybody else must fail. You draw the limits of your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. You learned one chapter of theology, now you're lecturing on cosmology, dismissing every paper that they write like decades of research can't survive your insight. You say the experts got it wrong somehow, that you've got all the answers figured out. But if your theories really change the game, where's the Nobel Prize beside your name? You shout from mountains made of sand and call it understanding. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere. No prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dressed up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. You cry about evolution every day, 'cause you need to feel you're built a special way. A soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, then scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters, bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No bricks of hell, no promise nowhere. Dum 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 dum.
Twisted tea, talking about stars and synchronicity. Don't let me cut my hair, he cried. Mercury dancing in his chaotic eyes. Do you believe in God? He said it's complicated. Tarot cards and magnifying glass, the whole damn stream was captivated. But he kept talking after he got muted. Still preaching truth, nobody disputed. No sound, no clue, definitely no sobriety. Just jazz hands flying with no propriety. No one could hear him, but no one looked away. A silent prophet crashing out, and history was made. He has risen, BMF. Silence screaming to the cosmic depths. Twisted tea communion in his hand, talking to dimensions we don't understand.
The hemorrhoid wheel.
Chat went insane, the memes took flight. Crashed just before BMF all through the night. Bring him back, we need him now. The whole damn internet forgot somehow about the callers and theology, cause BMF became mythology. Some said Messiah, some said saint, others just wanted the mute constraint. He was checking oil spiritually, reading tarot universally, operating heavy machinery while transcending ordinary reality. When BMF disappeared, there was an empty hole.
Where'd our drunken Yoda go?
He has risen, BMF, brushing his glorious mane to death. Saint of the Kansas cigarette smoke, the patron lord of Inside Joe. He has risen, he came back twice, warm, twisted tea was his sacrifice. The crowd proclaimed in holy cheer, BMF is love.
BMF is here.
Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. His name was BMF. The alpha and the beta. The first mover. The last mover. He passed the breathalyzer with the fart. He taught us to look at the stars and chase twisted tea with fireball. 500 witnesses saw him return, combing his hair while the comments burned. He rose again after being cast away, then vanished before the break of day. No sermon, no revelation, just finger pointing, gesticulation, and somehow that was enough. He has risen, BMF, ghost of the live stream never left, still silently yelling beyond the frame. Forever we'll remember his name. He has risen, raise one more can for the prophet nobody could understand. And if he returns at the end of time, as long as he's still muted,
And everything will be fine.
may all your twisted teas be warm. And remember,
BMF is going to rock you.
you dress up doubt in velvet robes, bombs, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones. Name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines. A sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow. And the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome, folks. It's another night of Async. Hope everyone had a wonderful Sunday. How are you, Gretchen?
I'm doing good. Got some rest today. I didn't actually stay up and watch all the streams today, so like feel all well rested and shit. It's great.
Yeah, I crashed this morning a little longer than I wanted, but I still caught some Unapologetic, and then I caught Ian on the line, and then a lot of Jimmy and Jovan, and then Matt subbed in for Jovan a little longer, and then I finished off listening to John Cohen. But I was doing all
Cool.
this listening poolside. Got RP Junior, over to the pool. Let him have some fun in the water.
Mm. Yeah, I sort of crashed out or not really crashed out, just sort of laid back during an apologetic and just sort of chilled and talked to Carnage for a while and Justin. Do we want to tell them what we're gonna do, or we want to wait?
Maybe once we have a date.
Okay.
Yeah, but we've got some cool things in the fire, folks. Things are cooking.
So.
Let's,
Yeah, the date's kind of hanging on me. You know that, right?
Yeah, and like you said, you wanted to hit that number first.
500. Yeah.
I think we can do it. We've been on a steady trajectory upward.
Yeah. So.
But
I think we only have like 40. I think we only have something like 40 something more to go.
Yeah, I think we were like at 460 when I last looked. Let me double check that. Oh, and I should close Firefox because that's eating up my RAM. Yep, 463. So, folks, if you want to hear our announcement,
30 something more to go.
Yeah, 37. If you want to hear our announcement sooner, hit that subscribe button. Help us, get to our goal. That way we can talk about what we have planned. But let's go ahead and say hey to all of our friends in chat. Looks like Opal got the gold medal today. Slug Racer coming in a close second. We got Professor Hizzle, Nugadaru, Darth Gently, Kelly Shear, Two-Handed, Evan Porter. Evan Porter beat Evan P tonight. JR. Yep, good to see all of you. Hope you all had a great weekend and a good Sunday. We've already got a friend backstage. We'll bring him up as soon as we're ready to start reactions. But do you have any other announcements or things you wanted to touch on, Gretchen?
Nope. Nothing. Yeah.
Whoa.
Because, I mean, that sort of kicks everything off, so it's just sort of...
Sorry, I just had all the videos I have lined up screaming in my ear when I
Oh, neato. Yeah, I've done that
add
too.
them.
I've done that too. Have you heard anything from Nectu?
Not since earlier in the day. From last I talked to him, he was going to be joining us, so he'll probably be on shortly.
I haven't picked any clips from Unapologetic.
I have one, but it's not the strongest, and I was kind of hoping that Nectu would have a longer one, so I could take the time to find a new one.
Yeah. I was gonna try something new this week. I was just gonna pull up their page and point, and then bring up the video and point, and find the beginning of the clip.
Cross your fingers, it's a good one.
Yep. Full on by chance. I mean,
they
why not?
Usually have good calls.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll hold off on the UA analysis until Neck 2 gets up, since that's his
Mm-hmm.
his main project.
Mm-hmm.
It's his
That's
his
his baby.
baby. Yep. Um, but as far as other reactions, I have got a clip from Owen Morgan. Excuse me. Dr. Blitz. Seth Andrews. Monkey Boy. And Planet Peterson. So chat, you know the drill. If any of those sound fun, let us know. Otherwise, we usually start out with Planet Peterson.
Yeah. One of these days, we're gonna actually get to the Christ before Jesus.
Oh yeah.
So,
Hey McTime, good to see you in chat. Not seeing any votes, so I'll just go ahead. Man, I think I have
Planet
something in my
Peterson,
throat
it
tonight.
is. We want to say hi to Wildheart first. Hello, Wildheart. How you doing?
Good to see you both. Yeah, you can play the video. I've actually got to nip out for 5 minutes, so I'll be right back. But yeah, play the video.
Oh,
But it's good to see
okay.
you. Thank you
You
for letting me
too.
on. Thank you.
Just taking a quick second to clear my throat.
He looks so much better with the nice short hair and the tidied up face.
Oh man, you're making me feel self-conscious. I've got a big old mane going on right now.
Mm.
Hair down to my armpits.
Do you have a big old beard and everything too?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite as wild as Beard of Empathies.
Or neck too?
Now that's a beard. I'd say I'm probably about like an inch shorter than Neck 2, maybe 2 inches.
Oh.
We didn't
I'm
have
biased.
we
It's
didn't have
probably
a
the
beard measuring contest when we met up. We
yeah.
probably could have.
It's probably the military girl in me, but I prefer short hair and clean shaven.
Yeah, I'm a rebel. Like to let that shit flow. All right, well, let's jump right into it.
Okie doke.
I'm going to college. It's really expensive. I'm having a baby. They're really expensive. I sell books, though. They're really good. You should also subscribe.
To cause space-time, because space-time is time equals distance divided by speed, no distance, no time, therefore expansion necessitates time. In order for it to expand, I would say that you need changing energy states, because if then the universe was a singularity in a dense hot state, then energy would need to change in order to cause the expansion, but change is a measurement of time. Therefore, something must exist outside of space-time in order to cause space-time.
Yeah, like what does it even mean to exist outside of space-time? Like,
Hey, Mick time. He's gonna make that stick.
I don't know who told you that. Existing outside of time is a completely incomprehensible concept.
So before space started to expand, what was there? They say a dense hot state and a singularity.
So if God is outside of time, then how did he?
Yeah, most physicists don't subscribe to a singularity anymore. That's why they call it the hot dense state. So like trying to like say the hot dense state is the singularity, it doesn't really follow. Like that's why they came up with the term hot dense state. It's more accurate than, you know, thinking everything was compressed to like a single point.
Start making the universe expand?
So it seems to me that the changing energy within the universe is stuff that we can model. I suppose it is metaphysical, mathematical. We can see that there's 17 quantum fields that work in harmony in order for anything to exist. So they are the things that cause the changing energy states and therefore the expansion. One of which might be dark energy. They think that might be a scalar field within quantum physics.
You think that God is dark energy?
No, I think God is the underlying unified quantum fields that oscillate in perfect mathematical harmony.
I asked you, how did God make the universe start expanding? Because you said
by changing the.
How does God invoke change without time?
Exactly. That's why there's no possibility.
What does he mean exactly? Like that question just like completely defeats his entire premise. Like y'all have heard me make this argument before, but a change requires a before and after event. Before and after events are sequential, and sequences can only happen within time. Therefore, time is a prerequisite for change. So you can't change from a timeless state to a state with time. And so, Caller just going exactly is just wild.
What do you mean exactly?
Because there's no possibility of randomness. So how do you explain that the underlying unified quantum fields?
Randomness? It's just up here making up words now. Randomness, my guy.
Necessity.
The question is, how did God
to change?
The question is, how did God make the universe go into a state when God is outside of time and therefore cannot act on things?
Because it's a super intelligence. That's why it's a conscious super intelligence that did it.
Hey, Equinox, good to see you.
God is a quantum super intelligence.
Hey, Rembrandt.
Yeah, hey, Rembrandt. Just popped in as soon as I started again.
Outside of time.
Well, what do you think you're made of? Your brain's literally a quantum computer. You're made of the thing that you're laughing about.
Who told you that?
Well, what do you think? What atoms and all these things are made of? They're literally quantum fields.
I didn't ask you what my opinion on something is. Let's just pretend that I don't even have an opinion.
I'm just checking your knowledge. That's all.
No, that's what I'm doing with you. I asked you who told you that, or how did you come up with that?
That's quantum field theory. That's basic quantum field theory. That everything is made of the quantum fields.
I don't think there's such a thing as basic quantum field theory.
Well, it's basic for me because I'm quite a clever person. You might have noticed.
What formal training in it do you have?
I'm an autodidact and I can converse with any quantum physicist. They're welcome to challenge me.
What's an autodidact?
Somebody that teaches themselves because they're so smart they don't want to be a sheep.
Right. So you have absolutely no formal training in anything. So you don't actually
understand,
like quantum physics, for example, or whatever you said?
Well, I'll dissect general relativity right in front of you now. General relativity is really easy to understand. Light is not part of the field.
Can you solve any of the equations?
Yeah, because the equations are all wrong because they can't even prove an isolated system that predicates that. There's no such thing as an isolated.
Holy shit. Einstein's equations are all wrong. This is crazy. Hey, Yo Maple. Hope you're having a good Sunday.
System, literally. Give me an example of one.
And Puggles. Hey, Puggles.
Puggles, yeah.
There isn't one. Cosmological event horizon shows the universe can't possibly be. Well, there's no way to prove it. Each black hole, energy and matter disappears at the event horizon, never exits it. They come up with a Hawking radiation thing, which is basically if my granny had wheels, she would have been a bus because he's got no observations or falsifiable evidence for it.
You know how I know this guy is full of shit? He said the Hawking radiation thing. Like, you don't refer to like theories as things when you know like how they operate. Hey, these nuts.
Well, he's an autodidact, so I mean, duh.
Tell me what these terms mean.
I would if you did. Yeah, now you're doing that
question.
hominins because
G, that stuff you just said, or was it?
Don't wanna
or
get
was
copyrighted.
yeah, now you're doing
IG?
that hominins because you're weak.
No, I'm not
Stick to
doing
the
it.
argument.
Oh, never mind. See, I asked you a question. I asked you a question, and an autodidact should know how to respond to a simple question. So I just assumed you were answering the question. That's my bad. I will never ever overestimate you ever again.
Okay, dummy.
What do any of these terms mean?
Dummy music.
What do any of these terms mean?
Are you going to address the stuff that I said before you do a semantic argument?
Nope. What do any of these terms mean?
Yeah, this is like intro to general relativity, and so like the fact that the caller can't identify this equation just shows that they haven't even like learned the first thing about relativity.
Mr. Autodidact, who understands general relativity?
Pick the term. Pick the term then. What term do you want me to talk about?
Any of them.
You pick it.
No.
What one do you think I don't know about?
I don't know
What's picking any of the semantic grass? So
I don't know what you know or don't know. Tell me what any of these terms mean.
You keep muting.
If I'm remembering correctly, this is the Einstein field equation.
Me. Why do you do that?
Every time you don't tell me what one of the terms is, you will get muted. Does somebody does an autodidact understand that it will get muted every time it doesn't answer my question?
Hello, Par 32. How you doing?
No, shit. You'd think an autodidact would understand a basic question, but it doesn't. Do you understand yet?
So time is relative.
Okay. Come back, and when you say yes,
We hamsters running on a wheel like speed.
what do any of these terms mean?
What term? You pick the term.
What do any of these terms mean?
I don't know what term you're asking about.
All of them.
What term do you want me to
Here,
talk about?
I'll change my question. Tell me what every one of these terms is. Go ahead.
Talking about standard physics, a load of shit because they can't even prove there's an isolated system, so none of their measurements matter the slightest fucking bit.
Oh my god.
Oh.
So anything that has the subscript, is that mu v, basically uv. It's going to be a tensor, and then the other things attached are going to be constants applied to the tensors.
Oh, so you solved all the equations. So you solved all the equations and proved that they have either no solution or their solutions are not found in reality. Okay, so solve this equation and then describe to me how it doesn't reflect reality.
Give me an isolated system to prove that any of those equations are even relevant.
Tell me what all of these terms mean.
Give me an isolated system first. Nothing
To do this, but you can't.
System so that your equations. Give me an example.
How does Eric get away with using like all these copywritten songs in his streams?
He uses it for less than 5 seconds.
Have an isolated system, you still can't do it. You're ignoring what I'm saying because you know there's no such
Sorry.
thing.
Can you pause it, sir?
Or there's if you go to the YouTube studio, there's a thing called audio. There's a tab called audio, and it shows you all the ones that are cleared for public usage.
Yeah.
Because some people just let anybody use their stuff. So.
Yeah. To be fair, I think he has a point. I think is he talking about the second law of thermodynamics?
No, he's not.
Okay.
Hi, Par. Thank you.
Yeah.
Tell me what all these terms are.
Wait. Give an example of an isolated system. Then we can see whether
the universe.
Mars.
Par, do you know that you're in the
light, the matter, the energy goes into a black hole.
Pause a second, RP. Par, do you know that you're in the Vert stream with Tekken Fan and hi Tekken Fan, and Kelly? You guys have more people to chat with if you go into the horizontal.
Also, hi Eric. Good to see you.
And hi Eric. Thank you, Opal. I was just doing that. You rock. There's the link for the horizontal.
All right, I just looked it up. This is definitely the Einstein field equation. The reason I didn't quite recognize it is because the 8 pi g over c4, that's the Einstein gravitational constant. It's usually simplified to k, and so like I usually when I had it in class, it was the g plus ag equals kt.
What?
We
No
usually
way
have
Mary
k
Poppins
already
demolishes
expressed.
Q. No way Mary Poppins demolishes Q. She's too nice.
She is magical
Q,
though.
but yeah, well, so's Q plays for fucking keeps, man.
Yeah, I must have watched Mary Poppins like 1,000 times. It was my mum's favorite film when I was growing up. So, yeah, I've seen it thousands of times. It is a good film, to be fair. Apart from Dick Van Dyke having the worst Cockney accent ever.
Sure, but she's no match for Q.
Yeah, I don't know who Q is. Sorry.
From Star Trek?
Yeah, Lambda. It's fucking Lambda. Thanks, Eric. Yeah, the cosmological constant is attached to the metric tensor. I want to say is small g, well as big G is the Einstein tensor.
And
You've seen
can
it
I
come out
just
of that?
sorry, go on.
And you've been able to measure it, have you? Or the cosmological event horizon, where it's so far away, the light can't even reach it so that we can measure it. Can't measure any energy past the
Evan.
cosmological event horizon. So that's easily debunked. There's a load of shit.
No, everything you just said is wrong, actually. So now that I've given you an example, tell me what all these terms are.
It's not an argument. Make your mechanical argument for what I just said.
My argument is all people that go by Noetic Cosmos on TikTok are goat fucker dipshits that don't know anything. Your name is Noetic Cosmos, therefore you are a goat fucker know nothing dipshit. That's my argument. It's a valid argument too. Is my argument valid?
Murdering him right now.
Your ego is not valid.
Do you know what a valid argument is?
I know your ego is crying because I'm making you look bad in front of 200 people. You're not as smart as you pretend you are.
Says the guy that said he can do physics but can't do physics.
No, I didn't.
Do you know what a valid syllogism is?
I know what a straw man is because
the argument I gave is valid, isn't it? The conclusion actually follows, doesn't it?
No, you just keep muting because you can't.
Yeah. Every time you don't answer the question. Again, you'd think an autodidact would understand this. I told it like 5 minutes ago. Every time it doesn't answer the question, it gets muted.
System? Where's your isolated system? You still haven't
The
given me one.
universe.
You haven't given me one. I've just demonstrated why that's total nonsense.
No, everything you said is false.
So what's false about it then? Tell me how it's false.
Every
Give me the
single.
mechanical argument.
Tell me the specific
That's
thing
not an
that you.
argument.
Tell me the specific thing that you want me to address.
The cosmological event horizon that no energy's ever left a black hole, so you can't measure the total energy in the system.
No, you're gish galloping. Tell me the specific thing you want me to address.
That you stop muting me so that I can tell you the specific thing.
I'm
because
still
you're too
waiting
weak.
for you to tell me the specific thing you want me to address.
Energy and matter that enters a black hole.
Yep, energy cannot be created or destroyed. Therefore, we live in a totally a closed system. Yep, can't be created or destroyed.
Closed system.
I mean, technically, we don't know if the universe is a closed system. But still,
Yeah,
the caller still doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I don't think it's known whether we live in a closed system, whether the universe is a closed system or yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it depends on if space is infinite or not.
Yeah, and like multiple worlds and all that, it might not be a closed system. Yeah, so you might be wrong on that, but I don't know.
Gretchen, you recognize that name?
Yep.
Okay.
Buckle up.
All right.
Hi, Cap. How you doing this evening?
Hey, Gretchen, what are you doing?
I'm just hanging out. What are you doing, Cap?
I'm watching this right now, my atheist amigos. I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, okay, this guy's questioning the way of life. So I want to question him. Who does he think invented the video game he's playing?
You think you're on with
I don't know.
Planet Peterson?
No, I'm just saying, like, you guys are watching them game and do what? Do like pretty much philosophy talk or the way of life, or he doesn't. I mean,
They
forgive me.
haven't talked about philosophy one
It's
bit yet.
the
They're
Well,
talking about
cosmology
physics.
Physics.
They're
There you
talking
go.
about
Sorry.
physics and cosmological
Yeah, they
argument.
couldn't be,
Yeah,
further different from each other.
Okay,
Yeah,
so he
this
doesn't believe in all that. Basically, is what I'm saying, right?
That doesn't follow.
no.
What do you
Okay, so
mean?
what-
Who doesn't believe what?
The dude that's streaming video games right now, does he not believe in anything? I mean, what is he doing? Why are you guys watching him?
He's an atheist and a science teacher and a debater.
So what's his premise? Like, what is he trying to say? That whatever like we all don't exist because of the, like, he doesn't believe in God either. He doesn't believe in science. He doesn't believe in, like,
How much of the video have you watched?
Yeah.
Wait, what did I just say to you, Cap? I said he is an atheist and a science teacher and a
Yeah.
debater.
And he never.
He absolutely
Does he believe in science?
He absolutely believes in science. He got a phone call from this Scottish guy who basically called up and said, "I'm the smartest guy in the world, and I taught myself everything I know." And
Claimed to be an autodidact.
yeah,
What?
And as far as I've seen, he's never claimed that people don't exist. Where did you get that from? How long have you been
No,
watching
I'm
the
asking.
video?
I'm asking. Like
Okay.
I said, I don't want to say I am a like a in training type of deal. Like, I'm not in training, but I'm inquiring about, what is it?
Yeah.
But what do you guys call yourselves again?
You don't even
Huh?
know what you're inquiring about?
What is it? I keep for agnostic, right? Or what is it?
Hey, Cap, just take
No,
a deep
we're
breath,
atheists.
slow down,
Atheist.
let
There you
your
go.
thoughts
Atheist.
catch up.
So the atheists
Hey,
believe in, like,
Cap, slow down, okay? Your mouth is running faster than your mind right now, and so, like, your mind is trying to catch up with your mouth. Just take a deep breath. Think about what you want to say before you say it, okay?
Yeah, maybe watch the video.
So
a bit
I am
more.
not an atheist in training, so I'm an atheist inquirer. So I'm trying to figure out. So they believe in science, but they don't believe in God. So do they believe in technology? Because technology goes hand in hand with science.
Atheism is an answer to a single premise, and that's are you convinced a God exists? That's all an atheist is that they are not convinced that a God exists. Anything else has fuck all to do with atheism. You can be an atheist and be a science denier. You can be an atheist and believe that, like, magical sky dragons exist. They're not gods, and so an atheist
I'm
can
not
absolutely believe
interested.
that. And so, like, any other question you have besides does a person believe in God has nothing to do with atheism.
Who else we got?
Kat, I know
Hey,
we just
Spam, how's it going?
So, Kat, I
And
know we
Richard
just,
Cox, hello. And
Kat,
Dees,
Kat,
I think
know
you were
we
here
just-
already, but
But do you believe in a God? Do you believe that a God exists? It's a really simple question. Do you
I mean, there's a
believe-
higher power, no doubt. Like, you just didn't magically like get here. You didn't hatch. You know what I mean? Like, you got here some way.
So you,
Even
Yeah,
if it's
my
through,
mom
like,
and dad fucked,
even if
and
it's
their
through, like,
moms and dads
physical
fucked,
form,
and their
even if
moms
it's like
and
through a
dads
physical
fucked,
form,
and it goes
or a spiritual
all the way
form.
back to Luca. Have you ever heard of the last universal common ancestor?
The last universal common ancestor,
Yes,
like the
Yeah.
Anunnaki.
also known as Luca.
we also call him Luca, yeah.
So it's
But
So
I'm,
not
I'm, just, I'm just trying to work out whether you're
No,
an
not the
atheist.
fucking Anunnaki. Are you okay?
If you can just answer yes or no to this question, do you believe God exists? Then I can tell you whether you're an atheist or not. It's that easy. It's that simple. That is
I
all an
do.
atheist
I mean,
does. You do
yeah.
believe.
I just we didn't magically get here, guys.
Yeah, which is fine.
We don't believe that we magically
We didn't
got
get
here
here
either.
by magic. We
So how
got
did we
here.
get here?
I got here because I got here from a long line of people having sex and getting pregnant.
And who made them?
Who made
The
sex?
more people that had sex and got
And who made
pregnant.
those people?
No, Cap, this is why I
More
asked if
people
you've
that
ever
had
heard of the
sex
concept
and
of
got
Luca.
pregnant.
Like, have you looked into evolution at all?
I mean, like I said, I mean, Adam and Eve, I mean, for the most part, I mean, you tell me.
Adam and Eve didn't
how-
exist.
Yeah.
So
there was
how did-
a mind.
Okay, so okay, wait, okay, wait, whoa, because I know you want to get in there too, but let me talk. So Adam and Eve don't exist, but this whole panel exists.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Right?
How is that?
How is that hard
Why
for you
wouldn't
to
it
wrap
be the
your head
case?
around?
Well, I mean, how is it that you can just I mean, you can just defiantly say Adam and Eve don't exist, but you exist?
Because the Bible is a fairy tale. Can you prove the Bible's not a fairy
Regardless
tale?
of the Bible being a fairy tale, like humans are real.
That's the only way you get Adam and Eve is with the Bible.
Okay,
So if you want to invoke Adam and Eve, you need to.
Let's forget the Bible. You believe in Yahweh.
Okay. No, Yahweh's in the fucking Bible.
So you
Yahweh's
don't
from
believe
the
any-
Bible.
Holy
So you
fuck!
don't believe-
Like, are you
okay.
serious? You're like, let's drop the Bible, but what about this Bible concept?
But you believe in a science book.
A science book is demonstrable. A science book isn't like a fairy tale from 6,000 years ago.
Okay, but who made science?
Nobody made science. Science is a
Don't really make
process
sense.
A process developed by who?
by people.
And who made the people?
People weren't made, people evolved.
People's
That's a
parents.
category error.
Okay, so sorry, not made. How did we evolve?
Through evolution?
Okay, so evolution's based on what?
Chemistry.
Chemistry for what?
Yeah. Alleles change in generation.
What do you mean chemistry from what?
I mean, you're making chemistry and you're making formulas for what? What's the purpose?
No, formulas is how we model chemistry. Like chemistry is
but
just a physical
my
process.
point is, you're making all those formulas and you're making all those calculations and you're doing all that physics work and everything to dissect the whole world atmosphere and the whole Milky Way and everything that exists throughout the galaxy. Like, if science is based on that, why? Why is it based on that? Why the curiosity if it really doesn't matter?
What do you mean, why the curiosity? Like, what exactly are you asking with that question?
What I'm saying is, why is man created to do science, but man doesn't really?
Man's not created. Can you demonstrate that we were created?
You just said we evolved.
That's not being created. Do you understand the difference between being created and evolving?
I mean, evolving is creating life. Creating life is creating.
No. An act of creation requires some sort of agent behind the action. What is the agent behind the action of evolution?
That's what I'm trying to ask you. What's the point? What's the action of science? What's the action of us being here?
No. Don't pivot. I just asked you a specific question. What is the agent behind the action of evolution? If you're saying that evolution is creation, you need to define the agent who is behind evolution.
That's what I just try to tell you. A higher power, which I believe is God.
And demonstrate that higher power's existence. You can't just
You and
invoke
me
it. You have
talking
to
right
have
now.
demonstration.
That's not a
I'm giving
demonstration.
you the demonstration. I'm talking to you right now. How
You're
did
just
we get
asserting
here?
it. That's just an
That's
assertion.
an assertion.
How do you mean
Thanks, Nick,
assertion?
too.
Like I'm talking
You
to you.
don't
It's
know
not
what an assertion is?
made up. It's not
Settle
make believe. I'm
down.
talking
Why
to
are
you.
you shouting
You're
at everybody for?
presupposing that this God is needed for
Man,
us to
don't
be
give me
here.
word salad. I'm
Give
talking
us,
to you
give
right
us
now. You're right here.
word
Make
salad. I'm sorry that you didn't get past 5th grade vocabulary, and these words coming out of my mouth seem like salad to you. But I need you to lock in and
I'm
give me
locked
a
in. You're just
reason.
using the same word
Give
over and
me
over.
a
You're shouting.
reason.
You're asking me for a
Cap,
source. I'm
cap,
telling you the
cap,
source
cap,
is God.
cap. Settle down. Do I need to get you a
I'm
juice
settled down. You're
box?
the one getting hyperbolic
You're
just because I
not.
keep saying
You're
God.
not.
Hyperbolic. Can you define what hyperbolic means?
When your tone of voice gets up like to the point where if you're talking, you have to
That's not
interrupt
what
somebody.
No, hyperbolic is an exaggeration. So you just demonstrated that you didn't get past 5th grade English. Thank you so much for that demonstration. Anyways,
So 5th grade
what is the
English.
reason we should presuppose a God is necessary for
So
us to
what's the
be
point
here
of
right?
grade?
Cap,
What's the point
shut
of going to
up.
school?
Shut up and
Why
listen
are
to
you
my
interrupting him?
question.
They're asking you a question.
He's
I'm going to
interrupting
ask
me,
you a
but it's okay. You
question,
can do it, right?
and I'm not a he, I'm a they them, okay? Keep that in mind. Now, all right, Cap, you're going to
You
get
should
muted
get
for
the
a
fuck out of
second.
here then.
You need to respect our pronouns on this panel. We don't do bigotry, okay? And I don't want to have to treat you with kid gloves this entire conversation, but like you're giving me no fucking
Show some
choice.
fucking respect.
Now I'm going to ask you a very specific question, and I need you to respond to that question. All right? Can you do that?
I'm trying to. You're getting way too sensitive.
All right. Mouth closed. So you say that it is necessary for a God to exist for us to be here right now having this conversation. What is the reason we should accept that presupposition?
Can you talk to me in English now?
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my
You're,
God.
you're being obnoxious.
Literally too dumb to even know what I'm asking.
I mean, just be straight up with me and ask me what is it that you're trying to get at.
I
Don't
can't
give
make
me,
it
like, lawyer
any
talk.
more concise.
I followed what they were saying just fine.
Okay, well then.
You're being
Okay.
obtuse.
Okay. So
Are
say
you
again.
simply telling me that you don't have the boots for this hike? You're not
Bro, if
mentally
I call
equipped
this
to be
because
able to
I'm
answer
trying to
these
figure out where you
questions?
guys are hiking to. You guys are going on a travel voyage that I don't know where the hell you're going to. That's why I'm asking.
We're hiking up a mountain that you don't have the condition to get up, buddy.
You might.
So I'll go ahead
Hold
and
on.
ask one
All
more
right,
time.
guys, chill. All right, you might have actually like chilled out and watched some more of the video first before you dropped in and started making grunting noises with your mouth.
Ooga, ooga.
Right. If I could put it another way,
Don't you think that would increase the chances of you knowing what the fuck is going on if you had like
probably
paid a little bit of attention first?
Let's watch.
If I can ask the question in a different way, basically, Kat, what is your reason for believing that God exists?
Man, thank you for putting it so simple, man. This other guy makes simple difficult. Damn, this guy. Thank you, man. Yeah, I mean, for me, the most part is just believing in growth, watching people grow. Like somebody's doing that.
What's your reason for believing someone is doing that?
The reason I'm believing in is to help the world grow, bro. Like we have to get to somewhere. If we want to get to Mars, why are we going to Mars?
That's
if
not
we
a
want to go
reason.
to
That's
to
an
the moon,
outcome. That's an outcome
go
that
to
you
the moon?
hope
Why are the
happens
planets
from
even there,
believing
bro?
your claim. Cap, what is the reason to believe that somebody is making things grow?
So we can expand the galaxy, bro. We're going to the moon. After we go to the moon, evolution.
That's an
Okay,
outcome.
all right. Time out a second. Hey, Tavo, you want a piece of this guy? You want to like school him on how to be
you want to talk about evolution?
A decent, smart thinking theist?
Hi, everybody. I just thought I'd pop in because I met Gretchen earlier today. I mean, my perspective on this is a little bit different than most people. I think that.
Oh, by the way, Tavo, this is Arpy, Tavo.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet
OE
you.
had some very nice things to say about both of us, and Tavo was on the panel then. So,
OE, how's it going? Good to see you.
Hi, Guy. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Nice to meet everybody. Yeah. I just thought I'd pop in. I may not be here for too terribly long, but I thought I'd pop by and say hello to everybody. Yeah, I mean, my perspective on the debate is, you can use, if your argument is how did we get here if not for God, then you can use that. It's sort of a God of the gaps argument, and then you deal with the problem of trajectory where that gap is getting gradually smaller. So I tend to not think of the debate as being I tend to not like and I tend to not gravitate towards those sort of mechanistic explanations for why God exists. The two are like, yeah, there's some current gaps in abiogenesis, right? And there's some current
I suspect he's working his way up to why are there still monkeys?
No, this guy's explaining perfectly. This Mr. Arrogant over there who thinks that he has to break it down like, I don't know, man, like just, it's not rocket science, man. It's a simple question. This guy's doing it great. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to think of those as sort of how arguments, right? In other words, there's a gap here in our causality. There's a mechanistic gap, so we have to put God into that gap. I tend to not like making those arguments, and the reason why is I sort of think of like how arguments as the domain for science. How did this happen? Like I tend to not like to use arguments for God as like saying let's use God as a wrench, right? Let's use God as an intermediary to catalyze a reaction. Let's use God like we would stick an enzyme into a chemical reaction. I just don't think that's very nourishing. So what I tend to sort of divide questions into how type questions and why type questions, and I've written an entire book about this. And I think where theological discussion becomes interesting is when you transition and you ask more why type questions. In other words, sort of more broad questions about why are we here. Now, I'm not saying that the mechanistic questions don't have a place. In fact, I think they have a really interesting place in the discussion. But I tend to not go there as much. But I think most of the arguments that I find more compelling are the historical the historical arguments.
Yeah,
Historical arguments being
it's like there might not be a why, there might not be a God, there might not. Why presuppose that there is a God and there's a why? Maybe there's not a reason. Yeah, basically, I'm just agreeing with you.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't think that's illegitimate. Like to say it is. I will not refute the statement. There is a possibility that our universe exists without a purpose, without any greater reason, right? I cannot refute that. It is possible. My question is: are there things that point towards the universe being purposeful? Now, these are not God of the gaps arguments, but I'll give you kind of my favorite one to talk about is the law of conservation of information, right? Now, if our universe is not constrained, if the event horizon of the universe is not constrained, then one would expect that information would not be conserved, right? And certainly, personally, from my atheistic worldview, which was prior to around 2017. I sort of looked at the universe as, not having a memory and just being essentially a chaotic entropic space where you drop information in and it disappears forever, right? And that's resonant with my worldview at that time, which was, you die and then everyone forgets that you ever existed, and eventually it's like you never existed at all. But in 2017, Leonard Susskind and Gerard de Tooft put out a paper that basically challenged that notion, that revised our understanding to say, there is something in the universe that preserves the information of who we are, and it preserves it for all time in a way that can't be erased. In other words, our existence is inextricably woven into the universe. Now, to me, that is something that suggests purposefulness. It doesn't prove it, but it suggests it.
Yeah.
But
we don't have a demonstration of all time, though. We only have a demonstration of 14 plus billion years of locality.
Well, that's true.
Sorry to interrupt before I forget. Can I just ask a question? Like, where is this information preserved?
It seems to be on the event horizon of the universe. So, in other words, there's a topography of the event horizon of the universe. That topography is capable of working like a binary information matrix, just like the topography of the event horizon of a black hole. And it seems counterintuitive that constrainment would exist.
I don't know that I get counterintuitive. Now, maybe I'm not a physicist, Tavo. By the way, it's great to see you. That was a great show today. Thank you, Gretchen, for stopping by, and everybody else who did.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Gretchen. Nice to meet everybody. Some of the people on the panel, I think, were here for that too. So.
Yeah, there was so many wonderful people in this community. But just really quickly, my research in conservation of information states essentially that if it were mathematically, if we had the computing power, right, all actions could be essentially reversed because the information is conserved. Are we on the same page with conservation of information?
Yes, but so all actions being reversible has to do with the laws of physics being sort of time independent. In other words, if you ran time backward, the law of physics should have the same laws going forward or backward.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't know that to me does not hearken intention or purpose. I don't interpret it that way. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't or couldn't, but intuitively, I don't get that same feeling. I just feel that it seems intuitive to me that if the information lays out in one way, if we were to reverse that, precisely reverse it, then the information would simply just reverse, and then we could play it forward, and the same information would play forward. And especially because I don't believe in free will, the common thought experiment is, if we were to be able to go back to decision A yesterday, could we have done things differently? I think the conservation of information shows us that no, we could not. But that's a whole different conversation. But so I just don't see intention or purpose in that.
Yeah, like if you can get I get what you're saying. Like if you can get the opposite outcome, if it goes backwards or forwards, then there's no conservation of information because it could go either way. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, by the way, I think Cap and Arpy were having a discussion. I didn't mean to derail that. So if I think this is an interesting conversation. I don't want to expropriate too much of the time here.
Well, Cap was supposed to give a reason for believing his claim.
Well, go ahead, Cap. Do you want to?
I think it was coming down to look at the trees. This is the vibe I was getting.
Yeah.
No, not even, man. I mean, he did it perfectly, bro. He wasn't arrogant. He said it pretty much to the point, like, where galaxy might be involved with us having some type of evolution at hand. I mean, it was very, very good to the point, bro. Thank you. You didn't have to criticize anybody, belittle anybody. Thank you.
So, Cap, are you going to give a reason for your belief?
Are you
just going to do meta?
Gonna go with? Are you just going to do? Hey, what he said.
Yeah. No, what he said is the same thing I said. The galaxy has something to do with it, and whether you want to believe it or not.
What you were not saying.
That is not what you said.
Saying.
I think what I was saying is there are gaps, but I don't know that it's compelling to say that God exists because there are gaps.
But they are gaps.
They are gaps. Yeah. You could say, if I were making your argument,
that's all I'm saying.
If I were making your argument, my two gaps that I would point out would be abiogenesis. We don't have all the steps worked out. We have many of them worked out. And cosmogony. I would say, well, we don't know that the very first instant of the universe is a blind spot. Now,
exactly.
We don't even know if there was a first instance.
I just don't understand the arrogance. If they can't see
a blind spot doesn't mean you get to shove whatever explanation you want in there.
No.
I could just use an inductive argument to say that every single time that we found out something about the universe, it is not proven.
Did you just come up here to say that Arpy sounds like he's arrogant?
No, I came up here to find out why this guy was. I was trying to figure out why this guy was gaming and trying to figure out why atheists don't believe in video games. But I mean, you just explained it. Like,
you think atheists don't believe in video games?
Believe in video games.
What?
Because you don't believe in like, I mean, evolution. You don't believe in God, so you don't believe in a maker of a product.
We do believe in evolution. We don't actually believe in evolution. We accept the facts of the science of evolution. It's not.
So it's funny. You believe in science, you believe in technology, but you don't believe in the people who created it or the higher power who created that. So we were used as a tool, but you don't believe that the guy who created the tool exists.
Sorry,
what tool are you specifically referring to?
He
The
doesn't
guy
know
that
what he's
created
referring
the
to.
tool.
Hold on. Let me have it, Cap. Cap,
Where
you
did
said
Nave go?
Whose name?
was Nave on the
He's one
panel?
of. Yeah, Nave's talked to him before.
All right, so Cap,
Never
you
mind.
said we don't believe in the guy who made the tool. What tool are you right now referring to?
You're the tool. I'm the tool. All this
A
social
guy
experiment
made the
stuff is the tool.
Do you
Or the
ever
You
girl.
are most
Sorry.
definitely a tool.
Yeah, can
You
I
are
Granted.
100% a tool.
Granted.
You are definitely a tool. Yeah, I agree.
So Cap, I've already explained
So I'm
that,
being singled
I
out, but you don't
believe
see you guys. You don't see yourselves as tools, right?
Cap.
So you don't see
I'm
yourselves
talking,
as tools, but you
Cap.
see me as a
I know
tool.
you
Huh?
hear me. I
You're
know
just
you
here
hear
to
me
fight
This guy
people.
talking.
loves
That's all
to
you're here to
interrupt
do.
people, man. Like I'm trying to
Cap.
It was
talk to you. You love
just.
to.
It
You're not
was
here to have a
just a
conversation.
joke.
All right. Let's get back at it, Cap. So
Everybody
I
calm down.
already explained to you that
Everybody breathe.
I came from evolution. All right, there
You
doesn't
came
need to
from your
be an
parents,
agent.
dude.
Yeah, and their parent, and they came from their parents, and those parents came from other parents.
But you don't want to acknowledge that they came from a higher
so on
power.
and so forth, on down
But
to
you don't want
our
to
last
acknowledge that so on and
universal,
so forth before
our
that.
last universal common ancestor, also known as Luca. Now, we know that evolution is driven by a chemical process. We're able to study this and actually
Who made the chemicals?
gather
It's not a who question.
Or what made the chemicals?
Oh, my
Sorry.
God. What made the chemicals? The various
Nature.
interactions in quantum fields.
Yeah, the Big Bang and chemistry and physics. Basically, there were three elements at the beginning of the universe: hydrogen, helium, and a little bit of lithium.
You just want to presuppose there's a God.
It's just physics. There's no God involved. There's no God necessary.
So who made the physics?
Do we want to get
Who
into
made the
the creation
who?
of our solar systems, of our planet? Like where is your curiosity taking you right now?
That's the question. The blind spots that you don't know and I don't know. So to say there's no
No,
blind
I'm
spots.
asking you where
A
your
blind spot
curiosity is
doesn't
taking you
tell
right
what's
now.
in the blind spot. A
What
blind spot is actually blind.
That's
Do you
what
know
I'm trying
what
to
God
tell
of
you.
the
So if
Gaps
it's
Whatever
blind,
explanation you want there.
Well,
exactly.
To
But if it's
justify
blind,
your
how do you know if you
explanation.
can't
It
see
won't be
it?
a blind spot anymore if you can
Cap,
tell us what it is.
let me try
Cap.
to.
Cap. Do you know
Why are you
what God of
screaming?
the Gapes is?
For what?
Because I was trying to get your attention and trying to get everyone else to be quiet for a second. Look, it worked. Do you know what God of the Gapes is?
God of the Gapes? What? What'd you say?
Yeah, God of the Gaps.
God of the Gaps? Like gaps? God of the Gaps? No, what is
Yeah.
that?
You've never heard of that?
No, what is it?
That's when you start asking questions about stuff, and then when you get to something you don't know, you just assume God did it.
Okay, so I mean, what
Saying
other?
you can't think of
Okay,
another reason
But
outside of
that's
God
that's
is
what
just
you're
personal
doing.
incredulity.
That's what you're doing right now. I'm just
Right,
telling you
so
that's
then-
what you're doing right now.
right
Okay,
now
but,
we're
I
at
mean-
where did the chemicals come from to jumpstart evolution? Now,
Yeah.
are you wanting to know how they got onto Earth, or how the chemicals that formed
How did the
Earth?
periodic table of, the elements, how did the elements form down here? Who made the elements? How did they know
Not a
that we
cool
are the
question.
tool to
Again-
grab
Starting
those
with-
elements into
Sorry,
to
again-
technology of today?
Again,
How do you know they weren't always there?
Yeah,
They've
again,
always
you-
been.
They weren't.
No,
they weren't
they've not.
always
They've definitely
there.
not always been
Yeah.
there. Like this.
Yeah,
This is
because
actually
cavemen
Cap.
could have
Like
been doing it
they
from the
did not
caveman
exist
days.
during the
Cavemen
hot dense
evolved,
state
though.
because things were too
Yeah.
hot and dense in order to form proper chemical bonds.
again,
Now-
But
you're asking
They
a
could have
you're-
just been
you're
there in a
asking the-
different state.
No,
Well,
I
and
mean
the
we
hot-
actually
the-
know
the
that
energy.
there was an epoch of the universe where no heavy elements existed. Right,
Yeah.
stars had to
Yeah.
exist.
You're
Stars had
asking
to.
you're asking a who question when it's like why do elements exist? It's not who created elements. Maybe there's not a who created elements.
Yes, Equinox. I
It's
think was the
why
first.
do
He thinks
elements
he's the
exist?
first one.
That
There-
is correct.
Okay, so yeah,
There,
why
there
do
was a
elements
period.
exist?
There was a period during the rapid expansion in which the universe was simply way too hot for things to properly form, and it took about it's like 300,000, maybe 400,000 years after the beginning of the rapid expansion for things to be cool enough to start like actually forming chemical bonds. And shortly after that period, gravity started pulling in elements, and that's where we got our first suns or our
So
first
how
stars.
do you guys know all this without having a Bible?
Because science is a process
So
of self-correction.
I can't say this.
I
guy
can
seriously.
get
No, I'm saying it
into
doesn't,
No.
the
I
Bible
think you're
it
again.
doesn't
speaking
necessarily have to
metaphorically.
be a Bible. British guy, it
I
doesn't
think
necessarily
you're
have to be a
speaking
Bible. What I'm
metaphorically.
saying is, isn't there a science book? How did they know that? How did they know how to do all the stuff you're saying right now?
Science is a process
It's
that corrects itself to its
it's the
best
entire
ability.
field of cosmology.
So didn't they have a book?
No, they went out and actually examined things, and they gathered enough information to be able to build models and understand their surroundings better.
To
Who's
write the
they?
first.
I thought it was what?
Every scientist
what
that
was
ever
that
lived.
question? Right.
You said they went out to go look and figure stuff out, but you guys said there's no days. What?
No, the scientists.
But you guys said there's no scientists. It's no they. It's what?
What?
No,
When
you
did I
said
say
that.
there's no scientists?
The British guy said,
Believe it or
That's
not,
not what he
Cap,
said.
hey, can I tap in here? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
Please go for it, Nave.
First of all, I'd like to say, hey to Tovo. I think you did a very good job, and also Objective Ethics. I was listening the other night. I've been in and out the past few nights. I think the two of you do excellent in your communication, and
Oh, thank you,
also
thank you, thank you.
also
very much.
Arpy and Gretchen. I think you guys, know your shit. I think Cap, believe it or not, he might not have the reasoning, but I think he is asking damn good questions, and sometimes it sounds ridiculous, but it- you know, how can there be a scientist before the scientific process was formally developed? You know what I mean? I would argue that
No,
the human being is inherently a scientist.
I
It
think you're
just
just being
takes time
pedantic.
it takes time, and yes, science is a
We're
process.
pattern-seeking creatures, and when we
Right.
develop proper pattern-seeking capabilities, we're able to survive our environments with more efficacy.
And that's
And
exactly
so
what Cap
through
is doing.
natural
yeah, Wholesome
selection,
gets it.
our
Wholesome gets it.
hold on,
I get
Kat.
it.
So through
Yeah,
natural
but
selection,
also, Nave, you and
Okay,
I
I
have
guess I've
talked
just
to
dropped
Cat
the idea.
before. Just a second. Hold on a second, Arpy. You and I have talked to Cat before, and you and I both know that he's playing fucking dumber than usual just to fucking throw a wrench into our work.
Whoa. Not tonight.
Hey,
No, not
Gretchen.
tonight. Tonight I'm curious. No. No trolling tonight. Tonight I am very curious.
Gretchen, I can look, Cap could be lying. I'll admit this. I could be being fooled right now, and I could be bullshitting you guys right now.
I didn't do
But
anything.
I have been around the block enough to know whenever someone's asking a good question or not. Like, I haven't talked to the Sir Wildheart of Manchester. I haven't been here very long tonight, but I can take Cap. I can take Cap where he's coming from. I don't have to take him so incredibly seriously to suggest that we should bend over backwards to really find out if that cat is
To
inside
what?
the
Let him
box or not.
hijack the whole show like he just did?
No. I'm just
How about
saying.
like when I ask a question, you guys don't be arrogant and call me a bigot.
So Gretchen, whenever
Nobody's
you
called you a
called
bigot
you
on
a
this
bigot.
panel.
Gretchen,
No
you
one
asked
has
Cap.
called you a bigot.
Gretchen, you asked Cap. Did you just come up here to ask if Arpy is acting the way that he's acting, treating me this way? Because
Yeah, because he jumped up and started calling. They jumped up and started calling them arrogant from word one.
Well,
Yeah,
everybody's
I
coming
can't-
from a different position, and I think that Cap feels like that you
The
guys
guy
might
said I
be a
wasn't
little
smarter
bit
than a
arrogant.
fifth grader.
No, I
No,
don't
I
know.
said that you didn't have vocabulary past the 5th grade, and that was demonstrated when you didn't
Tomato,
know what
potato,
a
bro. You know what you were doing.
presupposition was.
And that's not arrogance.
Do you know what a presupposition is? It's when you
get-
take a position that you presuppose.
Bro, stop with the
I
word salad
used
already, bro. We were doing so good.
see. I use a single, like, more than 2-syllable word,
The
and you
other guy
lose your
broke it down
mind.
so easily, bro. You want to make things difficult.
I literally just defined presupposition for you,
You know
but you were
what?
too busy
Objective
not
ethics.
listening.
Objective
Cap-
ethics. I'm gonna
Cap,
raise
you
your
just-
name here. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Cap,
I do
you
understand.
just
Yeah.
stop.
Thank you.
You kind of proving his point because
No,
you don't
I'm out of
understand
here, bro.
what
All right, I know
arrogance
where
is.
I'm not wanted. Okay.
Okay.
That's my point. That's
Good
my
day to
Bye.
you all. Good day.
Good
Good
day,
night.
Cap. Good,
Bye-bye.
hey, good day, Cap.
Good night.
I use one 5-syllable word, and he loses his.
Yeah,
fucking
I
mind.
know. You used the word presupposition, and he fucking lost his shit. Meanwhile, Tavo's over here saying cosmogony, which I know Cap doesn't know what that fucking means, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I get it." You know what? He's so full of shit.
Well, then why did you raise the question, Gretchen? Why did you raise? Because that is, I don't know exactly what that word means. Why would you raise it just because you thought that the other person didn't and make them look like a fool?
Why would
come
I
on.
raise what question?
Cosmon. What was the word?
I didn't say that.
Cosmogony. I threw out the word. That's my bad. Perhaps.
Oh, okay.
I
I
didn't
want to
say it.
apologize. That is a very novel concept. Could you go over that again? What is that concept?
No.
Where does the universe come from?
No, we're not doing that
Oh.
right now.
Oh,
I thought you were
okay.
taking a week off from getting up
all right,
on the
yeah.
panel.
All right, yeah, I am done.
Didn't you?
I am done. I just saw Cap, and
Yeah,
I
you
wanted
are
to tap
done.
in. All right, peace, y'all.
You wanted to protect him? Get the fuck.
Well, thank you for the kind words, Nave. I appreciate that. I know
Nate,
Tavo
you
and
said
I-
you were going to be off the panel for a whole week. Why don't you stick to that?
Nice to meet you. That's the only time I met him, so I can't really judge. But yeah, nice to meet you.
Anyway, just the fact that he can jump down RP's throat for saying presupposition or presuppose, and he can, he practically glazed you, Tavo, when you said cosmogony, and acted like he understood what that means. And
It's because I was matching his energy.
He was just here to give Marcy to give
Right,
RP shit.
Yeah.
I know
he can dish
that
it, but he can't take it.
I know that I'm
the
a
whole
bit
issue.
slow, but I don't know what what's it called?
Cosmogony.
Yeah, I know.
He's one of the guys that made that decided to make a big joke out of the fact that I sound like I'm drunk.
What's the term?
So.
A mythological study of origin and progression of the universe, essentially.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
It was him and the other guy that gave me shit for 10 minutes about sounding like I'm drunk. So, in fact, they were convinced that I'm drunk all the time. So, never mind the fact that never mind the fact that I have retainers, and that's why I slur my words. But whatever. It was Cat for Life and a guy named Escape the Matrix.
Was this one of the mornings after I went to bed?
Yes, this is this.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah,
these were early morning MAGA fuckers after I have to take on baby duty.
Yeah, these were early morning MAGA callers.
Sure.
But Cap has been showing up every morning.
I don't know if you guys would like to get into it or not, and I don't want to, derail things, but I think Tavo brought up a really interesting talking point. We might want to discuss, kind of flesh out a little bit his purpose and intention, and how he's approached, the universe with those. Because I know, Tavo, that I have heard you say that it seems the universe seems purposeful, and I've always had kind of reservations in accepting that argument just at face value, because I feel like we're kind of hijacking the term, and I could be wrong, so I don't want to be unfair to you, but I just feel like when we say purpose, we're kind of implying or inferring agency, at least in common parlance. as opposed to just saying that something has a like a function, for example, or a cause and effect. When we bring in purpose as a term, to me that infers agency. But I don't think that you're intending to preload or load up the conversation necessarily. But I think that's kind of inherently what's happening now. How do you see that as when you say purpose without front loading the conversation or question begging?
Well, so first of all, broadly speaking, I think that most theological discussions fall into a pitfall of anthropomorphizing intention anyways in general, or even mind, right? So and God specifically. But I don't intend for purpose to mean that there is a sort of human mind intentional purpose in that regard. Now, in the video that I did on this topic, I talked about 5 different types of purposefulness. So one is like a directional teleology. In other words, is the universe drifting asymmetrically towards a specific endpoint, right? Another example that I gave in the video is gosh, I had like 5 different types of purpose. One is intentionality, like volitional intentional purpose, but I don't think purpose necessarily smuggles in that there is it's a mind purpose. In other words, I think you can talk about the universe having a purpose.
See,
without necessarily saying that God created that purpose. And I'll look up the 5 definitions that I tried to come up with in that.
Because if I said, like, for example, the purpose of the brakes on my car is to slow down the car, there's a designer behind the brakes and the brake system. So I'm ultimately backing up ontologically at some point to a mind, right? Anytime I feel like I'm invoking purpose, I feel like that ultimately somewhere epistemically or ontologically there's going to be some kind of a mind. And when we talk about teleology, I feel like there's certainly going to be a mind inferred, when the teleological argument comes up. So I just have a hard time trying to figure out an example to be as fair as possible, to try and see if I can, in my own mind, come up with an example of what is something that has purpose that I know is mind independent. And I can't really come up with anything but myself. And that could be a limitation in just my own ignorance. And I was just curious if you had an example of something that we could say that's a purposeful, or that's a purpose of something, without there being mind or intention, at least smuggled in or kind of front loaded.
Yeah, I think we need to be careful not to conflate between purpose, function, and meaning.
Yeah, I mean, the 5 explanations of purpose that I gave in the video is 1, teleological. So in other words, is the universe directed towards a specific end or goal in a way that is separate from our material existence? Now, that doesn't necessarily imply that there's God. It could be something like, like gravity. In other words, our universe has a proclivity towards, certain features in its end state. One of those would be like, the complexity of matter, right? Like humans becoming complex when you have sufficient energy inputs. So that would be a telic or teleological purpose. The other is design.
But did you use goal in that
Yeah,
sense?
thank you, Harpy. I was going to say the same thing. Aren't our goals going to be subjective?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could use a different word other than goal. I mean, maybe endpoint might be a better way to say it.
Yeah, I think you should stop using the word purpose, because that, like, I'm just echoing what the last guy said.
We've only got one definition of purpose.
I can't think of a purpose without a mind. In order to have a purpose, you have to have a mind. So if you're not including minds, I don't know.
I don't know that I believe that you have to have a mind to have a purpose. In other words, could the universe have purposefulness without having a mind? I think it can. I mean, for instance, mind orientation in the universe is itself a purpose. Now that just means that the universe is oriented towards producing minds. That doesn't mean that the universe itself.
Yeah, but that goes against the definition of purpose. Purpose means you want something to happen. Like some mind wants something to happen. That's what purpose means.
I don't intend it to mean that way. Here, how about you can let me explain it this way. Are there constrainments, okay, that result in emergent properties that are not the result of our material experience within the universe. In other words, and this is just an analogy, and it's not a very perfect analogy. It's just what's popping into my head. In other words, if the universe is constrained into a certain shape, right, then the universe would have like sort of like you could kind of think of it like as a lock and key. Now that doesn't mean that just sort of kicking the can that does kick the can up the road one step, but it's at least a way that you can invoke purpose without having necessarily a mind in the system.
I'm not sure. I'm not that bright, to be honest. I get what you're saying.
Maybe constrainment is a better word for it than purpose. I understand what you're saying objectively. You're saying purpose is itself a charged word, and a lot of people when they hear that are going to think of a
using constrainment feels a little tricky because you have to demonstrate that there's capacity beyond like what is actually like being actuated right now. Like you need to be able to demonstrate that there is that block, and then there can be something that exists beyond that block in order to like claim that it's constrained in the first place.
Well, what I mean is like in the sense that like the event horizon of the universe seems to be constrained, right? In other words, it
seems to be.
Whatever.
It's not demonstrated to be that.
That's true, but all of the event horizons.
There are plenty of cosmological models such as bubble universes in which like our cosmological event horizon could collide with another bubbling universe, and then it wouldn't be constrained anymore. It'd be interacting with something else that was outside of that event horizon.
Well, I guess that's true, but I'm using constrainment, I think, in a different way. I mean, in other words, the properties of the event horizon are not free. There's not an infinite number of independent degrees of freedom to the event horizon of the universe. Now, that's not really coming from.
That's just the nature of finite systems.
I don't think that's the case, right? Finite systems can have like n factorial configurations, right? We're not saying that the universe has a large number of, I'm saying that there are features of the event horizon that are constrained. Let me explain it in a better way. We know that when we look at a black hole, that the event horizon of a black hole that we look at is constrained, right? It's constrained in terms of the fact that the topography of it has to have certain features, and those features don't seem to be totally free. In other words, there are degrees of freedom. So it's not like we're talking about a geometrical constrainment. We're talking about the actual morphology, the topography of the event horizon of a black hole is constrained in regards to like it can't just it's not something that could just look like anything.
We don't even know what a black hole looks like. We can't look at a black hole. That's the whole point of it being a black hole.
Well, we can't look at the singularity. We have some idea of what the event horizon of the black hole looks like.
We have simulations. We have never directly observed a black hole.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we have pretty good theory, but you're saying these are just theories.
They're theories. We have never actually observed a black hole.
I mean, that's true, yeah.
So
hello, Robin.
Can we make definitive statements about its topology?
Yeah, I'm making a statement about what I think the science currently shows, but this is the theoretical physical science.
Right.
In other words,
theories,
this is what we think about the way
the
these
state of
things
affairs could actually be different from these theories.
That's true. Yeah.
Hello.
But there are sort of quantum constraints that we know are in effect. And we do have some experimental evidence for those.
That's how we can extrapolate. Hawking radiation occurs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
we understand the behaviors of these, not necessarily like the more minute like geometric details.
Well, but the specific type of constrainment I'm talking about is the conservation of information from the black hole. In other words, it conserves the information about what is inside the black hole. Now, we do have experimental models for that specifically.
How are you cashing out information?
What's that?
How are you cashing out information?
How am I cashing it out?
Yeah.
Can you explain further?
How are you defining information here?
I guess the parameters. I'm talking about like the quantum information that falls into a black hole when something falls into a black hole.
And what do you mean by quantum information?
The spin states of the whatever quantum particles that are.
So how do you know that those spin states are conserved when they pass the event horizon?
I mean, some of your questions may be beyond my understanding of what the science shows about these things, but our current scientific understanding is that the event horizon of a black hole preserves the quantum information of what we throw into a black hole. Now, we have our theoretical understanding of a black hole, which suggests that, but we also do have some experimental evidence that is congruent with that. For instance, in 2007, we did an experiment with quantum computers where we deleted quantum information from a system on a qubit, right? And when we deleted that information, we were able to retrieve it from the environment of the closed system, which suggests that, the quantum no erasing theorem, which is a theorem that works pretty well. It's a quantum mechanical theorem. We've verified it in at least some experimental settings. So I think you can say that we've not physically observed a black hole, and some of our understanding may be flawed, but I think you have to acknowledge that there's at least theoretical and experimental evidence of the quantum no eraser theorem that is, both theoretical and experimentally observed.
Right, but it hasn't been merged with the black hole. So we currently do not know if information is conserved when it passes the event horizon. It could actually be destroyed when it experiences that great gravitational force.
Well, you're parsing out something which is a specific real objection. You're saying that we have the theoretical understanding that the information is not erased, but we don't have the experimental evidence backing up that observation. That's a true statement.
We have a model that says it could be conserved, but there are plenty of models that also show it not being conserved. There are conflicting models.
There are conflicting models, but the models
right. So we can't definitively say that the information is conserved, and you made that statement not too long ago.
Well, we do have models, okay, and there are conflicting models, but most of the models are conflicting with other aspects of relativity or quantum mechanics, right? So there are some paradoxes left that we haven't resolved between quantum mechanics and relativity, but we have gone pretty far in saying this is how we really think things work. Now, you're right.
There is no consensus position on whether information is conserved in a black hole or not.
So I would argue that there is a consensus position on that.
Could you provide a source on that?
Yeah, Leonard Susskind and Gerard de Tooft's 2017 paper. In fact, Stephen Hawking, who was maintaining
a single paper is not consensus.
Yeah, but in fact,
do they actually take a survey of other cosmologists?
Yeah, so in fact, Stephen Hawking was arguing on the other side of the perspective. He was arguing the contrary perspective, and he actually admitted.
Sorry to interrupt. I was going to say a single paper is not consensus. Do the majority of scientists in this field believe that?
The consensus converged on one of two perspectives. One was Hawking's school of thought, which says that information is erased, that black holes can act as quantum erasers. On the other side of the debate was Gerard de Tooft and Leonard Susskind. So Stephen Hawking remitted and admitted that he was wrong and that they were right. That the only thing that's consistent with our quantum mechanics and our relativity is the idea of no erasing. Now, if you're saying we can't really know that 100% without experimentally verifying it, I would say there are at least some experimental studies that point in the direction that what they're seeing is correct. But I would agree that it's a limitation, that until we have a black hole in the lab and we're studying it, that there are going to be things that we don't know. In fact, you know,
Yeah.
some people would argue that this is an event horizon of what our scientific information can hold. That there are certain event horizons that our scientific information will never traverse.
Yeah, that can you just say thank you? That is a very fair answer. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll
Yeah.
show you. Yeah. Thank you.
That's
I'm
that's
not
quite a
satisfied that this is a consensus position. Right now, you've cited 3 different cosmologists.
Yeah, although these are the leading cosmologists in their field.
A consensus position would be dictated by, you know, like an actual survey of, you know, a much larger sample set.
Well, not really.
I don't think
there's
3
a lot of
people
ways. Yeah,
would
there's
make a consensus.
yeah, there are other ways of saying like this is the standard of the scientific discipline. So one of those ways would be like high sigma evidence in physics, right? Consensus statements in some fields of science are dictated by we have a society, we all get together, and we have a conclusion. This is a fairly deep rabbit hole of a specific side branch of the argument. So I feel like we've maybe lost everyone else, but
I just feel like we have 3 arguments from authority right now, and I like to have a little more, you know, demonstration that like this is the consensus opinion in this field.
I don't know that there's a paper that surveys a bunch of physicists and says, do you agree with this conceptualization of physics?
Oh, I can provide that survey for you know, belief in whether the Big Bang says anything about time's beginning. They're absolutely
well. That's a
surveys.
very different, but that's a very very different claim.
Right. Well, you said this thing about physics. You left it open for, like, you know.
Oh no. I'm
certain
talking
physics
about this
topic.
specific
Okay.
this specific contention. In other words, yeah, you can
Well,
say
then
that
I would remain epistemically humble as to what the actual consensus position is, because it's not demonstrated at this point.
yeah, it's I would say it's the state of the art, but yeah. But that's different than, you know, consensus opinions don't generally tend to like emerge from densely theoretical, you know, mathematical debates. In other words, it's not like when mathematics forms a consensus. In other words, I'm in a field where consensus statements are very important, right? But not every field works that way. In other words, when you prove something mathematically, that mathematical proof doesn't get translated into a consensus statement, and then a bunch of mathematicians say, yes, we agree with this proof. In other words, consensus statements aren't necessarily the endpoint of every discipline, and certainly they are probably going to be more limited and more hard to come by in densely theoretical disciplines. This is a very specific side branch of a very. I hope we're not losing everyone else's interest.
Well, we actually have one of our hosts requesting that we start our program that was originally scheduled for tonight.
Oh,
so
sure,
maybe
sure.
We should move on to that.
Yeah.
Can I say hello first?
Hi, Robin.
Hey, Robin.
Hi, Tavo. Y'all are way over my head. Way over my head.
Nice to meet you.
Mm-hmm.
Gretchen's probably like me. Oh my God.
Hey, I'm a Blitz mod. I hear this shit all the time. I just
You're just immune to it.
I compartmentalize and move the fuck on.
Hey, let me tell host Nave, I'm so sorry. I forgot about our stream that we were supposed to have. I hope they weren't waiting on me because my mind. So anyway, yeah. But what are we watching anyway? Planet Peterson.
No,
we're about to start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You take it away.
I was just going to say we're about to start with on a UA analysis. It's just our little show where we react to our favorite clips from Unapologetic, Justin, Ian, and Blitz. And the call I wanted to start with, did anybody watch Unapologetic today?
I watched the end.
I watched
I watched the first half.
Up
I
to
watched
the
the first half.
It was a really boring show right up until the end, and then there was this last caller, who it's the last call of the day. This guy named Matthew Marshall. That it was just one of those. It's not one of the greatest of all time, I would say, but it might rank in the top 20, but it was a good one though. It was still a really good crash out. It was
Love a good
hilarious. Though. I was
crash
in
out.
tears at some points laughing at it because this guy. I thought of Gretchen a lot during this call. I thought she would.
You thought of me?
Yes, I thought you would get a kick out of this guy.
Yeah, I did.
He's not as good as like his BMF or anything like that. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I don't want to hype him up.
No, no, no.
He's not a classic, but he's a good one. He's still funny.
Can I just say
I was there. I was there for that.
Sorry.
So
The Ality guy.
Huh? Yeah, I was there for that.
Yeah.
It was right about the time I was texting you, telling you about Mac London.
Oh, right, yeah. That was like right when I was getting home.
Sorry, can I just say I love Justin, the construction zone, and the guy in the bottom as well, just underneath him. Yeah, I like them.
Blitz?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blitz is a god. He has no business
Yeah.
being an atheist.
Blitz
He actually
even
is
brings
a
him
god.
back up after just because he comes back into the box at the end, and it's hilarious. I don't want to spoil it, but it's great. You guys will be in for a treat. It was a good call. It'll definitely be something fun to react to.
All right, is it this Marshall guy?
Yep,
Do I have
that's the guy.
Okay, perfect. It looks like I've got the right one up. Let me make sure live played. All right, well, let's dive in.
In the queue, we'll grab Matthew and get our next conversation rolling.
Ian had to drop to go to the line before this call.
Maybe
Yeah, that's why I didn't
Matthew
see
might be
this. I went over to the line.
There we go. We got him. How you doing,
Is this
Matthew?
the same Matthew that we always talk to?
I don't think so.
No, okay.
Pretty good. How you doing?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Matthew, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes. And yes.
Awesome. Okay, and which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus the Christ, but I believe that God created the entire universe out of nothing, absolutely nothing.
Sure. What do you think is the best piece of evidence or the best argument for this belief?
Well, the cosmic beginning, science proves that the universe had a definite starting point and that space,
Justin,
time, and matter suddenly burst into existence.
Justin, I'm so sorry. I thought that you were going to get a chance today, but apparently not.
It's gonna be all right. I'm
So you're
debugging
saying-
the software, so go for it, buddy.
Sure. So you were saying that science proves that there's a beginning of space, time, and matter?
Yes,
That's right.
that it came
Fix that
and bursted
software,
into
Justin.
existence according to, consensus. And that thermodynamics
I were
also
to tell
proved
you,
nature.
and you think that this was
Huh?
the begin. You think that the Big Bang was the beginning of time?
Uh,
Or think that that's the consensus amongst scientists?
I believe that the Big Bang was spoke about in the Word of God by saying, "Let there be light." So light is a category, which is time, space, matter, energy, everything. So light literally is a category, and the spectrum
The
proves
kind of thing,
that
yeah.
it is building blocks of the universe. And God said that that He stretched out the heavens, which is also what science is revealing Genesis and continually to prove Genesis to be proved every day.
So what would you do if I told you that the consensus is that the consensus is not that the Big Bang has anything to do with the beginning of time?
I would say that most of those consensus of the percentage you're talking about are literally assumptions, and I could prove it because the thermodynamics
But I thought we were
proves that
talking
nature
about.
cannot.
I thought we were talking about scientific consensus earlier. Didn't you bring up scientific consensus?
can
or am I just
totally
listening?
prove
This is
it,
all the
guys.
same subject. This is a master subject right here. It's all the same topic.
Well, right. But so you brought up scientific consensus, and I have a survey here that indicates that the scientific consensus is that indeed the Big Bang doesn't say anything about the beginning of time.
Anyone want to bet on whether he can really prove it?
Like I said, that is an assumption.
Right.
What about all the others that
No, it's a
are?
consensus.
He's got about as much of a shot at it
whole
as
of
proving it is cap
science. You're just picking and choose what you want. But if we're going to go to
this is a consensus
repeatable
amongst
science,
cosmologists,
you would
right?
have to listen to thermodynamics. Are you
Okay, yeah, tell me,
disproving
what's,
thermodynamics?
can you tell me what the third law of thermodynamics is?
The first, I can go through them all if you want.
What's the third?
Hey, Face Jets and Issa.
Let me see.
Without typing into
I don't have
ChatGPT,
it
what's
on
the
Ryan.
third? Okay,
But
why
just,
should I
tell
trust
me
anything that you have to say about? Why should I trust anything you have to say about thermodynamics if you don't even know the 3 laws of thermodynamics?
I know everything about thermodynamics.
Apparently,
Really?
except the 3rd law.
Can you recite for us how this thermodynamics disproves our position and proves yours?
Don't give him an
because
out. He doesn't know
thermodynamics-
what the 3rd law of thermodynamics is, so he doesn't know anything about thermodynamics.
Okay, sure. That's smart. You're so smart to say something like that.
I mean, you just killed your own
so
ethos is the point. Like, you're clearly not an expert on this, so why would you make the claim?
SMRT.
Sorry, one more time?
Thermodynamics proves nature cannot create its own energy, right?
How does it? No, it doesn't prove that. How does it?
Okay, well, you're
Why
wrong.
would you even say that?
A closed system cannot generate its own origin from scratch.
Also, that's not
not a law of
a
thermodynamics.
proper characterization of our position. We don't think that something came from
You're
nothing.
uneducated, then, buddy.
Yeah, I don't
I have
think
a
that's
PhD in
the
physics.
case.
You can't try to call
Matthew,
me
I have
out
a-
about the 3rd law of thermodynamics, but yet you
Matt,
are
do you think
absolutely
there's a
wrong
reason
right here.
why Dr. Blitz is called Dr. Blitz?
This guy is not a blitz. I'm his blitz.
Do you think there's a reason why his name is Dr. Blitz?
I think he's definitely just using it as, a name to make him sound good. But the fact
No,
is
he's-
that I'm about to demolish.
He's got a PhD
Justin,
in
you don't
physics.
even have to, Justin. Oh, you don't have to ruin it.
Who cares?
Yeah, so this is
I
why
got
I'm
a
called Dr.
PhD
Blitz,
in
just to be clear.
I got a PhD in truth.
I'm sure you do. So
this is why I'm called Dr. Blitz, because my name is Blitz and I have a doctorate. That's why. In physics. mind you.
okay.
The problem
So
that
if I
we're
get
going to
online
have here,
and I show
Matthew,
you my
is
certificates, that makes me important.
no.
It's not a
The problem
certificate,
that
it's
you
called a
have
doctorate.
here is you're trying to frame our viewpoint for us. We don't believe that something came from nothing. So you have to try something else. So the scientific consensus is not that something
if
came
you
from
don't
nothing.
believe,
Justin, you're giving him too much
If
of an
you
easy
don't
out. You're giving him the actual option to have a debate on physics when he doesn't know anything about physics.
Not even close. I bet he doesn't even know the second law. He wants to refer to the second law. I'm sure he doesn't know it.
Well, he doesn't know any of them apparently.
okay, sure.
I mean, you couldn't tell me what the 3rd law is. You misrepresented what the 1st law is, and I imagine you're about to misrepresent what the 2nd law of thermodynamics is. So, do you want to tell me what the
I
2nd
didn't
law of thermodynamics is? You did. The 1st
second
law
law
of
of
thermodynamics has nothing to do with a thing cannot
We're in a
create
state of
itself.
decay. We're in a state of entropy. Exactly what it is.
The law is that
There's
we're
no
in a
such thing
state
as
of
a state.
entropy.
There's no such thing as a
We're
state
in a
of
state of
entropy.
entropy.
Jesus
We are
Christ.
constantly
Rough.
decaying.
Entropy is not a thing that describes the kind of state that you were in. Like you're just confused about what entropy is.
He is.
I know exactly what entropy is. It's the
Okay,
decay.
Can you define for me what entropy? No, entropy is not decay.
Decay.
It's so bad.
That's it. Decay.
Entropy is a number that describes the statistical likelihood of picking a particular state from a randomized bag of possible states that share different. Why are you cutting me off when I'm Matthew? Why are you cutting me off when I'm literally giving you a free education? People would fight for
I was
this,
gonna
and you're just
educate
cutting
you,
me
sir.
off in the middle of that conversation.
I don't need your false education.
Good point,
How could
huh?
you possibly educate them when you don't have an education in physics?
Right?
Because I've been studying it for 25 years.
Oh yeah. Name one physics
Apparently
book you
not.
read.
Apparently poorly.
What's one
I
physics
just
book?
discovered my own discovery with physics.
Name one physics
Oh,
book.
did you? Is it published?
Yeah. I just discovered that helium doesn't escape. They say that helium escapes at a normal rate or whatever, that hydrogen and helium leaks out. But we know that only molecules that reach escape velocity could ever reach escape velocity for helium to go out, which is a small amount. So
Matthew, what
now
shape
that
is
we
the
know
Earth?
the exotheory.
Yeah, I was about to ask, is this guy a fucking flurf?
Yeah, he goes off the deep end pretty bad here.
I knew it. I saw
Yeah.
that coming. Holy shit.
Yeah,
We're in
it
for
sounds
it.
like that. Yeah, I don't know. But
He just starts.
Yeah.
He just starts pulling everything out of his ass left and right. Like he it's already obvious that he doesn't know anything, and he's just trying to pretend like he does. But it gets so much
Yeah,
worse.
at a certain point, he starts grasping at the straws. You
Yeah.
know, it's
It
like,
sounds like he at least
it's-
doesn't believe in the glass dome, or am I going to be disappointed?
I don't know. I don't remember what he says about that. I don't think they stick on the flurf topic for long
no.
because he's gonna get into like the semantics and stuff, and with word he's gonna make up his own words.
Yeah,
fun.
the straws he's grasping onto right now. There are like 4 levels of straws. Trust me.
Yeah, and just while we're paused, thank you very much for having me on. I've got to go now, but thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right.
And nice to meet
Hey,
everyone.
Wildheart.
Very, very
Later,
nice to chat with
Walmart.
you. I hope we chat again. Nice to chat with you.
Yeah. Thank you. Right. Bye-bye.
Now that we know the exosphere has been
He's
pushed
definitely a
past
flat
the moon,
earther.
that the moon is actually in our orbit,
I
that
actually don't
means
think
there's
he
a
is.
thicker line of hydrogen, which is impossible for helium to pass through. So
He's
if
a million
helium's
percent a flat
impossible to
earther.
pass
I don't think he's a flat earther. I think that he's just like really bad at science.
Maybe
You're just,
anti-science?
you engage with what I'm
Yeah.
saying instead of making up attacks. And
Well,
to
the
go
problem
around
with engaging with you, Matthew, is you won't shut up long enough for somebody to
started this
respond to
conversation with a
you.
trap, and
So
you've made statements that
I'll mute you now, Matthew. So the reason why we can't have a conversation with you is because you won't shut up, so that we can add to the conversation. So like when you talk about a topic, at some point you have to pause and let us respond, or when you ask us a question, you could just stop talking so we can answer your question. That's what's happening here. We're more than happy to have a reasonable conversation with you, but you actually have to let the guy talk. Like, you can't ask a question and then just continue to talk over him. And I'm assuming that you didn't hear a fucking word I just said because you're still yapping. Let me unmute you and find out.
So I was talking and I brought up a
So
statement.
did you
and
hear
guys
anything I
pivoted
said?
right away.
You didn't hear
I said
anything.
God created
I
that.
knew that was going to be the case. So you didn't hear anything I said, which is what I was trying to help you understand is we would love to have a conversation with you, but the way conversations work is you have to let us respond sometimes. If you ask Dr. Blitz a question, you have to let Dr. Blitz answer the question. You can't just endlessly talk over somebody because that's not how conversations work, unless you want us to talk over you, which we will.
Okay, I understand. Can I talk now?
Sure.
So every time I talk, I'm interrupted, is all I'm saying. So Blitz can interrupt me in mid-sentence every time. That's just not cool.
He was talking when you interrupted him. You asked him a question. You want to repeat your question and maybe listen to the answer this time?
Yes, I said that God created the entire earth out of nothing, and that science proves that the universe has a definite starting point.
And now, Dr. Blitz, what do you think about those 2 points?
Well, I think the first point is an assertion, and I think that the second point is not scientific consensus. Science does not prove this. But we can talk about the science as long as you're willing to listen to the person of science.
I can rebuttal right now.
Go ahead.
It's rebut,
So,
damn it.
According to science, that
Rebuttal
dead
is a
matter
noun.
cannot create matter. So if you're saying what you believe, you're saying that a lightning bolt hit mud and created life. And so that's
I'm sorry.
a
I thought you were done. My bad. Go ahead.
which is against actual biology of biogenesis. You're going
So
against
did you say?
science.
Oh, he's actually not going to finish. Go ahead.
You're taking a position of science that science doesn't take. So what I'm saying is you're making things up to fit your point of view, of your worldview.
So, did you say that that dead matter can't create matter? Is that what you said?
Yes, dead matter has never created
pause
matter.
it a second, Arby.
That literally you cannot.
Yeah, I know that half the words, but you know what? It just drives. When the fuck did we get to the point where no one knows what the difference between rebutting and a rebuttal is anymore? Like, I thought that was like a easy word that we had like down pat for decades,
Right.
and all of a sudden nobody can fucking use it right. And phenomena, another one. People
Right.
don't. People always use the ENA as a single, but when it's a single phenomenon, it ends with an N.
Right.
I didn't think that we'd lose control of the fucking words when we had it down for like
Oh,
decades.
It's about to get so
It's
much
like-
worse.
I know. I know.
I agree with you though. I totally agree. I didn't notice. And now that you've pointed those out, I'm going to be seeing more of them all over the place.
You're gonna fucking everywhere. You're gonna see them.
Right.
Drives me nuts. So, I think the rebut thing came from the breakdowns of rap videos and rap songs. I'm pretty sure that's where that came from.
Sure.
I didn't
These
know you
rappers
were.
using the shit wrong.
I didn't know you were an English teacher in your prior life, Gretchen.
I am not an English teacher. I'm just, I'm just a linguist. And, maybe in elementary school, sure, I was the fucking spelling bee kid.
And
No,
I
no.
and I was, I have an older sister and a younger sister, and I was that kid,
Didn't your
that
military job have some?
always corrected everybody's grammar and spelling, and
Didn't
I
you have a
mean,
job in the military that had to do with linguistics too?
Yeah.
yeah, I was a translator.
Who had Gretchen was spelling bee champion on their bingo card?
Yeah, it was
What's dead
bad.
matter?
Nature cannot create its own energy. A closed
What's dead
system
matter?
cannot
What is dead
generate
matter?
its own energy.
Matt, we're
What is
trying to
dead
clarify
matter?
your definitions. What's dead matter?
Anything that's not living.
Okay, and so things that are not living cannot create matter.
Wait, pause
Yes.
again, RP.
Cannot create.
Space jets, you are absolutely correct. Grammar correction is a moral ought. Period. End of conservation. And I don't do it out of malice. It's just that I feel like, nobody wants to get caught using shit wrong because they don't want to feel like an idiot, right? Well, all I'm doing is I'm trying to, yeah, that fucking bothers me too. I'm just trying to tell people, like next time, don't use it wrong. Here's how you use it right. And I feel like I'm doing something good, but people never take it that way. They get defensive and hate you for it, like forever.
But
All right,
Gretchen,
go.
are
What?
definitions prescriptive or descriptive?
Depends on the definition.
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you. We're not going to get in that rabbit hole.
Okay. Back in hold on, RP. Back in I don't know when this happened. I think it was back in the 2010s, but people had been misusing the word irregardless so often. Like it was popping up in like news programs, like that the dictionary.com, I don't know when they did this. Like I said, I think it was like 15, 20 years ago, but they
That they accepted it.
Yeah, they reintroduced it as a word.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead. That's what they did. They
Yeah.
called it a word because everybody was misusing it. And if everyone's going to misuse a word, they'll make it a word.
Oh man, back in the fucking 80s, you should have seen the conniption fit that I threw when they put fucking ain't in the dictionary.
Yeah, they did.
I was like, fuck you. This is no.
The definition made no sense. It was like, it's a form of is not. But like there's so many, like people were pointing out all the ways it doesn't fit, and it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, especially since we got in trouble all the way through grade school, and I got in trouble at home if I used it.
Right, for using it, huh?
Like, yeah.
And
it's
then
not a
they
word.
went and put it in the fucking dictionary.
Now it is. Now it's a word.
Now, fucking today, you look up fucking 6'7" in the fucking dictionary, and it's fucking chilling right there.
After I
with
had
all
to
like,
write
the real fucking words.
After I had to write all the
Unfucking
sentences.
believable.
It's funny.
Everyone knows irregardless is a perfectly cromulent word.
Ian uses it a lot.
Simpsons, I got that.
I'm glad.
There's the missing word.
Okay.
Okay.
That helps.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm done.
So I've heard from biologists the opposite.
Maybe.
Okay, well, they were.
Why should I believe you rather than the biologists?
Probably.
Because you should believe in mainstream biology that claims that
Is mainstream the same as consensus?
Life can never start from non-life. That is a biological.
I don't think that that's
basics.
a mainstream biology fact.
That is a basic fundamental of what we're talking about. And so,
sure.
Can you provide me a source?
What scientific
claiming
source?
mainstream. You keep claiming mainstream when I'm bringing you mainstream information.
But we don't
So
think it is
that's what I'm
mainstream.
asking for. I don't think what you're saying is mainstream.
Yeah.
If it was mainstream, you could have
Biogenesis
a mainstream
says that you
source.
cannot create life from non-life. And that
Biogenesis?
you are stating the claim that a lightning bolt
He
or
didn't say that.
some sort of action.
He didn't say a lightning bolt. Matthew,
what
it
is
sounds
then?
like
What created
like you're having an argument with somebody who's not here because you're definitely not addressing anything
Shadow
Dr. Blitz
boxing.
said. It sounds to me like
bright as the
you talk to somebody else, and now you're confused because you think we believe whatever they believed.
No, I'm saying if you're gonna believe in mainstream consensus of science, you would have to track it back to the origins, and the origins is a
Origins of what?
secular humanist that says that a lightning bolt hit
That's-
a puddle of mud and created
That's not
light.
that's
So
not
if you
the
don't
case.
believe that, then you
Which
don't
scientist
believe in
says that?
what you are.
Which science?
So you are saying that
Which
you don't believe in
science
what you're
text?
actually defending.
Like he got
Which
his,
science
he's heard
textbook
about
says
what
that?
atheists believe from Answers in Genesis, and so he's
Please
trying
give
to
us
do
a
it.
source from a scientist
so
or
much
even
information out
an
there.
atheist
Or Kent
who thinks
Hovind.
that a lightning.
Might
Go
have
ahead,
been Kent Hovind. It might have been Kent Hovind. Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I said in the chat earlier today. I was like, it sounds like he learned everything he knows about atheists from Kent Hovind.
Yep. Yep.
Dave, are you in the chat aggressively agreeing with people again? He is. He fucking Nave does that. He will fucking. Oh, I think we're saying the same thing here. I think we actually agree more than we don't. Oh, you know what? I think you're right. You'll see. It drives me fucking bananas. It's what I call aggressive agreement. I forget what the name of the rhetorical device is, but
It's a debate tactic.
Fight more, chat. Fight more.
Yeah.
Stir up that engagement.
Lightning bolt is the source of abiogenesis.
Oh,
That's
don't
what
worry.
I'm waiting for.
Max
As
is
it turns
here.
out, I don't believe that. Bliss doesn't believe that. I don't even know a single person who believes that.
So if you don't believe in abiogenesis, then you have to, by
Not
default,
what he
believe in a
said.
God.
Well, we
Well,
do believe
but-
in abiogenesis. We don't believe that.
And we spend millions of dollars every year studying the
Rebuttal me.
field of abiogenesis. Like abiogenesis is an entire field of study that gets like gobs of funding, or until our current situation. But like this is like a major field of study in science, in biology, is the abiogenesis. In fact, I'm in a Discord with a guy that he's getting ready to graduate with a degree in. Like it's what he's done the entire time. In his,
You mean you got to rebuttal your computer, Tig?
Do what?
She's talking to someone in chat.
I'm
following.
talking to chat.
Continue, Robin.
Yeah, like it's to say that like abiogenesis is that science has said that it's impossible is so asinine, because they're spending all kinds of money trying to figure out how it happened. And
Lee
Chinese
Cronin.
get pissed if you don't accept a gift. Are you fucking Chinese, Dave? Like what the fuck?
I'm not Chinese.
No, not you. I'm talking to Wholesome Nate in the chat.
Oh.
And
He's
it's not
taking the
that-
slimy little.
It's
the
not that they
slimy little
don't get
thing he does.
pissed. It's that it's tradition to accept a gift in order to like retain face. Like it's the whole culture of face in China.
But yeah, abiogenesis, like I was going to say, Lee Cronin, like from what I don't know the field very well. In fact, I didn't know next to nothing about it until Professor Dave in the last couple of years started making it a more prominent feature. I wasn't aware that they knew half the things that they knew. But it sounds like, that the whole field is like really on the verge of like some really big things. It's already made a lot of progress. It's already come a lot in the last 25 years, like a long ways. Like as far as like we pretty much know the answers. We know the target, the protocell. We know we have like so many of the pieces like filled in, and we know what we're probably going to find when we do find the evidence. Like it's
going to be. Yeah, it's going to be hard to know exactly how it happened, but we figured out more than one way that it could have happened, I think.
Exactly. We've demonstrated multiple pathways.
Yeah, but we don't have, like, this would have been a one cell soft, nothing that left us a fossil. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we can't go back and find a fossil of it, and we can't.
I don't think we'll ever find a protocell, like, as a fossil.
I think we've identified, like, 2 or 3 different pathways, like the heat jets or whatever in the ocean.
The thermal vents.
There's You know, and then there's like 3 or 4 pathways that it could have happened, and we pretty much have like found all of and been able to recreate all of the steps of it like once it like sparked and
RNA on clay.
we're not relying on the Miller urine.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Yeah, the Miller experiments. Yeah,
Yeah, we're not relying on that anymore.
There are still some steps that we don't have filled in, is my understanding.
Right, that's true. We don't have the protocell yet.
Yeah, we don't. I think there's some other steps that we don't have. But the problem is we don't have a laboratory that's as big as a planet.
Well, we can't make anything. Yeah, that's a good point.
Well,
And then
why
we can't
not?
make anything nature. Can't make nature do anything in a laboratory that it can't. That you know what I mean. The reason we do things in the lab is to isolate. To make to get rid of the noise, so we get better data on what it is we're trying to get at.
You know what I think might have happened?
Pretend like being in the lab is somehow means
I have
it's
a
not.
theory.
It's made up.
I got a theory on what happened here.
Go ahead.
It's total sidebar. But you know how like when you talk to when you cook your AI and it just ends up being nice to you and telling you a bunch of shit you don't need to know and it's lies to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Wholesome Knave is a cooked AI.
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me.
He's overly aggressively agreeable. He's like sycophantic when he needs to be, and he reads a bunch of Chat GPT shit at you.
Like it's supposed to convince you, like it convinced him.
Yeah.
But at a
Dude,
fundamental,
you're a cooked AI.
but at a fundamental
All right.
level, isn't it true? And I'm not a chemist, but isn't it true that there aren't any actual organic chemicals on the periodic table? That all organic molecules are formed from inorganic elements. So technically, doesn't all life come from non-life at that point?
Definitionally, everything that's on the periodic table is elemental, and definitionally, or you have to have a molecule to be organic. It has to be a carbon-based molecule. So there's definitionally, you're never going to find anything organic on the periodic table.
Exactly. So all life technically comes from non-life at a fundamental level.
But you were talking about like how chemistry gave rise to the first replicating molecules, and then how that in turn gives rise to the first what we would identify as life. That's the bridge we're building.
I think there's at least some chance that there are some steps in the process of getting from a milieu to a human being that we'll never really fully understand. I mean, I'm okay with that.
Hey, John.
Morning all. Wouldn't that be expected? I mean, we're talking about billions of years of concatenated chemical reactions that culminated in us. The notion that we're going to have a complete 100% understanding of the entire process is just an act, and that's an act of hubris, right?
John, do you want to introduce yourself to the panel first, so people know?
Oh yeah, sorry. Hi, morning all. I'm an agnostic. Slightly politically, from a British point of view, I'm slightly right of centre, although that probably makes me a leftist with respect to the US.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Don't talk about Overton window. Gretchen will explode.
Regardless of what Gretchen's opinion is, to say that you're a conservative in the UK is not the same thing as saying that you're a conservative in the US.
Right, I get that.
Correct. Right? Yes, correct. Yeah.
I actually like conservatives in the UK.
At least we replaced our British guy. We had Wildheart. Now we got John.
Yeah.
And John, you have a background in medical systems, right? You like.
So I
am an architect.
No, I actually have two BScs. So the one that I had most utility out of was my architectural technology degree. So I'm a chartered architect. But after I was made redundant from my first architectural job, I started working for a private medical company. And then whilst I was working for the private medical company, I did a degree in radiology.
Yeah. We've talked before on the Mega Bloodbath channel. It's nice to see you again, but we've chatted before. I remember we were chatting about something that was fairly esoteric about AI in radiology.
Yes, yeah, like it was specifically with PET-CT and SUV uptakes and how it because it assesses the raw data. It doesn't have the It's not reliant on human interpretation through like a screen. And there's so many things that can affect the human. It can, like, how good the monitor is, how good the radiographer's eyesight is, whether he had a coffee that morning. You know, like
it's good. My point was
yeah.
just it's good to see you. Yeah, nice to see you. Yeah.
I just want to know: are you kin to John Cohen?
He does sound just like him, doesn't he?
He does. I thought he was. In fact, I was trying to get him to admit that he was John in disguise when I first met him. Then I
Or
realized.
do you live around him?
John Cohen.
So was that
you
directed
sound
at
a
me?
lot like John Cohen, though.
Yes, you and John Cohen sound so much alike.
Yeah, my dad and I sound so much alike. Obviously,
was
we're
so
related,
confused.
but
yeah, but
You
you
do.
and Dad are
You,
kin to each other.
I had to
John
cite.
you've
just-
got the same. You have the same tone, same accent. You sound just like him.
Yeah.
And then when I asked you what
fair
your
enough.
name was, you said John, and I was like, he's got to be fucking pulling my leg. His name is John, and he sounds like John Cohen. Is this John Cohen? And you
Have
just
you
laughed
never
at
watched
me.
him before?
Me?
no. Who we
His
talking
name is
about?
John Cohen. Watch him. It's John Cohen. He's
He's another atheist. He's an atheist streamer.
he sounds
Oh,
like
right.
you and him have the same dialect.
Yeah,
So,
and the
like,
same voice. Like I thought you were
Yeah.
him.
I mean, I don't think I've known enough
RP had to
British
convince
people
me
that I
you
don't
weren't.
think y'all.
You've
all
been
sound
up here.
alike.
You've been up here when people told you sound just like him. So I went and listened to his stream, and I was like, "I'll be goddamned, he does sound like him."
Oh no, fair enough. But I mean,
To be fair, I don't think all British people sound alike. Like you and Simos.
I was about to
RP,
ask.
show him yeah.
Yeah,
No,
you
no,
and
no.
Eugene
It's
don't sound alike.
it's not a matter of all blank
This is
sounding
John
alike.
Cohen, John.
You sound
On
just
screen.
like him.
Okay, I'll have to check out his stream.
Do you see him on screen right now? That's
Yeah,
John
yeah, I
Cohen.
see it.
You might as well play a clip.
Play a little bit so you can hear it.
You got him pulled up. Might as well.
God had wanted to, he could have made the statement God exists and God doesn't
No, we
exist
don't
both
sound
true at the
like
same
at all.
time, which is ludicrous.
Yeah, you do.
But
I mean, your perception is your perception, but
I can hear a difference now that they're playing them side by side.
he's got
Yeah,
a slightly more posh twang than I have. I would
Yeah.
say.
I can hear
Okay,
that.
well, maybe
You
the
gotta pick up
accent's
on-
different, but the voice is the same.
Yeah, like you guys can identify different dialects inside the UK. You can tell
Oh,
where
yeah, of
someone
course,
is
yeah.
coming
Yeah.
from. I
Simon
can
As
was telling us-
Americans,
Simon
as
was telling us the other
Americans,
day
we
that
have
there's
no
like
idea what constitutes a posh twang.
Yeah.
Simos was telling us just yesterday. I think it was Robin and I were talking to the brother, and he said there's something like 40 different dialects within the UK, 30 or 40.
Yeah,
Probably
sounds
more.
about right.
Yeah.
Well, just as an example, my wife, we were born and raised a few miles away from one another. Like we had childhood friends in common. But she spent some time working and living in Birmingham, which is only half an hour
Hello,
away
Blue
from where
Phoenix.
half an hour away from where I live, and she has
Right.
picked up a dialect, like an accent that I can detect in her voice, and it's
Oh.
little stuff like so she'll say,
Hi, Hayden
Um,
Walton. How are you
like
doing?
I say water. I pronounce the T's in words. Like I don't say often. I say often.
Right.
Whereas she goes often, or she doesn't say the TH sound in
How do you
toothbrush.
say water
She
without
says
the T?
toothbrush. Water.
Water. I can't
Water.
even do it.
Water.
And
You
hi,
say
Mac.
with the
Water.
Water.
No, it's water. Like
Water.
replace the T with a D. Water.
Water.
Yeah, water.
Water. Yeah.
I got it.
Water sounds more English.
Water. Yeah, like you like if you
Water.
enunciate, that's the first part.
Do I
of-
sound like I have an accent to it? Do I sound with my Midwest, the way I speak? Do I sound like I have an accent to you?
Yeah, look, I can tell, like I can detect differences in American accents, but I can't necessarily place them with respect to the geography, if that makes sense. I can detect the
Okay.
differences between you, but like knowing where that person comes from. Well, I could probably tell you like if somebody's like got a Boston accent or something, then I could probably do that. But you know, Boston accent's pretty distinct, right? And it's obviously
You know how when you hear people that
Foursquare
speak
in the culture.
exactly the same dialect as you, like you or the same accent as you, you know, if you're in an environment where you're saturated and that everyone you talk to sounds almost identical to you, but everyone outside of that bubble you could easily say like that that sounds different. That's an accent to me. That's what I'm asking from your perspective. Do you hear it when you hear do all American accents sound like accents to you, or?
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by do they all sound like accents? Like, obviously, everybody has an accent. The only reason that a person wouldn't
I don't know.
determine
Maybe
that
I'm
a
just
person has an
confused.
accent. Well, what I mean is that, like anybody who is like a Midlander to me, it doesn't. I don't notice the accents because that's just how we all speak. But if I was to go like further north or further south, and you'd start picking up a different regional dialect, would I notice it? Yes. Would they notice the fact that I'm speaking differently? Of course they would. Are we?
Sure.
Do we understand one another? Yes. Do we make judgments about it? Kind of sometimes. The thing for me with in the States, something I have noticed is that there are some of your accents that seem to be more nasally, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Like me?
Yeah, actually, a little bit, Robin. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like why that is the case. Like, I mean, I don't know why any of the accents really exist. I mean, it's just something that's
Yeah,
it's
it's
pure
always
culture, you know.
Is it the accent that's nasally or just the voice?
But the thing that I mean is, it only seems to be something that Americans do. Like, it doesn't even seem to be a feature of like Canadian accents, you know. I don't know why. I'm not making a value judgment about it. It's just an observation, you know. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I've always wondered what I sound like to other people, like with English speakers.
You sound don't take this the wrong way, but you sound like average American, if that makes sense.
That's what my accent is what they actually
but
typically
smarter.
will go for with like if you're going to be a newscaster, this is the type of accent they prefer. So that's why all newscasters kind of sound the same. They go for this Midwestern they call it like a lack of accent.
Something
Yeah,
something
that, that was California.
How do you pronounce coupon?
Coupon.
Who are you
Okay.
asking, RP?
You.
Coupon?
Yeah. You say coupon. You don't say coupon.
Coupon.
No, I don't.
Coupon. Well,
I like everyone I was surrounded by in Iowa would say coupon. They'd also say milk instead of milk.
Milk?
Milk with an E.
I've never heard that. That's weird.
Must be a central Iowa thing.
Well, I hear it when I go up north into Minnesota. Like I start picking up a lot of.
Oh, Minnesota! Oh,
Yeah,
don't you know?
Don't you know?
That's borderline Canadian, yeah.
Well, yeah, they're the border state with Canada, so that makes a ton
lot
of sense.
My sister's from Iowa, and she now lives in Minneapolis, and she's picked it up a little bit. And I don't think she notices it, but I hear it. In her voice.
Accents will change based on like where you're living. Like I was definitely like starting to get a southern twang when I was living in Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like when you're surrounded by people with that accent, you start to adopt it.
In fact, my boss.
Oh yeah, when I was in the army, I picked up the military accent.
Right.
Because the military has an accent all their own because
I've heard that.
It's a conglomeration of all the accents in the country and
like a melting pot,
and also the new language you learn when you go in there. So
in the military, did you find that you adopted a particular way of speaking over like, for example, over like radios and things? So we after I was made redundant from my first architectural job, it was 2011. And it was immediately after the major financial crisis, so there was nobody hiring architects in the UK. And as a relatively newly qualified architect, I was like double fucked because I had next to no experience relative to other people in the field. So I did a 2-year fixed term contract with the fire service, the Warwickshire Fire Service. And the radios we were using were something called airwave radios, and the signal on these radios was not amazing. So you'd have to really, in order to be understood, everything was done like so. like the station closest to me, Leamington Station, was number 29, and then they had 2 pumps, and the pumps were called Papa 1 and Papa 2. So you'd be like 29 Papa 1, receiving, over. And but it was you'd repeat everything in an ordered way so that people would know even if the message broke up. And it ended up being like I sort of like incorporated it as part of my speech in a weird way, you know. I don't know if you noticed
Yeah,
that.
there's a whole like language to
Yeah.
use on the radios in the military. So
My boss, one thing I've always wondered is like, my boss is from Sudan originally, and he's a native Arabic speaker. And he first moved to the United States in 2001. He didn't speak English at all. In fact, it was like when the Sudanese war broke out, the civil war, and he basically had to flee the country. He wasn't planning on coming here. He didn't know his life was going to mostly be lived in the United States. And when he got here, he immediately knew he needed to learn English right away, and he immediately started taking classes. But he said he quit taking the classes almost immediately because he actually learned to speak the language just from being saturated in it. He got a job as like an Uber driver, and
Yeah.
he said just from talking to people and having to get places and having to like he learned enough English to read the language, and then in order to get that job,
Well,
and then he learned the language from interacting with people. But what I wanted to know, go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just saying, I'm fairly convinced that people don't really know what they're capable of until necessity kicks in. People think, oh, I could never learn another language. But if somebody just picked you up and dumped you in another country, you could be a complete and total midwit, but you would pick up the other language, just by
I don't know. It depends.
He said watch the news a lot. He said if you watch the
my
news,
ex-son-in-law, his mother's been here for 35 years, still barely speaks English.
Well, it depends. It depends if it's a necessity, though. So,
But then, it isn't really, because I mean, she's lived in LA for the last 35 years, and
yeah, but like if you were to
there's-
take like if you were to
there's
take like
plenty of Spanish speakers around for her to talk to. So,
well, exactly, and the thing is, like, if you were to take, like, for example, a Pakistani grandmother and drop her in Birmingham, then there would be no need whatsoever for her to learn English. She'd be quite happy in Urdu, because there are so many people who speak that language that it's like a subculture that exists. So there's no need for it. Even some of the road signs are in like foreign languages now, which is almost unheard of in the UK. But if you were to drop, like, for example, the example of the Somalian or like a Spanish person who doesn't speak any English into the UK, they'd have to learn it and pretty fucking quick, because like the English are Luddites when it comes to foreign languages. We're terrible because musket beats spear, bitches. So everybody speaks fucking English. We've not had to. It became the diplomatic language of the world because the old English Empire used to own all of it. So we're quite. It's terrible. Like I'm very insistent that my kids learn foreign languages. Like in the same way as my dad was with me. I took German lessons and Spanish lessons. My Spanish is barely better than holiday. My German is a little bit better. But I am, this kind of easy nature with which that Brits they just go on holiday to other countries, and their response to meeting somebody with a foreign language that they don't understand is just to speak louder and slower, as opposed to get out a phrase book or use like some translation app or something.
Right.
I don't get it. It's like the height of arrogance.
What I was wondering though with my boss was, I was going to say, like, why do every people, like, if he's an Arabic speaker, he learns English, he develops an accent. Why does he sound the same as every other person who's Arabic who learns? Like, why do the accents seem to all align? You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, it's probably got a lot to do with how different. So, for example, in the same way as like a Mexican learning English, has like you can always tell it's not their first language, and you can always probably tell
Right.
that
It helps with enunciation. It helps with proper
Yeah.
enunciation, actually.
But like, and I know it's a really blunt instrument, but the example of like the TH sound, you know, like the Z in Spanish, in some areas of Spanish, of the Spanish speaking world, the Z isn't a Z sound or a Z sound, it's a TH
And
sound. So
a lot of it,
Castellano.
a lot of it has to do with certain sounds like just not being part of someone else's language.
Oh,
For
that's a
like
good
for
point.
whatever reason, like you can hear somebody that there. I mean, how many actors, and actresses are Dutch or Swedish or whatever, and they grew up speaking this shit, and they get parts as Americans in movies, and they fucking nail it. But you know, then you've got someone from Mexico who's been growing up in LA for the last 30 years, and their accent is so thick, like Salma Hayek and Penelope Cruz, and for some reason Spanish speakers just can't lose that accent.
Well,
Yeah,
I
You know what I
think
mean?
it is odd. I'm just because I'm gonna have to go and get my kids breakfast in a minute. But the reason that I joined was because you guys were talking about abiogenesis and
Yeah, we did get pretty far off field.
how the theists criticize these areas of like science and knowledge, and it always frustrated me, like the criticisms that they level against these scientific fields where we don't necessarily have all the answers yet, and again, like I said, it would be the height of hubris to ever expect that you're going to get all the answers. But the feeling that I get is that the way that the theist looks at, or the young, to say theist is probably disingenuous. The way that the young Earth creationist, or a creationist of any stripe, to be honest, criticizes these fields is they think that they look at it from like an Acme cartoon point of view, like what this guy said about like the bolt of lightning striking a muddy puddle is fucking nuts, right?
Yeah.
Like if he thinks that that's actually what scientists think, he's a fucking moron.
Right.
And he can't possibly actually think that's the case if he's looked at any information
He
whatsoever.
learned
in
about
any
atheism
kind of
from either
detail.
Kent Hovind or Answers in Genesis.
Yeah, this is a perfectly ignorant person with respect to this
Hey,
field of study.
Eugene.
And
Yeah,
obviously, hey, EJ, and obviously, like people say, oh yeah, but we have no examples of this in nature. Well, we've existed for our species has existed for maybe a couple of 100,000 years,
Right.
and our ability to interrogate the universe in which we exist in a meaningful way has really existed for probably a couple of 100 years at most. No, actually, probably that's not fair. Call it 600 or 700 years at most. And our ability to study things like abiogenesis really has only existed for the last
Yeah.
100 years or so.
We've only learned most of what we know about it in the last 25 years.
Yeah, but the point is that lab experimentation is this in principle actually possible? Let's create an idealized experiment and see if it's possible in principle. Any conditions that exist within a laboratory, if you're studying the natural world, should in principle have a possibility of existing out in the natural world, absent all of those controls. And given that we're dealing with such a huge amount of time in such a vast amount of space, is it possible that these conditions could have been? Are we replicating conditions that could have naturally existed? Well, clearly that's true, right? All we're trying to do is we're trying to let's look at this part of the process, this part of the process, this part of the process, this part of the process. Can we replicate each individual part? And then we're going to see, is there a natural environment in which these things could have happened in the order that is required? And we seem at the moment to have been able to replicate each individual stage for the most part. And now we're at the bit of going, well, how do we make these things fit together in the natural world? Where and how could it have happened? Initially,
That's my understanding too.
Yeah, initially it could have happened in like a clay substrate. There's obviously the hypothesis that it could have been around like deep sea vents. You'd have had, the energetic chemical reactions required could have happened around there. But clearly we're here, and I'm going to put a lot more trust in the people that are objectively trying to unpick the chemical process that led to us, as opposed to just turning
Hey,
the
welcome
Bibble
back, Carnivorous.
turning the Bibble to page 47, which doesn't really seem that satisfying to me, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, and if you are going to do that, you better come. That's an extraordinary claim. So you making those can make that A connect to that 3. That's going to be some really interesting evidence. I want to see that.
Oh yeah, and then look, that's not to say that people who are holding the scientific community to account don't want the high degree of confidence. But have you ever noticed that a theist will just go, "My book says," and they will just assert a high degree of confidence because they'll
I
just
think that's what
assert
they
it.
are, just assertion machines.
Yeah.
Well, wait a second. I tend to have like a proclivity towards theism. I don't consider my argumentation to be purely assertional. So
Not all
I think
theists.
we have to
There
parse
are some
out.
really good ones that I don't know how to answer.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
No, I think we have to part. I mean, because I feel like we are now sort of slipping into what the guest on the show is doing, of like portraying the other side with a really tenuous straw man sort of.
Well,
we're talking about like the average, the
Yeah.
general, the most people, like where the bulk is. Like,
Well,
I
if you're
think-
talking
I think-
about the average, that's obviously probably correct. But
Yeah.
Again, I think if you talk about the average anyone, you're talking about a pretty lowest common denominator in most situations.
not necessarily with atheists. Like we like there. I don't know. It's. I don't know how to.
Well,
Go ahead, John. What were you going to say?
Well, the only thing I was like, obviously, Tao. Yeah, I agree. That, the conversations that you and I have had, I do. There are different types of like, in the same way as there are, like in the UK, you have atheists who are atheistic or agnostic because they've never really considered the proposition. They just assume that there is no deity. And in the same way as theists who have just been brought up in a culture of like, no, God exists, etc. You're clearly, Tao, you're clearly not one of those people.
Right.
You have a measured.
I wish more
and a
theists. I wish
reasonable
all
position.
theists were more like you.
Yeah, like to be quite frank, in the same way as like Issa over I have a like Issa over in on Yerba Mate on Max's channel. He's a Muslim, but he's also a mysticist.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
He's a great guy. I love Issa to bits. And if we had 6 million Issas in the UK, then we wouldn't have any cultural problems whatsoever.
Right.
Exactly.
They're like, all of these things are not like the other. They're subject to gradation, and atheists and theists, and we're no different.
I want to plant another flag real quick. I would like to say also that when it's the flip side, when it's atheists calling into Christian shows, it's not an even 1-to-1. Yeah, you can find examples where everybody does the same shit, but by and large, atheists aren't calling in to the Christian channels and just dropping assertion after assertion after assertion, or just overloading their chats with God isn't real, God isn't real, God isn't real, and spamming like.
Oh, I don't know.
That
I mean,
seems to
that
be
has
like
been- that has been-
pretty much a theistic thing to
I've
do.
had a lot of experiences like that. I've had a lot of people who are very. I mean, look, I think there's closed-minded people on both sides of the debate, but I've certainly had experience.
I'm not denying that.
I've certainly had people like go in my comments and say spammy type things. Now, I guess the person who spammed.
Can I ask Tal? What's the you think something came from nothing, which is the theist argument? What's the equivalent atheist like?
You just believe in a magical sky daddy. This is all cope. You were never an atheist. I don't believe in magic. You do, so we're not in the same category. You believe in the supernatural. I don't. Like though it's any sort of friend. Now the people who
Are you when I used to be an atheist?
Am I what?
Are you when I used to be an atheist?
I'm so sorry. One more time.
Are you and I used to be an atheist?
I used to be an atheist. I'm now
Oh, Christian,
theologically
don't make me play
non-committed.
it.
Hmm?
When we test that, though, is your
Don't
atheism
make me
going to look
play
like
it.
our atheism now?
Here's
You
what
don't
I
have to
do.
play
Here's
it.
what I do when somebody tells me I used to be an atheist.
Do you
What
need
was
me to
your
play
what
it?
was your go-to argument against God?
You don't
Yeah,
have
I
to.
mean, so I
We're
just want
good.
to say that this argument does get foisted on both sides of the debate as well, right? Like there are Christians who became atheists, and then atheists will say, "Well, you were never really a Christian, right? I was religious, and I went towards
No,
atheism."
atheists wouldn't say that. Christians that are still Christians would say that.
No,
They'd
no, no.
use
Oh,
it.
oh, maybe I misspoke. My point is that
Okay.
there, if you're many of you who used to be Christian who are now atheists have probably been confronted by Christians and said,
Oh yeah.
you were never a real Christian, right?
No, we never really
Right.
are
Yeah.
Christians.
Similarly, though, on my channel, I have a lot of atheists who come on my channel who say, you were never a real atheist.
Well, I
that's fair.
I feel the need to ask the question, like
I
with
could see
respect
that.
to.
But it happens a lot. That's a really common thing that happens from our perspective. We
In
see a
fact,
lot of
it
fear.
happens so often. I wrote a fucking song about it.
But
Yeah.
Tao, with like you never used to be a real atheist. With respect to, you kind of need to lay down the law on what you're, and that's not to be prescriptive, but the way I use the word atheist is it is a belief that gods do not exist. It's not a lack of belief. It's a belief that gods do not exist, whereas an agnostic is just not convinced by the proposition. So
No,
the position that I hold
I don't
is.
grant that definition.
Oh, you don't have to.
Well,
I mean,
there's a spectrum of definitions in the scholarly literature. There's closed
There is,
atheism
yeah.
and there's sort of open atheism. So there was a big study that was, I'm forgetting the author's name.
I'm more of an atheist.
well,
atheism, yeah, that's another.
not having the not like the conception of a god being so alien to humanity that it's not possible for us to understand it, or just never have been hearing the proposition. Obviously, with
that one,
even atheists have like this like according to Graham Oppie, there's two slightly different positions there with respect to atheism.
Graham Oppie was on Pangburn tonight too, John. Are
Was
you
he?
a fan of him?
Yeah, I like Oppie. He's good.
We
Can
had
I
him
just
on as a
can I just
guest
say
tonight.
one thing for being somebody who's like really in like probably the 1% where I've never been a religious person, so I can't personally relate to either side of the equation. I don't have a deconstruction story, but what I do see is being
You're a
rather
gold
inconsistent.
star atheist.
I was never a religious
Gold
person.
star, that's so funny. The gold star atheist. But one thing I do see as a bit of an inconsistency is that there's too much policing, in my opinion, on identity. I feel like identity is a sacred personal journey that every individual is owed. And I don't think anybody, frankly, has any business telling anybody who the true Christian is, who the atheist is, who the man or the woman is, or anything else for that matter. I feel like identity is a personal journey that just needs to be respected. And we can look at the arguments and judge the arguments. But I just feel like it's, I don't know. I just don't feel like that sword is swinging both ways depending on which community you're talking about or whatever.
No,
I feel like
and-
it's a little bit poisoning the well.
And in fairness, I'm not when I say like this word means this or that word means this. I'm not trying to. When I say that, I'm saying that's how I use the word. So it is with respect to clarity of understanding. I'm not trying to dictate what somebody is or isn't a real thing. So, for example, when I say I think atheist means this and agnostic means this, I'm just putting out what my meaning, my usage of those words is purely for clarification. I don't actually really care how somebody uses the word. They can lay out their meaning. Like if somebody tells me that when they say they're an atheist, they mean that they just have a lack of belief. That's fine. They
Pablo,
can use
look in
that
the
word.
chat.
They can use that word that way with perfect utility. But as long as I understand what they mean when they use that word, that's fine. The conversation can move forward. The problem
And I
is
think
that
that's
if you
the point
don't-
of communication is to come to an understanding
Yeah.
of terms, not to dictate what terms. There's no delineation of terms. I
Yeah,
guess
yeah.
for personal experience, like so, I identify as an agnostic. Now, I would say it's fair for people to call me a hard atheist, depending on what the claim is going to be. You know what I mean? But I define myself as an agnostic. But I've got a Muslim lady who I've had a lot of conversations with. We have a lot of fundamental disagreements. I've always been respectful to her, just like anybody else. And she has decided to start referring to me as a militant atheist because she doesn't like the fact that and that's fine.
Yeah.
She can call me whatever the fuck she wants. But you know what I mean? At the end of the day, who's right? Am I an agnostic or is she right? Am I a militant atheist? You know what I mean?
I completely get you, because with respect to, once you start loading dogma onto a theistic position, so with respect to the Christian God, I probably am an atheist in the hard sense. I don't believe that God could possibly exist because it's loaded with internal contradictions, right? But from the deistic position, I'm definitely an agnostic, because the deistic position is so absent of dogma that it's you can't really meaningfully interrogate it.
unfalsifiable.
Yeah, it's non-falsifiable. So I have to be agnostic, right?
I call myself a Gnostic atheist. I actually don't think that certainty is required for knowledge, because I don't believe in certainty anyway. So I think that knowledge is based on a high degree of confidence. And so I think I have a high degree of confidence that no gods exist. Just the same as like you would say that you know that Santa Claus does not exist. That's the same way that I know that gods don't exist. So I consider myself a Gnostic atheist. Yes.
Yeah, and with respect to the notion that if we're talking about purely doxastic states, so as soon as you start introducing the notion of knowledge with respect to a belief in, for example, a deity, then obviously things start getting messy. But with respect to just the doxastic, just the belief states, then actually atheist, agnostic, and theist are very different things, and they are relatively easy to define. As soon as you start introducing knowledge claims, then that's how you end up when you get like the notion of agnostic atheist being dumped together, because somebody will say they don't believe in the existence of a god, but the reason that they don't believe in the existence of God is because they don't believe that they can have knowledge of a god. But those are still all like belief claims as well, because at the end of the day, knowledge is a subset of belief. So from a semiotic point of view, this can get quite messy. But just when we're having these conversations, like just so that we can successfully understand one another, there's no need to get bogged down in those technicalities. If that makes sense.
And that's why definitions and intent is important. If we want to have respectful dialogue and try to understand each other's position and hopefully have them understand our positions, we need to come to an agreement on terms. Because one of the courses I took when I was attending seminary is the origins of atheism and agnosticism. And granted, that's through a particular lens of the Bible college that I was attending. But agnosticism back in ancient Greece actually covered belief and knowledge. Agnosticism, agnosis, without knowledge, was used to define a group of people that A, held neither belief nor disbelief, and B, felt it was impossible to know. So that's the agnostic position that I hold. I neither believe nor disbelieve, because I think it's impossible to know. But that, again, applies to a particular definition of what we're talking about with God. Are we talking about Aristotle's unmoved mover? You know what I mean? Or are we talking about like something like Yahweh or Jesus, where I know definitively how the history of the religion came about? I know enough about the history. I know enough about the theology and about the area of Mesopotamia and where all these things come together. So I can say, no, that God, I feel very confident saying, does not exist. However, the gnosis of or belief of Aristotle's unmoved mover, that's a different question in my opinion.
But impossible is a certainty claim. Like you're making a certainty claim, and I don't think that we can make certainty claims about
when it's unfalsifiable,
way.
it becomes impossible to know.
But it doesn't mean impossible to know. It's just that you will never actually know if you're correct or not. But you might know.
Isn't that what impossible to know means, though? If you'll never know,
I see impossible. I see that as a certainty claim, that you are making a certainty claim. Like, you know what I mean? Just the same as someone that says that they absolutely are certain of this. You know what I mean? You are certain. That
like when you say something like it's impossible to know, the claim that you're actually making is that there is in principle no methodology that would allow you to access that knowledge, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know, but you don't know that.
I think it's important.
When it comes to possibility and
can I get in here really quick?
Yeah.
I think it's important to identify the scope in which we're talking. Are we talking physical impossibility, metaphysical impossibility, or logical impossibility?
Yeah, because I do think that there are some things that you can be certain about. For example, 2 + 2 = 4, given the axioms of mathematics and the certainty, right?
I just don't think we can have any access to certainty. I think fallibilism is like something like you just have to be fallibilist about things. And like you can have knowledge, you know what I mean, without
Well,
certainty.
anything that is inductive or requires like human induction, i.e., the presupposition that today was relatively similar to yesterday and tomorrow is going to be relatively similar today. You know, this predictive basis upon which we navigate the world in which we live.
Yeah, the concept of universality.
But it does not allow for certainty. Certainty only exists in certain paradigms, things like some fields of logic or mathematics, for
things
example.
that are mathematically complete.
RP brings up a really good point, because we can visualize a diagram with 3 circles. You know, the smallest, the biggest, and then there's another third circle that's outside of.
I'll pull it up.
Oh, thank you, RP. But yeah, visual might help here, because you have the empirical knowledge, then you are empirical
Oh,
possibility.
Kurt, you won't play the fucking song, but you'll pull up a goddamn circle.
I don't know, but I think certainty,
I
logic
do have,
is dogma.
then we have logical
I'm just-
possibility.
I'm
or
just
metaphysical
saying,
possibility,
by the
then we
way,
have logical
RP.
possibility. So as long as we don't include a logical contradiction, we can look at like ontological modal type of arguments, right? Like what is logically possible? Anything that doesn't contain a contradiction can be logically possible. Does that mean we think that that there's a pink unicorn farting rainbow somewhere? No, but it technically is logically possible, right? So possibility takes us.
So
I don't know.
Your
I think we
concept.
should be talking
Thank you,
about
right there.
probability, not possibility. And I would be willing to bet anything that nobody on Fire's keys are still locked in his truck.
Break a window.
That's my debate partner. He better be able to get into his truck here, because we got a show on the 8th here. I'm looking forward to, by the way, for anybody, if I could shamelessly plug that on the Tomatoes channel. I hope you guys are all going to be there to support us, because that's going to be a really good debate. And I have a feeling that abortion is going to be one of the primary topics that our opponents lean on. It's can you have morality without God? And our
When is it?
It's on the 8th on Sarah's channel, Raging Tomato.
Why
would
would abortion feature in Can You Have Morality Without God
Because,
debate?
well, first of all, because a lot of times that comes up in a debate on morality when you're debating Christians. And the other reason is Sarah accidentally in the Discord said that the prompt for the debate was going to be, is abortion immoral? And everybody saw that prompt. And so I have a feeling if they weren't already going to hammer down on that topic, they're going to focus on it now. But I clarified with Sarah tonight that she's like, I accidentally put that was supposed to be a different debate. She plugged that into ours. So either way, like I said, I told her, I says, it's no big deal, because I expect a debate on morality with Christians to involve the topic of abortion. So I was already prepared to cover that topic. But yeah, I do expect trans issues are going to come up. Abortion's going to come up. You know, the typical topic and talking point from religious
Just
people.
like they know slavery is going to come up.
But with respect to morality, I wouldn't want to touch like the trans debate or abortion.
Those are going to be.
I can get all over abortion. Do dead babies go to heaven?
Yeah, I'm gonna be. I'm solid on my arguments for both positions, because, and I think that nobody on Fire, he and I are gonna, I think, be a really strong team in this debate, because I think we both come from the same position of true moral facts, and so we can look at humanism, we can look at logic and reasoning and consistency.
You just have to make sure that you like tie nobody's shoes together so he doesn't run.
Oh,
oh, come on! Why are you beating a brother up like this, Gretchen? What happened here?
I think UG paid her to say that.
Is it? Yeah, I was gonna say, is it because UG is not here that Gretchen, you like have to like throw shade on the brother? Like
he's here. UG's here.
He was here.
He's in the chat.
UG's gonna love to hear that I just paid $175.
Oh, nobody! You're
to have
here
my
right now.
truck unlocked.
Running.
Look, UG can tell you right now. He's running.
$175 to get your
but I'm glad to see you can defend yourself.
Yeah, it was $150. They got there in 15 minutes though, so I tipped the guy like $25.
That's good service. Though.
Yeah, it's really fast. I was like, thank you so much, dude. I'm such a fucking idiot.
Well, I didn't have my I had my van broken into, and the assholes broke the barrel on the lock, and I never had the lock replaced because the battery in the remote, the push button on the central locking was absolutely fine, and then the battery on my fucking keys ran out, so I couldn't get in my van. And I've got, because I couldn't put the key in to do it manually either. And they took about an hour and a half to turn up, and I thought that was good service. So 15 minutes is a fucking whippy turnaround. That's good. You know?
Yeah, it was like 15 minutes on the dot too. I was really impressed. I was like sitting
Nobody,
there in my
I
truck
was saying,
bed.
I'm glad you're here. I do think that you and I are going to perform well in that debate, and I don't mean to sound arrogant. I
Yes.
just feel very confident that you and I are well equipped to do a debate on morality without God. I'm really looking forward to that.
Me too.
Well, I'm really gonna press the debate topic because when you ask
Before you do, I am gonna have to drop because I do have to get my kids to school. Otherwise, I'll get in trouble. So
Good to see you, John. I really wanted to get more words in, but good to see you, John. I hope we talk again. You're welcome to like pop over to my channel sometime. I'd love to.
Last time we spoke, I did mean to drop in. I've actually made a note this time. So
I would love at some point to like show you my I was a British butler in a movie. It was a cartoon, but I really want to do my British accent for you, dovetailing off what we were talking about earlier. Down the road.
Tavo, you're welcome to do it now.
I do need a script. I could probably do Robin's accent somewhat well.
Try it. Do it.
Well, so I was this is the main character that I do. That's the character that I've done in most of the movie. Yeah.
With respect,
I've been in several cartoons. I've been in about 5 or 6 different movies now.
I love it.
Amazing, bro. You nailed that.
Next time we debate, I'll do it in accent. I'll do it in character.
In fairness, I'm surprised I'm still allowed on the internet because I was on Missing Mods channel the other day and I did a terribly stereotyped Japanese accent. And
no, don't do that here.
No, I won't. I won't
kick
do
you
it
off.
here. Like, I know Mod is okay with stuff like that, but it wasn't just random. It was with respect to a point that I was trying to make. But yeah, accents, like some people are really good at accents, and whether they get away with them or
John,
not.
before you cut out of here, I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you have
some people are really
I did a video on my channel from Tacos, and you and I were engaged in a informal debate with an apologist about morality in the Bible. I don't know if that's when I actually met you. And I usually tag people when I do the videos, and Taco gave me permission to use the content, but I didn't tag you because I didn't know what's your.
I don't have a channel.
You should have asked me, OE. I could have told you this.
I don't have a channel. I enjoy talking to people about these kind of things, which is why I drop onto these panels and have these chats.
Do you want to be do you want to be tagged in the video anyway, just as a participant, since you were part of the content?
By all means, like feel free. It's not.
And what name do I use?
Well, I mean, everybody calls me John, but my YouTube handle is Dad Knows Best. So.
Dad Knows Best. Yeah.
Dad Knows Best. Okay, I got you, brother. I'll put that in there.
Bye, John.
Cool. Right, I'll catch up with you shortly. I may well be back in about half an hour once I've got these kids to school. It depends what my day is going to look like, but I'll see you shortly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What?
GG's.
Are you fighting me on this, Harpy?
Am I what?
Are you fighting me on this?
She wants to hear that song.
Oh, yeah.
No,
okay.
I don't.
No,
I don't want to hear the song. I don't want to
Oh.
hear the song.
Oh, okay. What am I
I'm trying to
fighting you
make
on?
myself. I'm trying to make myself big, and it's not working.
Make myself big.
He makes himself big.
Actually, that didn't work.
They made themselves big, not you.
No.
Harpy's is like, oh, big, I got this.
Here, I think I have to like drag you to the top, maybe. Drag myself down.
Is that it?
Well, if you're on StreamYard, there's the left box icon in the top of her picture.
There we go.
There we go.
There you go.
You're big now, girl.
Jams. What happened to my fucking camera? Anyway, that was for Jams.
All right, worth it.
It may not have been worth it to you guys, but it was worth it for me. So, totally.
You guys should remember how to do that. So next time you guys play one of those kick-ass songs you guys have, watching Gretchen rock out is so fucking cool. Like she's banging her head and giving the devil horns and stuff like that, and lip syncing to the music. I love seeing that.
Especially when they say a Christo-fascist nightmare.
Yes, yes.
But I'm right there
Yeah,
with
that
her too.
that part gets the double birds right in
Yep.
the camera.
Yep, that she gives both
Yeah.
fingers.
I'm glad you're here though, Tavo. I've watched you talk with. I think maybe I've spoken to you before, but I've watched
All
you.
right, James. That's all the
a lot of.
validation I need.
I've watched you have a lot of great conversations with Kurt, particularly.
Dr. Kurt is a great person to talk to. He's written about 70,000 words about my videos.
Oh my gosh.
He's essentially written the equivalent of a small textbook on my CTF argument.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
I always like chatting with him. I think our debate that we had was pretty even in the end, but I think I'm actually quite confident that he was specifically pulling his punches. I think he could have nailed me in any debate, and I think in our last conversation he was purposefully trying to go into a different, more conversational mode. But
I didn't know you debated Kurt.
What's that?
I didn't know you debated Kurt. When was that?
Yeah, I saw the debate, and I'll tell you, Tavo, I actually put
Not
in
too
a bit
long
of money
ago.
to get the time extended.
Oh,
and
okay.
Nobody else was, and I was really disappointed. I thought about throwing just $100 into it, but the way that Taco was doing it, it wasn't like how much money you were giving. It was like how many times you were giving, and it was like, come on, this is getting kind of ridiculous. But I did pay twice to get the time extended, because I felt like you guys never got a chance to really get into the meat of it. And there was too much just open back and forth without structure. I would have liked to see an actual structured like cross-examination point. I think that would have been much more productive for that debate, like specific openings, rebuttals, cross-examinations, then maybe an open back and forth, and then closings would have been, I think, the perfect format for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think like I do well in formats where there's a timed opening statement and then there are timed rebuttals. And I was under the assumption that there were no timed statements, and I specifically didn't want to engage with CTF because it takes too long to explain the core of the idea. But
It's hard to do well against Kurt in any format.
Yeah.
True. I mean, he's a really good debater. He could debate me on flat Earth theory, and I'd have to admit that the Earth is flat. He's that good.
And then my question. I was the first guest. My question was about your theory thing. So,
I thought his argument was fairly tenuous, which his argument in that and most of his arguments are really good, but I think he was tossing out an argument that he didn't feel as strongly about. His argument was it was essentially that even if you agree that God is there and God is omniscient,
Hey,
God
Joker.
cannot be omni-attentional. And in the sense of like God not being omni-attentional means that the Christian God can't exist. So I thought that was a fairly tenuous argument, because I think it draws a distinction based on biological brains that is hard to translate to a brain outside of the system. And then he put out an article on me recently where he talked about how you can reason about things that are inside the universe, that are inside the system, but you can't reason about things that are outside of the system. So I think when I pointed that out, that was a real structural weakness in the argument that he was making. Having said that, I think he's a really good debater. I think he probably still won the debate, but I think he was arguing on a premise that is not his favorite thing to argue about, that he was trying out. And I think he was specifically pulling his punches, but it was a nice conversation. I like Dr. Kurt a lot. He's written a lot of articles about me. So
I don't think you could come up with a winner in that debate. There was way too much left on the table, with too much meta too, as far as I'm concerned.
That's also true. Yeah.
So was
I liked it.
like,
I had a really good time, at least. So it was nice conversation.
Was it kind of like you can't infer, because you're bringing up like God's mind? Was it almost essentially like you can't infer what this immaterial mind might have like dispositions to perform based on what material minds do, or something like that?
Well, I was making the point. So here's what that was the first part of his argument. And then it shifted a little bit where he's like, even if you argue that God can be omniscient and omni-attentional, that requires multitasking, and that requires a multipartite brain, and that therefore violates divine simplicity. So I tried to not go down that road, because I don't really have any strong beliefs about divine simplicity. So that's where we could have probably expanded. But I think still that my argument stands, that you're reasoning about the mechanistics of a brain that is outside of our universe, which you can't reason about. If God can be omniscient, why can't God be omni-attentional? And I felt like he never really mitigated that much. But again, I think he was arguing on not his favorite argument, and I think he he was pulling his punches a little bit and trying excessively to be more polite to me because we have a nice rapport. I sent him a follow-up email after that just saying, that was a really wonderful conversation. I had a great time in the conversation. And he's proven me wrong more soundly, and I felt like that exchange was at least more even than our previous exchanges. But he was, I liked the conversation a lot, and I don't. I'll talk to him again anytime.
Yeah, Kurt is goated for sure.
For sure, yeah, he's a massive talent. There's a degree to which I cannot debate with the skill set that he debates at. In other words, his rhetorical and debate skills are so honed that I think it just is sort of uneven going into it. But having said that, I've learned some stuff about his style that I think is maybe helpful. But but I mean, he argues with people like Andrew Wilson and like people who are like really, really generational talents as far as their debate skills, even though I don't agree with their belief systems. So,
did you really just call Andrew Wilson a generational talent?
I don't think.
Yeah, well,
it
can be it can be
purely
talent it can be talent in sophistry. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think he's a massive talent as a debater.
No,
I don't.
He's rhetorical, like not
same.
As a rhetorician.
I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit, but it's okay. I swallowed it.
Yeah, he's very dishonest, and he's bad faith, and he dodges, and he goes to just rhetorical. Like when he gets in if you get him pinned up, like he goes into this rhetoric that just like he knows how to play his audience.
I'll have to show you guys this clip of me talking to him. It's pretty funny.
Oh, I would be very curious to see that. Yeah.
Did you get a clip of that? The snooze night? Oh.
Wait, what?
Which night? In a debate,
the
club
snooze thing.
Oh yeah, the snooze thing. It was that one. Yeah.
He would lose every debate in a debate club. He's
Robin, that lady that you turned me on to, really smart lady. I think she goes by Not So Erudite. She cooked Andrew Wilson.
Yeah. She did 8 hours of it.
Oh, I'd be interested in seeing that.
Yes.
I mean, English is my third language, and I don't consider myself to be a very good debater in general. Like, I think I can make a case, but I think like timed statements, I do better in that format. I think if it's like, like for instance, Dr. Kurt has a real skill in asking yes or no questions that lead you down specific pathways. And I think that's a really sharp skill that he has in that regard. That's not something that I can do at all. So, I think, Andrew Wilson similarly has tactics where I think he's really good at making other people look dumb.
Because he debates dumb people. Like
he debates dumb people too. Yeah.
On whatever channel, they just bring these young girls and stuff. Like he doesn't debate anybody that's really good. Like I said, not so erudite, man. She did 8 hours with him, and like she showed how bad he is at it.
Tavo, I would recommend looking into Mark Reed.
Yes, she did.
His channel is at Mark Reed Atheism. He is extremely good at debates. He's debated, I believe, Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob and Kent Hovind, the worst of the worst in rhetorical and apologetics and bad faith actors. Mark Reed is so good at presenting really good arguments and being able to match energy. And I think that your one weakness in the debate that I saw you do, I think you're very intelligent. I have a lot of respect for you as an interlocutor, and I love our conversations. But when it came to that debate with Kurt, I think that you're right that Kurt was kind of softballing you a little bit, kind of underhand you a bit.
Exactly.
And I just don't think that you have the rhetorical punch. Your arguments can be really strong. I think you do a lot of research, put a lot of effort, and you're very articulate, very intelligent. So I don't think that you lack the skill to be able to present a good argument, but rhetorically, you need to be able to understand how to match energy and how to put the argument forward in a very quick and concise manner. And I think looking at somebody like a Mark Reed,
and Kurt also has like decades of experience being a diagnostician too, like getting his patients to tell him what the real problem is, and he seems to know how to do that verbally too, in a debate.
Quite, yeah.
It's no slouch. Dr. Allen is a really smart guy. I have a lot of respect for him. I haven't had a chance to talk to him personally other than just in chats, but no, he's a really smart guy, you can tell.
I think my arguments that work really well are like,
awesome.
look at this graph. right? I'm pretty good at like arguments that end in a graph. Like if I can make a graph out of something, then I can present it pretty well. But like a lot of the arguments I present are like papers that are in isolation where I talk a lot about the limitations of my own analysis, right? That's how you debate things academically. You publish a paper, and that paper in it, if it's a good paper, will acknowledge its own limitations. You'll say, here's what I found, but here's all the points that I'm lacking. In a debate setting, that really doesn't work very well at all. So
No, it works against you.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. From our limited interaction, I'd say your logos is super solid, but like if you could like improve your pathos, like really work on that emotional I guess manipulation, for lack of a better term.
Well, I watched a lot
it's
of
part
debates.
of the performance.
Yeah, I watched a lot of debates going into my debate with Dr. Kurt because I was like, I really wanted to study how to debate well. I don't know if it's the sort of thing that I will ever put that much effort into because, like, I think it's okay to say like I'm meant to put out arguments and have discussions rather than like really like refute people in real time settings and like like Justin DZ on the screen is a fantastic debater. He's really good, but I don't know that like that's a skill set that I really have a lot of interest in developing. I'm happy to just keep having conversations with people and refine what I believe, and get proven wrong sometimes. I think that's okay too. A lot of Christians also gave me some hate after that debate that I had with Dr. Kurt, and it's
Oh boy, because you were cordial. Is that? I bet. Yeah.
No, just like you should have done this. You should have done this better, And I think, look, I mean, we were talking earlier about how there is sort of a set of atheist retorts, that are just like the Christian retort. You're going to go to hell. I mean, but on my channel, I get a lot of Christians who come on my channel who say you're going to hell also. So it's, it's.
Oh my goodness! Yeah.
Well, that probably doesn't really surprise anyone, really.
Everybody thinks they got the right, like everybody thinks they're right. I guess atheists, Christians, whatever. But
I've seen a Catholic say to another Catholic that because they acknowledge the difference between being gay and acting on the impulse as being not a sin and a sin, you're a blasphemer and you're going to hell. And I was just like,
the church. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that was Catholic thinker, and like he's like the
Yeah.
chillest and most informed. And so anyway, what were you saying, RB or whoever?
The church I attended growing up, we had a massive split off because they wanted to start incorporating piano into worship music, and because of a certain psalm, "Make melody in your heart," like the elders like were split on saying like, oh, this means to only use your voice to praise God. So if we use a piano, it's a fucking sin.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like loosely, I know what you're talking about. That's funny.
that's the best thing about atheists, though. We don't threaten each other with hell,
and we're okay with pianos
or anybody else with hell. We don't threaten anybody with hell.
Okay with piano.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself. A piano killed my family.
88
I'm back, by the
keys.
way.
I don't know about 88 keys, dude.
need more than the standard 88. All right, Nexu's back. We can probably dive back into the clip.
Good.
Yeah, the first gas station I went to was closed for cleaning, so I had to go all the way down to the Come and Go, so I didn't even get to go to a Casey's. But yeah, Casey's pizza is the bomb.
You have a gas station called Come and Go, dude?
Well, it's not
spelled
called
with
Come
a
and Go
K.
anymore.
It's spelled with a K. Wait, they
Yeah.
changed it?
Yeah, they call
No.
it Maverick now.
No.
They got bought out.
Okay,
Yeah, it used to be spelled K-U-M. Come and Go.
No.
Yep.
It was a Midwest staple forever.
Yeah, they had those in Illinois too when I lived there. I took a picture once because they had a gas station right in the same parking lot with a laundromat, and the laundromat in like the stereotypical Chinese letters, it was called Washi Washi. I fucking lost it, man.
No.
I was like, that's so funny.
You okay, hon?
Come and go and washy washy.
So wrong.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
All right, I'm ready to jump back in.
Well, one last comment about gas
Oh,
stations. The main thing I miss living here in Colorado are Casey's, because like Casey's pizza just hits at midnight.
Yeah,
Really?
it's bizarre how good their pizza is. Like, it's unreal. People who have never had it before think, how good can a gas station pizza really be? Or I've never heard anyone take a bite of it and go, "Yeah, this fucking sucks. I don't want any more of this."
I'm gonna
Probably
hop,
as good as Jack in the Box tacos can be. I mean,
I'm gonna hop off.
I've never
but
been to a
Gret-
Jack in the Box.
but
and never
Gretchen,
even-
I did get the link, so I've got it open in a different
Hey,
window.
Nick.
I'll listen to it momentarily.
okay, Tavo. Yeah, listen to that.
Really good to chat with everyone.
Yeah,
Nice to
have a nice night.
Nobody on fire.
You too, Tavo.
Yeah,
Who's leaving? Tavo?
I'm leaving. Yeah, but
Yeah.
good to see you all, and I hope we all chat again. You've all been really polite and very pleasant. I've really enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah.
You know
Nice
where
to
to
meet you
find
too,
us.
Tavo.
You don't have to lie.
Bye, Tavo.
We're here just about every night, Tavo.
I hope you picked up some subs from being on the channel today. I really enjoyed the conversation. And to everybody in the chat, please do check out Tavo Son Aubrey's channel. He does a great job. He has an open panel every Monday, very respectful and intellectually honest interlocutor. So I definitely recommend checking out his channel.
Oh yeah,
and back at you. Totally. It was such. I can't even describe. It was such a nice experience to be on, and you were very polite. And everyone who joined afterward asked really great questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Tavo. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, brother.
Likewise. All right. Good to see you all.
Tell all your subscribers to come sub here because we need 30 something more.
And debate us.
I would
To
love that.
get
Yeah.
to
Let me.
500?
Yeah. I'll give you guys a shout out, and I'll. Your channel is at Async, right? At Async
Network.
Async Network.
Async Network. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a dash in between the A and the S.
I am
so.
sub to your channel, and I don't think I'm sub to Nobody on Fire, but I'll sub to your channel. If anyone else wants me to sub, like, feel free to put it. Anyone else want me to check out their channel? I'm happy to. Okay, all right. I know I'm already sub to Robin and Objective Ethics.
I don't have a channel really. This is where I hang out.
Oh, cool. Well, I'll be back here.
I'm gonna get you in trouble, OE. I want you to, Gretchen. I want you to look at OE's message in chat there.
No, I knew. I fucking knew I should have put that in there.
I'm gonna get you in trouble. I'm gonna get you in trouble.
Which chat?
It says, that's why I don't worry too much about Christian nationalism.
I'll read the rest of it. Don't fucking just leave me hanging like that.
Yeah, what was that? What was that?
It's only because Christians hate Christians. Dude, you don't worry about Christian nationalism?
Well, you guys will not even read
wrong
the
with
rest.
you?
Let me just for context. I said the reason
I am
don't
reading
worry,
it out.
Yeah, you're all muffled voice.
I have a lot of work to figure out what Christian nationalism even is. Trust me, they fucking know what Christian nationalism is.
They don't know shit. They don't know if it's a Trinitarian or Unitarian. They don't know if it's eternal conscious torment. They don't know fucking shit.
They don't care. They banded together for this. They will divide. They will do their division after they take control. But they're very much on the same
They've got
page.
their fucking Orthodox guys out there preaching Christian nationalism, even though if it all comes down to it, but fucking Protestants are not going to accept the fucking orthos.
Yeah,
They're
but
not
they'll
gonna
do
take
that
them.
after they get control of the country.
Catholics.
They are linked together.
As soon as it's
They
like
won't
any
even accept the
anarchist movement.
Catholics.
It's like any other anarchist movement. And as soon as the anarchy takes over, the very first thing they do is they install a dysfunctional government because they have no system in place to actually take over.
Yeah, you know how many people gonna have to die before they take over?
They're not going to install anarchy. They're going to install theocracy.
But this notion of Christian nationalism is nuts, and exactly what Gretchen has just said with respect to like the Orthodox Christians compared to the Protestants. the Protestant priests in the UK are busy presiding over same-sex weddings, which personally I think is great. But is there any Orthodox Christian that's going to be like, oh yeah, what a great idea after they've won? Assuming they win this this war of ideas, and we
They
end up
only
with
don the mask until they get the power. Once they have what they want, the mask comes off.
Yes, but they're together, united on this. Most of them.
I don't.
And
I don't see it.
they're gonna take all our
I don't
votes
see
away.
anything united. When I look into Christian versus Christian content, which is so much more content out there, you guys think that the Christian versus atheist content is happening? Bullshit.
It's not.
There are millions.
Yeah, no.
Millions.
I wanted to say, anytime I go into a Christian debate stream, it's always Christians debating other Christians. It's
Yes.
hardly ever an atheist that's coming up there.
Or Muslims.
But
Exactly.
if you start talking about government and politics, they suddenly become very cohesive.
No, they do not. That's fucking no. That's
Yeah,
not true.
they do.
There are so many
Yes, they
Christians
do.
who are quote unquote left. I mean, you guys, you have to. The reality
Well,
is
there
that
are
numbers.
some, but I'm talking about the Christians who are like the left wing Christians aren't trying to do Christian nationalism.
Exactly. That's
I know,
my
but
point.
but
Very
they're still.
few left-leaning Christians.
There's not. No, there's not. No. So by the numbers, and I haven't looked into this year. I think I looked into this a year ago, before the election, so a year and a half ago at this point. About 80% of atheists identify as left or Democrat. Less than 60%, about 40 to 45% of Christians are on the right.
Yes,
So
but they
Christians are
make up.
actually
They
all
have the
over
whole
the-
party. They have
Christians
a whole.
are all over the board.
I know, but we
Christians
have
are-
two parties. We have two parties, and those other one, the Christian nationalists have control of one entire party of the two.
At
Exactly.
40%.
Also on the left, the black population is religious, and they make up a large portion of the religious on the left.
Which is fair enough. Which is fair enough by the demographics. I don't doubt that. But the point I'm making is that if there are a split number, basically almost let's just be generous and
It's
say
not a
60
split, it's
40.
almost.
60, let's say 60-40 generous. Be generous. 60% of the Christians are on the right, 40% of Christians are on the left. You combine that, that in and of itself is enough to create a schism.
That's not true.
How do you think we got Trump twice?
But it's so weird hearing this like religious discussion intersected with the politics of it, because again in the UK, the vast majority of the UK is secular. So like
We
some of
won
these-
the war. We don't
some-
care what
some-
happens in the UK.
Well,
Sorry,
but-
Tom.
I can tell
I
you,
mean is
as
like-
an independent
No,
centrist
I'm
in
sorry, I didn't
America,
mean to
I can
interrupt,
tell
Todd.
you why Trump won the election. As an independent centrist, I can tell you why Trump won the election, because the left is not doing a good job. It is so divisive. The left needs to be doing a better job.
So the right is doing a good
You're
job.
wrong.
The right's doing a good
It's
job.
not
No,
right.
the right's not doing a good job. No,
Okay, then why does
the
it-
right's
why
not doing a
does
good
it
job.
matter if
The
the
left
left
is
is
not
doing
Oh my God.
different. It's
The
so
right
down.
falls in line, the left falls in love.
Yeah,
that's why we lost.
Yes.
It's purely an organizational issue.
Way to go. Yep, RP, you nailed it.
Sorry, I've never heard
Yeah.
that phrase before. What does that?
They vote
what
in a
does that mean?
block. They vote
So
in a
that-
block, just a block, and it doesn't matter like which
They're
church they're in.
much better at banding together into their one big tent than the Democrats are.
Yeah.
Well, it's because they're all
Right,
tapped.
gotcha.
They're all tapped in emotionally, and whereas the elitist fucking academic Democrats, they gotta be fucking smart about everything, and gotta do things fucking right, and care about everybody's goddamn feelings all the fucking time, and it sends all the people on the right straight to their fucking emotional fucking Bible thumping, gun toting,
I think the reason the
bullshit.
pendulum swings
MAGA.
back to
Hang
the
on.
left is because of the consequences that happen during a right wing administration's time in office. The reason it swings back isn't because the left does a great job of explaining why people should be voting for them. The environment changes to the point where people are like, fuck this. Someone get us out of this. This fucking sucks if we don't do something about it. And the country votes a Democrat in. And then they all.
Can I just for clarification, Gretchen, you said that the left are so concerned about how people feel that drives the right to become more emotional. Like I don't get that. That threw me.
UG wants on the panel, y'all. Is it? Ain't the link out there?
Yeah, it's at the bottom of the
Huh?
page.
They have to refresh their browser.
UG's asking for the link.
Refresh your browser.
It's at the bottom of the
pinned in
page.
chat,
It's pinned at the
slow
bottom.
boy.
Yeah. If it's not pinned in chat, you just need to
I knew
refresh.
that was coming.
So it's pinned in
anyways.
both chats and both descriptions.
I was muted when I said that burn. I said, imagine nobody was able to find the link, but not UG.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, right.
I want to get back into this clip though. I don't have a whole lot of time tonight.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, thanks.
John, I hear you, and I will give you an answer to that question at some point.
Yeah, no, I'm sure there's a good answer. I just didn't follow it. That was all. So.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. You can answer. You guys can finish that.
No, it's right. No, I could be talking about that shit forever. So just let's do this.
Well, I appreciate that.
Sorry, OE. I had to throw you in.
Matthew,
Okay, then what did
that God is? Do you think that God is alive?
What's your
Do
theory
you think that God is alive?
everything came from nothing?
Hey, Matthew, do you think that God is alive?
Of course. If he wasn't, you wouldn't be obsessed.
Like biological?
With, talking about it so much. That's proof that he's
Like
alive
God is
right
biological life? Like God is biological life composed of cells that metabolize and reproduce, and et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm asking.
Jesus
I'm asking
Christ,
before
virgin
before
birth,
life was created on Earth. In your view, before life was created on Earth, Matthew, I'm trying to ask a question. In your view, before life existed on Earth, was God composed of cells that metabolize, that reproduce, that die, etc.?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then it sounds like you also believe that life came from non-life in the biological sense.
No, life
Equivocation.
came from God. So that is the only
right, which is a
option
non-life in the
to-
biological sense.
Right. That's what Blitz
If
is
you
saying.
don't believe in aeobiogenesis, you are
Aeobiogenesis? I'm sorry, none of us said that we don't believe in abiogenesis. We're trying to figure out why you keep saying.
I think I've had aeobiogenesis on a cracker before. It's good.
That's funny.
And it's also a false dichotomy.
Well, it's that what Blitz is pointing out is that it's an equivocation
Matthew, you
on life.
believe in a
Sorry.
No, you're good. He's saying that it's an equivocation now. So then that breaks the inference, because if you're going to infer from what biological life requires and say life from life, but when you say life that came from life, you're saying it was biological, but the life that it came from was non-biological, then that's an equivocation, and that requires like a further inference to clarify why that would be the case.
biogenesis.
Yeah,
actually. Why I'm saying that is because you cannot use the laws of physics to explain the birth of physics itself, and that's what you're pretty much trying to do.
That's not true.
This thing always infuriates me. The problem is, like, people say, like, this is mistaking the map for the place, and almost all theists do it. They're like, but where did physics come from? Where did the laws of logic come from? These are all models which are created by humanity to try to imperfectly explain the things that we see in the universe. It's not like there is this substrate called physics, and then all matter is running on it like little trains on tracks. Like,
Right.
Physics is a human concept that we have created to try and explain or model and map what we see.
Exactly.
It's not. It's fucking infuriating, because frankly, it disrespects the unbelievable amount of effort and energy and time that has gone into trying to understand what we see, and it pisses me off.
It does. It's obnoxious.
Genesis has never been once. It's never been a lab.
Matthew,
So
you
you're
believe in
claiming something that has
abiogenesis.
never been observable or tested.
Matthew, you believe in abiogenesis.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
What are you talking about?
believe that life came. Life, you believe that something came from non-living from a non-living biological
I
organism.
just claimed my claim. You just claimed that I claimed something I didn't claim. I'm claiming that.
Well,
there
but
was
your God
something,
is not
and
biological
that-
life.
Can you say claim one more time?
Right. You just claimed that I didn't claim this claim.
That was really funny that he was you believe in abiogenesis. I think Blitz said it, and then
Yeah.
he was like, "No, I don't." And then Justin's like, "Sure, you do." Like, that was funny.
But I do think he's kind of rope doping him here. He's it's whilst I'm not overburdened with an abundance of generosity with respect to theists, I do think you should probably try to generously interpret an argument wherever possible. And this kind of like technicality that he's doing here, we're going, yeah, but God's not biological, and if God's not biological according to you, then obviously it's an uncaused cause, or it's that counts as abiogenesis. But whilst I get
what you're missing is the lead up to this, and that like Matthew
Probably.
has been like completely bad faith, and so now they're just kind of playing with their food.
Yeah, they were being told. They always, they were totally taking him at face value. He brought the conversation to this stage.
Right, so this is the dick being returned in kind. That's not where they started. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah.
Yeah, they muted him like when he talked the entire mute.
Yeah, he's gonna crash out real hard here in a minute. He goes ape shit. Go ahead, RP.
You don't know that. That's just an assumption.
You think that God is biological life, i.e., before humans existed, God had cells that metabolize and that reproduce and die.
Jesus the Christ, who is God, came and lived a life as a biological
we're talking about. But I'm talking about before humans existed, before any life existed on Earth. It seems like you said that God is not composed of cells.
Well, your original origination is called your ality. So if you
Your
studied
original
ality,
origination.
You don't know what ality is. You don't even know what ality is.
How about you give me your definition of...
Back it up, Herbie. I want to hear him say it again. That's just hilarious. This is where he starts talking about. You don't even know what ality is.
Ality?
No one knows what ality is.
What is that? What?
Blitz figures it out. I think at some point, like he thinks that "re" is like a prefix to the word "ality," so it's like reality.
I'm sorry, I got to mute one. Sorry, I'll be back in a minute.
Oh god.
Yeah, we're talking about words. Yeah, but I'm talking about before humans existed, before any life existed on Earth. It seems like you said that God is not composed of cells.
Okay, well, your original origination is called your ality. So if you studied ality, you would know these things.
Ality?
Gotcha. You don't know what ality is. You don't even know what ality is.
How about you give me your definition of? How about you give me the definition?
He's got to be a
ality,
troll. This can't be a real
person.
No, he's real. He's totally real. And it gets so much worse.
Literally your original origination. It's the state of being before the actual
The original
state.
origination. You heard him be here first.
Do you think that the word ality will show up in the dictionary if I open up the dictionary?
Of course
it definitely doesn't. I just checked.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't.
Well, apparently you just don't. You need to.
Which dictionary should we look at? Which one did you find?
Did you just say you need to reach around more? Reach around more? Oh my god.
I'm crying.
That's iconic.
Oh.
Yeah. It was good.
Find it in.
He's allowed
which
to
dictionary
vote
did you
and
use?
drive people.
It's in Strong's Concordance. No, you can.
The Strong's
look it
Concordance?
up
Is that what you
and
just
see.
said?
That's not a dictionary.
Not a dictionary.
Well,
Not
you're
even
debating
a
if
proper
ality is a
lexicon.
word now, because that's how far gone you guys are in this debate.
I think the one
You
that's
guys are
gone is the
purely
one thinking that ality is a real
these
word.
terms because it did not
Ality is a
you
suffix.
go
It's a modifier. It's like the word dad in the Spanish language, like universidad, university. You know, their modifiers are endings. They're not a real
Some
word.
of the jokes in chat get so funny, like ality bites.
is an absolute real word. Come on.
Well,
man.
then tell me which dictionary I can find it in, because the dictionaries I have access to don't show it. We're just waiting.
Well, it's definitely.
Let's know when you
word.
find it. Let's know when you find it, buddy.
I'm on the phone with you. I can't even go look or anything. I can't do anything. I'm on the phone with you, but it's
Well,
100% a word.
So I
definitely
checked
not.
Oxford English Dictionary. I checked Wiktionary.
the right one.
What is
I
it?
can check Merriam-Webster if you want.
One of the hold on, pause it. One of the comments was caller has transcended reality and he's up his ality or something like that. Up his own ality.
Somebody else said ality bites. There's a lot of good jokes in the chat. Everybody just ran with this, and I thought it was so funny.
Yeah, Jesus, this is painful. But do you know when you like the type of comedy that I've always struggled with is like the really cringy comedy where somebody's like the whole point is that the other person is embarrassed, but I can kind of get on board with it because this idiot, like, oh Jesus,
right?
It's like debate Tim and Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's. Oh my God! Like, I don't like. Clearly, this is Dunning-Kruger. You know, an example of that. But like, can you imagine? Like, you know, like there's a fallout after this. Everyone who goes on stage eventually, you know, there's like not a fallout, but an aftermath. Like, there's when you do something like this in public, people tend to remember it. So like, he kind of made a name for himself already. You know, like, can you imagine? Go ahead.
Even if you could demonstrate that there is some kind of like etymology to the ality being a postfix, like that's not how people fucking use it. So it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? That's not what these guys mean. That's not what anybody else means.
He's not even wrong. You know, he's one of those kind of guys.
Yeah, it's what's his name? Wolfgang Pauli. That's not even wrong. Yeah, exactly.
He's just so out there.
What's
But
that film?
What makes it
Where
so
they
funny.
goes, like you get, I award you no points. We're all stupid for even having heard it. You know,
from was that Tommy Boy?
Wolfgang Pauli was the original.
It was Billy Madison.
Billy Madison.
Yes, yeah, it was Billy Madison was the film, but the Wolfgang Pauli was the original one because he was a lecturer. He was I think he was a physicist or a mathematician. And when one of his students would ask like a completely incoherent question, he would look at them like he would look at them with sad eyes and go, "That's not even wrong." You know,
it's when it's so bad. You can't even categorize it as wrong.
Yeah.
Here's the whole quote. Since like if I play, it'll probably copyright. But oh, good, just got an ad. Okay, what you've said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
But from the bit at the end, like when you're talking to a theist as an atheist or an agnostic, that bit is like just twisting the knife at the end, you know. May God have mercy on your soul. Yeah.
That's good.
Well, I learned it from the Word of God.
Oh, really? Which Bible?
ality.
Which Bible says ality in it?
Well, if you study your Bible, you will come to it.
Yeah,
I've
which one is
studied
it?
it.
Is it
How
the
about you tell me?
KJV? Is it the NRSVU?
Okay, this guy's just lying now. There's
Well,
no
you can go on
way
my YouTube,
he's saying
page.
No one.
there's a
No
Bible
free
that has
clout.
ality in it.
Sorry. No one's doing that.
Hey, well, I posted a thing as long as my arm about ality. So
Well, unfortunately, you didn't post a dictionary
have
that shows it, did
short
you?
arms.
So I'm in the KJV right now, and I did a word search for ality, and it doesn't show up. Sounds like you're confused.
It does.
I don't know. You guys just get everything wrong. Just like even radiometric dating.
We're just waiting for you to give us the source of your claims. That's all.
I did. God, which actually claimed
Tell me
to
where
be
God
there.
said
You
it.
know what I mean?
Well, tell us where God said it. Tell us where God said it, and you can
This
prove
my
us
God
wrong.
Matthew, did God say it? Matthew, did your God tell you in your head? Did he tell you personally that ality is a word?
It comes from teaching, learning from the Word. Come on. You don't even know what
Okay,
scripture
so like
interpreting
which,
scripture
where,
is.
But you can't tell us where in the word it came from.
It's all over the Word.
Where?
Every time you talk about an origin, it literally is talking about ality.
Well,
So
see,
what are you
the problem is the word ality doesn't exist in the Bible.
I'll explain what ality was, and you have a
Yeah, so but ality is not a real
problem of
word.
soaking up information.
So I mean, I'm in
Because
the
if you
King James
actually
Bible right
This
now.
moron has me
I just looked
googling
for
the word ality.
What?
For shit, this moron has me googling the word ality just for shits and giggles, just to see if
Right.
anything does pop up.
Dude, it's like so weird. Like so, morality. I can't even think of another one.
What
Honestly.
other prefixes could you add to it? Like
Do you think after this thing was after this debate was aired, like so there's some
pre-reality?
There's some analyst at Google going like, why are all these morons googling the word ality all of a sudden? What's going on?
Right.
Reality.
Pre-ality. Deality.
I guess yeah. If it's its own word, then you can put any prefix on it, right?
Yeah.
So,
Right. What's a deality?
Noality.
Simpality.
John possesses dadality.
I definitely do.
Didality. Deality. Unality.
He needs to look it up in his dictionary that's as long as his arm.
You must have really short arms.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
good, RP. So like now we have babality, fatality.
Did anybody else, when he said you must have really short arms, immediately think of a T-Rex?
Yeah, I didn't, but that's good.
Yeah, why did he? Well,
Nope.
why did he say that? He's got arms as long as ality. What
No,
did
because
say?
he used the word ality and he said, "Oh yeah, there's a list as long as my arm." And then the guy with the ponytail responded, "Oh, you must have really short arms."
Yeah.
But every time somebody references short arms, I always think of a T-Rex because
Right.
you know.
It sounded like he was gonna say as long as my dick, so I heard like I started thinking like dictionality and like,
Materiality.
I saw lots of fatalities in the chat. It was funny.
That wasn't even a joke, right?
Right.
My dad, he had a dictionary and it had like a tatty dust cover on it. And one of the guys who he worked with, my dad left school at 14. Smart guy, but just wanted to go and be practical, do stuff with his. He was born in 1954, so obviously it was acceptable back then.
Right.
But and he had this tatty dictionary. And one of the guys that he worked with recovered it in brown parcel paper, wrapping paper, and he wrote on it dictionary spelt wrong about 4 or 5 times, and then underneath that crossed it all out, and then underneath that he just wrote Kevin's Book of Words. And that was my dad's dictionary. I've still got the book. You know, it was just like one of those
It's just a regular
guys
dictionary.
Yeah, guys in the workplace fucking well, obviously, because if you didn't know how to spell dictionary, it's literally a dictionary. You'd look it up in the book, right? That was the whole point.
Right, yeah.
So because it was quote unquote Kevin's Book of Words, it was making him. He was like, "Yo, he's a fucking idiot." Because if you
how
don't know
funny would it have been if they said what dictionary you're using and he said Black's Law Dictionary? That would have been fucking great.
Right. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him to be a sovereign citizen.
Oh, I wouldn't either. This guy, no, absolutely not.
That's what she's talking about, John. Are you familiar with that?
what sovereign citizens. Well, I've heard
and Black's Law Dictionary in particular.
But no, I've not heard of the dictionary, but I've heard of sovereign
whenever sovereign citizens get pulled over, they think they're quoting like U.S. law, but they're really just quoting this law dictionary. It's irrelevant, but they want to hold court on the side of the road, and
yeah, well,
They usually go to jail.
Generally speaking, when the man wearing the government uniform with a gun pulls you over, you should probably just do as you're told and then sort it out later. When there is a gun on the table in the interaction, maybe don't be a dickhead about it.
They
do
always
your
go to
cops in
jail.
the UK have guns?
They go to jail.
Yeah,
Everyone.
please. I have guns. I'm a licensed firearms holder.
Yeah, every one of them gets arrested. That's right. I just want to point out that Puggles is out there still coming up with ality words too.
So just super quick in the UK. So we had a school shooting in 1996. It was in
Wow.
a town in Dunblane in Scotland, and it was pretty rough as school shootings go. It was some fucking lunatic who had actually had his firearms removed from him by the police. It was the equivalent of a red flag. So his ex-wife had reported him and said, "This guy's unstable. Maybe, don't let him have his guns." So they took the guns off him, and then he appealed, and the police returned his firearms to him.
I think I
And
heard about that.
yeah, and then it was a little while later. He went into a school and like shot the place up. He killed like 16 kids and 2 teachers.
Really? That's so
But
sad.
it was tragic. But the response to it was it was pretty British. We don't fuck about, like, okay, we've learned our lesson now. So all concealable weapons were banned like overnight. Pistols were made illegal immediately. You never had a right to own a firearm with respect to self-defense anyway. We didn't
We
have
we just have a problem with that learning a lesson thing.
If it gets in the way of the bottom dollar, if someone else's, some big business's bottom dollar, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean the way the legislation works in the UK is, I mean, we have some pretty epic problems, but that we at our minimum we don't seem to have a school shooting issue. But the thing is, like, the pistols were anything with a 6-inch barrel that produces over 12 foot-pounds was banned like immediately. And 12 foot-pounds is like nothing. It's like a BB gun basically.
I don't even know how you would get that to happen here. I don't think it's even possible. The country is overloaded with guns as it is.
Yeah, but firstly, guns have never been as ubiquitous in the UK as they are in the US, and we don't have a Second Amendment that requires more than 2/3 of your population to overturn it
Most of our
legally.
population misunderstands that amendment, anyways.
Yeah, well,
You know?
obviously, it's with respect to a militia, not every lunatic in a basement, right?
Right.
You said 12 foot-pounds?
Yeah, 12 foot-pounds. So any of the rifles that I own that are under 12 foot-pounds, they are pre-charged pneumatic. I'm looking at one right now. It's pre-charged pneumatics.
Oh, it's like an air rifle, right?
Kind of, but a pre-charged pneumatic. It's not like an old Daisy that you guys like, where you'd a brake
Right.
barrel or something. It's got an integrated compressed air cylinder.
Okay.
So all of mine are bolt action. So I only have a couple of live fire rifles. One of them's a Christensen, which is in 2.2.
Can we get through the clip first and then talk about guns?
Sure.
Yeah, of course. Sorry, my bad.
Ality doesn't exist. Is there a different Bible translation, maybe?
Well, like I said, read my post.
Why?
No free clout.
We've got you
should
right
be able
here.
to find it in the.
Just tell us.
What version is it in?
Ality means the uncaused original first cause. That's all it means.
Where can I find this definition?
I'm telling you, people bombard you with the same conversation every day because it's valid. So ality comes from the same argument. Ality is the advanced part of this subject.
You're never gonna.
It's valid. It's got validity.
Say, where does it come from?
I'm not
Are
familiar
you
with the
familiar with
chat, but he yawned and laughed at the same time. That is a perfect reaction to this morning.
Oh, I know what he's. I know what he's
I know
talking
what
about.
happened. I get it now.
I know what he's talking about.
Blitz is about to explain it too. Go ahead, nobody.
He's talking about. Well, I've never seen this, but I think he's talking about aseity.
Aseity. That's a good one. I should mention that to Blitz and see what he thinks.
Because like that just means like that part of God that he's ase is that he's
I bet
pure,
you're right.
like pure existence, and I feel like he just said something similar to that.
I bet you're right. I bet you nailed it right there.
Roll it
I
back
want to
a little
mention it
bit.
to Blitz. I'll drop it in Blitz's chat and see what he says.
But I've just
or if
Googled
you
it,
want to, since it's your idea, I can let you do it if you want to.
But
No, you're good. I don't care.
Okay.
That was I've just looked at the word because this is a new one to me. But that it doesn't seem like it. The intent was that it was used with respect to God. It means like deriving meaning from oneself.
Right, but this dude's such an idiot. He hears a word he's trying to sound smart. He misunderstands it for reality, but the word he's actually was thinking of was what Nobody on Fire
Yeah,
said.
he's tangential to what could potentially be a good point by accident.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like you like being on say means like it just means necessary. It just means like you couldn't fail to exist and like you sustain yourself and you're like that you're that guy, you're him, you know. And but he's saying ality. That's I think that's what he's doing. I think that's what he's doing.
How do you spell aseity?
ASEI. And then TY.
Yeah, ASEITY. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Can you roll it back about 5 seconds, RP?
It is funny that obviously this guy is doing a public service because the entertainment that we're getting out of it, you know.
Yeah.
Bombard you with the same conversation every day because it's valid. So ality comes from the same argument. Ality is the advanced part of this subject.
You're never gonna tell us where the definition.
You're literally gonna say where does it come from? And then why are you engaged with it every day?
Hugh, are you familiar with
Ality is the original
Gleam?
uncaused first cause that caused.
The cause that caused the cause.
Oh,
which had a
Justin, I
cause?
know what happened. I get it now. He thinks that reality is what happens after ality already happens because you're doing it again.
Oh shit. Well, speaking of which,
reality,
Blitz, I think the super chat collaboration works now, but you have to refresh.
Oh, good.
refresh the
Yeah, he
browser.
thinks that re is a prefix in the word reality.
Oh no, ality.
As in like
reality
reaffirm or reclaim.
Oh, is
that
that's
a
the only thing?
prefix?
That's the only thing I can think of being maximally charitable.
Oh boy.
Well, because you're not that charitable then, and apparently not doing thinking.
Well, the thing is, you haven't demonstrated a single thing that would push us in the direction of thinking that you're correct. I'd love to talk about the topic. What do you want to talk about? You already got the Big Bang wrong. You got our position wrong. What's next?
You got abiogenesis wrong.
I said
You got thermodynamics wrong.
God said let there be light, and that light is a category, and it literally is the fundamental building blocks and everything that we do.
Light is basically a photon.
It's an electromagnetic
Vitality.
wave.
Okay, you're gonna explain yourself in a whole. I just said light is a category. The spectrum is
category of what?
Matter, energy, and
It's
everything.
a category of matter.
Well, arguably not.
You mean energy? It could be. It's not
Yeah.
even. Not really even energy. It's actually just a particle. It's basically a particle. So the scientific definition of energy, I guarantee, is not what you think it is.
Come on,
And
man.
it also turns out that the scientific definition of matter is not going to be what you think it is.
The spectrum of light doesn't have the radio. It has micro. It has
what
UV,
micro?
It has 7 different types of light, I believe, and they all
micro what?
create what we know is
So did
is
you just say
reality.
there was 7
Caliper,
different?
too.
Did he just say there were 7 different types of light?
Yeah. He's a Gish Galloper too. He just wants to. He starts so many fires in such a short period of time. It's you just got to pick and choose what to even spend your time debunking.
Of course, it's like, you know, which of the 7 crazy things did you just say? Am I going to pick on to demonstrate how fucking ignorant you are?
Yeah.
But
this guy reminds me a lot of Cap from earlier. Like he's about as smart.
But there aren't 7 different types of light. You know, light is an electromagnetic wave that is comprised of photons. Photons don't have mass; they have energy, and energy. I mean, it's kind of pointless trying. It would be completely pointless trying to have this, explain this rudimentary physics to this.
Yeah,
idiot.
he wouldn't get any of it.
Yeah.
Well, I think though that there's like a type of radiation given off by different types of stars, and so he might be trying to reference that. I don't know about 7.
Oh, I think everything is I mean, I guess no, I take that back. I'm sorry. He is pulling some things completely out of his ass, but there does seem to be a lot of stuff that he is.
Yeah, like 7 seems wild to me with how many stars there are and how much variation there could be. But
also people don't like because light does behave in part like a wave. So light has it has different speeds that are internal to light itself. So there's what's called the front speed of light, which does have a maximum speed that cannot be exceeded. But within light, there's something called a group velocity or group speed.
Yeah.
And we could speed that up and slow that down with respect to the medium that it's passing through.
Yep.
But obviously these idiots wouldn't fucking understand that. So not these idiots, this idiot even. Sorry.
Well, you can include Cap in that group too. Guarantee that dude doesn't know anything about science. You don't know who Cap
So
is.
do you think?
No.
There's this obnoxious Christian that was on earlier, just shouts at people.
There are 7 types of stars.
He crashed out. He crashed out when I used the word presupposition.
Yeah.
He's like, you're just talking word salad. It's like, bro, it's 5 syllables. Like, you can't handle presupposition.
Wait, who said that to you?
Cap.
His name is Cap for life.
Is that the guy who was on here when I was at work?
Do you think it'd have been able to handle 4, and you could have just changed the word to presuppose?
He usually shows up in the morning around like 5 or 6 a.m. for me.
Yeah, apparently there's 4 types of stars that can sustain photosynthesis. And so I feel like he heard something that made sense from someone else, and now he's just like saying
Right. But the problem
He's
is
doing that a lot.
Photosynthesis on, like, as far as we're aware, on Earth, obviously, is the like our star is an M-type star, so it pumps out particular light at a particular frequency, which is why all the plant life on Earth is green.
Right.
There's nothing to say that photosynthesis couldn't happen with like purple plants or red plants, for example. It would just mean that the plant was pumping out a different frequency of light, right?
Right, or like plants
still
that
have-
were
you can still-
comprised of different stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you can still have photosynthesis, the chemical process. It would be fine. Yeah.
Well, but he doesn't want to hear that.
Well, of course it doesn't, because he's a moron. With the presupposition.
Think that I'm made of photons?
Matthew, have you ever realized that when you walk into a room, have you ever had the experience of walking into a room and being the dumbest person there?
I suspect that's a daily occurrence.
Okay, well, continue then, and I'll totally dismantle. You guys are uneducated, and you're calling me uneducated,
Actually,
and I'm stupid.
Technically, we're actually both educated, which is why you look like a fool right now. The problem with people that are really like both uneducated and unintelligent is that they don't know how unintelligent they are. So the problem that you have here is you don't know anything, and you're also not intelligent, and you're not intellectually curious, which means you have no idea how stupid you are.
Have you ever heard the Ricky Gervais joke? Which I think,
like I said-
if these guys have ever heard it before, I'm sure they're going to reference it. Being stupid is like being dead. It's only painful for other people.
That's a good one. I've not heard that before.
Yes, I've heard that. Hey, I'm gonna go to bed, y'all. So, good night.
Oh,
Good night,
you're
Robin.
heading out. Night,
Good night,
Robin.
Robin. Love you.
Night.
Bye, Eugene.
Night, Robin.
I see you.
I didn't realize UG was a live clip. I thought it was like running on an animation.
No, this is UG treating
Earlier.
us treating us to a walk in Wales.
Nice.
He actually doesn't live that far from. Who's the actor who plays Deadpool?
Oh, this is the UK.
Yeah. Border of Wales and England. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, the UK.
It looks
Actor
very
plays who?
similar to.
You know the actor who owns Wrexham Football Club and plays Deadpool. What's his name? Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds lives in the UK.
Well, he has a house in Wales, and UG
I have like 50 houses.
Yeah, lives near where Ryan Reynolds' house in the UK is.
Yeah, my
You can see
partner
it.
used
You
to
can see
work
it.
for.
Yeah,
Ryan
he's
Reynolds.
pointing. He's pointing. You can see it from his front driveway. UG is doing his. He's stalking him right now. He's just walking the perimeter of Ryan Reynolds' property.
I like it.
Yeah.
We'll sneak in and steal me some underwear.
Trying to get a look at his wife.
Right? Oh my God, his wife is beautiful.
And Rob McElhenney's wife looks like a bird.
We ready to dive back in?
The virgin birth, literally the zygote from parthenogenesis.
Prove the virgin birth happened.
The word of God long before
Prove
science
that
ever
it
revealed
happened. Prove that it happened.
No. I can prove it happened.
Yeah, prove it.
Do it.
Okay. The virgin birth zygote is the process explained in which details the word of God. Parthenogenesis uses axiomasis to duplicate the egg and inherits the SRY, the Shry gene, from the father's lineage called the grandfather line, triggers the zygote growth without sperm in a mammal, which you claim there is no mammal birth of a virgin birth, and let alone
is he mistaking
mammal birth? There is a male.
He's talking about
so
parthenogenesis,
that's
right?
Matthew.
He said
That's the thing that we're
abiogenesis.
asking to demonstrate is that
So
the virgin birth happened with Jesus.
Parthenogenesis is technically possible in complex mammals, although we've never actually seen it. But it is fairly it's fairly commonplace in other species, usually things like insects or some reptiles. But it definitely wouldn't, if it did happen in complex mammals like humans, it definitely wouldn't need to be explained by a fucking god. It would just be an interesting biological quirk of our reproductive process.
Are you saying that Mary was trans?
That might be the case.
No, I'm saying
because the
Mary
SRY
was a
gene,
female that had a virgin birth and gave birth
the
to
SRY
a male
gene, the SRY gene is only present on Y chromosomes. The SRY gene is only present on Y chromosomes. Yeah.
I said auto mixes.
Okay, so you're telling me that
Mary
that
is the other thing as well. Like if parthenogenesis occurred, the baby would always be female.
Yeah, that's what my understanding is.
Yeah. And also, like, assuming that parthenogenesis occurred and it was a product of God, like twiddling his fingers with the physics and the biology of our universe. I hate to ask, but did Mary consent?
No, she was told.
She was a child.
No, she literally says, if you read the text, Mary literally says that you are my master. She takes the role of the concubine, the slave, in that.
Right. Okay.
She was just told what was going to happen to her.
Sounds a bit grapey to me, but still.
It very much was.
Yeah. It's basically like, are you cool with this? And she, one, is a child, and two, it's God. Like, what is that power dynamic? Like, how do you, how do you rectify how do you rectify that balance? Like,
you have a cosmic gun held to your head.
Yeah.
According to biology, it is a fact.
What's a fact?
Faith.
That Jesus was born from a virgin?
That the Jesus' story of the virgin birth is a absolute biological possibility according to biology.
You mean human?
No, it's not.
Female, woman, human, adult.
But that's not how that works at all.
No, I'd love you to demonstrate the mechanism by which this is a possibility.
It's one of those
as far as I know,
absolute biological
when parthenogenesis happens, it's just a result of cloning.
If somebody
it's just a
comes
result
up
of
and
cloning. You just get a clone, and Jesus is not a clone of Mary.
No, you do not. No, you do not.
Yeah, how are you? Where is the
Absolutely
SRY gene coming from? Where is the SRY gene coming from?
And in fairness, you wouldn't, like with parthenogenesis specifically, you would end up with a female, or you would likely end up with you would 99.99999% of times you would end up with a female, but they wouldn't necessarily be a clone, because you don't end up with perfect copies of genes even in parthenogenesis, because
Wouldn't it be infertile too?
Yeah, absolutely. It would be like a mule or something like that, you know.
You're right.
Like, it wouldn't
So
be like
Jesus couldn't have reproduced.
But Jesus didn't reproduce, did he? The whole point
Well,
is
no, I know that, but I mean,
do we even know if Jesus had genitals?
we don't. Like, think of the cover of that Marilyn Manson record, you know.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I know the exact one you're talking about. It's like a Ken doll.
Yeah.
Your DNA makeup. What are you talking about?
Not in Mary's. Mary doesn't have an SRY gene.
So if you're just doing a quick Google search for the first time,
Mary doesn't have an SRY gene.
There's no way you're gonna.
Mary didn't have an SRY gene unless she was intersex, of course.
And auto mixes.
Mary wouldn't have had an SRY gene unless she was intersex. A female having an
factually-
SRY gene would make them intersex. It would be an intersex condition.
How
Yeah,
is
it wouldn't. It
her
wouldn't.
DNA
It
is
doesn't
literally half
necessarily
from
need
her
to
mother
express
and half from
itself
her father.
in secondary sex characteristics, but it would technically make them intersex. Yeah.
And just to clarify on that, and so in Luke chapter 1, verse 38, I am the Lord's servant, was Mary's response.
Yeah.
Ah, interesting. So just by virtue of her saying I am the Lord's servant, that then is interpreted as consent for everything.
She's like, I'm on the payroll.
Yeah.
Well, we actually look into the Greek. This gets into the argument about slavery, which we don't have to get into all that right now. But if you look into the same vernacular in the Greek, this is how we know that the indentured servitude, when the father from the Septuagint, the LXX, when the father gives the daughter to concubinage or sexual slavery, or however you want to say it, sells his daughter to another person, the daughter is actually the object, not the subject. So the consent is never given to the daughter. We break this down in arguments about consent regarding the slavery laws. The same verbiage in the Greek applies to this here. When she says, I am the servant, it applies in the same way that she is not the subject, but she's the object in that context.
Yeah, well, it's the same as who the fuck was I having the discussion with? It was to do with what happens when like a daughter engages in, she's unmarried, but she engages in a willing romantic relationship with another guy, and everything about the interaction, whilst the sexual act was consensual because like they're quote unquote in love. But everything about all of the rules and regulations after the fact are about the fact that because the daughter has now been defiled with respect to her value, she can't be now like sold off to some third party, which means the guy who she's fallen in love with has to buy her from the father.
Yeah, but John, just interrupt. I'm sorry, I may be rude, but when you said willing, that's actually not applicable in that story. So when the man,
no, I know it's not applicable in this story,
okay.
but I was trying to be.
You said willing, so I want to clarify because I've had this debate before. So when the virgin woman is taken, the actual Hebrew that's used there is the same as taken in every other context in the Bible, is with force. So there's not a willingness there. So the woman is literally raped, sexually assaulted. The Christian apologists will try to say that it's a consensual act. It's not.
I'm going to. Yeah, and I'll grant you all of that, and obviously I do not endorse like even from the potential existence of a fucking deity, I don't accept it. As a father of a 10-year-old girl myself, the notion that anybody would.
Can we see how much is left of this clip? How much is it till the end, RP? Because I'm running out of time here.
About 10 minutes.
Okay. I'm gonna try and head out around 4 a.m. my time. 20 minutes from now.
All right, let's
Okay, just play it and don't stop it.
So what are you
Just
talking
So
play
the
it
half
through.
that she gets from her father doesn't include the SRY gene. When a woman is born, it happens because the sperm cell carries an X chromosome rather than a Y chromosome.
The Y
If
chromosome.
it carries the X chromosome rather than the X chromosome, if it carries the X chromosome rather than the Y chromosome, that's because that means that the Y chromosome or that the X chromosome won't have the SRY gene on it.
It's factually incorrect. The X literally through the auto mixes duplicates into that.
So would you believe Medline Plus? Would you believe Medline Plus? The SRY gene is found on the Y chromosome. It's from Medline Plus. Would you believe? I don't know the national. Would you believe a? Would you believe the? Would you believe the NIH? Would you believe a book located on the National Library of Medicine? A book called Genes and Disease.
How can it be wrong? Like men are XX,
usually a woman has
and
two
women are
X
XY.
chromosomes and a man has one X and one Y.
men are
Blah 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 blah. Analysis of such individuals. Analysis of such individuals has revealed some of the molecule. That's about the chromosome. Wait, so are you telling me that Mary had Y chromosomes?
I'm telling you that Mary gave birth to a male through the virgin.
Do you know what
birth,
SRY
which is
stands
talked
for?
about in the Word of God.
I just want to
hold on, Justin. This is a good dunk. Give me 1 sec. So Matthew, do you know what SRY stands for? Oh, it stands for something. It stands for sex. No. It stands for sex determining region Y gene.
Yeah, thanks.
SRY stands for sex determining region Y.
That's the technical term
Because
to the fact
the
that I
SRY
shot
gene is
down
the SRY gene is located on the Y chromosome.
Did I say that the SRY gene was being handled isolated? I said that there was 3 components that makes it possible through biology, and that you are not
Makes it
comprehending
possible
that.
through biology. Look, so either Mary had an SRY gene or she didn't. If she doesn't have an SRY gene, then she can't give birth to a male through parthenogenesis. And if she does have an SRY gene, then she has an intersex condition, which, fine, maybe she did.
Do you think that anything objectively is wrong?
What the fuck does
What?
that mean?
Do you
What?
think that you
The
could break?
moral argument?
Do you think you could break this guy's brain by just asking him why?
I actually don't think that's
you're
the
like
case.
slaying us. It's crazy.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit shocked that nobody in your family's had you committed at this point. I mean, we'd love to have the moral argument with you. Do you think that it's moral to kidnap women in war and make them war brides?
I think that, if you're even so, do you think there's something that's objectively wrong?
Bro's answering a question with a question.
You're not going to answer the question, are you?
I asked the question first.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. I said, do you think there's anything wrong with taking war brides in war? And then rather than answering my question, you asked the question. So we'll try this again. Do you think that there's anything wrong with taking war brides?
If anything's wrong, I believe it's wrong. If it's truly wrong according to scripture, interpreting scripture, I believe it's wrong.
Sure. I'm asking you.
Did he just put himself the arbiter of all morality?
Of course, anything that's wrong is wrong.
It would always be wrong then. Capturing
Awkward.
innocent women in war and making war brides from them would be wrong all the time.
That's super awkward.
All I'm saying is, if you think that there
You haven't read the Bible,
is
huh?
anything, if you think there's something that's objectively wrong or objectively true,
buddy.
that you are literally borrowing it from God's standard.
Sure, yeah, that's adorable. Tell me if this is objectively right or objectively wrong. When you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry, so you shall bring her home to your house, you shall shave her head, pare her nails, and discard her captive's garb and remain in your house a full month mourning for her father and mother. After that you may go into her and be her husband and she shall be your wife. But if you're not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free and certainly...
Sorry, I just saw that Carrie 1020 Carrie on the horizontal chat says, "I am in Iowa, born and raised." I didn't know that. I'll have to say something to her, or I think that's her. I don't know.
Yeah, Carrie is from like south of Des Moines.
Nice. I never knew that. I'll have to say something.
Yeah, we talked about Iowa before.
I didn't know that. That's all. I just wanted to point that out. I'm from Iowa, for anyone curious. It's the state I live in.
Not sell her for money. You must not treat her as a slave since you have dishonored her. So the point here is that a woman has been captured in war, right?
Sorry.
Do you think that people captured in war?
I've just seen something in the chat. Objective ethics. I'm not trying to imply anything nefarious about you as a parent. I'm simply trying to address the consent apologetics that comes from Deuteronomy. I'm not a theist. So,
Come on, we got to get through this clip. Nectu has to go. Let's come on.
Yeah. So sorry. I just.
That can wait 10 minutes.
Yeah, but no, fair enough.
Okay, this is a fallacy, and I can just say that.
I asked you a question.
It's a question, bro. It can't be a fallacy.
So ask the question again.
Do you think that women who have been captured in war have consent?
No. Any brute force that takes over a person and sells you to slavery, and some other person buys you and puts you.
I didn't say selling into slavery. I didn't say that.
Way, and that is moral.
Listen, I didn't say that.
For them to come save you.
I'm not talking about slavery.
So your argument is
what are you talking about? I'm not talking about slavery. You didn't respond to what I said. You want to try to focus this time?
You were talking about the ordinance traditions of how someone would sell a slave into
I'm not.
Another person's hands.
No, I am
you
not.
Don't realize.
No, I'm not, dummy. I'm talking about war brides. Are you not able to track? Do you know that not all war brides were slaves? Or do you not know that? I assume he doesn't know.
I've never even heard of war bribes.
Yeah, it's when
Why
you
don't you
kidnap
use
a woman in war and then you make her a bride. It's pretty easy. It's been around for a long time.
Sure, I think that's
Okay.
a
Now
nuance.
you said it was wrong because you're taking away somebody's free will and autonomy, right?
Anything that's wrong is wrong.
Okay.
Anything
So
that's
the
wrong
problem
is
is
wrong.
in the Bible, it says that you're actually allowed to do this behavior. It says that you can kidnap a woman in war, bring her to your house. And after 30 days of mourning, the fact that you murdered her parents, you can turn her into a wife. So that's why I asked, do you think that people that are captured in war, meaning they're actual captures, captives, there we go, they're actually captives, do you think they have the ability to consent? It's just a yes or no.
They didn't keep them. They took the ones they captured and then sold them. That means sold them to
I'm
somebody else.
still just waiting for you to answer the question, yes or no.
Anything in the Word of God was drawing a clear line between what's good and bad. So if you're
just-
obedient to God, you
Just waiting for you to say yes or no.
bad.
Just yes or no.
Matthew, is this going how you thought it would go?
Right.
Somehow I doubt that. That's why he's shouting. By the way, Blitz, if you still have your live chats open and you've got the menu set to the group overlay, you should be able to click on one and it should appear, and it should highlight on both our ends.
So if I go to the live chat, not the super chat thing, right?
Yeah, just go to live chats, and
then it's projector button sends to group unapologetic. That one.
Yep, and you can filter it so it just shows particular types of chats because the regular chat is going to go pretty quick.
And you're sitting there.
If I do the chat pop out, will that?
The chat pop out will basically just pop out the chat, and you can use that as well. That's what I'm using.
But how do I then set the?
Well, you would set that prior to popping it out.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the pop out's not. It's not part of the main control panel. It's just a separate panel where you can click on shit.
I see.
But
Are they
right
using new
now,
software or
the
something?
most recent super chat was from Space Lord. If I click on it, it's going to show up on screen, and also, oh, 1 second, showed up on the vertical, but not the because I didn't change the thing yet. 1 second.
So if I do this, I just did. I just. Well, no, that didn't. That wasn't me.
So no, don't worry about it. I forgot to make one adjustment here.
And I can prove God by disproving evolution.
I'm sure you can.
Sure, Jen.
I just proved God. Parthenogenesis.
Sure you did. You sure did. You really.
Yep, that's definitely what happened here.
You really demonstrated that Jesus was born from a virgin. You know what? I think we're all Christian now. Are you Christian, Blitz?
Yep, I'm a Christian now. Yeah.
I think we're all Christian. Let me set my my overlay settings. My overlay settings is set to unapologetic. So let me save that and click on one, and it should show up. There we go. It shows up on the screen. Yours is working now, right?
If you're so smart, what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Oh, it is.
The egg. Chicken or the egg? What came
But
first?
I can't see the things that you've clicked on.
Click on the one from 49 Perfects that just came in. Okay, that shows up. And then drop it.
I'm not seeing it.
The egg predates
What
the
do you mean,
chicken,
it's
so
on the
the
screen?
egg came first.
Well, my TikTok's being laggy.
Oh, yeah, you're not going to see it for like 10, 15 seconds probably. But it worked. It showed up on my screen. The only difference is...
But I can't see the ones that you've clicked.
The only problem is
Like,
it's
I
not
can't see-
highlighting it on both ends yet. Well,
Okay.
I'll get that set up. But
Okay.
now we can
Yeah,
both
so
at
Matthew-
least display them.
Yeah. So Matthew, do you think that this was like a good showing for Christianity, where you continually misunderstood scientific concepts and then shouted? Do you think that you were a good warrior for Christ?
I caught you in the exact position where you're claiming something that science doesn't claim.
Oh, okay. When was the last time you read it? When was the last time you read a science book there, Matthew?
I write them all the time. I'm educated.
What was the name of the science book that you read most recently?
Plus, I don't trust anybody's mindset that can't even tell me what came first, the chicken or the egg.
The egg came first.
The
dipshit.
egg.
Now tell me, what was the name of the last science book that you read?
You're wrong. You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
You're
But anyway,
wrong.
what's the name of the last science book that you read?
How
There couldn't be just one chicken or one egg. There had to be two. Meaning what? Male
Well,
and
no,
female, right?
eggs existed before chickens did.
Oh, yeah,
Dinosaurs
but
did,
there had
for
to be a
example.
male and female. There couldn't be just one
Bro
chicken or
doesn't
one
even
egg. There
understand
had
what
to
the
be
question
two.
is about.
The egg predates the chicken.
And
Bro doesn't even
according to
understand the question.
OCS,
Anyway, so
Millions
just to be
of
clear,
eggs.
Matthew
just to be
doesn't
clear, what
realize
was the last?
that like even plants were male and female prior to
chicken
human
came
beings.
first according
It's
to
happened for
OC17.
it happened way before mammals ever existed or birds or anyone else.
God made
And
all
and
the
what was the name of the
animals on
last science book you read?
I don't think he's read even one.
Have you read it? Have you ever read a science book? When were you last in high school?
You'd be better off asking him which science book he
I
chewed
said
most recently.
at this point in the I wrote.
You're gonna make me look
"How bold
dumb.
of you
You guys
to
look dumb
assume you
trying
went to high
to
school, Blitz."
When were you last in high school?
Whatever, guy.
Whatever.
Do you think that's an answer to my question?
I went to Muskegon Community College.
I
in
believe
Muskegon,
that.
Michigan.
Yeah, we know where.
And did you
Muskegon
take
is.
did you take any science classes?
Doubtful.
I majored in business and minored in psychology.
Okay, so what was the name of the last science book that you read?
I can't remember.
Uh-huh.
But
It must
I
have been
know
that
all
long
the
ago, huh?
theories. What do you want?
Majored in
Name a
business and
science theory that I
psychology
don't
at a
understand or
community
even talk about
college.
myself. So if you
Right.
can do
Yeah,
that,
thermodynamics, the Big Bang,
Well, I mean,
abiogenesis, all of
at
those
the risk
things
of,
you don't understand.
evolution.
I mean, just because it's community
Evolution
college
literally is
doesn't mean
disproven by the
Evolution you
first
don't
and second
understand.
laws of
this guy is.
Except
but-
you
But you don't know what the
they
first
are.
and second law of thermodynamics are.
Right.
Okay, I just said what they were.
But you
Well,
didn't.
but you said them wrong. You were incorrect. You misrepresented them.
No, I couldn't remember what the third one was, sir. Like I told you.
Well, no, you
So,
also
there's
you also
things that
got
don't
the first
remember.
and second one incorrectly.
Got to pivot from the actual what I came on and said. You know what I mean? Which you were wrong about.
What was he?
What
wrong
you
about?
came on and said is what you came on and said was that science proves that the Big Bang was the beginning of space, time, and matter. And I showed you that that's not the case. That's absolutely not the case. Then you tried to talk about thermodynamics, but then you failed on that front because when you tried to talk about thermodynamics, you couldn't even represent what the third law of thermodynamics is, and you couldn't accurately represent what the first and second laws were. Then you pivoted to abiogenesis. So, like, it seems like that you just keep pivoting every time I keep correcting you. You don't even know what the second law of thermodynamics is.
Second law of thermodynamics, and you jumped to
No, you
whatever
weren't.
you wanted to use as a thing to keep pushing it.
The sad reality is that you weren't citing the second law of thermodynamics. You weren't even citing a correct sentence. Like, the sentence was not even grammatically sensible.
Okay, my sentence wasn't sensible. I said thermodynamics proves nature cannot create its own energy.
But we
That a
Yeah,
chemical
and that's
system
false.
cannot
Thermal
generate its own origin from
dynamics.
scratch.
But that
That
wasn't
is what
something
science
we
is.
claimed.
Thermodynamical energy.
And to be clear,
Oh,
even if we did
that's
claim
false. That
that,
makes
that's
you
not a
an
scientific
educated.
law.
That is
That's
an
not a scientific
absolute
law.
fact.
Okay, find
So
that in a
you're
book.
saying
Find that
that,
in a
you know-
science, in a physics textbook.
He didn't have one.
So
Well,
you're saying that
well,
thermodynamics does not prove nature cannot
drawing
create its
a
own
conclusion
energy.
from a
Absolutely,
piss
it
poor
doesn't
understanding of
prove
the first
that.
law, but still.
Boom. So you're going. You're already. See, you just sat there and tried to.
Yeah,
rag on me when
see,
you're
you're
just
already,
so-
you're already, like, you don't even know what you're talking about. You've never opened a physics textbook in your life.
True.
Oh, sure.
This
you
guy
surely
is the
know
kind
that.
of idiot who
I do,
looks at
yeah, and it's
entropy,
evident from
i.e.
the fact that
second law of
you
I just
thermodynamics,
don't, you aren't even forming
explained
claims
grammatically
that
correct
helium
helium
sentences.
shouldn't exist.
And you
Dude,
didn't
he
let me
never
finish
went to
that, but,
college.
Well,
I'm just
except
saying,
that's
I
wrong,
understand
because-
how everything works. There's not a subject you could talk about that I don't know.
You haven't got a single
Yeah,
one
there's,
right.
there's so many.
Well, let me ask you a question, Matthew.
You
What
want
is
to
a
talk about
coulomb?
epistemology?
What's a coulomb?
You want to talk about
This is
axiology, ontology?
That's not
You
a
wanna
real
talk
word.
About taxonomy?
I'd love to talk about
Axiology is not a real word.
I'd love to talk about theology. I'm
What's a-
happy to do it, but
what-
also,
by the
I'm
way-
still waiting. Can you define what a coulomb is?
Or what a marginally outer trap surface is.
Just explain what it is, and I'll tell you.
So no, we're asking you to
Explain what it
You
is,
want the
and
answer?
I will-
You want the answer
Yeah,
so that you
You're
can
bringing up a
repeat it back?
subject. All you have to do is explain it, and then I would
So-
say, "Oh, this is this. It goes to this." It's simple. It's called talking.
Well, I'm asking you for a very specific subset in a subject, which is a coulomb.
Trying to
What is a
test you,
coulomb?
you dumbass.
At what subject?
If you don't know what a coulomb is, you don't know the subject.
Explain what a coulomb is.
So you don't know the subject either.
Then he'll give. That's giving you the
See, if somebody
answer.
asked me what a coulomb is, I would know what the
If you
subject is
explain
because it's a
to
very
me what a coulomb
specific.
is, and
It's a very
I don't say
specific thing.
what's right,
In fact, hey
then
Blitz,
you would make me wrong.
Blitz, do you know what subjects a coulomb is usually applied to?
I do, yeah.
You see, you don't. Sounds to me like you don't know what a coulomb is.
I can name words all day that you don't know. What are you talking about?
I'm sure you can.
name
Like,
words
like,
all
like
day.
I'm waiting for
ality.
him to
Like
explain what a
ality, that's a
column
word
is.
that nobody knows because it's not in the dictionary.
Yeah,
Oh, that was so
apparently
good.
it's
That's
a
such a
word.
good
I'm gonna do that.
callback.
I'm gonna post it on my page after. Oh,
No
another.
one, no
update.
no one's clicking on your page, buddy. That's not
I got
happening.
followers.
I'm sure you do.
I
What,
got
five?
followers.
You have. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see if TikTok wants to load them. My guess is like under 100.
Oh, for sure.
He has 36. He has
You got
36 followers.
Oh man, you're really crushing it out here. Fuck, I hope he doesn't post this video and clip us. We're gonna ruin our
700
career.
followers.
Oh no. Golly gee.
So,
Okay.
I ain't trying to do nothing. I got 700 followers.
Well, you succeeded because you
Where?
didn't do anything. Anyways, it is 3
True.
o'clock now.
Like
Blitz, should
outside his house. It is.
Send this guy to
Yeah,
the
we should just end it.
infirmary
Do some super chats.
and get going.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
end it because I have all.
Yeah, you have all the answers. We know. Boy, imagine
pause it
having to
here,
deal with that person in real fucking life.
What happens next is they read a bunch of super chats. They're worth watching, I guess. I mean, you guys can watch it if you want to, but all that happens is they read super chats, they clown on him for a while. Most of the super chats are pretty funny, and then they bring him back on just to clown on him like one more time for like a second, and then it's only like they only bring him on for like 30 seconds and then they kick him.
Do you think he knows how stupid he sounds?
No
Or do you
chance.
think he's completely ignorant of it?
I think he's indoctrinated beyond help. He's so
That's worse. That's so much worse than just indoctrinated.
yeah, he's like in a cult, like seriously locked in.
The things that he was like professing to have knowledge on though are just absolutely insane. Like
He said he was a business major with a minor in psychology at a
Psychology, yeah.
community college. At a community college. I don't know if you know the way college works here, John, but you don't get degrees from a community college.
Right.
Well, I mean,
at best, it's an associate's degree.
Right.
Well,
And
they
they don't do majors and minors for that, huh?
Well, the university I two different universities, but my principal degree, which is architectural technology, I studied at De Montfort, which used to be a polytechnic. So it wasn't a university, but it was founded as an architectural school. So the architecture department at De Montfort has always been pretty good, even when it was a polytechnic. But it was founded by a guy called Lord de Montfort, who was an architect.
Okay.
So
there is nobody on fire.
Oh yeah, I'm going to step back from that. I want to see this pan out with nobody in UG.
What did you say? I missed it. UG show it again.
Silent rhetoric. I've never seen it before.
I like it. That was hilarious.
That's great.
Right, well, I want to drop out, everybody. It was great hanging out for a while tonight. I had a good time. I might be back in a little bit, but I need to do some things, and then if you guys are still going later, I'll stop in again.
Okay.
All right, GG's.
Take it easy.
Yep. See you guys.
John, did you want to get into that polemic? Because I want to really be clear about the fact that I wasn't attacking you personally or trying to infer that you were trying to defend any kind of gross, nasty shit that the fucking apologists try to claim about consent. But you use the word consent, talking about and I think we're talking about the same thing where the virgin gets taken in the field and the father has to pay the 50 shekels of silver. And I just want to jump on that because I've heard it so many times in formal and informal debates. I had a debate with Jill. I don't know. Jill, probably most people on this channel know who Jill is on the same topic.
I know Jill.
Yeah. And he tried to assert that this is a consensual thing. Like they're just holding hands, hopping through the lilies and have this consensual shag. That's not what's going on. And when you look at the verb, the Hebrew and the Greek, you can break it down to find out this is a violation. This is actually a grape, a sexual assault against a woman. And the fact that she has to, the father, the guy pays her father 50 shekels of silver and she has to marry him. It's all fucked up. And I know you think as a father, you're like, I know this is fucked up. But when you said consent, I jumped all over it because that's just really.
With respect to the conversation that I've had about this in the past, like my interpretation of it is the same as yours. I think there's no consent involved here with respect to the text. But what I was trying to do when I was having this conversation was looking at it in the most generous interpretation possible. And even if you do, which is to state that the young girl and the man, like let's say they fall in love, but the father doesn't approve. The problem is that the father is still the one that treats her like chattel, right? Even in that conception of it under the text, and that's the best possible interpretation. I'm not saying that's that's a reasonable one, but it's the best possible one, and it's still fucking shit for the young lady. You know?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, brother, and I'm willing to grant that interpretation for the sake of what you just said exactly. Because even if you grant the most generous interpretation you can, it's still fucked up beyond belief. But I just want to make sure that people are armed with the right information. So when I had this debate, I cited Marioka 2009, page 351, Prop 2006, page 196. There are several problems with this interpretation. First, and without going into great detail, the grammar of verse 8 does not seem to allow for the daughter to be the agent. As a relative pronoun, and I'm not going to get into the Greek and Hebrew because I can't pronounce it, is in the accusative state. She is not the subject of the verb. Marioka writes concerning the verse, the father and the accuser, the daughter, and the person, the male, whom he had betrothed to him. And he gives the chapter and verse. More simply, that Marioka saying is that the verb has the father as the subject, the daughter as the object, and the master as the person to whom the daughter is being betrothed. Thus, he translates this, whom he, the girl's father, had betrothed to him. Prop writes in 21:7, the subject is the girl's father, not her purchaser. Exodus stresses rather the woman's passivity, subject to the authority of her father, and then to her purchaser. And we see the exact same Greek and Hebrew used in the context of Deuteronomy. I think it's 22. It starts around verse 13, which is Justin likes to jump on this because this talks about the bloody sheet and stuff. But you get into the passage we're talking about down into verse 28. If a man happens to meet a virgin whom is not pledged to be married and grapes her, and they are discovered, he shall pay the girl's father 50 shekels of silver. We see the same context of passivity and ownership. Then we get into Luke, which ties into what was brought up previously with Mary. Luke chapter 1 talks about, was there any consent with the virgin birth situation? And it turns out that Mary literally says in response, and you get this only in Luke because Matthew glosses it over. Mark obviously doesn't have the virgin birth narrative, right? And Luke specifically says in chapter 1 here, her response.
The bit that obviously I appreciate there is nuance with respect to the interpretation, but the bit that infuriated me was the part where even with the most generous interpretation of it, i.e. young lady falls in love with young man and they have the bow chicka bow wow time without being married, etc. Which
bow chicka wow wow.
Yeah, exactly. Was obviously considered a sin or whatever. And then said Bo.
Does that bring up nostalgic feelings for you, Owie?
Said Bo goes to dad and goes, hey, I know society requires me to pay you this amount of money for your daughter, so here's the bride price for her. I want to marry her. And then the dad can just go, no, fuck you. Right? That's the bit where I'm like, there's no misconstrual of the interpretation there. Like, this absolutely puts the daughter as chattel. There's no ability to misinterpret that. Can dad say no, despite the fact that and now what is the daughter supposed to do?
No, the daughter gets stoned to death at that point.
But even if she didn't, even if you can somehow interpret it away, like given the culture, given the religious rules, like she's not allowed to marry the person that she loves. She's not allowed to be with the person that she loves. Her dad has said no, but now she also, given the culture that existed at the time, has no value because she is quote unquote spoiled. Like, what the dad, by virtue of some insane standard.
No, because the standard is, in fact, that children and women, the virginity of the woman, are in fact the father's property. Same as slaves. Everything boils down to the man of the house, the father of the house. Yeah. That's their property. And the same thing with the Virgin Mary. Virginity is 38. She says, "I am the Lord's servant." She uses it is fucking disgusting. You're absolutely right. And that's why I jumped on it. Not because I wanted to imply that you personally believe any of this bullshit. And I want to clarify that because I don't know you that well. But you and I had a yeah. But when you
I saw the comment and I reacted to it. So I did.
OE, did you still want to share your screen?
Oh, if you guys want to laugh, yeah, this is hilarious. Just this is a test here, really quick. Let me see if I can do this. This is hilarious. Let me share screen. I've never done this before as a guest, so let me see. I think this is okay. So let me know if that's popping up to.
Yeah,
Eugene, Christians nowadays, like I'm not saying I'm reaching for a stone. I'm just saying I'm looking at the ground. Yeah.
Can you guys see this with the chat in the backstage before it brings up? Can you see it?
It's. I already brought it up. What are you talking about?
Oh, am I scrolling it right now? Am I controlling it or are you?
Yeah. It's kind of
you are.
Okay, so Async Network supported something that I think is very important. It's the Ark Encounter protest, and they made some donations to help us reach our financial goal with the fundraiser event. So there was this video I came across that was about we got kicked out of the Ark Encounter, and I thought, oh, cool, let's see what these people are doing. And maybe they were speaking up against it because I'm in line with what Async is in line with, what Joe and so many of the people who are working so hard to raise money, and people have donated money and effort into doing this protest against this event. And it turns out, unfortunately, that these people who put up this video are actually like, oh, this is so cool. Look, they got the dinosaurs on the Ark. And I was like, oh my God, this is so ridiculous. So I posted this comment. I said, it's shocking that there are people in 2026 who still take these fairy tales seriously. There was no global flood. The Earth is roughly 4.5 billion years old. Dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago, and Homo sapiens didn't evolve until around 300,000 years ago. Science has demonstrated all of these facts to be true, and the Ark Encounter is a violation of church and state, as well as being an indoctrination center for children. And this crazy lady here responded to this with all these crazy emojis saying, it's shocking you believe such fairy tales. Science is bought and paid for. None of the nonsense you just typed has been proven. Nice try, clown face. And so I responded by saying, how do I get my response up? I said,
sad clown face.
She lives in the modern world, right? I mean, she's typing the shit on the fucking internet.
Well, I can't really, I don't know why my comment isn't coming up. She might have deleted it, but I said, so let me guess. You're going with the talking snake gave the magic fruit to the naked lady theory? And that was how I left it. That's what they're trading in. Science is the talking snake gave the magic fruit to the naked lady. That sounds more reasonable to these people than actual science.
Yes, it does.
It never.
They love their talking snakes and naked ladies. They're all about it.
It never fails to blow my mind. Like, I mean, we don't have the same religious cohort as you have in the United States. Like, we don't, other than like Nathan Oakley. Apologies, by the way. We don't have these kind of lunatics in the same way as they do. Like, we don't have our equivalent of like the who are the crazy church that like protests outside of like not just abortion centers,
Westboro Baptist.
Westboro Baptist, yeah. We don't kind of have like, obviously they do exist, but we don't have like a mainstream version of them. And it's like I was saying earlier with respect to the politics and the religion like alignment. Are you more likely to find conservatives to be religious with respect, other than when you compare them to people like who are Labour or Liberal Democrat supporters? Yes, but is it like the main locus, the main focus of their identity? Fucking absolutely not. This is not an argument that we're really having, and it does amaze me that in one of the most mechanized and technologically capable nations on Earth, I don't understand why we're in the US that this is still ongoing.
Well, I'm getting ready to have a conversation here. It's going to come up in I think 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. I've got a Muslim and a Roman Catholic who want to talk to me about happiness. And they're not going to be too happy, I don't think, when I bring up statistics about the happiness index, because it turns out that the countries that have the most atheists per capita are ranked lowest in crime and highest on the happiness index. And happiness
can I just ask you?
Happiness index includes many different categories, including corruption in government, healthcare, so on, life expectancy, so on and so forth. There is self-reporting in there,
and also you can't just look at self-reporting with respect to happiness. You need
no, that's the whole thing. The happiness index does not. It does include self-reporting, but that's not the only category. Like there's literally there's 5 or 6 categories that are included in the happiness index, which is including like life expectancy, healthcare, longevity, perception of corruption in government, which I think is one of the most important ones, and crime rate.
Can I just ask? Are you with respect to the atheist happiness? Are you mostly looking at like the Scandinavian countries because they're the ones?
There's Switch. I don't have it pulled up right now, but I think there's Switzerland, Norway,
Switzerland.
Believe it or not, China and Japan are the
Hungary, Denmark.
Two highest ranking atheist per capita countries are China and Japan, which have some of the lowest crime rates. And so it's really interesting how when it comes to the most atheists per capita, you take it, like I said, Switzerland, Norway, Netherlands, China, Japan.
Just quickly with respect to Japan, the problem that you've got with Japan is that whilst they're not necessarily a theistic country, they do have a high degree of orthodoxy and a high degree of order to their society that doesn't, which might not make the argument in the same way. Like obviously, orthodoxy of any kind, I think, because it removes like doubt, or there's no like, if this happens, then what happens next? And like, is there a concern for like people having to figure stuff out? You know, it does remove all doubt. And whilst so this orthodoxy of a highly ordered society doesn't necessarily need to be religious.
No, I think that's a great observation. And my approach to the conversation, as always, is to be intellectually honest and humble. So I'm looking at things like, what would I think of as happiness? Low crime rate, trust in the government, high sense of community involvement, and self-reporting would be like education and GDP. I would look at these kind of empirical statistics. And so you look at the different high atheistic communities or countries, I should say, and they rank high in all these areas. Now, you could definitely pick apart certain things like Japan. Some people might say, oh, they're a communist, or China, I should say, they're communist or whatever. I'm not looking at the political sphere in general. I'm just looking at the criteria of what makes people happy and feel comfortable and confident. And the highest ranking countries in low crime, low recidivity, high GDP, high health, high trust in the government. These are the most atheistic countries, ranked the highest. The middle to lowest tiers are obviously the lowest tiers are theocracies. And I'm not trying to be Islamophobic here, but like Iran, Afghanistan, these countries rank really low. Turkey, some of these countries rank, the theocracies in general rank really low. America, mid-tier. So think of crime, for example. I had a conversation on my channel here recently about politics. One of the first times I actually got into this topic. I'm really new in politics, and so I'm really leaning a lot on Gretchen and Robin for how to approach this topic. But I got into a conversation with A's about this, and I pointed out some other things, and I was looking at different statistics. And it turns out that when I looked into recidivity, which is when people commit a crime, within how many years are they going to be reoffending? America, 77% reoffending in 5 years. Netherlands or Norway, 2%. 77, almost 80% reoffending in our justice system. If I'd said this on A's channel, I said, if you had a fucking business model with an 80% failure rate, you'd go out of business. How can we possibly think this is a successful model for how to deal with crime? And that's where we're at in America.
Yeah, but you don't think that the main problem with respect to recidivism with as far as crime goes, firstly, it's just a case of dealing with the problem. Like, I mean, the pointy end of the spear with respect to the crime is the guy who's robbing the 7-Eleven, right? But that doesn't necessarily speak to why the person is committing the crime in the first place. There is an underlying problem. There's an antecedent fact that's caused it. And if you just lock the person up, then all that happens is their son kicks the door down a few years later, right? Because you've not solved the problem. The other issue, of course, is the United States treats prison as a fucking industry. So it's within the industry's
What we
interest
call
to make
the
sure that
school to
people are
prison pipeline.
yeah, revolving door. You want them back, right? If you can't, this is repeat business, for want of a
Well,
better
John,
word.
you've said, you've already articulated both points. So I don't talk. I haven't really said it here too much, but I've talked openly about it on my own channel. I came out of the prison system. I've been there and
Really?
done that, and I actually did a video called "Prison Has a Revolving Door," and I would encourage you and other people to look at that video because it's true. Prison does have a revolving door. When you go into the prison in America, you learn to be a better criminal. I'll just tell you how it is because I've
It's a
been there and
gladiator.
done
It's a gladiator academy, basically.
that. It absolutely is.
You
I
take
grew
an
up on the
amateur
streets,
criminal,
so I was
you
a
shove them into
gladiator
the prison,
before I went
and
into
you teach
prison, and
them,
I did
you
what
harden
they
them up as a
call
criminal.
my
Yeah.
crimes were clean. My papers were clean, so I had street credit going in, so I didn't really have any trouble in prison. I turned my life around because I refocused myself. But people do who don't
And
do
you're white.
What?
And you're white.
Whiteness has absolutely nothing to do with it. I'm sorry. That's yeah, for somebody who grew up on the streets and went through the system and has knows what it's like to fight for food and everything else, that argument falls flat on me. But I'm not going to get into that right now because I don't want to piss everybody here off. But no, that privilege thing doesn't work with me. But anyway, that's
Well,
somebody
it
who's been there
increases
and
your
done that, been
chances
through
of
the grinder.
it increases your chances of having been born with privilege.
Well, the
like,
chances
is that-
didn't hit me because I was adopted 8 times before I was 14 when I ended up on the streets, and I could go on from there.
So, adopted, or do you mean like went through foster homes or adopted? Because
Never
adoption
mind.
in the UK is different to a foster home.
You know what? We're not going to fucking get hung up on the difference between adopted and fostered.
No, it was more just like like legally you become.
I absolutely do agree that there are systemic problems in the system, and I'm not going to try and say there aren't. There are absolutely systemic problems in the system. I will absolutely say there are, but on an individual basis, which is where reality comes into play, every individual is an individual. I've seen brothers, my black brothers and sisters who have succeeded because they made the right decisions. And I've seen white brothers and sisters who did not succeed because they made the wrong decisions. So at the end of the day, we each have to take responsibility for ourselves. Now, that's not to say there aren't systemic problems, because I believe there are, but that pendulum swings both ways. And I think that we really, to make those arguments, we have to look at the big picture.
Always has.
But I'm not here to cry about anything. And I'm not, and like I said, watch my channel. If you guys
No.
look at my, you don't have to subscribe, but just look at my channel. You'll see my history. My best video I've ever put out is called Courage Without Fear. And I would encourage you to look at that because it gives a little bit of my background and stuff. But the point of the whole conversation is that when it comes to recidivity, I can't even say the word right, but when it comes to reoffending,
Recidivism.
thank you. Recidivism. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Recidivism.
Yes.
Thank you. It comes down to, like what the brother was saying, it comes down to looking at the root of the problem. And I talk a lot about this on my channel. You have to look at the root of the problem, and systemic problems are part of the root. You're absolutely right about that. There are systemic problems that feed into the root of the problem, right? If you grow up in a system, in a neighborhood where you think the only way to get out of that neighborhood is to sling drugs and to pimp hoes and to do whatever and commit crimes, you are most likely going to do those things. That's just the way it is because the environment, because there's no free will, right? So we have a response to our environment. Our external pressures determine so much of our decision making as we grow up. And when we're really young, we get influenced by our environment. If our environment isn't healthy, we are very likely to make really poor choices. And whether you're black, white, man, woman, or anything in between, when you make bad choices, the chances of you having a good result from a bad choice are very low, right? That's just the way it is by the numbers. So you've got to learn to make good choices. What got me out of the system is when I was sitting in a jail cell, right? Thinking, what the fuck am I doing? I'm looking at 75 years for this high-speed police chase, fucking slinging dope, right? Pimping hoes and everything else. What is going to fucking turn my life around? In prison. I didn't think I was ever going to see the light of day again. I said, you know what? I have been blaming myself this whole time for my father's murder, for all these 6 divorces and being left on the all these things where I ended up on the streets as a teenager. I blame myself for that stuff. but I had nothing to do with any of those things. I was just a kid. What I wasn't doing was taking responsibility for all the stupid shit that I did. When I turned that around and said, look, I got to stop blaming myself for all the stupid shit that happened to me that I had no control over. That wasn't my fault. But what I have to start doing is taking responsibility for the shit that I actually did do. Like punching the gas when the fucking red and blues were behind me until there were no fucking red and blues behind me anymore, right? Fucking doing that stupid shit. That's what I have to take responsibility for. So when I finally had my time to sit in front of the judge and own up to my shit, he fucking took his glasses off with tears in his eyes, wiped the fucking file that was about a foot thick off his fucking desk and said, brother, I'm going to do you a fucking favor. You have no fucking idea. If I ever see you in my courtroom again, your fucking ass is done. I'm going to suspend these 75 years on you. You fucking show up here again, you're done for life. Gave me 18 months. I did my time. I did my time like a man, and I came out and fucking started a business. Couldn't get a fucking job pumping gas, working at McDonald's. Talk about white privilege. Fuck that. I couldn't get a job fucking working at McDonald's. I had to start my own business. You know what I did? I started my business cleaning fucking toilets. Cleaning toilets. I did it with pride, integrity. I showed up. I built that business from the ground up and made a lot of fucking money. Turned that into a business that I cared about, building boats, kayaks, stand-up paddleboards. You guys see my picture right here? I have 2 fucking patents for my design on the triform hull. I built business. I'm licensed by the U.S. Coast Guard to be a boat designer. I've got a HIN, which is a hull identification number, means I can sell legally a boat to you that can be licensed and registered. All that from the ground up because I fucking busted my ass, educated myself. But you got to put the work in. You've got to turn your fucking focus around, right? So nobody's going to give you shit. You got to fucking take it.
I mean, obviously, you know, you and I have had a few conversations before, or at least a couple. But hearing that story, man, you and I have broadly speaking, ended up in roughly the same place. We're business owners. I assume you're a homeowner. But fuck me, I did not have the uphill struggle that you had. I don't use this word often, but I had a fucking privileged upbringing by comparison. I've never been arrested. My parents were both parents in the home. Great home growing up. You know, they weren't particularly well educated, but they worked hard, and you know, the home that I had was solid. I've got siblings, family around, and we've broadly speaking up in the same place. Ended up in a similar place, but fuck me, man. You saw what was around you and you went, I don't want this, I want that instead. And you fucking reached out for it and you got it.
Well, I appreciate that, brother, but I'm just saying that we can all do that at some point.
Yeah,
However,
no, I agree.
It's about focus. And I'm not trying to like preach at anybody. I'm just, I don't know why I went on a tangent, and I'm sorry. I apologize because I'm not here to preach at you guys. I'm just here to tell you that the one thing I would try to encourage everybody is to learn from my mistakes. My focus. Don't blame yourself for things that are out of your control. Do not blame yourself. If you've been indoctrinated into a religion and you've fought your way out of it, good for you. Okay, that's not your fault that at one point you thought the earth was only 6,000 years old. You thought there were fucking people riding dinosaurs onto the ark. That's not your fault, right?
Sorry,
you've got to fucking not blame yourself for shit that's not your fault. But what you have to do is learn to accept responsibility for the shit that is your fault. When you can flip that switch, that's what got me to turn my life around. I was living on the streets, slinging drugs, doing all kinds of crazy shit in the pen, got out working in the adult industry, involved in pimping, pandering, prostitution, fucking working in porn, all kinds of crazy shit I'm not proud of. You got to fight your way out of that. You've got to start making better decisions. So now I'm a successful business owner. I'm a homeowner. I'm getting ready to celebrate my 30-year wedding anniversary to the only woman I've ever been married to. I'm the only person in 6 families that's never been divorced. Never been divorced. 6 families. Every single one of my fucking brothers, stepbrothers, cousins, everything has been divorced at least once. I've never been divorced. Happily married. So you can do this, but you've got to fucking fix your mind. You've got to fucking figure it out.
This is the part where we do a slow clap.
Golf clap, everybody. Golf clap.
I mean, there's nothing.
I was just trying to inject a little levity. That's all.
The dinosaurs walking onto the ark, I thought was the best moment to introduce a bit of levity there, but it's seldom by. That always made me chuckle. Like why don't we have T-Rexes anymore? Because they couldn't do the breaststroke. Yeah, that's always good fun. I've always wondered why aren't Christians vegetarians? I mean, God gave Noah permission to sacrifice one of the goats, and like obviously the Garden of Eden with respect to like ideals, nothing had to kill anything else in order to survive. So, whilst it's not a specific commandment, shouldn't Christians in an ideal world shouldn't they all be vegetarians?
Nah.
I don't understand why Christians have such a problem with abortion, because God is whacking babies left and right in the Bible.
Yeah, I know. Isn't there an instruction on how to do it when the baby?
Yeah, exactly.
There's like literally there's like a 1, 2, 3 step. Like first do this, then do this, then do this. It's always, and don't get me wrong, it's not a nice thing. I don't get the whole celebrating it argument, but I certainly wouldn't like dictate to some other person what they should or shouldn't be doing with their body. That to me seems a bit nuts.
Yeah, I think that because I believe in objective morality, and I've come to learn that to live my best life, my neighbor has to be living their best life. And it's counterintuitive because it is selfish. Like if I don't want my shit taken, right? So my best chance statistically of not getting my shit taken is to make sure my neighbor has everything they fucking need. So I can selfishly give to my neighbor as much as they need willingly so that I never have to deal with that experience of having stuff taken from me without my consent. If my neighbor has everything they need, they're not going to be stealing my shit. If my neighbor is healthy and has all the medical attention they need, they're not going to give me a disease, most likely. If my neighbor is in a good spot emotionally, they're not going to come take from me what they need to sustain themselves, some kind of sycophantic fucking antisocial behavior. So my best chance of living my best life is to make sure that my neighbor has everything they need. So I can sustain my neighbor selfishly because I know that ultimately that's going to help me live my best life. And when we realize that my neighbor has a neighbor and they have a neighbor and they have a neighbor, and eventually we have a global neighborhood, the best thing we can all selfishly do is to invest in the community, to make sure we all have everything we need to eat. We all have shelter. We all have a sense of community, and we can embrace diversity because we want
I'll
diversity.
be right back, guys. You guys keep talking. I'll be right back.
We want diversity. We want people pushing back on our ideas, right? That makes us stronger.
But Owie, what you're doing is you're sort of you're trying to weaponize human selfishness, and you're trying to turn it into, turn that frown upside down, for want of a better word. So the fact that humanity, generally speaking, is mostly governed by self-interest. You're like, well, the best thing that you can do is make sure that your neighbor has all the shit that they need with respect to survival, so that they're not going to take your shit in order to survive, right? And on like that does have an impact. Making sure that everybody's basic needs are met, I do think is a good thing if we can practically facilitate it. The problem is that this system kind of assumes that person is also trying to facilitate their needs to the best of their ability themselves. And if they need a little bit of help, that it's not because that they're not trying, it's because they don't have the capacity, or something like that. Unfortunately, we are replete with examples of people who could potentially be looking after themselves or attempting to support themselves, but they just choose not to because the safety nets now exist. So the motivation changes with motivations change with respect to a system. If the social safety net didn't exist, then two things would happen. The people who actually need the social safety net wouldn't have the support that they need. But also, if the social safety net didn't exist, the people who would take advantage of the social safety net wouldn't be able to take advantage of it, so they would have to support themselves. And there is a balance to be found. Like, you can't just you know, we can't just hand out resources willy-nilly. There needs to be okay, person A can't look after themselves for whatever reason. It might be by virtue of you know, some kind of lack of education or some kind of physical disability or a mental deficit or something like that. And there are other people who absolutely do have the capacity to take care of themselves, but choose not to because they know that they can take advantage of the social safety net. And I'm not saying that's all people, but the problem is that the longer the social safety net exists, the more likely it is going to be that a certain section of your population is going to try to take advantage of said social safety net. And I'm an advocate of social safety nets. I absolutely am, but they can't just be an open door to them, if that makes sense.
No, it does. Everything you said it makes a lot of sense, as usual, John. I find you to be very intelligent. And I've just met you recently, but I've seen a couple of your interactions on Taco's channel. And so I do find you to be really an intelligent and intellectually honest. And I appreciate the insight here. But what I would say, and I think nobody on Fire could respond to this probably even better than I could, because he's really good when it comes into what we're about to get into, was the objective moral standard and what is the benefit to the individual, right? Well, how do we know?
Nobody on Fire is about to go balls deep on Gwyrth here if he's still awake. So.
Yeah. I think it would be good for the audience to kind of get a little bit of a, diversity in the conversation. So it's not just nobody. Do you want to take this, or do you want me to continue? Because I think this would be a perfect chance for you to jump in here. Why are we motivated to do good things to other people, and why is it,
He's not there. He's gone. Looks like it's just you.
I think he passed out. He's absolutely gone. Is RP here?
Gretchen? Right, this is our channel now. This is our channel. We've moved in. We're eating their Cheetos. We're sleeping on the sofa. Fuck it.
That's amazing. We fucking absolutely put everybody to sleep. Is anybody still in the chat? Like, how many people are still watching this? Like,
I'm just fucking with you guys. I'm here.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Is RP gone? Is nobody on Fire? Are they just fucking?
RP got a migraine and is laying down. Nobody on Fire is probably asleep.
Amazing. So okay, I would say,
and I couldn't resist staying silent when you.
Yeah, no, we get as soon as I heard your mic click on, I was expecting it to be some kind of fucking funny of some kind coming from you, Gretchen, obviously.
Well, I would say and I don't want to get too deep into the philosophy of it, because I'd like to incorporate Gretchen in the conversation, because I'd like to actually hear what Gretchen would have to say to something like this, because I think this does ultimately kind of invoke politics and social structure. Like, what are we going to do to accomplish this goal, right? Like how are we going to actually make this happen? But I would say, in quick response to what you're saying, is that I believe that with the self-interest, we have to understand that when it comes to the normative, we're talking about people who have a certain cognitive abilities. What would a normal person, quote unquote normal, right, do in a particular situation? When we talk about somebody who has an antisocial personality disorder or some kind of mental disorder, something that inhibits their ability to function in a normal cooperative situation, there's always going to be these outliers. And you're right about that. And so that's totally fair to point that out. But when we talk about the normative situation, most people want to serve their self-interest. It's I'm sure you must, because you seem very intelligent. You must be familiar with game theory, right?
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. So in game theory, what they've determined,
I'm
and
not.
they've run tens of thousands of experiments on this.
Game theory is a mathematical model for optimal decision making.
Yeah, absolutely. And what they find
I know what it is. I'm not familiar with it at all.
So in game theory, it's essentially the prisoner's dilemma. There's a lot of ways to look at it and stuff, but ultimately what it comes down to
I know what it is. I just don't.
Yeah, long story short, game theory usually
couldn't do the math.
It's tit for tat, right? I would say long story short, tit for tat. Would that be a fair way of just summing it up?
Well, what I would say is in the vast majority of circumstances, game theory would fall on the notion of consensus and collaboration, as opposed to treating people as opponents. That tends to be where game theory draws us in most circumstances. So, for like the TV series Traitor, for example, that's universally based on game theory and like the psychology of humanity.
I think that ultimately answers, kind of your you weren't giving a refutation, but kind of a thought experiment into my idea that selfishly, like I said, I know the best way for me to live my best life, the most effective way, is going to be making sure that my neighbors are living their best life. Statistically, they don't have a reason to come in and take my shit or to invade my space or invade in my
the problem.
Good point. Good point. Thank you.
The problem with
They
the
don't.
model.
They don't necessarily need a reason. It doesn't need to be a deficit of some sort.
No, but we do everything. Remember, Gretchen, every action is motivated. Every single action is motivated. There's no such thing as an unmotivated action. So actions are motivated by what, right? Either
true.
emotions or reason. And I think that reason trumps emotion. That's not to say there aren't certain emotions, because
that's where you got to fight on your
wait.
hands, because
Wait.
emotion trumps reason always.
Oh, no.
Gretchen. I think that it almost always does, but we have those skills to override that.
Yeah, and it's also the case that, for example, let's say you've got, but
you're
let's
wrong.
But let's say you've got three people. Person A has more than enough. Person B has just enough, and person C is starving. Right. Person C is obviously going to be the most motivated out of the three to take shit from either person B or person A, right? Because they're starving. They have a much more heightened need for the resources that person B
You
and
trying
person
to
A
do
has.
game theory with
No,
human
no.
psychology?
No.
Fucking mind.
No. It's not about kind of. But what I'm
Not
getting at
playing
is
that game.
person B who has just enough. If person like remove,
You're going to
person
keep
C
going no matter, even though I just said don't do this, right?
But it's more. Yeah, I mean,
Well-
if obviously if you don't want to do it,
Gretchen, you sound like a Marxist. Gretchen, you
I
sound
have
like a
a
Marxist
fucking-
right now.
I don't know what that means.
Yes, you do,
So-
and I know you're not. But you sound like a Marxist. I just want you to know that.
So
what
I'm concerned.
did I say that makes me sound like a fucking Marxist?
UG in the chat
Marxist.
said he's so low tier he fell asleep, and I assume that means me. Did I miss something?
Family, I did want you to chime in because I think you would have had
you fell
the
asleep.
most articulate response to what John was trying to raise. John's already defeating his own argument, so I guess we don't need you here. But once I brought up game theory, John's like, "Yeah, you're right. This is." Then now he's explaining game theory to Gretchen. Gretchen's like, "Fuck you."
Well, obviously, I know Gretchen has. Is it a psychology or a sociology degree, Gretchen? I can't remember.
Psych.
Okay. But with respect to motivations, like yes, the external factors of the world in which we exist motivate people in particular ways, but the thresholds at which certain people act or are prepared to take action against a third party seems to have a wide degree
It's
of
still
variation from
emotional.
person to person. No, I grant you, I was never one of those people that said that it's not an emotional state. It absolutely is. But then again, with respect to morality, I'm an emotivist and a virtue ethicist. So I don't know why you'd think that I would disagree with you, because I think everything that we do is based on like some kind of emotion. I think almost everything we do is based on emotion, and then we use things like logic and rationality to retrospectively justify it.
Can I give an analogy of a chessboard?
No. The reason is that you still have never sold me on objective morality.
No, me neither.
Well,
I
maybe
don't
we
think
never will,
I don't think
Gretchen.
it's objective at all.
Maybe we never will.
No,
virtues
do.
are objective.
Oh, okay.
I love the objective morality conversation, but I don't think we even need to go there for the purpose of this conversation.
Well,
good. Let's not.
But nobody, the reason I don't think virtues are objective is because I think the virtues come from our emotional states, and our emotional states are not objective states, right? They're subjective.
That's correct. Emotions are always going to be subjective. You're absolutely right about that.
But say it was the case that like it took humans to like derive what a virtue was, then past a certain point of rationality and like I guess just awareness in general, wouldn't those virtues be objective to those
Yeah,
that
but
group
what
of
you're
people that determined what
what
they were?
But all you're doing there is saying, let's say, like on the pain scale, right? You've got two patients, and two patients say that they're suffering like a 7 out of 10 on the pain scale. Well, you're not like, it doesn't mean that both the patients, when they say that they're suffering a 7 out of 10 on the pain scale, because the pain is a subjective first person experience to them, doesn't mean that they're experiencing the same level of pain. It's just a direction of travel. So that's true with emotions, and that's true with the virtues that we condense from those emotions, right?
But
It's still subjective.
isn't there like a
You can objectively
actual
say you can objectively say that these people are experiencing pain, but you can't objectively say that the level of pain that both of these people are experiencing is the same thing.
Well, I just
So,
worry
it's
that
still subjective.
we're focused too much on whether or not they think it's a 7. And then there could actually be an actual determinate 7 that is the 7 across all humans.
All that matters is that individual's hierarchy of needs is going to get met. Period.
Well,
And
well,
that 7, all it does is tell them how
Yeah.
urgent that particular
Need
need
is
at the moment. At the moment.
How are
I-
those needs met?
But I think we the vast majority of people have a consensus with respect to the positive and negative feelings that we acknowledge that the vast majority of us feel, and we also have a degree of consensus on how we should and shouldn't resolve the needs that are the needs that exist. And whilst like it may seem like that we have a vast degree of difference and variation and disagreement on how we solve these problems politically, because obviously we're politically quite diverse, actually I think the vast majority of people in 90% of areas fucking agree, to be quite frank.
Yeah. Lars.
Hi, Lars.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
What happened to you taking a week off, Nave?
Well, I mean, I called in and you let me in, so you let me in. Mostly, I did just want to listen, and I kind of wanted to talk with
Okay.
Objective Ethics a
Not a
little bit.
problem. I can
Okay.
kick you too. Bye.
Gretchen, that was brutal.
Okay.
But the rules are rules.
It's not even a rule. You know what? Nave, you want to come back up? Come back up.
Well,
It just
I'm gonna
amused
go.
me to do that.
I'm gonna go make another coffee, and then I'm gonna.
I just
chill with
found
you
that
guys.
amusing. So
It was pretty funny. Though.
Huh?
It was pretty funny. I think Nave can handle the joke.
I thought it was. You can come back up. He wants to come up here and glaze you anyway, Owie.
Oh, you should definitely let this kid up. Definitely, absolutely. I'm gonna say, yeah, definitely let this kid up.
Oh, he's 100% been doing it the whole time in chat. So.
Oh, has he really? You know,
Yeah.
I can't. I'm too old. I can't focus on the conversation in chat. I'm sure there's been a
And
lot of people.
I never made a rule. I never made a rule that he couldn't come back up. He's the one that said, I'm not gonna come up for about a week at least, because whatever. I guess
Is
he
Jill
thought he
is
needed
Jill
a
still
break.
on the 2 times per week rule? Because I thought that was fucking hilarious.
Yes.
That's amazing. Are you?
But rather than actually showing up twice a week or ever again, apparently, he just likes to go tell everybody else that he's banned from our
He's
channel.
been banned. He's been muted. He's been
And-
that's
yeah,
Jill.
he hasn't.
No,
He's
I know.
been-
I was
he's
there. I was
been
there when you
banned
said.
Yeah,
I
he's
was
been
there when
banned
you
from
put him on that
chat.
rule. You
but-
said, Jill, you're being inconsiderate. You're not answering questions. You're not being direct. Look, we are going to put you on a 2. You're welcome to come here, but we can only take so much of you. So it's going to be 2 times per week, which I thought was fucking hilarious. I don't know how you guys came up with 2 times per week. That seemed kind of random, but that was amazing. And now he's just like, oh, I can't ever come up there. I'm banned from that channel.
Gretchen, I am laughing, and I can
What?
take a joke. I can take a joke. It is kind of
Good.
funny, isn't it? It is funny.
I thought so.
Babe, you're only up here because I was promised you were going to talk about how tall and handsome I am.
Are you 6'13"? I love you guys. This is healthy. And Objective Ethics, I look forward to speaking to you. And Gretchen, you're right. I did say that I would give it a week break, but I couldn't help myself. I literally couldn't help myself.
I can't hear him, Gretchen.
Yeah, you couldn't help yourself because
I couldn't help
your
myself.
your hierarchy of needs told you you needed to be up here to do
I think
this.
you're right. I think you're exactly right.
I was a purely emotional decision. Reason had nothing to do with it.
You just absolutely just fucking hijacked that. You're
That's
absolutely
all
fine.
I'm saying.
Question begging. Question begging.
Hey, what's wrong with question begging? Well, seriously, walk my hand through this. If I am being ridiculous on any sort of level of notion, I mean,
Walk
you
your
know,
hand through it.
walk my hand through this. I mean, walk me through this. Take my hand and walk me through this. Yeah. I mean, what is the nature of asking a question, man? I mean, you know,
Asking a question isn't the
It's
problem,
not.
but when you're conclusioning,
It's not.
when you,
No.
go ahead, Gretchen. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You had it. It's
So
not
when you're-
asking the question.
Yeah, questioning something is actually really important and a valuable skill or attribute or whatever you want to call it. But when your conclusion includes your question and you're in a circular position, that's the
Do
problem.
you understand the difference between asking a question and begging the question?
oh, well, if I can answer Objective Ethics here, okay, this is healthy. This is healthy because I am at a particular spot in life here, and yes, you might argue that it's circular. Okay, I think what I'm saying is, and this I can update my position. I
Yes
might
or
feel differently.
no?
I might feel differently tomorrow. I'm just trying to explain myself. The way I feel right now is that I value the question a little bit more than the answer. But maybe there's something wrong with me going on right now. What I do think is that as things evolve and we change the very
Wait a
emergent
second.
reality that
Time
we're
out.
engaged
Does
with.
anybody else hear that background noise? Or is it
Yeah.
just me?
Yeah, I got the.
You hear it too?
I'm picking it up lately, but I'm not hearing everybody in the room.
Well, can I just
Oh,
check?
that's right.
Is it coming from me?
Lars was having this problem before. He could hear everyone but me.
Yeah. Let me reboot and shut my Bluetooth
Okay.
again. I'll shut my Bluetooth.
All right.
Back, Gretchen. I'll be right back.
All righty.
With respect to what Wholesome just said, though, like the questions that people ask can reveal things about the person who asked the question. Like, and I think this is kind of rudimentary, right? Like if my 7-year-old son asks me a question, then and he has zero guile, he's not trying to trap me, or
Right.
he's not trying to trick you, or he's just genuinely interested, has an ignorance that he wants to have filled in, curious about something. So it like a question from a child is kind of the most honest question that you're ever gonna get. Whereas a
Yes.
question from an apologist that is trying to steer you down a particular line of questioning, they're not particularly interested in the answer, other than how it gets them to their goal. They've got a goal in mind. They're not just interested in the answer to the question, if that makes sense.
I can agree with what you're saying here. And, I believe in synergetic forces. I believe that there's, there's kind of like this collapsing effect to understand, and there's an expansive effect to understand. And not one is better than the other. That you got to look at this animal in many different ways.
Okay, now I'm confused.
Yeah. Okay. And I might be confusing myself. I mean,
Well, it like when you're talking about like synergy and collapsing fields and stuff, I don't think you need to go there with respect to questions. Like there's just convoluted language within certain fields of physics that I just don't think you need here.
Okay.
If that makes
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to sit on this for a minute. Okay.
That wasn't me trying to dunk on you. Like I'm sure
No,
you
I know.
what
No,
you
I
mean.
genuinely hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
What's in contention?
The the very act of questioning itself and where it really goes and why you're asking a question, it's hard to trust
Okay.
people. None of you guys should
Can
trust
you
me sometimes. You know
can
what I
you
mean?
now ask? Can you now answer the question I asked you? Do you know the difference between asking a question and begging the question?
I think I do, because begging the question is kind of like putting it upon somebody else. Is like their duty to help me.
No,
No?
begging
No,
the
it's
question means the
not.
conclusion is baked into the question itself.
Yeah, it's circular. You presuppose the answer to your question in the question.
So let me give you an example right here. It's really simple. So how do you know that the Bible is true? Because it's God's word. Well, how do you know it's God's words? Oh, because it's in the Bible. See how that's circular?
Yeah. Yes.
Well,
All right,
begging
now-
the question
now
is
let
a
me-
type of begging the question is a type of circularity.
Now let me try this. Could you do that with the laws of nature, and especially because the laws
Because
of
the laws
nature
of nature are what we call a brute fact. So do you
Uh-huh.
understand the difference between brute fact and
Well, they could also be necessary, but I'm not sure what you mean when you ask Nave. Would the laws of nature be begging the question? What do you mean?
I don't really even know. That's the thing. I don't really even know what I'm asking.
well, what's the difference between brute fact and necessary?
Well, necessary would be like it couldn't have been otherwise. It's like it's maybe self-explanatory, but that's not necessary. I shouldn't say
Yeah,
necessary.
well,
That's not required. Like a necessary thing is something that like cannot fail to exist. And then something that's a brute is, well, we don't know that it couldn't have failed to exist. It just simply is the case.
Well,
I thought brute
I thought
it requires no further explanation, which infers necessity. Because I understand what necessary like
Right.
there,
Well, but-
oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
Go ahead.
It seemed. Oh, sorry, nobody. Go on.
Well, just think of it this way. Like, though it's a shitty explanation, something being necessary is that it couldn't have been
obtain.
otherwise.
Must obtain.
It couldn't fail to obtain.
Right.
Whereas
Gotcha.
a brute fact is going to admit we don't know. It's just it has to, or
it's
not it has
axiomatic.
to be the case. Yeah,
we,
it's like
we presuppose it's the case because it doesn't seem like there are any other options. You know.
Okay.
like
I got
a
you.
necessary thing is saying
Yep. I got
it's
you. I got you.
explained by its function. And
Yeah,
then a brute
right,
thing is
right.
saying, well, it is the bottom or something like that.
No,
Yeah,
actually, I got you. Okay,
so
thank you. for that.
working backwards from who and what we are, like we are agents that are comprised of molecules, which themselves are comprised of atoms. And based on our current understanding of physics, we understand that atoms couldn't exist if we didn't have both the strong and the weak electromagnetic forces, which means that it is a necessary condition of our existence that the strong and weak electromagnetic forces exist.
Right. And that's another thing that should be brought up every time someone says necessary, possible, or contingent, or could have been, could have not been. What they're talking about is like within a certain scope. And that's where like the theist is trying to say, well, it's necessary for the entire world to even exist. And then what John was just talking about was it's necessary for those forces to exist for chemistry to function or something like that.
Exactly.
No, I understand.
Those
So
are
my
two
position
different
is
scopes.
I'm a naturalist, but I'm wish-washy because I'm trying to figure out, am I a metaphysical naturalist? Because I do believe that the laws of logic and mathematics are necessary. So can I say that the laws of logic and mathematics are a priori necessary, or do I just accept them as brute fact?
Well, the laws of logic and mathematics are they're a product of observations that we've made in order to try and model the universe in which we live. So the mathematics is the map, but the ontology of the universe is the place. So we can't have perfect access to the ontology of our universe because we're imperfect observers. Like we are not able to perfectly observe the universe because the act of observing it modifies it.
Yeah, okay.
So
Yeah.
I would say that when you say something like the laws of logic are necessary or whatever, what you're really saying is that like it's the world or a possible world is necessarily disposed to behave classically so that there wouldn't be contradictory states of affairs. And then it kind of becomes this like, well, is it like mathematical? Is it dispositional? Is it like, then there's like a bunch of different types of monism or, I mean, I don't know much about anything outside of monism because like I don't pay attention to theism or like some type of dyad. I don't know what that means. But like
Just quickly in the chat, Maple, Schrodinger's cat is the hypothetical experiment, but the principle that it refers to is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So.
But it does not
John, are
refute.
you still-
It does not create
John,
an
are you
actual
still
logical
leaving?
contradiction. Schrodinger's cat does not create a logical contradiction. It's you get
John,
into
are you still
logic.
leaving?
No, I left and then I came back. This is me coming back. Sorry, I left. I literally live next door to the school where my kids go to school, so it took me about 20 minutes to take them to school. And now, but I am leaving in another 15 minutes or so, I guess. I'm gonna finish my coffee.
yeah, so like
I'm
what you
playing
determine to
around with
be
orders. So
what you determine to be necessary to the world is strange because like even things that aren't fundamental at the beginning, like at the bedrock of the world, can still be necessary. Like I take like a softer version of necessary. Like a lot of people will say that like what it means to be necessary is that you can't fail to exist ever. But what I think necessary means is just that like you can come into existence and leave existence or like you know cease to exist, but the way that you did all of those things, that was necessary. And so that that might put me in like a weird, like I'm looking from the outside of how people typically treat necessary.
I'm not going to run you through the whole argument. This 9 steps plus the reverse modal ontological argument. So I'm not going to run you through the whole thing, but I would say first principles argument for my argument against God's existence is based on first principle being nothing cannot exist. Would we say can we agree that that's necessary as a first principle?
Yeah, but when you say nothing, what I hear is there is not a thing that is in this domain. And so like if you're going to say nothing can't exist, it's almost like you're saying that nothing is like this potential thing. But then
no, that's the whole point of Epicurus. I think it was not Epicurus. It was Epicurus. Is nothing cannot exist. So as soon as you try to define nothing, you're talking about something. So therefore, the first principle must be that nothing cannot exist.
Yeah, this double negative in this conceptual space is kind of it's a problem with respect to language. Like you frankly you can math this out. Like a 0 is a 0, right?
Zero's a space holder, though, right?
Kind of.
It's not really that hard.
I've also heard that like look, if there's an empty set, there's still a set, and yeah.
So with all, if within the set of all things that can potentially exist, nothing exists, then the nothing existing is within the set of all things that could potentially exist, right? But it's still an empty set. So this is where the contradiction lies. Like if nothing exists, then why is the set there in the first place? Why the
but nothing existing isn't that a contradiction? Self-refuting.
Yeah, I've got it seems to be, but this is a problem with the language in which we use, right? And when you say that 0 is a placeholder within mathematics, well, fine, it can be viewed as a placeholder, but it also has an impact on stuff. And if it's nothing, then how can it have an impact on stuff with respect to?
Well, I think that nothing cannot exist is a placeholder. I think that's why we get the second principle that there is something. There is what we would call being. Well, so when we go from Epicurus to Parmenides, we would say that being is all that is, right? So being is something, and being is only justified by the first principle, which is nothing cannot exist. So therefore, now we could look just in reality, we can say something exists obviously because we're here, but that can be justified by the first principle that nothing cannot exist. If we just say being exists because we observe it, that can actually be justified by we can reduce that down. Yeah, well, the only thing it can be ultimately reduced down to, as far as I can understand, is nothing cannot exist. We build up from there.
Yeah, I mean, to be fairly honest, I'm prepared to grant you all of that. The problem is this concept of nothing is.
Well, once you talk about concept, then you're talking about something.
Yeah, well, I grant you, but this is why I'm saying that it's a problem with respect to the language.
Yeah.
Not really, because if you tried to draw it
Well, look.
out, you would draw brackets with nothing in it, right?
We
Why
have
why do you
limitations.
even have
brackets would be
why
something.
do you have the brackets if there's
How
nothing in between there?
Exactly.
How do
Exactly,
we
Gretchen.
mean
Why
how
have
do
the
how do
brackets if there's nothing there? Because brackets would be
how
something.
how do
Yeah.
we meaningfully
Exactly.
talk about or conceptualize the concept of a perfect nothing?
You
when
can't. That's
we
the point. That's
ourselves
why
exist?
why it
Yeah.
must be the first principle. You
But
have to
but
build up from
but
there.
just because we can't conceptualize something doesn't mean, in principle,
Well,
that it
If we
can't
can't
exist. And then,
conceptualize it, how the fuck are you writing it down then?
no, we can't conceptualize
How
it
are
in the
you calling
language.
it a set?
Like in the language in which we speak about it, but within mathematics, a perfect nothing is absolutely fine.
I'm
There's
not a
no issue.
mathematician, and even I can see
No,
the holes in your fucking theory.
Okay. All right. Dad knows best. Can I work with you for a second?
yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, this did come from you. You said something to the effect of earlier, like you can't really observe every single aspect of the universe in totality from
No.
our perspective, because when you do that, it changes the quality of the universe. Do I have
Yeah,
that?
so it's the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, basically.
Okay.
The way in which we observe the universe requires interaction from the universe, so the act of observing it changes it, and because
Okay.
we are the thing that's trying to observe it, it changes it.
Okay. Very good, because I've thought this for a long time as well. So this is going to sound crazy. Does it not suggest that the laws of the universe are much more akin to something like sorcery as opposed to our common cause and effect understanding of physics as we?
Huh?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, no.
Wait, hold on.
Why?
All right.
I need some, like, with respect. So
What is
but the reason that we have an effect on the universe when we observe it is like the means by which we have to observe the universe. It's literally the case that photons hit our retinas generate a chemical reaction, etc. But when we get in the way of that photon, we're changing the thing that we're trying to observe, because we need to intercept that photon in order to gain data. So by the act of gaining data affects the thing that we're observing, because the thing that you're
Yes.
observing is reflecting the photons, right? So you cannot observe anything without changing it, and you might only change the thing that you're observing in a small way. It's not it doesn't change stuff to the degree that we're not able to gain sufficient data that we can successfully navigate our environments. But when you're
Right.
talking about things like the ultra small or the unbelievably high energy physics by which that we're trying to observe stuff, it does come into play.
I think I understand what you're saying. So can
Okay, then what
give
did he say? Steelman it.
Can I give an example of something? And
No, can you steelman what he just said?
let me try. Whenever the Soviet Union still existed and we were doing, nuclear physics, quantum
Nope, that
physics.
is not steelmanning what he just said.
I was in the middle of a conversation with him, and I'm just trying to see where this goes. Okay, I mean, you're asking me to do something, and I was in the middle of a flow here.
Well,
have you heard of Discord? You can talk to him anytime you fucking all want to.
Sorry, have I just been shanghaied into permanently being Gretchen's Discord? So
I have something. I have something here. Okay, now
you don't. That's the thing. You don't.
Okay. Whenever the Soviet Union was still around, the United States and the Soviet Union were
You asked the
conducting.
question. You got a fucking good explanatory.
I did, and I'm trying to regurgitate. I'm trying to regurgitate.
No, you're not, because you are hell bent on this Soviet Union thing, and I can hear you flipping pages in your fucking notebook.
I am curious to know where the Soviet Union and the United States come.
Fucking tell me that you don't read shit.
Of course, I read shit, and I tell you if I'm reading something or not. You might
No,
have heard me
you don't. You always
might
say you're not.
You might have heard me slap my leg or something, but the past couple
No, I
nights whenever I
didn't.
came in, first couple
I
nights whenever I
didn't.
came in, I told you, hey, I got a couple
didn't.
quotes that I want to read. I tell you if I'm reading something. Okay, I'm honest.
So now you want to tell me a story about when you were in the Soviet Union?
No. I was born after the Soviet Union collapsed. All right.
Yet here
I
John
wasn't.
was giving you a full answer, and you can't even say whether or not you fucking understood it.
I think I understood it, and I'm going to display that I think I understand it with an analogy, a story. May I continue?
That you had before he even answered you. Okay, sure.
Because I've
It
been
doesn't
around the
really
block.
fit, but okay.
I've been around the
You
block.
haven't
Okay.
been around the block. You're wet behind the fucking ears. You're a kid.
All right. Dad knows best. Work with me. Whenever the Soviet Union was around and the Americans, of course, we're still around, we were doing nuclear physics and subatomic, quantum physics experiments, right? Apparently, we would run the same experiments, and seemingly, because of the attitudes that the Americans had and the attitudes that the Soviets had were different ones, they got repeatable different results. Am I correct in
No.
this? Have you heard this?
So what you're referring to isn't necessarily the result of the experiment, but it's the motivation behind the methodology of the experiment. So
Okay.
we conduct experiments with respect to an outcome that we would like or hope to achieve. And the reason that we publish are not just the result of the experiment, but also the methodology, i.e., how we conducted the experiment, is because what you put up for peer review, i.e., your peers get to interrogate, isn't just the conclusion, but also they get to, and in most places where things fail to achieve peer review, it isn't necessarily that the conclusion's wrong; it's how somebody got to the conclusion in the first place. So,
Right.
have you ever heard of like part of within the Soviet Union, there was a chap called Lysenko, and he didn't like the notion of evolution or Darwinism, so he came up with a totally different system that suited them politically more. And
Yeah.
because Stalin had a particular boner for him, it led to the starvation of literally millions of people.
Yeah.
So how are attitudes with respect to the goal that we want to achieve? Physics gives not one shit about it. It's physics is going to do what physics is going to do, right?
Right.
But just if you repeat the methodology and get a result, it might comport with the result that somebody else has, even though their methodology differs. But that's because the underlying, and I use this word loosely, but the underlying physics of the universe is the same for all of us, regardless of the goal that we're trying to achieve. And in JTB, i.e., what constitutes knowledge, Gettier cases exist. A Gettier case is an example of something where you achieve the right conclusion, but your justification for achieving the conclusion isn't there, right?
I think I track. Yeah.
So if you repeatedly use the same methodology, even though the methodology is wrong, you should still expect a consistent result.
Okay, this is like how Newtonian physics got us along, even though that it wasn't technically correct.
Well, no, it is correct, but it's incomplete, and also it deals with different.
Yes.
It deals with different scales of stuff.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
If you're thinking about like celestial bodies like comets and planets that are dancing around our solar system, then Newtonian physics is perfectly adequate in the vast majority of circumstances.
Yes. Okay.
So
I think we're getting somewhere here.
something just because something is incomplete, we should always expect our understanding of the universe to be incomplete, because like I said before, we're imperfect observers, right? There is always going to be more to know. So
Right.
to say that something is wrong just because it's incomplete is being disingenuous.
Good point. Okay. Yes, this is important. The limitations of language are important. I'm glad that you're able to, listen to what I said and be like, be able to reverse engineer what I said in a very good way. Because, yeah. All right. I think I'm tracking here. Okay. I'm wondering if there's anything else that I have to say. Yeah, we don't know everything, and we're imperfect observers. but we have enough to infer. Now, the thing is that I'm kind of, trying to get across here is that we are smart enough to interact with our environment and
Of
our
course.
environment
Yeah.
to manipulate our environment and build tools and all the rest. Now we've
Absolutely.
gotten to the point to where we have altered our environment so much in a certain type of trajectory that it's challenging the continuance of the species.
Maybe.
Would you?
But that would have been like that was true prior to our advanced technology.
I would agree. I would also
You
agree.
I'm going to assume that you aren't a 6,000 year Earth creationist, but the human
Right.
population at some point, based on genetic anthropology, we think that the human population at some point was down to a population of somewhere between 60 to 70,000 people at
Yeah, I
its
know.
most.
The
Yeah, I know
bottleneck.
about this.
Yeah, at the bottleneck.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
about this. Yeah.
So, but so and obviously that's not because we didn't have the technology that we have now. We weren't able, but like humanity has survived a couple of ice ages. So the notion that we're not yes, we have an impact on our environment, but mostly our environment happens to us. Even
Most.
given our current technological state, like we've harnessed the power of the atom, but we had a what was, from a tectonic perspective, a minor hiccup in the surface of the Earth, and it fucking had a catastrophic impact on Fukushima, right? So mostly our environment happens to us. It's not like we have an impact on.
Yeah,
the
but John, you're not denying like human caused climate change since the Industrial Revolution.
No, God, no.
Right.
No, of course.
Okay.
Like to
Right.
say that we don't have an impact on our environment it would be fucking nuts, right?
Now-
Of course.
Thank you. I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
What
No.
I'm saying
But
is,
it is still the case that we mostly react to the environment. The environment doesn't necessarily react to us. In like, if you're talking about what's more reactive, the environment to us or us to the environment, it is absolutely us that's more reactive to the environment, right?
and
Even in our current state.
And given that we have affected the environment in such a way in negative trajectories, does that not mean that we are making it harder on ourselves to help ourselves?
No.
Well, hold on. Before we even talk about what we're doing to ourselves, think about the fact that we are aware that we die.
Yeah.
Like that's like the deer's antlers that are too heavy to carry. We don't need to know that we die. We don't need to have existential dread. That's a mistake for evolution.
I might have to sit with that for a minute. Yeah.
But hang on. So you think like we don't need to fear? Like, I mean, fearing death is, I think, is a relatively given that most of the things that we do are in response to like.
I think it would have had a use and a function, but the amount of time that we spend thinking about what happens afterwards, like these heavier reflective traits we have now rationally, like that seems counterproductive to me when it comes to just evolutionary
Sorry, I'm
survival.
getting a phone call. One sec. I do apologize.
So I would say
I'm listening. I didn't mean to stop you. It was more just.
No,
to let you
I'm
know.
kind of
No, you're fine.
trying to catch up and put all the pieces together here. But I would say that evolution works in three ways. You've got biological evolution, which is the slowest process, can take tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, right? Biological evolution happens. It's demonstrable. We all can agree on that, hopefully. After that, you have social evolution. So it takes us thousands of years to understand something like slavery is objectively immoral. Took us thousands of years to figure that out. Then you have technological evolution, grows at an exponential rate. So we, from the technological revolution, right, started burning fossil fuels to AI, a few hundred years, right, to where we started realizing, holy shit, this whole fossil fuel burning thing, not a good idea for our longevity to the planet and our own survival as a species. We can, because of technology, we can do things far faster than we can actually process. Should we be doing these things?
Yes.
Are we in agreement there?
Yes. In other words, I think that had true scientific minds been at the helm of the Industrial Revolution and was not being violated by the incentives of powerful business, economics, and all the rest, we could have, been on a better trajectory by now. Perhaps not
I don't
even
think scientific
World
minds.
War.
I think scientific minds are part of the problem. I mean, part of the problem and solution. I think part to tap into what Plato was talking about, right? Like, if in his writings he said that philosophers should be the kings or the philosopher king. And I'm not saying I'm going all with Plato and the whole fucking the realm of forms and everything else. So let's take a piece out of the puzzle, though, right? Like people who can consider, should we actually do this? Before we actually institute the procedure, should we do this? This is what medicine does a really great job of, because the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm, causes them to think ahead of time. Should we actually do this? We can scientifically, technologically do this. Should we do it? So if we included the Hippocratic Oath into everything with technology, I think we'd be in a much better place, right? Because technologically, we could do all kinds of crazy shit, but it takes us a long time to figure out morally and ethically, should we actually do that?
Okay, I'm trying to mix this concept. Why can't what you just raised here be a science?
Social science, it could be.
Yeah, I think this is all I've really been trying to get at.
What? What are we? I'm
Meaning our,
confused now.
meaning our ability to develop technology and all the rest means that.
What's the science that you're talking about?
Well, I mean, yeah, the social sciences, really investing in the
No,
human
not
being
the
to see
social
what the.
sciences. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about investing in the human being in such a way so that we can actually discover what we really are. I mean, I think that we've only barely done this, and it's been because of so many outside influences kind of hindering that ability. I
Like
mean,
maybe you're saying we've done this
You're just
with
making shit up.
like we've done this very briefly with really good technology. Is that what you're saying?
well, I think it seems to be that,
We know what we are.
progress has only ever known the path of hostility. I would like to think that progress could finally know one of um, healthy investment. I think
What,
that we can
dude?
plan better for the future. I think that we can model the future before we get there and develop better ways to get there so that there's less suffering.
So I okay. So this was a yes, right? That we haven't had good technology while looking at ourselves for very long.
I think that there have been good technologies and bad technologies, and some of them. I think that technology has been utilized in the wrong direction. I think that technology is being violated. I think that science is being violated. I think it's been abused. Our
Do
very
you
tools
think
that have
do
helped
you
us.
think
That
that
have,
to the degree that we have control of science, do you think that right now the ability to apply it to ourselves as humans and agents and animals and whatever other type of scientific entity that we are, do you
mhm.
think that it is the case that it has been a small amount of time that we have had access to that type of efficiency while evaluating ourselves? Is that true
Yes,
or false?
I would say that's true. I think that makes sense what you just said. Yes.
Okay, I agree with that.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. All I'm trying to say is that it seems to be since the dark ages, this tool that we appreciate so much, and also I could go in another direction, but I'm just going to keep it here. This tool has only barely been able to be appreciated. I think it's that, again, we've only ever known hostility, and we finally are being able to appreciate each other, that we can maybe develop an entirely new field of science that doesn't like break any sort of laws of science. I feel like there's an entirely new field of science that's really going to fucking help us, that we're on the edge of figuring out.
So can I give you an example, a real life example? I know a particular group of people. I'm not going to out them here. There's about 200 of them. They're basically strictly scientists and engineers and their families. and they are prepping. You guys know what preppers are, right? So they are
Yeah.
convinced the end of the world is coming very soon, and they're
Uh-huh.
pooling their resources and doing a lot of work, putting a lot of money into basically considering themselves to be like the beginning of the new civilization.
Okay.
And well, I myself am a design engineer, right? I think that the thing they're missing, and I've talked to them about this, it's like, yeah, you guys are right. There are potential problems on the horizon, and these guys are like tapped into like big industry and stuff. So they do have a lot of inside knowledge, and they are right. There are big problems on the horizon. What they're missing though, by only incorporating scientists and engineers into their quote unquote in group, they're missing the human factor. There's no
Yes.
artists, no
Yes.
musicians, no,
Yes.
and where are like as a human being, like
Okay.
what are they going to
Okay.
actually do to rebuild society? It's going to
Yes.
be mothers are basically going to become baby factories. It's going to be a complete reduction to these fucking problems that ultimately we built ourselves up from that are causing all these problems, these stereotypes.
you.
Like
Thank you.
what about the women doctors? What about the artists? What about the musicians?
Thank
What
you.
about the people that factor into so much into what it makes to be a human, a happy human being, right? It's not
Thank you.
just going to be scientists and engineers. You've got to have philosophers, you've got to have artists, you've got to have
Yes.
musicians, you've got to have
Yes.
all these different people involved in the group. That's what makes us a community. It's not
Yes.
just going to be restricted to a specific, like idealized only scientists, only engineers. We can't think of that in those
Right.
terms. We've got to include a diverse community. We've got to have gay people in there. We've got to have trans people in there. We've got to have black people, white people, men, women, all these different things that make us human beings. That's really our strength, is in diversity. And they're not really
Yes.
understanding this, right? These
Yes.
preppers putting a lot of money and energy into building this quote unquote future. And they are right. We are fucked. These guys, we are fucked. If we continue to overpopulate this planet and the pollution and stuff, this is a real problem. I say
Yes.
this planet would be perfect with about 2 billion people. 2 billion people living harmoniously with nature, in commune with each other, a diverse population, straight people, gay people, trans people, black people, white people. It doesn't matter. None of that shit matters. We need diversity because we need to challenge each other's ideas so we can figure out the best way to do things. Scientists are very important. Engineers are very important because we got to have infrastructure. But there's so much more to life than just
Yes.
infrastructure that makes
Yes.
us who we are as a species.
You're talking about making an alloy. If I can give an analogy, you're talking about making an alloy out of the arts and the sciences. Yes, I think that you would agree with that poetic notion.
Because as a human being, we tap into so much more than just smelting metal, plumbing, electricity. Once we figure all that shit out, what happened to us before is we figured out food and fire. Well, first of all, we figured out fire, right? Like we got to a point to where we could sit around fire. Then we started thinking. That tapped into our evolution. Like we had more time on our hands because now we could light up the dark. And we're like, oh, we got all this time, warmth and extra stuff. So we, instead of just cuddling together in the dark, now we're sitting around the fire. Then we got the what they call the agricultural revolution,
Right.
around roughly 10,000 BCE.
Right.
Now
Yes.
we're growing crops and animal husbandry. Now we're growing actually more food than we need. We don't have to migrate with the animals because we're now animal husbandry, right? So now it gives us more time on our hands, and all these things start to build up from there. So we start
Yes.
adding problems. When we get a solution, we add new problems to the situation, right?
Yeah, I would say variables, but yeah, yeah. Would you argue or agree or just postulate on the notion of it's almost pointless to distinguish between true academic inquiry and activism? Isn't it
There's a huge difference. There's a major
well,
chasm that needs to be solved because
well,
activism
well,
is a big problem in my opinion. I think the problem activism is based on emotion,
I would
and that's a
humbly
big
agree with
problem.
you.
We don't want to base our decisions strictly on emotion. And I think that activism,
Yeah,
so much of it is based on emotion. I think that real results
dude,
come from actually reason,
dude,
and reason
I agree.
can find solutions
Don't
without.
forget, your big fix here is culling 75% of the world population.
Hey, sister,
So,
I mean, it is what
Yeah.
it is. I'm not talking eugenics, but I'm just saying if we could convince people to have less children ethically, say, look, only have the children that you can sustain to not just sustain, but if your children, you want to only have the children that you can sustain to have a good life, the best life possible, not pop out 6, 7, 8, 9 kids. That would be a huge step in the right direction.
I believe so. Yes.
I'm not talking eugenics. I'm not saying we need to go extreme. I think logically we can just say, look, the people, if we want to live symbiotically,
People are logical. Humans are not logical. Sorry, but they're not.
no, but they're self-centered, and that's why objective morality obtains. Is because ultimately, if we say, look, your best life can be
No.
lived if we all are living harmoniously with nature. That's ultimately how you're going to live your best life.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I believe
Not for everybody.
As far as I see it, I really do think that an economy needs to be designed that is going to invest in certain aspects of the human being. In other words, I think it's a biopsychosocial species prerequisite, survival
Hi,
prerequisite,
Andy.
to practice the sciences with the value and goal of enabling and harvesting our pro-social and value goals. Self-interest and social interest are intertwined, and I think this notion of competition and exploitation has been so out of whack with our social side of ourselves that social side of ourselves is where we're going to figure out how to figure out these problems, and that's kind of like what it means to be a human being is a relationship
You're not
to
wrong.
the ecosystem and others.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I mean, I always say that people chase a lot of things. I think self-respect is fundamental to living the best life you can live, to living the life we all want to live a good life. And we need at a fundamental level, we need self-respect. And people chase all kinds of crazy things looking for self-respect. They chase money, they chase power, they chase sex, they chase drugs, all kinds of crazy shit. And I'm not saying that sex isn't great. I'm not saying drugs can't give you a high. I'm not saying money is it's not nice to pay the bills. But when you think that's the key to happiness, it's an oasis. An oasis is a very a mirage. Excuse me, and a mirage. A mirage is a very specific type of illusion. So when you're in the desert and you desperately need water to survive, and you see the heat waves rising up over the sand, and you think to yourself, "Oh my God, that must be water." And you use your last bit of energy to reach this water, and you find out it's not fucking water. There's nothing there but dry sand. That's what these illusions are. The life-giving thing that you need, that you're chasing for happiness, is nothing. It's literally nothing. What you need for happiness is self-respect. And you cannot obtain self-respect if you don't know how to respect other people and you don't know how to respect the planet. It's a 3-step process. I say this on my channel all the time. Self-respect, respect for others, respect for the planet. That's the bricks we use to pave the road that leads us to the good life that we all want to live.
I agree. This makes sense. And that's all I've been trying to get across the past few days. Yeah. I think objective ethics, I think that you've just thought about it, very well, whereas I am kind of a bit of like an open, loose socket. Like I understand these things, just sometimes trying to get them across can be annoying and whatnot. I really do think that you should listen to Peter Joseph, man. Because you and he speak the same sort of way. Like this is why I'm here. I mean, dude, you're saying the same things he says with slightly different language, but yeah, dude,
No.
yeah, I agree completely.
Not. He's not.
Well, I can't, speak the
I
exact
don't know
way
who
that Peter
you're
Joseph
agreeing
does.
with.
Yeah, objective ethics. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I agree. That's
Okay, there we go.
all I'm saying.
Everybody's
Hi,
sound
Lars.
everybody's sound dropped off again. It's that bottleneck thing that happens with
Hey,
streaming.
Lars.
Sorry.
Objective ethics. Have you heard of CyberSyn? Have you heard of Project CyberSyn in Andes, Chile?
No, I have not.
You have not. It was an extremely successful project, and because
No,
it
it
was so
was not.
successful,
It was not.
no, well,
It
okay,
ran for
Gretchen.
2 years and then it got shit canned by their own government.
It got shit canned because we overthrew Allende's government because CyberSyn was so successful. It was a threat to us.
No.
Yes,
The
yes,
CIA involvement was a failure and they didn't overthrow anything.
dude. We went in there and we bombed the fucking place. Like we tried to
And we
sabotage them. We tried to
failed.
sabotage them, and then we just fucking bombed the place. We bombed his palace and then set up Pinochet, and then the project got shut down. Okay, it was
No,
effective. It
not
was
okay.
effectively. It
I
was
don't
a.
agree.
It's not a conspiracy theory. It's conspiracy fact. This has been made clear in released documents. I'm
Oh,
telling you.
fuck off.
Okay, all right. Look,
Robert Joseph was a
I
grifter.
haven't raised any sort of notions of like why JFK got killed. I haven't raised any sort of conspiracy theory notions on any sort of level. I'm telling you something here.
So?
Okay. Okay.
I
Look.
know what you're telling me. I've looked into it and I disagree. I
Well,
disagree.
you're allowed to disagree, and I would like to think that by the time tomorrow comes, I'd like to think you'll understand the inherent logic of developing a post-scarcity attitude towards economics, and that's what CyberSyn was doing. Now,
I won't.
well, I'm talking to Objective Ethics here, and he said that he hadn't heard of this in modern times. Okay, now this was
Like I
done.
said, there's a Discord.
Yeah, I've
You talk
given
to them all you want.
I've got a
Nave,
page.
do you mind if I just and you? I hate to do this to you, but are you a flat earther?
No, sir.
Okay, are you a theist?
No.
Are
I'm
you a
glad that you're doing
creationist?
this.
Are you
I'm
a
glad that
creationist?
before I answer, I'm glad that you're doing this. No.
I'm not trying to I'm not trying to shade you or anything like that. I'm just trying to figure out like just how
I'm
seriously I can take you.
I,
So
I I am genuinely appreciate what you're doing right now. Go on, please.
okay, so are you a creationist?
No.
All right, fair enough.
Are you an alien?
Look, I keep some doors open. All right. I will entertain the idea that we could be a hybrid species, but I don't fucking.
That's a good idea. That's a
Uh,
safe place to be. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that's a
yeah.
safe place to be.
Okay. Thank
Because
you.
a lot of people want to put labels on things. And like
Yeah.
I say, one thing that I've always found is a safe, logical place to be is not to disclude that anybody amongst us is not an earthling, because there are people walking this planet of 8.4 billion people right now that are starseed. They're in a human form, a 3D dimension, but they're fifth, sixth, eighth, and ninth dimensional beings.
I can entertain all sorts of tall orders.
No.
I can entertain all
No,
sorts of.
what, Gretchen? What do you mean? Go ahead, Gretchen. I want to hear what you got to say.
No, Lars, what's your demonstration of this batshit insane assertion you're putting forward?
And Arpy's entered the chat.
Arpy, do you just like wake up saying that? That was amazing.
Yeah, I just got over a head splitting migraine, and we're talking about ninth dimensional beings. Go ahead and define what the fuck a ninth dimensional being is.
You literally just popped up out of your sleep. You're like, can you give me a demonstration of that?
I love to stick this stick in the hornet's nest and wave it around a little bit, and get people to think outside the box.
Define what a ninth dimensional being is.
Okay, well, if this is a three-dimensional realm we're in right now, right? Can we agree on that?
No, we're in four-dimensional realm.
That's how I
three
understand
spatial
it.
dimensions.
Okay, what's the
Three spatial dimensions and one temporal dimension.
Four dimensions, yeah.
So that would be 4 dimensions.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you identify with 4 dimensions then.
That's what physics says.
Okay, that's what physics says. But what do you say?
I agree with physics.
Okay, so then
I've
you're
trained under physics.
that's
I'm an
right.
electrical engineer.
Okay,
Lars,
that's
if I may,
go ahead.
under our traditional understandings, we're working from the perspective of a fourth dimension, and we generally stick to that shit. Now, I can entertain the idea that there are multiple dimensionalities, and those dimensionalities have an effect on us. Okay, so I mean,
You can
yeah,
entertain the idea, but you can't demonstrate it.
no, I
Now,
can't.
I
No, I
now
can't.
now butt out, Lars. Go ahead and demonstrate that there's any capacity for higher dimensions than 4 dimensions.
Okay. Now, the general public. Okay.
I don't give a
Does-
fuck about the general
don't-
public. What can you,
hold on.
Lars,
Hold
demonstrate
on.
to me right
Slow down.
now
Let's
that shows that there's a dimension
walk
beyond
before
the
we
4th
run.
dimension?
Let's walk before we run. Okay. If we're going to have a conversation, we walk before we run. And I always walk, and I'm a good listener. Okay. And
If you're a good listener, you'd be able to demonstrate what I'm requesting from you.
Oh, okay. All right. I said, we're in a 3-dimensional existence. You said no, 4-dimensional because of your education. You said there's a 4th dimension.
Not just because of my education, because of what we've experimentally verified. Do you think time exists?
Not a lot of people out there know there's a 4th dimension, my friend. They think they're in a 3-dimension.
Not a lot of people know how to do a simple first order derivative. That doesn't mean that it's
That's true. I
okay.
agree with
So do you agree that time exists? Yes or no?
No, time doesn't exist. It's a concept.
Are you
It's a
serious?
concept. Time doesn't exist. It's a concept.
Okay. How do you have movement in the 3-dimensional space without time?
You don't need time to have movement.
Yes, you do. In order to go from XYZ coordinate 111 to 112, you need to have a shift, and that shift happens along the 4th dimensional line.
Okay.
You cannot have a translation from position to position without a time axis.
Okay. So you can't. So you.
So go ahead and explain to me. Go ahead and explain to me how you can have a positional translation without a 4th axis.
So you can fold time and space then.
That's not what I said at all.
Well, no, you say time exists. So
yes, time exists.
And space exists, then you should be able to interact with them.
You do interact with it. By moving your hands around, you're interacting with the 4 spatial or with the 3 spatial dimensions in 1 temporal dimension. Yes, space time. That's why we call it space time, because time and space are linked. They are indivisible.
Okay. Continue.
That's it. That's it.
Your interest. You piqued my interest.
In order to have any sort of movement at all, you need this temporal dimension. Otherwise, things have to remain static.
Okay. They have to?
Yes, because you can't have a translation from position to position.
Hey.
Okay. So then there's limits to it.
No, time removes the limits of the static necessity.
Very good. Very good. You've learned well.
Okay, so are you able to demonstrate a 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th dimension?
Well, let me give you a little piece of my background that you don't know. Okay.
That's a hard no.
I'm a United States Navy Vietnam veteran. I was in the Naval Intelligence branch, and I was a specialist. And I had access to a lot of information that people don't have access to.
Yeah, I bet you did.
I witnessed a lot of things.
I'm sure you did, buddy. You want to cut to the end of your conspiracy?
No, it's not a conspiracy. I seen a lot of things I couldn't unsee. I viewed films. I seen objects.
Lars, what's an HIN?
An HIN.
Yeah.
It's an acronym for what? What do you HIN? Go ahead.
Well, I'm a licensed boat manufacturer, licensed by the
Okay,
U.S.
go
Coast
ahead.
Guard. So what's an HIN?
I would not know. You could tell me.
Well, you said you're with the Navy. You should know what an HIN is.
HIN. Refresh my memory.
I could tell you what an HIN is as a licensed boat manufacturer,
Yeah.
licensed by the
Whole
U.S. Coast Guard.
identification
You're-
number.
Thank you, Gretchen.
Okay.
Oh my God! Did I get it right?
Gretchen could
A
figure that
whole-
out with no credentials, and you're supposedly with the U.S. Coast Guard, or I'm sorry, with the U.S. Navy, and you don't know what the fucking HIN is. That
Okay,
sounds
well,
really sus.
go-
Really
Yeah,
sus.
what was your NEC?
Go easy. Go easy.
No.
Go.
Hey Lars, what was your NEC?
HIN, the first thing that crossed my mind, okay, was of course. You're talking boats, you're talking nautical. Sure, a whole number, just like, okay, HIN, whole, yes, great.
Whole what?
It could mean something else too.
Whole
What was your MOS?
Okay.
What was your MOS in the Navy?
I was, let me see.
This is stolen valor.
A master sergeant?
No, that's not what an MOS is.
No,
You're definitely up here lying about what you were doing in the
MOS.
past, Lars.
Yeah.
I'm a veteran. You sure you want to be pulling the stolen valor shit?
I've been going, Gretchen. I've been going for the last 48 hours. I just did a master class yesterday morning.
Lars, you're a gigantic liar.
Don't care.
Thank you for calling me a liar.
An MOS is
don't know
the
me.
job that you held in the military.
Anyone who was enlisted knows their MOS by heart and would be able to wrap it off like lightning fast.
Cryptology.
No, that's not an MOS.
No, the job I did when I was in the military was cryptology.
What was the job classification? What's the number?
Boy, we're going way back now.
Because I was a cryptologist too in the Army, and I know exactly what my job classification was.
And that was in the 90s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're talking the 70s here. And it's not changed. And like I said,
It doesn't matter.
My mind right now, I was just hitting on one thing that was mentioned about dimensional things, because the limitations.
Hey, Gretchen, your MOS.
I said MOS, and you thought it was a rank.
Yeah, Gretchen, your MOS started in the 70s. If he's claiming to be around the same division, he should be able to know your MOS.
Yeah. Hold on.
Lars, why should we give time to an exposed liar on this panel?
Well,
He
thank
did.
you.
Arpy asked him about NEC first.
I've been out of,
and he couldn't get that right either.
Yeah.
Yeah, because NEC is
I've been
specific
out-
to the Navy.
I've been out of the what is the how would you say?
Like, what was your NEC? Mine, I was a 98 Charlie. What was your NEC?
You were 98 Charlie.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, what's good, McTime?
I was in the Army though.
Hey, McTime.
But
hey,
anybody who wants to can look
McTime,
up
tell the brother what's up.
98C
Tell the brother what's
in the
up.
U.S. Army and
What's
find
up?
out what I did.
Hold on, the general speaking. Hold on, the general speaking. Attention on deck. Go ahead, finish, General.
You wanna?
Well, I
you
just
wanna?
was ca-
Okay.
McTime here was in the Navy too. Why don't you,
Yeah,
why
I
don't you
just want to
talk
call
to
in
him?
to give Lars some support, because the Navy doesn't have NEC. I mean, MOS doesn't have NECs. Mine was 38. 3368.
They have NECs though, and RP asked him what his NEC was, and he said Master
Yes, he
Sergeant.
did. He did ask him that, but he don't. You can't fault him for not knowing the MOS. That's
But McTime, you know, as being a
Right.
Navy, you must know what a
RP
HIN
said,
is, right?
"What is your NEC?" And he said Master Sergeant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You
that
gonna
got
tell
me
me?
there. That's the
You
rank.
gonna tell me he was in long enough to get the rank of Master Sergeant, and he doesn't know what his fucking job
But
was?
what makes it even worse is a master sergeant is an army or
Boy.
a marine rank. The Navy, he would have been a master chief
Uh-huh. Or
or
Gunny.
master.
No.
Yeah, gunny or something like that.
Yeah. So Lars,
it would be
you are lying about your
okay.
credentials.
Okay.
I would
Yeah,
like to give him a
I've been
little.
out
this
of
is stolen valor
I've
nonsense,
been out of
dude.
I've been out of the military. Okay,
I
for
don't
quite some time.
care.
Okay, I
So
know
have
you.
I.
Okay, but see, okay.
He's probably been out of the military. If he went to the military, he's probably been out as long as I've been alive. So
Yeah,
but
you know
okay.
that's a lot of time to forget things.
right.
Okay, Chief Petty Officer.
I thought you were a Master
Okay.
Sergeant.
No. I'm trying, Gretchen. I'm trying to recall things because there's my mind. Where I am now and where I was then. Okay, it's two different places. Okay. I mean, when I
No
left the military, I
kidding.
tried to get as far away from the military as I could.
Well, Lars, I just want to cover my bases just in
And-
case. I want to say thank you for your service to the country.
No, don't thank me for
Just
anything.
just in case.
Okay. I don't collect anything from the government. I
That's
don't
not
get anything
something you
from the
do just in
military.
case, OE.
Okay. I'm completely off the grid. I don't even get any social security from the government. I collect no money from anything. I'm a self-made
I just wanted to just say caution on this one. It might be stolen valor, it may not be, but you know he's an older guy, been out the military for a long time, so he had a lot of time to recreate
you,
memories
McTime.
in his head and stuff.
Thank you, McTime. I think for most people, they would be led to think that you're being dishonest. I'm still
I
willing to listen
understand.
to you, but like, yeah.
I understand. That wasn't my point. I wasn't. I understand. I apologize if I offended anybody.
You
That's
haven't
in
offended
the
me.
military. Okay. When I got out of the Navy, I had to. When I got out of the Navy, I had to sign several NDAs. They expired
When
25 years ago. They expired
was that?
ago. Okay. So
When was that?
Lars,
When
answer
did you get
Gretchen.
out?
79.
You got out in 79 after how many years of service?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
So
6
you weren't
years?
in the Vietnam War then.
Huh? I'm sorry.
When did we finish with the Vietnam War?
Oh, the Vietnam War ended. Well, let me see. In 70, 81. No.
No.
81.
80, 70.
No.
Well, let me see. Nixon.
I know the year.
Reagan.
Yeah.
I know the year.
Reagan was in 81.
I was born in 80.
Carter. I've lived through 18 presidents.
Well, let's cut to the chase.
You're technically correct.
You were questioning RP on whether
70,
time is actually a
78,
dimension or time is real,
78.
and you cited
Yeah,
yourself as
let's
an
get out of
authority.
the
Yeah, so you're
Go ahead, I'm
you're
sorry.
authority on the
Everyone, let OE recap what's happening.
yeah.
Everyone
So
else quiet.
you're
Lars, quiet.
You're questioning RP on whether time is actually real or the fourth dimension, and you were citing yourself as an authority. So your appeal to authority was yourself, and so we questioned your actual source because that's a fallacy. The appeal to authority.
Okay.
You got to have an actual argument. So you're clearly your authority is in question. So let's just go ahead and grant you that you have the authority. Make your
I'll take a
argument to
mulligan.
RP about how time does not exist.
I'll take a mulligan. I'm a better golfer. let me see. Now you said this, gosh, so many things are rushing through my brain. The thing it is well, let's go back to where I hit on this to begin with, this time thing that we're talking about. Are any of you familiar with the subatomic theater in the 70s before
sounds
quantum physics? Before
this
quantum physics.
this sounds
How can you
fake.
possibly remember that if you couldn't remember your fucking job?
Well,
The brain works weird ways. Yeah.
I know it's because he's making it the fuck up.
The subatomic theater in the 70s before quantum physics. Okay. So you
How
all
long
know
did you serve? How long did you serve in
about
Vietnam?
4 years, but I never made it to Vietnam.
That no.
You served 4 years in Vietnam because if you got
No, I
out in
served 4 years.
1979,
served
you
in
went in 1973,
Right.
and that was the last year of the
It
of
ended
the
in
Vietnam War.
74. It ended
physical.
in
Yeah,
74. Yeah.
73,
So,
72,
Our
73.
withdrawal was in 73.
Yeah, 73, 74. Yeah.
73.
Okay.
So
change
you're
subject.
fucking
Well,
lying.
okay. Wait. Go ahead.
How does this mean that
I
time
think
does not exist? That's I think what
Okay.
RP was trying to get you to is
right.
Well,
Yeah.
we're not.
I'm not using my military experience as saying that
What
makes sense.
military
Yeah,
experience?
your made up fucking
Okay.
story about military
Okay. No.
experience.
Okay.
Also, Lars, do you think
let's
we
put it
didn't know
this way.
about quantum physics in the 70s?
I'm sorry.
Do you think we didn't know about quantum physics in the 70s?
I did.
Good point. Good point.
I
Because I
did.
know where you're
I'm
going with
sorry.
this.
You
RP.
might
I know where you're
think
going
that
with this.
that I'm beating up on an old man, but you know what?
No.
I spent a good chunk of my life in the military and working
Yeah.
for the VA and helping people who really needed it. And the stolen valor shit fucking pisses me off.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lars, we knew about quantum physics before World War II.
Yeah, I
Yes.
know.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, you don't know because you literally said the phrase in the 70s before we knew about quantum physics.
That's
Well,
a
I
good
was
point.
talking about the subatomic theater.
But you can't remember the
You
job.
literally
Okay.
claimed that we didn't know about quantum physics in the
Well,
70s.
I
Now
think he was
you're
trying to
walking
say
it
something.
back.
Well,
I think he was
now
trying
listen.
to say something. Yeah.
This was a prelude. Let me have my say. This was a prelude to quantum physics.
No,
Okay.
quantum physics already pre-existed the 70s by 50 years. There is no prelude.
Probably 75 years.
Yeah, electronic theory is quantum physics basically,
Yeah.
and we've been having electronics for what almost 100 years now.
Yeah. The existence thereof. Yeah. Okay. But my point was, okay, what you were saying, I was saying about time and dimensions, about being a three-dimensional existence, and you said fourth dimension. You added the fourth dimension, and I said not everybody knows of that theory or that concept of four dimensions.
People with basic physics training understand this. This is like
Not everybody has
first
basic physics
semester
training. Not
first
everybody has
semester
basic
freshman
physics training.
shit.
RP, I would humbly agree with Lars in that I think that if you asked the layman on the side of the street, they would probably answer 3 dimensions.
And
No, not necessarily.
this is argumentum ad populum. Just because
fine.
like
That's
the
fine.
majority of people
That's
will
fine.
believe this doesn't mean it's the actual truth.
That's
now
fine.
now I don't care what some untrained moron thinks about physics.
Exactly.
But the only thing I would say, sorry, I'm back, everybody. I had to do a little jolly jaunt with my brother there to unload some stuff. again, I completely agree with RP here in respect to, like, if you randomly ask people on the street, the issue is that the second you go, well, what about time? And then you go, oh yeah, well, of course, time, because they don't think of it in like as a dimension with respect to XYZ three-dimensional space, right?
Yeah, the layman isn't going to deny that time exists. You're up here trying to deny that time exists.
And I could be mistaken. I'm just going to get this in right quick. I could be mistaken, but that theory is becoming popular. Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about the four dimensional space time. Brian Greene, Brian Cox, they are on the
hang on. But when you say four-dimensional and then space time, all you're doing is saying space time. Four-dimensional space is space time.
Exactly.
And if time exists and space exists, then why isn't anybody folding time and space?
They're already together. They're indivisible.
Well,
they're not separate entities.
Thank you. They're indivisible.
Firstly, they're indivisible.
I said that 10 minutes ago.
And firstly, they're indivisible.
I know you did. I'm just recapping.
Secondly,
I'm reiterating.
Lars, secondly, we do fold space-time. We do it in particle reactors and cyclotrons all the time. It's unbelievably high energy physics. But that doesn't mean that, like, you know, Tina, when she's walking down the shop to collect her milk and eggs, is going to accidentally fold space-time. I mean, it's not a triviality in the way that you're.
Yes.
Can I just take advantage of this time real quick, because I have to go pretty soon. But I'm as someone who is really ignorant in physics and stuff, can I ask you a question here? My understanding of time, reduced down to a simplistic explanation, would be change of state or position. Is that fair enough?
That's fair.
Yeah, I think
Lars,
so.
you're not an authority on this topic. You don't get to chime in.
I'm not.
Thank you, RP. I was actually
sorry. You're right. I'm not an authority.
I agree, but I was actually asking RP. RP, is that a fair change of state or position?
You don't need an actual change in order for time to progress.
So when they put God outside of time, I shouldn't go down this rabbit hole. But the reason I'm asking this question, because I would say, well, God is outside of time, but God makes changes within time. Doesn't time require change of position or state?
No, change requires time.
Yeah, it does. So when God exists,
here, let me give the rundown really quick. So a change, it requires before and after events. Before and after events are a sequence, and sequences can only happen within time. If sequences can only happen within time, that means change can only happen within time. That means that time is a prerequisite for change.
That's right. So if God is allegedly outside of time, in order for God to go from existing to creator, that in fact requires time. So God therefore cannot be only actuality. There must be potentiality.
If somebody is making a cause and effect,
claim that God is only actual, because in order for change to happen, there must be potential. So therefore,
if somebody's making, hang on, super quick. If somebody is making a claim that an antecedent fact needs to have existed in order to with respect to any entity, God included, then they are advocating for a time dependent agent. That applies to God too. And there's no way to get around it. You don't just get to special plead and go, well, yes, everything has an antecedent cause except the thing that I've chosen to hang my philosophical hat on. You know, you don't get to do that. You don't get to make that special. It's literally special pleading.
Special pleading.
Unless you can demonstrate it, unless you
Right,
can
and some sort of meta God time won't fix it either, because it falls victim to the same exact issue.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. You guys had a great conversation, brother. Lars, I would recommend you touch up on some of your vernacular.
I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you.
No, you didn't offend me, brother. I would say if you're in the military service, I thank you for your time in service, because I actually
that's not been
demonstrated. I do not appreciate the perpetuation of lies on this panel.
I work and volunteer both my time and money with the Salvation Army because I do believe we as a Salvation Army we provide transitional housing to military veterans and their families, and I do actually support military veterans. It's very important to me. I really respect people who have served this country. So I work with people.
Well, don't thank them just in case, because we've proven here that he's lying.
He's full
I
of
work
shit.
with people. I interact with people all the time that don't know what fucking day of the week it is, or what year it is, or who the president is. So I'm not going to assume anything. So on the off chance that the brother has done his time, I want to say thank you, just to cover my bases.
Yeah.
OE, peace out, man.
And before you
I look forward to
yeah,
talking to you.
Oh, before you go, maybe this will help your theory out. Maybe it confounded, but Sean Carroll and I heard other physicists also they're starting to form this theory where time is entropy, and then they have like Sean Carroll has one theory where the Big Bang or the singularity was the point where time meets up, because you got an infinite universe of time going backwards in the past, and this universe with time going forward in the future.
So I'm not a cosmologist,
that's a new theory.
but I actually subscribe to the B theory of time, which I learned from Sean Carroll. So I'm actually a proponent of block theory. I don't know how you guys feel about that. That might be a conversation for another time, but I think that block theory is most
theory is the most compatible with our scientific knowledge right now, especially the models that we developed in quantum mechanics.
I think block theory solves a lot of problems, actually.
Block theory? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you got it. I know you're about to go, but I guess I'll get it from Arp after you leave, because I got to touch on. I heard it before, but I can't put the name and the face together. You know what I'm saying?
What it means is I ain't gonna fall for no banana in my tailpipe.
Hey, you
really? Because you fell for I was in the fucking Navy.
Oh god,
yeah, you got that banana all the way up in that mug. You ain't
And
getting
you
no.
think that humans' power for reasoning outranks the need for emotion.
Oh, that's a conversation we need to have sometime, sister. Yeah, I'll be back for that conversation.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
we can have that fucking conversation any day of the week.
Yeah, we need to have.
We're gonna have a roast. We're gonna roast OE on the bonfire and eat his soul.
I'll be in the chat. Y'all can cook me. I'll be in the chat. I gotta go to bed. I'm gonna work today, but I'll be in the chat. Y'all can cook me.
Peace, man.
Peace.
So where did we?
Can I just want to point out that this is because Lawson asked, why hasn't we come up with the theory of time that we have, time and space time before?
Now that sound thing did it again.
Well, it's all this fucking stolen valor that keeps us from coming to any real conclusions.
Well, I want to talk about, because Newton. I think Newton. Maybe I said this
I
before,
lost the sound. I'm gonna refresh. I'll be right back.
Can we just clarify? McTime? Is it Mac? I've read that as McIntyre.
Next time, like McMahon, like McDonald.
So are we going to go back circa 450, 500 years into?
Yes, sir. Because I got a case to prosecute with Newton. I want to illustrate how religion holds people down. It held the most. It stymied the most. One of the most greatest men in history. One of the most smartest people on this planet. And if it could do it to him, then what you think it's doing to all them other people out there? Because Newton could not.
Well, the thing with Newton, he was a curious chap, no doubt. But he was, despite the fact that he was clearly a savant with respect to mathematics, doesn't mean that he wouldn't potentially be affected by the other nuances of his time, i.e., alchemy and the religious sort of milieu that he existed in. But if he's obviously a product of his environment. And it really frustrates me when people go, oh, well, God must exist because Newton was a Christian, right? But so the fuck what? Like, you can test Newtonian physics. You can't test his theories about alchemy and gods. And the ones that you can fucking fail. Whereas Newtonian physics applies, right? Newtonian mechanics applies. You know?
Hey, Dad knows
we
best.
call him classical mechanics.
Yeah,
Dad knows best. I think that you just touched on a very, very
Hey,
important
hold on,
question.
hold on, but
How
Dave, I want
would
to just
you?
finish. Let me finish my story, Nate. Let me finish
Okay,
about Newton,
okay.
because I'm not saying God. He proved God. You could almost see his failure in not figuring out Einstein relativity and put that on God, because he couldn't figure out the dynamics of space time relativity, because he thought space and time was absolute and objective, like his God, and it's that stymied him.
Let me put it this way: like when theists bring up Newton, they say things like, "Well, Newton came up with what we would call Newtonian mechanics, and what in the United States they call classical mechanics, according to RP. If that's what they call it, fine, whatever, doesn't matter." But how come the theistic cohorts, they reference his unbelievable intellect and state that he believed this thing, but he didn't fail to demonstrate that it was true. He failed to demonstrate that it was true, right? So why, if he was such an unbelievable intellect, do they not? Why would you accept Newtonian mechanics or classical mechanics because he was such a smart guy, and then ignore the fact that he wasn't able to demonstrate the fact that a God exists, and you just state that he then believes it?
Yeah, well, I mean, because belief is not
You're,
knowledge,
you-
and
but what I'm getting at here is that people are placing his belief in a deistic, in a God, on the same level as the objective mathematics that he created. He
yeah,
invented.
and I'm agreeing
Right?
with you, because what I'm about to say is belief is not knowledge. One demonstration can turn belief into knowledge and fact, and you be wary of ancient beliefs that can't be considered knowledge. That's why that Christian stuff has been a
Good
belief
question.
before I
For a
was
good
born. It's
question.
going to be a belief
Well, and
after I'm gone.
Yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
from well, I mean, in a practical point of view, it's trivial for us to give an example of something that we believe to be true that we don't know to be true, but nobody can give an example of something that they know to be true that they don't believe. They might lie about it. They might claim that.
Whoa! Hold on. Lars is crying in the comments, saying that he got booted from the platform. No, Lars, you couldn't figure out how to get back on. We haven't
No, he
booted
got
you.
booted.
Oh, you booted him?
Stolen
Okay.
valor, motherfucker.
Okay. Well then yeah, go and cry about it. You're booted.
So is it the case that Lars claimed to be a vet and isn't?
Yeah, it was demonstrated very, very quickly.
If I may, the last conversation that we had with him, Gretchen was, really down with him, and it was a very unique type of conversation, and he was able to direct it in a certain type of way. And I'm glad that this conversation went in a particular type of way, so that we're explicitly clear about such bold statements. I really am. But I also think that the bold statements should be thought about. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
I did think about it. I used my critical lens
Yes, you
in
did.
order to suss out the bullshit.
I'm glad that
He
you. I'm
didn't.
glad
He
that you
didn't
did.
give me any reason to question him last time. This time he did.
Well, fine. Yes.
And I asked him between and RP even. So did OE. We all asked him very specific questions that he should have known the answer to.
I still think that the ideas of higher dimensionality could be very much real and having an effect
What
on
the
our
fuck is
experience.
dimensionality?
Okay, then go ahead and Nave, you need to go ahead and demonstrate it.
Exactly, and I can't so easily do that because I
So
think.
why do you believe in things that you can't demonstrate?
I didn't say
don't
that.
know
I
what you're
didn't
talking
necessarily
about.
say that. I said that I'm interested in the questions and we should take them a certain type of seriously. And you did it in a certain. That's all I'm saying.
What
Okay.
questions? What questions did I not take seriously enough for you?
I didn't say that you guys didn't take it seriously.
All right, hold on.
Then what are you
MCarp,
saying?
what's up? You have something to interject?
What are you saying then?
I just want to say one thing about Lars. I am.
Oh, has he gone silent for everybody?
I think you might
Muted
be
himself.
having connection issues, Carp. We can't hear you.
Yeah, you're
sorry,
doing
Carp,
Chinese voice right now. Yeah, but I just want to point out 2-3 days ago when I asked him, when I asked him, you know that question I normally ask people,
Before or after?
when is it
Before
time
or
to
after?
believe things? When is it time to believe things? Before or after you have a good reason? He said before you had a good reason. I didn't want to hear nothing from him anymore after that, but y'all liked that stuff. And I don't necessarily think that it was stolen valor on here, but he
I
has
did.
put his foot in his mouth so many times, and he said he believed things before you have a good reason. So
But
I don't know.
it seems like the question
Hey.
here with respect to stolen valor isn't like, you know, it's not like did he serve or didn't he? It doesn't matter whether he served in a frontline position or not. Did he
Yeah.
serve or did he not? If he's claiming that he served and he didn't, there's an objective fact of the matter to be found here, right? Like the question notwithstanding, like we know that Gretchen served. I wanted to, but I couldn't. When I was studying architecture, I tried to volunteer. I wanted
Doesn't
to.
matter. Not everybody
Well,
has to
shit.
serve, but if you
No,
didn't,
no. But if you
you
claim that
keep
you
your
did and you
fucking
didn't,
mouth shut and don't claim you
exactly.
did. That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, no, I completely grant you. Like, no, there's no requirement that everybody serves. I wanted to, I couldn't. My eyesight wasn't good enough.
But this is what people do when they do things when they don't have a good reason. They do stuff like this, and then they make it hard for you to believe them even more down the road because you don't have a reason to believe anything they say.
Yes.
Because they did it before they had a good reason.
Yeah. This is a tough circle to square. Yes, it is.
It's the distinction between trivial and non-trivial.
Okay. All right.
So, for example, like with respect to belief, if somebody makes a claim and it's a trivial claim, and they've not given you any reason to disbelieve them, then you don't need like this. You don't need like a high burden of proof. You like obviously in order for you to believe something, there's a degree of sufficiency at play. You just need sufficient information for you to believe it. And what is required. But what is
I was
required?
presented with enough evidence to convince me that he was a case
Fine.
of stolen valor.
Shilling
Fine.
bullshit. Yeah.
And
That's
that
fine.
was enough for me.
That's
It'd
fine.
be like it'd be like if somebody claimed that they're an architect to me, for example, and then I asked them a couple of questions and they couldn't concisely and clearly explain the distinction between like tensile and compressive forces. Then I'll be like, okay, you are not a fucking architect. You could not possibly have achieved that qualification without being able to explain those physical principles with respect to construction. They're in the same way as I'm sure Gretchen has a fundamental example that applies to all of the armed forces. You know, there is probably something that she could ask a person or something that a person could say or go, there is no way that you were a member of the armed forces and just said that. You know, it's not.
Hey John, I got like a good sniff test for the example you just gave. You know, ask them if concrete would be an appropriate material to use for tensile force.
Well, no, it's compressive. You'd need pre-stressed concrete.
Yeah. That's why I said ask them if it would be an appropriate material to use because you only want to use concrete for compressive forces.
With the exception of pre-stressed concrete, which actually has steel reinforcement that is put under tension and then
and that the steel is doing the tensile.
Yeah, it's doing the tensile strength.
force,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it's basically
it's
like pre-stressed concrete beams are like miniaturized suspension bridges that we incorporate into building to add this additional strength. And if you've ever seen one,
that's why we add rebar into
exactly.
concrete.
Yeah,
tensile is stretching, right? Is when you stretch it out, right? That's tensile, right?
Tensile is tension, and compression is crushing compression.
Right.
Compression is smashing it.
Can I ask a question? Is to RP's point, is concrete an appropriate thing to use for tensile?
No.
If your objective is if you're looking for a material that is going to apply resistance with respect to tensile pulling apart, then concrete is not the material that you would use.
Okay.
You would use.
Why are you asking a question that you are not even prepared to ask?
What I'm trying to get at here is what if, like you put it in a vacuum and a certain amount of tensile strength is put on it because it's in a vacuum.
It wouldn't
It's
have
not
an
gonna
impact
happen
on
like
concrete.
that.
It wouldn't have an impact on the concrete at all because
What I'm
concrete,
trying to get at
concrete's
here is
porous.
why do you have your shower thoughts on the fucking internet in front of everybody? Why don't you just keep them
Why
in the
not?
shower?
Why not? I'm happy to share my shower thoughts if you guys are willing to entertain them. What I'm getting at is like,
Not though.
This
We're
isn't a
not.
platform of shower thoughts. This is a platform of deep thoughts.
Well,
I'm
like
trying to
You've
be a
heard
very deep thinker here. As a
you've
matter of
heard
fact, I'm trying to
you've
be.
heard too much you've heard too much J Money, and you thought you thought we fucking like that?
I thought
But
you guys.
with respect to Nave, are you just asking about so this is my bag.
We're still not hearing you,
Hey
M. Carp.
Jack.
Here,
I'm
I'm gonna try turning off your background noise and echo cancellation, and then I'm gonna restart your automatic adjust for your volume. Give me a test on your mic.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Hey, there you are. We can hear you now.
All right.
Oh, it's working.
I hear
Okay.
you.
I just want to say one thing. If you say you are in the U.S. Navy and you come in here telling me you are a master sergeant, you are not in the U.S. Navy. I was a third class petty officer. I don't care what happens to me. If anybody asks me who I was in the Navy, I'm going to tell them I was a third class petty officer. If you
Isn't the
can't
Master
remember
Sergeant
that,
Army?
you probably can't even talk.
Isn't the Master Sergeant
Yep.
Army, not Navy?
No, don't the fire. I'm trying to remember.
Not Navy. There's no
The
sergeants in the
fireman.
Navy.
Master Sergeant is Air Force and Army.
Yeah. It's not
Yeah,
Navy,
yeah,
right?
yeah. You're right.
Yep.
And
We
Marines.
don't have
But
sergeants.
Marine got a gunnery sergeant. Marine got a gunnery sergeant.
We don't have sergeants or privates in the Navy in the UK either. They're petty officers.
Yep.
They're
Definitely not the U.S.
petty
Navy, I
officers,
can tell you that.
Okay, buddy, stop.
So either his brain is completely fried or he's lying. I hope his brain
I
is
want to say
fried,
it's
even as
fried.
much as I hate that to be, but
Maybe
I
it
hope he's
was.
That's
not
what I
lying.
think it is.
Maybe it was hit with the MIB flashy thingy. I mean,
Analyzer.
yeah,
No,
maybe.
I know he's
Cuba and
okay.
got
And I'm not
the
being
sound
I'm not
thing
being
in his
mean when I
brain.
say that. Like I'm seriously, maybe who the fuck knows? That's all I'm saying.
That sort of shit doesn't exist.
I know.
So why
I know
even,
that he
why even
wasn't
put it
in
forth
the
as a
Navy.
hypothesis?
As far
Yes,
as we know,
we
as far as we know,
we demonstrated beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was not in the Navy. He
All
gave
right.
contradictory answers.
And then he said he was
Contradictions
in the
do not
he was in
exist.
the
all
he
right.
said he's a Vietnam veteran and he wasn't in during Vietnam.
It's a. But the man, I was unimpressed when he said that he believed things before he have a reason, good reason. So
That's an
I
impressive statement, isn't it? That's a
Oh,
very
Huh?
interesting statement, isn't it?
when he started talking
Yeah.
about multi-dimensional beings,
It's a
and
depressing
shit,
statement.
oh,
It shows
no.
that their epistemology is completely broken.
I would
He
say
probably is an old man with some sort of dementia, but you know what?
Yeah.
Even an old man with dementia will know when he was in the fucking military and what his rank was
I
and what
should
his
hope
job
so.
was.
Well, I'm watching my grandma. Look like she's going back in time now. She's like Benjamin Button. Every time she doesn't. She remember. You know how like your grandma used to talk to you and tell you them stories you don't like to hear. You go ahead, sir.
No, it's just I was going to ask Gretchen. Aren't there examples of, as sad as it is, aren't there examples of like army veterans who are suffering with dementia, and you ask them their name and they give you like name and rank? You know, it's so drilled in that it's like stuck in there. You know.
Again, the mind is complicated.
It's
It's
the
going to take
conditioning.
different people differently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it can happen, but it can also happen the opposite. But we asked him too many questions and too many specialized questions.
And he
that
wasn't able
he
to
should-
keep his bullshit story straight.
he couldn't answer even one of them.
Hey, Dad knows best. You were trying to answer me on this notion of.
I
concrete
guessed
and
the whole
vacuum.
identification number I pulled that out of my ass. Because I was never in the Navy. That was a 100% guess.
I remember my student number from university, which was P03292653. That was my.
Holy
But
shit!
see,
You
the
saying
Navy-
student ID just made me remember my student ID. Like my neurons fired instantly.
We're simpatico, RP.
400115.
But see, like
Quick,
my
everybody look it up.
agency was my NEC in the Navy was IFF. I was detached to a squadron, and I was working the radar shop at NIC, AMID 610 radar shop. And so because I was attached to a squadron, I moved with the airplanes and the helicopters and stuff. I wouldn't know what a whole ID is either. That's for them boastman mates. Guys hanging off the side of the chip and paint.
You couldn't have guessed. I mean,
yeah, I was thinking. I was
well,
trying
I
to wrap
guess
my head, but
I guess
came
he
to it
wasn't
before I
here.
did.
Well, OE
And I-
had just mentioned like 10 minutes before that he designed
Yeah.
that he had a patent for holes.
Oh,
good
well,
guess,
I
I
was
thought.
in
On
and out of
different
sleep,
boats.
but
So
I think I was gonna come up with it, but you beat me to the punch, Gretchen. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, what the hell? Because I'm thinking H and I C in the black community. That's the the head ninja in charge. That's what I was thinking he was trying to say.
The head ninja in charge.
Yeah, but it's the N word, the N word. That's what I was thinking you were talking about.
Hey,
You
RP,
not
reclaim
that hard to
after
fucking lock in, and
And then I had just woke up too, and I was still playing in my ear because I went to sleep on you for a minute. I was in chat all night, so I was groggy. You beat me to the punch though, Gretchen.
I do
hey,
that
you
a lot.
guys. I think that if you could demonstrate dimensionality, it would require you being able to entertain and perhaps even believe ridiculous notions.
No,
I
it
think it would
wouldn't.
have.
No.
Well,
No.
okay, well, I'm
What
just
are you
entertaining an
talking
idea.
about?
I was just
Do
entertaining.
you
Trying to get back in physics.
But
You don't have to
do you
believe
have-
things you
Do
demonstrate.
you have
You can know
4D
them.
dimensionality?
You
Is that
would,
what you're telling us?
what I'm saying is, yeah, you would have to run an experiment where the
Nate.
variables are so ridiculous that the way we
Can I-
usually think
can I-
about
can I
things.
just can I just short circuit
No.
this?
Okay.
I just want to short circuit this for you quickly.
Go for it, John.
You're using your intuitions,
Right.
to try to interpret these
Right.
things. Our intuitions
I
are
don't know
not,
absolutely nothing
they're
about.
not fit for purpose, and they're not even
Okay,
they're not even fit for purpose in 4-dimensional space. You don't even need to get into 5th dimensional space, or dependent on like M theory or some parts of string theory where we've got 11, 12, or 14 dimensional spaces.
Okay, yeah.
You don't like your intuitions, I'm afraid, are not fit for purpose here. And that's not me having a dig at you. Like, it's
I know,
always the
I
case
know.
with everybody's intuition.
Yeah, because special relativity is inherently non-intuitive.
Non-intuitive, exactly that. So don't like you can't judge these these they're not like these mathematical positions with but that doesn't make sense to me from my your intuition.
You guys, can I just really? I'm so sorry to do this. I'm so sorry for my rudeness. I'm actually on my way to bed, but Jill has called me out in the chats, and so I just wanted to square this on record. Can we just squash this really quick? First of all, Gretchen, you're right. Just to clarify, I actually do have 2 patents, a design patent and a utility patent for my whole design. And I also have an MIC, which is a manufacturer's ID code with the U.S. Coast Guard. So any boat that I build has an HIN, which is a whole identification number. So yeah, that's all legit. But I just want to call it. Jill has challenged me to a debate on biblical slavery, and he's in the chat right now. So yeah, Jill, I'll accept your debate on the proposition of does the Bible condone chattel slavery. So I don't know if you want to come up here on the panel really quick, if he's allowed to. We can just set this up right now, because I don't want to. You know how Jill is. Jill's got a reputation for kind of like ducking and dodging, but I just want to just set this up right now on record.
Well,
I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation, but I just want to get this dealt with.
But just super quick.
He's allowed to. At no time has he ever been banned from this channel.
Jill, come up here. Let's just set this up.
Also, using the word, I just want to have this chat with Jill quickly. Never happened. Fucking.
I don't want to have a chat with you. I just want to set this up. I don't want to have a chat with you. We're not going to debate this right now. No, we're going to set up a formal debate, just like last time we did on Robin's channel, where Jill got cooked because Jill ran away. I know he's going to have his own version of that story, but you can go watch the debate on Robin's channel. We did a review of that debate on this channel. RP and Gretchen actually did a review of that debate. So everybody here knows how that debate went, despite Jill's rendition of it. But yeah, Jill, you want to debate biblical slavery. You want to call me out in the chats? I'm here right now. Let's go ahead and set it up.
Can I point
Yeah,
out
we
two
could even
things?
schedule it for this platform.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm totally down. Joe can have any mod he wants. I think we should do it on this platform since Joe called me out here. I think we should do it on this platform. He
I
was
just
saying
want
that
to point
he
out
was
two
saying in the
things.
comments that Jill and Robin hate him, which I don't think is true.
Okay, I just want to point out two things. Number one, he was talking on the dimension thing. It depends on what you call a dimension because, like, you got Hilbert space, and Hilbert space is like 100. I think it's infinite dimensional plane with and what they consider in dimensions is like speed, momentum, and stuff like that. Then you got the dimensions of the quantum world with the Pauli exclusion principle, and two things can't be at the same
Yeah.
place. So you got dimension, space. I forgot what I can't think of the wording, but it depends on what you consider.
McTime. So there's two within physics. There are two principal dimensional theories that you're probably referencing. One of them.
Hi,
I'm
RP Junior.
going to colloquialize them here.
Hello.
One of them is a dimensional space with respect to, for example, there are additional dimensions that we're just not able to perceive. So
Yeah.
the example would being like a two-dimensional world, whereas with respect to a three-dimensional world and the four-dimensional
Yes,
world.
yes.
So you can but there's another type of dimensional world that exists with respect to causation. So, for example, every decision that you could potentially have made, every time you make a different decision, it spears off a different dimensional world. Therefore, that means there's like as many decisions that could possibly exist are how many dimensions there are. But that's not what is necessarily being discussed here, if that makes sense. When you're talking to like
We're
X,
talking
Y,
about
Z,
material reality.
material reality, exactly, yeah.
Well,
Not just
I'm talking about
abstract
like Hilbert
mathematical
space.
concepts. Hilbert space is an abstract mathematical concept.
It
True.
absolutely is.
True, and that's why it has dimensions like speed, momentum, position. But I mean, it depends. Like I said, it depends on what you call on dimensions, though. And but you right though. As far as the that's multiverse theory right there. When you're talking about the second dimension, where like your decisions affect
M theory and
rational-
multiverse theory are two different things, though. People think they're the same thing because one's called M theory and one's called
Carl
M
Sagan.
theory is essentially an update to string theory.
Yeah,
Carl
exactly.
Sagan and Flatland. Take the Flatland logic. What would the fifth dimension look like? Carl Sagan.
But you
That's
can
what we're trying to
express
say,
it. You
is
can
not-
express
is
it
not-
mathematically, but it doesn't work intuitively. That's the point that I was making before, right?
Maybe
That's-
okay, so non-intuitive. Yeah, I'm losing my ability to speak. Non-intuitive. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You said that Einstein's.
Yeah, you don't. See, this is how I know you're reading all the fucking time because you don't actually know what you're saying and you're trying to read it.
Non-intuitive. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Now I can say
Non-intuitively.
non-intuitive.
Getting ahead of yourself? What, your eyes move faster than your mouth? Is that what
Dude,
it
your
is?
tongue, your tongue sometimes just doesn't work. Okay. All right.
Well, you damn sure ain't nervous.
Yeah, look, I mean, I
nervous.
misspeak occasionally too. It's easily
Yeah.
done, but you know,
Yeah.
it's just...
He does this constantly. That's why he throws in all these $25 words when a fucking $5 word will do.
I think that the fifth dimension requires non-intuitive thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
But
what
you got. Yeah, but I just want to. And my second thing I wanted to point out because I don't know if Jill heard me because we was on OE.
Non-intuitive or counterintuitive?
Well, I mean,
is there a distinction between non-intuitive and counterintuitive? Like if something,
perhaps counterintuitive. Perhaps counterintuitive.
If you intuit something, then it's because you're making it basically is presuppositional
Joseph,
based on previous experience. But we couldn't possibly have previous experience of a fifth dimensional space because we're not able to, like, we don't experience it, right? So it is, from that perspective, it's non-intuitive. And I would make the case that if it's non-intuitive, then there are things like counterintuitive would be a subset of non-intuitive.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I think that we're getting into some interesting territory because
like non-intuitive would preclude would be antithetical to the existence of the intuitive, whereas counterintuitive would be antithetical to the existence of the intuitive, whereas non-intuitive would just be ambivalent to it, if that makes sense.
I think so. In other words, like, you need a driver's license before you can, legally drive a car.
No.
No.
That's not how John was cashing that out at all.
Okay. Well, let me just continue, and I promise I'll be pretty damn quiet after this. But if I was not mistaken, you guys mentioned something about Einstein's theories as being non-intuitive.
Yeah, they absolutely are not intuitive at all.
Yeah, special relativity, and it specifically applies to the fourth dimension.
Okay. What if I was to tell you, again, the madness of this argument, what if I was to tell you that guys like Aleister Crowley said, yeah, so what? We've been doing this, or we've known this for thousands of years, and you guys keep on burning us at the stake. You keep on burning us at the stake.
They haven't.
Right. So I'm now officially interested. What exactly is the claim that they knew? What did they know? "Quote unquote" know. Like, I want a specific claim here. Because this is now,
they'll draw off of all cultures that they can figure out, and it would be something like, nothing is true and everything is permitted. That would be the intuition.
What do these platitudes have to do with that? Yeah,
it's insane, isn't it? It's fucking crazy.
No, it's nonsensical and completely unrelated.
It's like what Kent Hovind does when he will justify the continually expanding universe, and he will say, well, yeah, of course that was predicted because God stretched the stars over the earth like a tent.
Oh, yeah,
I didn't say anything about God.
Hey, one quick thought. Wholesome names, be advised that a paralypse can say anything. So you shouldn't always listen to anything a paralypse says. They sometimes they can just be singing and just making words that don't even matter.
I know. Well, as objective ethics said, he was talking about that cold, calculating scientific family that he knows about, and he had the position of look, we need the arts, and we need musicians, and we need culture to be a part of this. And I think that we're getting to some healthy places now, and now I'll be quiet. This
it
was
wasn't
good.
just a family. It's a group of about 200 to 300 preppers that they were asking me. So I used to install bomb shelters and for preppers and stuff like that, like steel cargo containers. We'd dig the holes and put up the shit and stuff like that. So I met this group of people. Yeah, they think that they can get by with only engineers and scientists. "Quote unquote" scientists. Now they do have a couple of people that do have medical experience. They're considering scientists, but they don't really have any doctors. They've got a couple of nurses and stuff like that. No artists, no engineers covers a lot of territory. So you can say like architects, plumbers, and stuff like that. Engineering is a really broad spectrum. Technically, I'm a design engineer. You know what I mean? So I would qualify for the community, but can I install plumbing? Maybe, not necessarily. You know what I mean? Like engineering is a real broad category. Electrical, mechanical, whatever, computer engineering. I mean,
but you kind of need, with these types of communities that exist. I mean, they don't exist in the UK in the same way as they do in the US, probably because of our geography and the fact that our culture has existed for over 1,000 years and we haven't been successfully invaded. So it's not kind of like present in the same way. But you kind of need two types of thinkers. You need the thinkers which are like institutionalized. They think they sit on their rails, and they do. But you also need dynamic. You need creative thinkers as well, because the dynamic, the artists, the creative thinkers are the ones that are going to be able to come up with solutions to the problems that you haven't perceived that you didn't even know that problem was going to exist. If you eliminate all of your creative thinkers and you just have a bunch of NPCs,
and that's what I tried to explain to them is your polar dynamic is not going to work because social structures work on so many different levels. Where's your counselor? Who's going to help you with like personal conflict?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
relationship. Thought works in the same way as any other aspect of human behavior. It needs an ecosystem. It needs differentiation. It needs vibrancy. And to not have it is to just die slightly slower. And that's all you're signing yourself up for.
So just really quickly, because I was going to bed, can we just say for the record online, Jill, if you look at the chat, Rebuke and Reprove was saying, I will not debate him on biblical slavery. He's been leaving all these kind of comments. So I fucking said, look, bro, if you want to debate this topic, I will debate it. So I said, let's set it up. I came on here specifically to set this up, and he has literally dropped out of the comments now. He just ran away.
We'll start a daily count of days since Jill ran from OE.
Day one, right here.
Day
I'm
one.
marking it. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry to interrupt the conversation. I appreciate you guys letting me come on here, but I just don't like if somebody's gonna call me out, like I'm the
That
kind
makes
of guy that I'll answer that call. You know what I mean? So Jill,
Hey, I get it. Trust me. That is exactly why I went up and fucking debated Andrew Wilson that night, just because he fucking called me out.
he called you out personally.
Yeah, and that's also the
Well,
reason that
I-
Justin and Jason got me to eat fucking sushi one night. Just because
also,
they
Gretchen,
fucking challenged me.
Well, you got to answer the call. Like
I don't think
really
Andrew Wilson
promote,
called you
like-
out by name, Gretchen. I think he called you
I
that
don't
psychotic bitch.
I don't necessarily like.
Huh?
I don't.
I don't think
promote,
he
like-
called you out by name. I think he used some kind of pejorative, didn't he? But like,
Oh yeah, he said the
yeah.
bitch in the comments head's gonna about to explode.
Something like that. Yeah.
I don't like.
That was
promote-
enough for me.
I don't promote like the tough guy kind of mantra, but if you believe something and you're willing to defend something, and somebody calls you out, you should answer the call. You know, in my opinion. So Jill, I'm here to
I don't see
debate
how you
biblical
cannot
slavery.
answer the call.
I'm here to debate biblical slavery with Jill.
Some people are just hardwired to answer that call no matter what.
I know.
Yeah, but you got to have situational awareness. Like
Yes.
there's a lot that goes into that. You got to know what you're getting yourself into. You got to have your head on a swivel. You got to know when there's a time to walk away. If self-preservation or preservation of people you care about is important to you, there are times when you better say, "Hey, look, the odds are against me. I don't care how fucking badass I am. I'm not going to be able to defeat these odds." And so I better
I'm
do the
more
right
like
thing and walk away.
fucking
But it does depend on context.
head full,
It's context
straight at
to
it.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Like somebody
Yeah.
could try and call you out. Like if RP, for example, called me out on like something that I said about physics or astrophysics or something, and the reason that he was calling me out is because he goes, "No, like you're wrong. I think the moon is made of fucking cheese." Well, obviously, I'm not gonna engage with that at all because it's fucking nuts, right? But if he said, well, actually, does a photon have is it subject to gravity because it has spin energy, or does it actually have a mass? Or whilst I think it is affected by gravity because it has spin energy. Like there is actually potentially a misunderstanding or a conversation that we can build a reasonable discussion around. But the moon made of cheese, like, come on, these are two totally different things contextually, right?
But we could definitely argue about what kind of cheese it is, right?
Oh yeah, it's definitely.
Let me call out EMBYTNC while we calling people out, because we pinky swear and said we was besties forever, and then I turn on my chats and I see him in the chat talking about he's somebody else's best friend, and it just hurt me dearly to my heart. You heard me. You heard me. I
That's
caught you
just
speaking on.
cruel, NB. How could
We
you?
pinky swear, man. We pinky swear. But
You
carry on,
pinky
people.
promised?
Rebuke and reprove. Anytime somebody comes back and watches this video, they can see the live comments and they can see your comments here where you're calling out like, "Oh, OE will never debate me on this. OE won't do it." Now I'm like, "Hey, who do you want to mod this thing? Let's go ahead and do it." And you just literally ghosted. You're gone.
Well,
That's
can I just
on the
Gretchen,
record forever, bro. You can never walk away from this. You can make all the excuses you want. I'm here. You're not.
Yeah.
What happened?
And unless like you've just been hit by a tidal wave.
What happened is he ran like a
you have
bitch.
pussied out. Yeah.
He ran like he did in our last debate. He literally ran away and quit. The last debate we had, it's on record. You guys did a
He
review
ran
of that.
like a, say it with me, low tier slow boy. Go ahead.
Low tier, low tier.
Can I just ask Gretchen? You said something a second ago. It was a pinky promise. Like, what? A pinky promise is when, like, 6-year-old girls do that little thing where they hook their little fingers together, right? And they go, "Oh, I pinky promise." Right. Has any adult ever done that in all sincerity with another adult, or is it just like a handshake or a fist bump or something? Isn't that why is the pinky promise? Is it because it's like a sweet innocent thing? Like, do we think about it
All
from
you
that
have
point
to
of
do is say pinky promise, Or pinky
That's what you have.
swear.
So you don't even have to actually have Pinky's touch. You just have to say.
No,
pinky
you
promise.
don't have to have Pinky's touch.
If that's the social standard, I'll adhere to it.
Well, I would like to add in
Yeah,
there.
look, it's got
what's the difference
McTime
between-
all twisted up into knots. You took that shit
Yeah,
seriously.
but what's the difference between a pinky swear and a handshake, anyways? I mean, it's the same thing, really, huh? It's just little girls, they do the pinky, and men want to do it with the whole hand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but that's it. Like it's a little bit like a guy who drinks a drink and he sticks his little finger out when he drinks it. You know, it's kind of
yeah.
as opposed to like a manly handshake or a fist bump. You know, it's like when a guy tells a joke to another guy and he goes, "Oh, that was so funny," and he fucking thumps him in the shoulder and gives him a dead arm. You know?
Okay. Okay. The religious person asks why, the scientific person asks how, and the magician asks what.
I think that's some silly stereotypes you're saying, man.
fuck are you talking about?
Well, the
this is-
distinction between how and why I get, but why is the magician asking what? Like, where does that come into play?
It means like, what is even happening? What are we doing? What are we summoning? That's what it says.
But
What
isn't-
the
but
fuck?
Nothing being summoned. Magicians are illusionists.
But also, isn't the what question a question on a question? Like
Yes,
the how
yes.
question, but the how question and a why question is just a what with one less letter, right?
I think
And from my perspective, religion don't.
But if you're rephrasing the what as a what's happening, that's
Mhm.
just extra syllables to ask a how
True.
or a why.
Right. Okay, so in the way that, everybody kind of understands what the fuck means, I guess I would put it that way. The magician
Hey, hold
asks,
on, but wait a minute. I want to prosecute that religion says the why thing. Because from my perspective, religion don't ask no question. They want to say the answer is God and God is mystery. So they don't have no question to ask because the answer is God. God is mystery. Look in the Bible. It said God is mystery and works in a mysterious way. Why science can't use God? Because you can't build nothing off of mystery.
Religion isn't asking why; they're saying this is why.
This is why they're
Exactly.
presupposing
Okay.
why.
Well,
yeah, like a science.
well, let me
scientist
try it
doesn't
this
ask.
way. Let me try it this way.
But hang on one sec, super quick, because the bit that I just do want to ask is: is there anybody here, even as like a 6-year-old kid, when the magician pulled the rabbit out of the hat? Was there any kid that thought that the hat was some kind of rabbit-producing entity that didn't apply to where the laws of physics didn't apply? That was the reason that they were amazed. Was it not because, like, even as a 6-year-old kid, when I saw that happen, I was like, how the fuck did he do that? Not because I thought that it was physics bending. I was interested in the technical exercise. Like, how did he make it look like that? You know?
Right.
How did this rabbit magically fucking appear?
Yeah, as a child, you have the same excitement of watching a magician perform a trick that you do seeing your older cousin like beat a hard level in Mario.
Or even
And
just
I-
like
and I like
any physical feat. Like, you know, when you see like the guys riding like the scrambler bikes and they do these insane jumps, and you're like, how is that? But like, you understand that it is possible with a huge amount of training and physical discipline. But you look at it, you go, how the fuck did they do that? You know, it's awe-inspiring, but it's not physics breaking. The same is true with magic or sleight of hand, right? It's just a different type of
Let me put out
awe-inspiring.
this challenge. Let me put out this challenge to any religious person out there that may be listening or in the chat. If you think what I'm saying is wrong, if you think that I'm saying that I don't believe you guys ask any questions, come call in and come demonstrate the truth and prove me wrong. Because I would like to know as many true things as possible and forget about all the false things. Come erase this false memory from my mind if you think that you can show me how religious people answer questions. Carry on,
Okay,
people.
let me back up my statement and say it. I'm going to use those same questions, those question words. I'm going to say the religious mind is concerned with, one way or another, with the question of why.
No, they're
and so
not.
on and so forth.
No, they aren't.
Well,
Look at this guy right now.
and-
Read the comments, Nave. EG 300K. He already got the answers. Romans 20. No, 920. He already got the answer.
this is a philosophical disposition, so I'm going to try it one more time. The religious mind is on one level or another, regardless of how accurate they are or not, or how genuine they are. They're concerned with the question of why.
No, they're not.
No,
Somehow,
they're not.
somehow, and
Right.
then
Let me.
the
We
scientist
don't
is
need the rest of
sampling
the quote.
how,
We've already dismantled it in the
and
first
then
sentence.
the wizard, if you will.
This is just
Well,
nonsense
They are
poetry.
not
Like
concerned with
this
the
is
question
sophistry.
why.
That's what it is.
The
Sophistry.
problem.
Okay.
The problem.
Wholesale.
Okay,
Hang on.
scientists are concerned
Nave,
with the
Nave,
question
Nave,
how.
Let me just. We know the question. We've all heard it a million times before.
Alright, yeah.
But the problem with the distinction between the why and the how is, and the distinction for me at least, is the why assumes a telos. It assumes an agent. The how does not assume an agent. So when a scientist asks, how the fuck did that happen? They're not assuming that there was an intent behind it. They're just interested in the mechanics. Whereas when a religious person asks the question, why, it's they still want to know how.
Okay.
But they're interested in the underlying purpose. But there is no underlying purpose, as best as we can tell. Right? So the why question, whilst it masquerades as a how question, is it reveals a worldview that isn't justified.
Can I just interject one thing here to the conversation, just as an observation, as an outside party, because I'm a lifelong skeptic. I've never been a religious person, so I look at this from two different sides, and I'm like, how do people even get into this mess? And what I see, looking at philosophy, and this is how I kind of come to this position, is I feel like people are asking three fundamental questions.
Yes.
How do we get here? What are we doing here? And what happens after we die? And I feel like that's what gets people ultimately indoctrination. And we can look at all the other things, but ultimately that's what fuels this whole religious thing is how do we get here? What are we doing here? And where do we go after this? Is that fair enough to just reduce it down to those three elements?
Here's your answer.
Nobody on fire in the chat has absolutely nailed it, because what you said is that when you ask why, it presupposes a who. So that's ultimately the question that you're asking. Whereas if you just ask how, you could be talking about a who, but it doesn't presuppose it. It doesn't require it. There could just be another explanation that isn't another agent, right? Whereas a why question presupposes an agent.
Can you do this? Can you do this?
But Dad, check this out. Are you really concerned with the? Well, hold on. Let me point this out. Are you really concerned? Are you really concerned with asking questions or answers when if somebody tell you the answer, you're not gonna hear. You're gonna just gallop over what they say. You're gonna try to use your words as a distraction. You're gonna lie. You're just gonna do everything you can not to even hear the answer. If you ask the question, are you really concerned with that question? If you do all that,
dude, I am very glad about everything that has been said. All I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to ask a fundamentally new question. I'm trying to
just call me John. It does. I know my name is Dad knows best, but just call me John.
Daddy, why not?
well, I don't know what to call you, man. So I just try to keep it moving. But all right, Don.
It's fine.
How much?
It's fine.
How much concern for the answers and questions could they be if they don't want to hear any? They don't want to hear the answer. They don't want to hear the question. I done seen Christians do work to get out of learning stuff. They would do more work to not learn something that they need to know than they would do just to go learn it. And this guy sitting up and telling me they want to know why. No, they don't, man.
I think there are a couple of things at play. One of them is probably they're fearful that they're going to learn something that is going to break their worldview. So the easiest way to not learn something, not expose yourself, not expose yourself to something that could potentially break your worldview, is to not expose yourself to anything other than your worldview and people who come pre-approved that are already like inculcated in the worldview. The other thing, which I think is actually even worse, is are those people that go out into the world and they not only do they're not prepared to accept information that is antithetical to their worldview, but when they come across information that is antithetical to their worldview, they absorb it, they integrate it, and then they retrospectively come up with some kind of rationalization that explains it away, and then they start shilling that to other people. The Kent Hovins of the world, for example. But I do think it is like they've just been they think that I think it's the same as the flat earthers. Like it's an easy, quick path to I think I have special knowledge that everybody else
Special
in the
knowledge.
world doesn't.
Yeah.
And it makes me feel knowledgeable and special. And those of us that have done the hard work to specialize in a particular field look at these people like the morons that they are. But the people that I feel sorry for aren't the morons themselves, but it's the next generation that comes up behind them. It's the kids, it's the grandkids, it's the perpetuation of this cycle. That's the bit that terrifies me. Like never in all of history have we had access to more information. Like every single person, almost every person on the planet has a supercomputer in their pocket, relatively speaking, that has access
nobody
to the
and
collective
I
knowledge of
talked to
humanity.
Nobody and I
It
talked to
blows
this
my
flat
fucking
Earth
mind.
guy one night on Mega Bloodbath, and even he was talking about his 10-year-old kid. And even though he believed in the flat Earth, he sure as shit didn't teach his kid about it. So what does that tell you right there?
Well, it's the same. It's the same. It's the same with Nathan Oakley, who's my cultural and national shame. He's an English flat earther, and he's on record as saying, "No, I don't teach my kid that the Earth is flat because I don't want him to be ostracized publicly." You know? So he knows it's a fucking wrong position.
Hey. I was gonna say I've been reading
I
this
forgot
and
my
going
train
over
of thought.
it a couple times. I'm sorry, McTime. I kind of took it.
No, you go ahead. I lost what I was gonna say anyway. Go ahead.
How would I? I mean, really, if I was gonna take it seriously, along y'all's line of thought, how would I prove somehow that my tabletop that I'm touching right here is a projection on my eyes and my perception of everything through a fifth dimensional object? How do I not know that this thing right here isn't actually a fifth dimensional object and I can only perceive it as a
There's no evidence that it's a fifth dimensional object, and we don't believe things until we have enough evidence to convince us.
Right. Well, I mean, if you were on flatland and you saw a third dimensional object move through your flatland, it would be so hard for you to take it seriously,
You
wouldn't it?
don't need to rule out the fifth dimension. You need to rule it in the first place.
Right. Right.
Yeah, man, you gotta prove yourself wrong. Start with your hypothesis and prove yourself wrong.
I've told you guys plenty of times. I'm more concerned with the question than I am the answer. I'm just here trying to learn.
Is there a teapot orbiting between Mars and Jupiter that we can't see with our telescopes? I don't know.
So much like Tucker Carlson, you're just asking questions, huh?
Don't you want good students? Don't you want good students?
Yes, and good
student asks good questions. Not all questions are equal.
Good students will spend their time proving science that we have evidence for.
Who among us here have you decided is your teacher?
But also, Nave, can I just ask a question? Like, and my question is probably going to reveal something about me with respect to you, since that's the track. Those are the tracks that you're running on. If in a mathematics classroom, and a teacher has just finished explaining that 2 + 2 = 4, if a child goes, well, what would equal 5, right? That's a pertinent question that is relevant to the topic and indicates that the child has probably been paying attention. If said child asks, what color is a kumquat and why is it that shape? Whilst it's probably a pertinent question, it's not really relevant to the topic that's being discussed, right?
Yeah.
It's not pertinent.
Well, okay.
Exactly.
This is a thought that I've had since I was a kid.
Sorry, whilst it's a coherent question, I used the word pertinent wrong there, so I should probably correct myself before I get quoted out of context. Whilst it is a coherent question that makes sense,
there you go.
The question isn't relevant to the topic being discussed at the time.
I tried to litigate fire since, entering about middle school, because it just occurred to me.
Come on, Nate. Come on, let's stay on topic. We're talking about right now. We're talking about why are you asking these questions off topic? We're trying to. It's hard to keep a train of thought when you trying to talk to somebody. And then you got like he get up here and he start using his manipulation device.
Who has the baby in the background as well? That sounded adorable.
It's Arby. It's because I value our ability to ask questions. I really do value our ability
you
to
are
ask
taking away
questions.
from you're taking away from debate. You can't pin down sleazy people when you up here spread people's brain power all over the place. You know, I got to
You're
think about the
completely
big
right.
dimension.
You are completely right.
So stop it.
Yeah, and
So
you know what
stop it,
else we're
man.
right about? Is that
Shouldn't-
RP Jr. at 10 months old makes more sense than you do half the time.
Shouldn't okay, here's the distinction between me and the Christian nationalist. Okay?
Who
So
the
long
fuck
as
brought out that dichotomy?
so long as
Man,
so long as my
Who the
irrational
hell made
belief
you feel like you needed to
so long as my irrational belief
what the
doesn't hurt,
fuck?
so long as my irrational beliefs do not hurt anybody, they should be tolerated to some sort of degree and perhaps
No, they
even
shouldn't.
investigated.
No,
They
they
should be
Were
shouldn't.
you
man, you
being
can't.
were you being compared to Christian nationalists at any point?
No, I wasn't.
Then why do you feel the need to just
No,
to make distinctions between the two of you?
Because I'm bringing up what a human being is. I'm bringing up what is a human being. Anyway,
I think I kind of get the
Really? Because now all you've got me doing is thinking
Johnny,
that
Johnny,
well
what do you
shit.
think I mean?
How is Nave like a Christian nationalist then?
people can believe.
I
No,
wasn't
no,
thinking that before. Now I am. Now it's all I'm thinking.
Unfounded thoughts are like a wiener. It's okay to have one, but the moment you start whipping out in public, it's going to become a problem.
Damn good
Well, yeah,
answer.
and that's kind of where I was going with this, with respect
Damn good
to
answer.
what you're talking about with respect to harm. Like people can
Mhm.
believe whatever they want to believe, but if their nutty belief drives them to an action that has a negative impact on a third party, then obviously we need to deal with the action, and dependent on the belief, we might have to deal with the belief. So with respect to what people are teaching their children, for example.
Yes.
So I get that, but I still don't understand how we got here and where the Christian nationalist part came from. Like I understand that.
That's what I want to
I
ask you.
don't get.
But look, check this out. Check this out, John.
Neither do
And what, Nate, now just imagine yourself being in court and you're being prosecuted for like stealing a candy bar or something. And you got your defense attorney, and the prosecutor is steady bringing out points why they think you stole that candy bar. And then when the defense attorney get up to the speech, he say, "Well, he's not a white nationalist," and then he's just saying all kind of other stuff about the Fifth Dimension and stuff. He's not even prosecuting. Defending your case. This is like what you're doing.
I have to be honest, Dave. You are a bit over the place. Like I mean,
I know.
you
I
are
know.
skipping
A
from
bit.
topic like nobody else I've come across in recent memory. Yeah.
I suspect that
I
whatever
think I'm
topic he
performing
comes
very
up with,
well.
it'll be trying to get her back around to Peter Joseph.
Well, I really do
You're
care.
not wrong.
I gotta
Not
get RP
necessarily
Jr.
wrong.
back down to
I
bed.
wasn't gonna. I
But
promise I wasn't
hey,
gonna say that.
Nave, hold
bring it
up.
up.
I'm trying to say goodbye. Please stop
Oh.
talking over me. I've got to get RP Jr. back to bed.
Okay.
But everyone in chat, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. Everyone that came on the panel, thank you so much for coming up and having a discussion. I'll look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.
See you, RP.
Good
Thank
night,
you.
very
Good night,
reasonable
RP.
person.
Sweet dreams, kid. You sound adorable.
I'm glad I caught Aubrey before he gonna do his thing.
Honestly, I envy RP.
I mean-
He obviously has a little baby at home that is in that ridiculous, like the sleep deprived adorable stage, and I miss that. My kid's a fucking feral. He's in the cute fuzzy stage.
All right, Johnny, now I'm going to bring it back down to something that we can actually really wrap our heads around. Okay, I promise. This isn't crazy.
Yes, it is.
Have you heard Neil deGrasse Tyson? I'm not his biggest fan or nothing, but just work with me here. Have you heard Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about the Tooth Fairy?
No.
Are you talking about with respect? With
I've
respect
sat through that story twice, and I'm not doing it again.
Is this with respect to justified belief?
It's about building a healthier culture that knows how to ask questions.
Oh yes, no, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Thank
So,
you. Thank you.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's kid goes to school and talks about the Tooth Fairy, and then the kid comes back and asks a question. Yeah, it's a nonsense because you know, firstly, there's no way that deGrasse Tyson's kids actually asked that question. It was just like he was using it as a rhetorical device. But yeah, I've heard the story. Yeah, of course.
Okay, I think you understand where I'm going with all this. We are human beings figuring the world out, man. Like, and the question's fucking
But look, we
important.
can't. You
But
making it hard for us to figure anything out on this right here. Because you keep like, all right, like Cap straight up manipulated you, Nave. He got on here and he was using you with your distractions to duck and dodge between the questions that people. Yes, he was. And then he tried to divide and conquer. He comes trying to say, well, you talk better than he do. Our guy, he just too mean the way he talk.
No.
And
There was
we like.
plenty of shit. There was plenty of shit that he
Oh
said
no,
that I did
it's
not
worse
like.
than that. He didn't manipulate anybody. Nave came up just specifically to get Cap's back.
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's like
I did.
they're working together.
I was working.
He's
I was working with them to a
Cap's
point.
a piece of shit.
If
How
you-
the hell do you
He's
think
trying
that's
to-
gonna make you look?
I don't know.
It's a tough thing,
Was I
isn't
here
it?
for this? Like, it feels like I missed this.
No, Johnny, you wasn't. This was earlier.
What does a public defender do? Seriously, think about it. What does a
Are
public
you a public defender?
I've
You're
been
not doing
interested
a
in
good
doing
job.
one.
You just
Yeah, but
spread people's
nobody.
thoughts all over the place.
I've been
That
interested in
doesn't
doing
mean
one.
shit. What you were
Yeah, but-
interested in.
Doesn't
Are you a public defender?
No, I'm not.
But also, nobody is entitled to a defense with respect to their opinion, right?
Nobody asked you for help.
What I'm saying.
Cap didn't ask you for help.
What I'm saying is that I believe that belief itself is a technology.
No,
I really do
fuck
think.
your
I
belief.
really
We
do
don't
think
care
so.
about belief. We care about knowledge.
Belief is
Nah,
not technology.
Hang on. Let's just like why is like belief isn't an invention. It's not something that humans did.
And it's not
or-
important.
But
Everybody
it
got
isn't.
beliefs. They're like assholes. They all think.
But beliefs happen. Beliefs happen to you, right?
It's
You
an
don't
experience. A belief is a type of experience.
you don't necessarily choose
You
to
don't need
believe
truth.
something.
You don't need
But what-
truth, and you don't necessarily choose them necessarily.
Well, hang on. Let's set aside. I think I know how you're using the word necessary, but we'll wallpaper over that briefly. A belief is something that happens to you. It's not something that you choose. You didn't choose to like strawberry ice cream over chocolate ice cream, for example. You didn't choose to believe in this God over that God. You are a product of your experiences. And that's not to say that humans are 100% deterministic. We do have rationality, and I do think we do choose on our actions. But the belief that our actions are a product of our beliefs, and you don't choose your beliefs in the same way as you don't choose the environment in which you're born into, you know?
And look, let me put. And look,
you're breaking me down in a good way. Thank you. You're thinking in the way that I want you to be thinking.
Yeah, but
Nobody gives a fuck what you want.
Yeah, man. What if I believe that my shit don't stink? Can I come shit on you because I
Stop
believe that it
with
don't
your
stink? Let me come shit
aggressive
on you.
agreement.
But the belief part is the bit
Do you
where
understand that it annoys people when you
Yes, I do. Yes,
like
I do.
interject in the middle of a sentence to assure everybody that you are agreeing with them?
With a far-out thought too, that's way radical. That like you in the fifth dimension. Like damn, now you got to split your brain power in two.
Also, it's okay to disagree. I disagree with Gretchen on a shitload of stuff, and we still have a good chat, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like, look. I know I'm coming off as like a troll here. I really do think that we have such an impact on our environment. Like, you know, the Tooth Fairy story, those kids didn't really choose to believe in the Tooth Fairy, whether it was that idea was put in their head or not. But if you do it in the right way, you can get the kid to question if it's true or not without you.
You're going to explain that story whether we want you to or not, aren't you?
Here's the thing: like, there's no need to explain the story because I think we've all heard it before, and Gretchen especially so.
Right.
And she might actually get on a train or a bus or whatever public transport is required and bludgeon me if you say it again. So let's not go there. But the point is that the belief in said Tooth Fairy, right, The reason that a child believes it is because their world experience up to the point that they hear the notion or the concept of the tooth fairy has been imbued upon them. It's been given to them by a person that they trust, because everything that they've said before that seems to
Right
have
back
panned
under
out. And the reason that it's panned
$100.
out is
Right
because they
back
still
under
exist.
$100.
But the point is that then
Saying
said
they just got a
child
notification.
is brought into contact with other facts and other experiences which contradict the notion of a tooth fairy existing. And eventually, the number of facts and the number of experiences that they come into contact with supersedes the assertion of the claim of the person that they trust. And it's kind of like a stress test. It's kind of like a coming of age in a very real sense. You know, like when a child comes to their parent, whoever that may be, and goes, "Yeah, but the tooth fairy doesn't." In the same, like, nobody's got any kids listening, right?
No.
Just I know they shouldn't, but just a quick check, like in the audience. Just this is a warning. Like 5, 4, 3. Like, get the kids out of the room. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the same way as when your child comes to you and goes, "Yeah, but Santa Claus can't be real," right? You know, that moment is okay. Now that my child has come to me and they've said that thing, I know that they've kind of integrated enough facts and information about the world around them that they've started to question this stuff. And that indicates like a coming of age, like an adolescence.
See that?
Dude.
All
right. Okay. Go on.
But you understand?
I
mean, the was a bit annoying, but I hope that was an understanding. So when my daughter came to me and went, "Yeah, but Santa Claus isn't real," I had to have 2 conversations with her. I was like, firstly, no, Santa Claus isn't real. Secondly, your brother does still believe, and I'm kind of interested to know when he comes to us and says that he doesn't.
Yes.
So now you're part of this group, and
Right.
like we're not being mean to him, but like
Right.
he's enjoying the delusion. It's a nice thought. It's a nice sentiment.
Sure.
But we're introducing him to this, you know, this, frankly, this in large part shitty world in bite-sized chunks that he's going to be able to deal with. And you just had to swallow a big chunk. So
when this happens, when this kid asks you that, you have a choice right there with your daughter. Yeah, so go on. Yeah, you have a choice right then and there to make a decision. Hey, you got a younger brother, and I'd like to see where this is going to go. You want to see, right? I understand what you're saying. Meaning, you have a social obligation to mankind right then and there. You can make an impact.
What the fuck are you talking about?
This is profound.
But there's no mankind to it. This is very.
This is him and his kids.
Yeah, this is very situational. Like if somebody in the school decided that, you know what, we're not going to do, we're not going to pretend that Father Christmas is real, and we're just going to tell them the history about this guy called Saint Nicholas, who in one small town in Germany actually was, you know, like the spearhead of a particular charitable organization that was handing out like sausages and coal to people. You know, then so be it. That wouldn't take away from the whole thing. But the thing, like, eventually, if enough people endorse that position, then obviously it would, the tradition would die out. But traditions could continuously change over time, right? But for me, it's a benchmark with like it was with me when I was growing up. Like when I went to initially went, because my dad was the person who asked all the questions of. When I initially went to my dad and went, "Dad, I've got some issues with this fucking story. This doesn't seem to make sense." Obviously, I didn't say it like that, because my dad went like,
"Yeah, but that's what you were saying. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Yeah,
yeah, exactly." But so when my daughter came to me, and eventually when my son comes to me, like if my son's 21 and he comes to me and goes, "Yeah, but Father Christmas isn't real," then we might have a fucking issue.
Right.
But if he comes to me when he's like 9, then that's probably about right, you know.
Yeah, man. These are the because look, think about it. Who are we dealing with? We're dealing with a whole bunch of really fucked up people. We're
Sorry,
dealing with a bunch of abused
like when
people.
you said think about it, that was an artifact of speech, right? You weren't actually telling me to think about it. There's nobody that thinks that I've not thought about this than you have, right?
Of course. Yeah, yes, I know this. It's just like we got to litigate this stuff and really think who we're dealing with and how we treat human beings. Yeah, because we have created this fucking monster of MAGA, man. Like some on one level or another, we did this to
Whoa.
ourselves.
Like,
We
where,
did this to ourselves.
can we, like, Nave, where are we going now, man?
All I'm saying is like I don't want to die at the hands of stupidity. I really, really want to figure the world out for better ends,
Well,
man. And I see
Well,
people
I have
suffering
to be honest
everywhere.
with you, Nave. It's going to be one of two
you
things. It's going
have
to
the
be stupidity
stupidity
or fucking
exist. You
time.
defend it,
Like,
Nave, man. Look, earlier when Cap was up here, Nave, Cap would ask RP for a definition or define something. He would begin to define it, and then you would come with this bullshit out of left field. And now RP, I'm pretty sure he like, damn, what the fuck was I thinking? And then Nave is allowed to dip it down and say, you talking mean to me, you talking too smart with too many big words and stuff.
I think
And this
what
shit
it
was
is.
just totally aggravating, man.
I think
It
what
was
it is
aggravating.
I think what it is on a certain level we should take appreciation whenever we realize that someone is actually questioning and figuring shit out and is open.
Well, yeah, let the other people answer the question, especially if you don't know, and stop interrupting the train of thought and the way the conversation flow, man. Especially if you don't know anything about the subject, just stay out of it. Because you what you're doing, and then you let that man, and then he was trying to pick who was that other guy? No, I think it was OE, right? Objective ethics, right? He was trying to pit objective ethics against Arpin because. Yeah, Arpin was nice to him. Arpin was kind of harsh with him. And Objective X he was talking nice with, you know how he got that nice rhetoric. And so he like, oh, you nice to me. I like the way you talk. And he trying to pit them against each other. And you was letting that go. Gretchen, I recommend for people like Cap, you only have maybe 2 or 3 people up here max. So that way you can complete your train of thought and you can go down a conversation in a smooth, single.
No more than 5. That's actually a good point. Unless there's some sort of like big debate, permanent debate that you set up and it's clear. Yeah, maybe no more than 5, like we have right now. That's good consideration. It is.
Who the fuck is we?
Like if somebody, for example, came up and was wanting to get on the panel.
Who the fuck are you to tell me what I'm gonna do on my channel?
I would be the one who
syndrome.
If a 6th person came up here right now and we agreed with this, I would happily be the person who leaves. You understand? I do understand social obligation.
No, I don't understand.
Do you know what? Nave is agreeing with people. So aggressive. I think Gretchen has just tried to balance everything out by disagreeing with Nave on everything that he fucking says.
No, I'm trying to express my dissatisfaction with y'all up here sitting there telling me what you think is best for my fucking channel. I don't give a fuck.
Well,
I know you don't, but I'll give you my.
If you don't like it, don't come up here anymore.
Well, then I need to walk away. If it really is your channel,
You want me to fucking cry about it?
And it's not a social.
Hi, Beard. How you doing?
If it's not a thing for us, and I don't know when to walk away. So Beard of Empathy.
Who the fuck said you had to walk away?
I did.
I said I'm not interested in your opinions. That's it.
That's a good point.
You are not my co-host, and you are not the main fucking character.
Good point. Why should I be tolerated?
Have you ever disagreed?
Why?
I didn't say you shouldn't be tolerated. I just said you're not my co-host, and you are not the main character.
I didn't say that.
If you can't live with that, then you have some issues that you need to work on.
I understand. So now I can be quiet. I think that we've gotten somewhere here. So, for example, towards my own
like
rules,
where? Where have we gotten?
I think that we
I
have
basically just took the nice way around telling you to shut the fuck up.
Yes, and this is what I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted.
One final question.
You wanted to be told to shut the fuck up?
Do you host like seminars for those corporate types in like non-violent conflict resolution?
No.
Or, like where everybody that's a good point. Like even if they disagree with one of those, well, that's a very good point, Rapey Steve. But now that you've made that point, can we? Sure, that's kind of what you sound like in a.
I get it. I don't take offense to it either. I do get it. It's funny, isn't it? Life is funny. Okay. All right. Laughter's the only tenable attitude in a universe which seems to be a joke played upon itself. I really am happy
Yeah.
now. I really am.
Wow.
Okay.
Whatever.
Why?
How many times did
was
you
that?
say? How many times you tell me last night that you wanted to be the new J Money?
I didn't say that. I didn't. Did
Yes,
I?
you did.
What?
You did.
Well, okay.
And do you really
Okay.
think J Money is something to aspire to?
Why not? Well, I'll give you my perception here. I am still very new, okay? And it is your channel, Gretchen, and I didn't know that
You
it was your
said
channel
you've
at
been
first.
here for weeks. What are you talking about?
Dude,
You've been here long enough to see J Money, and he's been gone for a couple of weeks. So you've been here long enough.
I've been here. I'm having the experience. I'm having the experience. And I think I am finally arriving at you guys are awesome, and now I can shut up. I think you understand me now. All right. Hey, Beard of Empathy, would you like me to stay?
I
Otherwise, I
don't
will leave.
understand. No, don't get that twisted. I do
No,
not
no, no, no.
understand shit about you.
I know. I know.
I'm
This is the
sorry.
thing.
I do
I
not
know.
get you.
This is my point, as a matter of fact. This is good. This is good. I want to get to know you guys, and I want you guys to get to know me. So, for example, the next time I call in, I'll just tell you about myself and my life story and
Well,
shit.
coming up and saying, well, I think 5 is just the perfect amount of people. In fact, someone should leave if another person comes up.
I was just making a
I mean,
suggestion. I was just making an
you're
observation. I wasn't making rules. I swear to God, I wasn't making rules. Okay? This is a
well,
social thing.
I don't need suggestions or observations.
Gretchen, it's
Do you
your
have
channel.
any idea
Yes,
how
it is.
much time I put in on this channel?
I'm sure you did, and your time is valuable, and I've consumed a lot of your time, and other people do too. So I am finally arriving at, okay, Vic, you can calm down. I think I'm good, and I think that you're good with me. All right, I think we're good.
Hey, Gretchen, I'd like to apologize to
If
you
you
too,
ever
because
come
I'm the
back
one.
up here to defend Cap, then we're not going to be good anymore.
I respect that. Next time I see Cap, if I'm up here, I will not, or not even come up at all. I understand. I get you. Okay.
That's the right cause, not coming up at all.
Okay.
Because not
I
only
understand.
I will judge you for coming up
Yes,
to
you will.
defend him.
And you should.
But
You should.
I also don't need your defense of me. So
If that's
just
how you
stay the
feel,
fuck out of it.
if that's how you feel, tomorrow might be a different story.
Stay out of
But
it.
I understand.
I'm a big girl. I can
I
take
know
it.
you are. I know you are, Gretchen.
I do get the distinct impression, Gretchen, that if you were being mugged in the street by like a big stroppy guy, and then some other big stroppy guy came along and went, "I'm sorry, good lady, do you require assistance?" The only person who
Thank
would be
you.
kicked in the nuts
Goddamn.
harder would be the
Thank
person
you.
who offered you assistance, as opposed to the person that was. I mean, they both get kicked in the nuts, but
How hard is that? How fucking hard is that? Oh my God. Thank
How
you.
hard is what?
I can take care of myself, motherfucker.
Johnny, I mean, it's a fucked up world we live in. We live in a very fucked up world, man. Yeah.
I think you missed the point of what John was saying.
I know. I think I got
Man,
it.
you
I
keep
think I
running to
got
the same bus sign, man. You must not like getting
I
beat
will
up,
hurt
man. You
you
keep running
both.
to the same bus sign.
I
What's
like
up?
getting beat up.
And
I like getting beat up. I
I see
kind of
that.
do.
I see
I
that
kind of do.
you in the other
Well,
stuff. We
that's
can't.
nice. You know what?
What?
I don't like the way it makes me feel about me to
I
have to
know.
beat up on you.
I know. Isn't that sick what we have done to our culture, man? And I know I'm doing it.
No,
I'm doing
what
it
you
in a
trying to do?
playful
It's
way.
not
You
what
doing
we've
this
done
shit,
to our
man.
culture. It's what you
All right.
insist on doing to me.
Any society that tolerates poverty is fundamentally abusive to children if it has the means to end
No,
it.
This
look
isn't
now, we're
about
not talking about
poverty.
poverty. We talking about Nave. We talking about Nave right now. You a glutton for punishment, man. You keep fucking with Gretchen and making her cuss you out, man. Why you do that? Stop it. And then just stay on topic, man. You jumping around. People can't think. You cutting people off.
We're dealing with an interrelated issue dealing with 7 billion people, man. I mean, we have to
No,
think.
we're dealing with wholesome Nave, man. We're
No.
dealing with wholesome Nave.
No.
Yeah, right now we're dealing with wholesome Nave. How you guys doing? So I jumped up here partially as a joke, just because Nave said that if a sixth person joined, he would drop out. Just because
I
that's
caught that.
the joke.
Yeah.
But I also did I
I
did have a couple of
appreciated it.
things. I did have a couple of things
Hey, man.
for Nave. Like first of all, I don't
Okay.
want to ever seem like I disrespect autodidacts, people who teach themselves and learn themselves, because one of the people that I respect most is Kelly Laughlin, and that man
write
has
that down. Let me write that.
published 6 peer-reviewed journal articles as an autodidact. Like, he does not have a degree in geology, but he has managed to publish 6 articles in peer-reviewed journals. The man is an autodidact I respect heavily.
Okay, what's
But
his name?
that's not
Just for
Kelly
context.
Hi,
Laughlin.
Ricky.
But
Hi,
Kelly,
Dan. Hi,
Kelly
Clockwork.
Laughlin.
How do you
He
spell
does a
Lawson?
show.
Charles.
Lawson?
Isn't that also
Zap.
doesn't
I'm sure some
that
of you guys
also
were here before.
doesn't it also
EJ,
demonstrate
Maple. I know Maple was here before.
that demonstrates an unbelievable like, it's almost unheard of with respect to humanity. Like, the notion that a person who
I
hasn't
would
come
say M
through,
Carp, but you're already the fuck up here, so.
but it hasn't come through, a person who hasn't come through like a preordained, and I use the word ordained in a on purpose, like institution. And the thing is that because their conclusion is right, like, it's been demonstrated to be right, they've tried to prove it wrong. That's what peer review is, and they fucking can't, so they just have to accept it. And it
Cap
doesn't
is just a
matter.
troll.
It doesn't matter who presented it in the first place.
Exactly.
They've laid their argument out in a comprehensive way. They can't prove it wrong, so it now becomes
And
part
for
of
whatever
our
reason, Cap decided to come up here and fuck
lexicon.
with Arpy tonight. Like,
it
zoomed
becomes
onto him like he had a fucking, like he was painted with a laser.
I think Gretchen's hot micing.
No, I'm talking in the chat.
The battery works whether you believe it works another way or not, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
Yeah.
So my point in bringing up Kelly Laughlin is that Nave, you are not an autodidact in that same way. You come up with a lot of questions, but you haven't put in the legwork to understand how much you don't know about the things you're talking about.
Fair enough.
Like,
You know what? I'm calm. I'm calm. You know what? Fair enough.
You know what comes off as insulting, right?
But you're right, Beard. In the obviously
I mean, when you talk to Nobody on Fire like that, and his only answer is what?
Exactly.
Nobody on Fire is a smart motherfucker, and
That's what I'm getting at.
when he doesn't understand what you're saying, it's not because he doesn't understand the language; it's because you're using it wrong.
I'm using it in ways that people aren't used to. I know that I'm smart enough to understand a concept, but I'm not necessarily
in fairness. In fairness, Nave, I've been bending over backwards to try and coach the questions in a way that I've probably been too generous.
This is what it means to be a teacher. This is what it means to be a teacher. Well, okay.
No, there are some times when to be a teacher, because, like, whilst I'm not a teacher myself, I don't have a PGCE or anything like that. I'm not a certified teacher, but I do have 2 young children who are starting to ask the like the why all the way down questions. You know, the why, and eventually you just have to get to a principle, and you just work up from there. But the
How old
questions
are
that
you,
you're asking,
John?
me, I'm 42. I'll be 42 in November. Sorry. I have a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old.
Yeah, I know. I knew you had the 7 and 10-year-old.
Yeah.
Just.
But the point is that a question usually has a goal in mind. And I'm going to be honest, like, I feel like you're asking questions not because you have a goal in mind, because your questions
But because
don't.
you want to ask questions.
Not even that, they don't string together. Like, you will ask a question, and it's almost like you're. Like, the cynic in me feels like you're probing for a field in which that somebody doesn't give you an answer that is coherent, or doesn't give you an answer. Like, if I get the feeling that if you asked a question and somebody gave you an answer and you got the impression that they didn't really know that field that well, you would continue asking questions in that field. And when somebody gives you an answer to a question that's fairly comprehensive, like nobody or myself or the other host, sorry, what's his name? Arby. Arby is done this evening or this morning. He like when you when you answer his
RP.
question, RP. Sorry, I do apologize.
RP.
When you get a comprehensive answer to a question, you move on to an entirely different field because you know there's no ground there. Whereas me, on the other hand,
Okay.
when I ask a question of a person, because if I legitimately don't know the answer to the question, and somebody gives me an answer that seems comprehensive and seems, I tend to ask them more questions related to that field because I want their knowledge. You don't seem like a person who is asking questions because they want knowledge. You seem like a
You
person who is asking
seem like a
questions
person who's
because you have
waiting for their turn to talk.
no direction whatsoever that you're prepared to go in, or you're just looking for like one-upmanship, you know?
Okay.
And I hope
Someone in chat, someone
I
in
got a
chat
really
earlier tonight,
Mhm.
Nave, said that you seem like you have co-host syndrome.
I might
And
have some shit. I don't even know what's wrong with me.
I
There might be
said,
something wrong
I
with me.
don't think so. I think it's more like main character syndrome.
Yeah. Co-host syndrome. That Aleister Crowley got accused of that. As a matter of fact, think about how weird it could be that you could actually
Nobody
impose
cares about
something.
Aleister Crowley. He
Fine,
was
I
a
don't
crank
care.
cult leader.
Fine, I don't care.
Who's Aleister Crowley?
You don't know Aleister Crowley?
I'm in the UK.
He was a cult leader in the 1910s and 20s. He amassed a big cult in Los Angeles. He was originally from Britain. A lot of stuff. The big reason was that it was Alan
He was
Parsons,
a
the father of modern
contemporary of
rocketry, was part of his cult.
Yeah. Right.
Jack
This is
Parsons.
along the lines.
Jack
This is along the
Parsons.
lines of things.
Alan
Parsons was the
was the
musician.
Yeah.
I'm simply willing.
I got the last name right.
Aleister Crowley was a contemporary of L. Ron Hubbard. What does that tell you?
Okay, fine. Gotcha.
Look,
I know
like
what
L.
vein
Ron
you're going
Hubbard.
in. As soon as you
I
said
don't like
L. Ron
L. Ron
Hubbard,
Hubbard.
I had enough. That's fine. We can move on.
I do
Sorry.
not like L. Ron Hubbard. I do not like this person. However, way before that guy
Aleister
came
Crowley
along.
liked L. Ron Hubbard.
Well, sure, Aleister Crowley
A
was
lot.
fucking nuts. Yes, he was, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he was involved in a field that is like a part of reality that we haven't even touched on yet. I really do think that there's shit that we don't know that we're right on the edge of.
Whoa.
Look,
Sorry.
Nate,
a part of
Aleister,
reality that we haven't touched on yet.
What I'm entertaining here is the notion. It's magical thinking. It is. It is literally magical thinking.
It literally
It's
is.
literally magical thinking.
And you think that a bunch of atheists are the right audience for this?
Yes, I do. And I'm not trying to sell you on anything. I'm not trying to sell you on shit. I'm genuinely interested in how people think. Okay? How hard is that?
then go to school for psychology. Learn the science of how people think. Understand that. Like that's the basis. I do not want to dissuade you from learning. Please learn. I love promoting learning. I'm a teacher by nature. I have taught in higher education. But the thing when I was teaching in higher education, the thing that I never had to do was teach the basics to college students that were my students. You got to learn the basics before you can ask the questions that you don't know the answers to. Because
for
you're
example,
asking questions we already know the answers to. You don't need to ask those questions if you would put in the work to learn the subject.
Look, to give you some
And
examples.
when we give you the answers to these questions, you don't listen.
I most definitely understand like the Ash conformity experiment. I understand the Milgram experiment. Like I've been around the block. I know some shit. I do. Okay.
What really? What do you know?
That's not evident by the questions that you're asking. So that leads me to one of two conclusions. Either you have knowledge that you're hiding, and you're asking questions to try and elicit a particular response, which is deceitful, or you're asking questions because you're completely ignorant. The problem is that the questions that you're asking don't seem to string together from one field to the next, to the next, to the next. Now, the reason that I am coming to the conclusion that you're completely ignorant is because it is not possible for you to have expertise in all of the fields on which you're asking these questions,
I
and from
agree.
the topics they jump from A to B to C to D, right?
I agree.
So I don't think your questioning is coherent. I don't think it has actually a pattern to it of any kind.
Fair.
So, like,
in
pick a
addition,
topic, and like, if you're gonna like pick a topic, and let's like explore that topic as opposed to jumping. Like, I mean,
okay,
you're jumping all over the place, man.
I know I am. I know it's because I'm interested in so much shit. Believe it or not, this is what a healthy brain does. Like, I'm trying to harness.
No,
I'm
it's not,
trying to.
man. We
This
know
is
it's not.
what a
You
health
hurting our
like.
heads, man.
Hey, I'm trying to
You
keep
heard
that
that.
child
A
inside of
brain,
me.
like
I'm trying.
my thoughts run all over the place. But I have a filter, and I try and like the only
I know.
questions that I vocalize are the
Yes.
ones that are pertinent to the conversation.
I know.
I think in kind of
You got to
some-
try. I'm sorry, John. You got to prioritize what's important to you and focus in on that because you only got so much time and you only got so much time to do what you're doing in. You know what I'm saying? And you by you doing that, you can't do everything at the same time. You're not gonna never get anything done.
I know.
Oh, and I'd like to give a shout out to Kelly Laughlin if he's still in the chat. It's good to see you out there, Kelly. This boy Mac Time. We used to be out in the other chat with you. It's good to see you if you're still there.
Woohoo, Kelly Laughlin! Woohoo!
I think in
you're
every
right.
single...
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Did I say the name and summon him?
If I tried to build a deck, a garden shed, an extension on my house, and weld a trailer hitch on my pickup truck, guess what I end up with? Fucking none of those things. If I'm trying to do them all at the
Yeah,
same
you're
time.
ending up
Just
with
gotta
some sort
focus
of
on the
weird
one
ass
thing,
shit,
right?
right? Yeah, you're ending up with some sort of weird ass shit. That just, what does it do? Like, what the fuck is this? I'm applying that logic to our economic system. What are we really doing here on this planet?
Yet another topic.
Yeah.
Honestly, Nate, like your modality seems to be, I'm going to agree with you, then change the subject.
Okay. All right.
That's
fine.
all you're doing. Like, agree, change subject. Agree, change subject.
Like
agree,
I
change
said,
subject.
aggressive agreement.
And hey, there's nothing to like really get contentious with each other on. We're having brainstorming exercises. This is actually
That's what. Have
You're
you
not letting
not
people
been
finish their
paying
thoughts, man.
attention
They
for
get
the
mad when they
last
can't
5
finish their thoughts.
minutes?
Okay.
We've
right.
been telling you what
When you do
there
that, you piss
is
people
worth.
off.
Okay, and hey, look at it now. I've
We've
taken
been
on a whole
telling
bunch.
you for 5 to 10 minutes.
That's fine.
All
That's
the
fine.
things that we're
That's
being
fine.
contentious with you about.
That's fine. This is healthy. Like, look, listen. I'm still here. I haven't gotten mad with anybody. Nobody's gotten. We haven't really gotten completely ridiculous with each other. I think that this is what the nature of
No, but that's only because we're not assholes.
Yeah, I don't think you guys are, and I need to prove it to myself that you guys aren't assholes. I need to be able to ask a crazy question without you guys calling me all that crazy.
What you need to do is just live this moment down for a minute, maybe fade in the background a little bit and live the moment down so we can think about something else and take the spotlight off of you.
Thank you. I said this 10 minutes ago. I'm happy. I really am happy. So you guys
But you
suck it
haven't
up.
stopped talking though. You've
All
been
right,
talking the
well,
whole
I'm
10 minutes.
done.
You said it, but you're still doing it.
All right, well,
Shut
I'm
up,
done.
man, and just sit in the back for a minute, man.
Yeah, but-
Come on.
Okay.
Also, the problem isn't necessarily a crazy question. You can ask a question that, on the face of it, seems crazy. Like this happens in like debate societies and philosophical discussions all the time. But a crazy question usually needs to be pertinent to the topic at hand.
Okay.
So, like a nutty question, or what seems to be a crazy question, can be retrospectively justified and can have a purpose to it. But when we're talking about, the distinction between, what were we talking about earlier? There was a word that we were talking about. I fucking forgot now. And then all of a sudden you introduced like MAGA or something else. Like that just came completely out of left field.
Right. It did, didn't it? I know.
So can we? I mean, your conversational style, Nave, is giving me like intellectual whiplash. If I'm being honest.
Thank you. As a matter of
Let's
fact,
just
thank you.
stick to a point.
Okay. All right.
Hey, on that note, John, I propose some CTE that you ever heard of the disease that footballers get in the United States when they from hitting their head too much? It's called CTE.
Yeah,
You ever heard of it?
traumatic brain injury. Yeah.
Yeah. I propose that with we can finally talk about what matters. Gretchen, you said Q would beat Mary Poppins in a fight, and I would build a whole coalition of Mary Poppins.
Sorry, McTime.
Q would absolutely beat Mary Poppins. Q would just have to snap his fingers. Done.
Q from the Star Trek universe. Is that what you're referring? Like Mary Poppins?
Yeah.
I mean,
yes.
Mary Poppins.
Here's what would happen. Q would zap Mary Poppins to some like remote planet somewhere, and then Mary Poppins would remove an unusually large umbrella from her bag, twat him around the head with it, and go, "Send me back, bitch." And then he'd send her back because he'd have like some kind of weird like mammy nurse like complex. That end of episode, you know. And then there'd probably be Picard sitting in the corner, like drinking a cup of tea or something.
I'm still out of this one.
This is exactly how you should be thinking. Yeah, this is. There needs to be
didn't Mary
playful
Poppins do some
inquiry.
magic or something?
Yeah, and then in the other corner you'd have like 1960s Kirk making some like inappropriate joke towards like the hired help, i.e. the woman of color who's just there for that reason. You know, I mean, it'd be fucking.
No, Kirk would be making out with the woman of color.
True. He was an equal opportunity.
It don't matter what color.
And it doesn't matter what color. Green, brown, red, orange. It wouldn't matter what color. Purple. He'd be making out with it.
You got a two-tone woman.
Mr. Kirk, have you been dipping in the chocolate again? It's like, yes, I have.
Yeah, even the two-tone people, right? White on one side, black on the other. He'd be down with that.
You ever seen a bowling ball paint job before? Like got the swirls and stuff like a bowling ball in it.
Yeah. Kirk is down with the swirl.
I am
my man. That's my man.
I am amazed that Kirk didn't insist that the Enterprise was painted in two-tone, you know. But still, no, I just like the like these sci-fi series and stuff, like the social part, like how they speak to like the current social attitude is always amazing. Like the new Discovery series, I actually really liked it.
Oh yeah, I love Discovery.
Yeah, it was really good. There's some parts of it where they didn't flesh out the characters as much as I like. They relied too much on like the CGI and stuff. But things like the fact that they really built out the culture and the who the Klingons were, as opposed to just being like this warrior caste, and like, you know, they really built it in a way that
I like the fact that they made the Klingons look something other than like black people with booty on their
yeah,
head.
exactly. Like with yeah, like black. Yeah, they weren't just black people with acne. Yeah, with certain and dreads. You know, they made them. They legitimately tried to make them. The cleave ships were fucking epic. What an idea, man! I mean, from a physics point of view, it was nuts. Like they don't work like that. But
say the name of the ship again.
Huh?
The cruise ship? Say the name of the ship again. I don't think I heard you.
The cleave ships. So the ships where the bow was like it was designed to ram into other ships and cut them apart. There, and the Klingons in the Discovery series, they called them cleave ships because they cleave.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Was the Discovery in Star Trek time? I mean, in Kirk time, or was it Discovery in the future?
So
you know they had two timelines.
I think it was pre-Kirk. No, Kirk featured in Strange New Worlds, which was after Discovery. So, but yeah. So, like the Discovery bit was, whilst it was pre-Kirk with respect to Kirk being a captain in the timeline. But so I don't know if it was a separate. I mean, it must have been a separate timeline, but I'm not sure. Like, no, actually, think about it, because like the battle, like the Federation did go to war with the Klingons in Kirk's time. As honestly, there have been so many reboots, I've kind of lost track. Like,
I think that this version of the time is kind of continuous with the old version, because if you remember Captain Pike, Discovery in the past. I mean, not in the past, but in Kirk's time was was during Captain Pike's time, right before.
Yeah.
It's like a couple of years before Kirk got the Enterprise, because if you remember, they put them worms in Pike's ear and he couldn't walk anymore.
Yeah, but that's
during...
obviously that's not part of, like, with respect to original series. And then you've obviously got Next Generation, and then you've got like films interspersed. But this reboot, so obviously like the Enterprise series, for example, is part of lore.
Oh, I love that one too.
I do too. Like the fact that they only got 4 series was disappointing to me. I know some of the acting was kind of janky and I've got some technical criticisms, but I would have liked at least a couple more series. You know, it had more legs to it. You know?
But this Enterprise series, for me, what I liked the most about it was the most realistic version of Star Trek, where they wasn't that far in the future, and they had space marines on the down on the deck. They computers didn't look all fancy and stuff. It was like something that we could do.
But the Marines were the worst fucking bit. Like, I mean,
yeah, they still had
honestly,
money. They had racism.
Jesus.
They had everything. Like, it had all the same problems we have now in society in Star Trek Enterprise, but they was flying in space. People was still kind of fighting each other, but we were half-assed together too, more so than we are now. That's what I like about that one. I could see how we got from here to there. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
And the bit that I quite liked was the relationship between humanity.
So,
no, not even the interpersonal relationship. It was a societal relationship.
I can talk Star Trek all day long, but I've got to jump off here. I'll talk to you guys later.
Who's out of here?
All right, is that Beard?
Yeah, that's Beard.
Hey, thanks for coming up.
All right, peace, homie.
Peace, man.
But yeah, McTime, the bit that I liked was the relationship between, like, how it was clearly the case that obviously the Vulcans had, you know, they made first contact with Earth because of the first faster than light travel, and Earth was still in the stages of trying to get to grips with being part of this much wider community. And things like when the first part of like when the Xindi attacked, and then all aliens were cast as like the enemy. So, for example, like the Doctor on the ship, when he's got some shore leave and he's back on Earth and he's with the crew, and like the crew is being observed, they're being looked at as like you guys caused this. You went out into the universe and into the galaxy, and you told everybody where we were, and then like the Doctor, who had been nothing but like a friend to everybody that he'd ever met, was sort of like cast as this, or they looked at him as like some kind of alien thing that wasn't worthy of respect. It spoke to a part of human nature that is very real in us. It was certainly much
too, right?
Yeah, exactly. What's his name?
Okay.
Dr.
Trilix or yeah, the little rabbit looking dude.
Yeah, but the point is that it spoke to it was less like idyllic. It was less utopian than like the Next Generation. It actually referenced our humanity, which is why I despite the fact that I had problems with it. Yeah.
Who are we talking about?
Star Trek.
We're talking about how you chose Q. You chose Q, and Mary Poppins gang is going. We got Mary Poppins.
We sideways off. We veered off right from.
Yes, I chose Q. Q's a badass.
I'm starting to schism on your stream like somebody I know.
Okay.
The thing I was like,
you know how that works out for you.
Q was always like you could always tell like he envied.
Hey, you guys know Justin's going back to his normal time for streams today. Should be anyway.
Oh, that's what's up. We got Mary Glockins. That's the name of our crew. Mary Glockins, the Mary Glockins crew.
That means I think that that means I think that we might even get a raid from him tonight.
A raid from who?
No, a raid from Justin. He's been streaming. He's been streaming early because he had his son for the summer.
Who's Justin? Do I know this person?
Reconstruction Zone.
Oh, right. Okay, fine. Yeah. Sorry, I got totally distracted. By
somebody
the
got you
sci-fi conversation.
somebody already got you a gang sign, Gretchen, for the Q game. It's a middle finger and like the devil horn. Yeah, for the Q. You in
Funny.
the Q.
I'll be right back.
The Q game. All right.
Be right back.
But anybody else who got you can grab take control of the floor, steer the conversation somewhere else if you like.
Well, just super quick, time. I always thought with Q and Picard. Do you know what I got? My gut feeling with Q always from the beginning was that he envied Picard, because Q, everything about him, all the respect that he had, or like, it wasn't respect, it was fear. You know, whereas people who followed Picard, the reason that they followed him was because they respected him and wanted to emulate him. And whilst it was the case, Q was always more powerful in like the literal sense. That didn't matter to Picard and his crew. That they followed him because he adhered to like an idea or a principle. I always found that quite attractive, you know, like that whole storyline I thought was quite good, you know.
Does Q remind you of Yahweh at all?
No, not at all.
Well, I mean, he's a trickster god, right?
No, I didn't say there weren't similarities. There are similarities.
But it's a little bit more than if you keep it, and it's also got to keep in mind that his own people didn't like him. When they had a chance, they stripped him of his power and they sent him.
They kicked him out. Yeah.
But they didn't like him. So he was like kind of like Jesus in that sense too. If you want to talk about what kind of God he was.
Do you remember in the original series there was a character called Trelane? He was kind of like Q, but he was depicted as a young child in a man's body.
No,
his parents come to get him at the end of the episode. And, I was just playing. Oh, you can't play with humans, son. And then I have a feeling that episode may have inspired the creation of Q.
Maybe.
That kind of sounds like that
like
scenario
a child playing with his toys.
Are you guys familiar with Aaron Raw and that Twilight Zone story? You're talking about that little boy? That little boy, what's his name? That kind of sounds like what you're talking about.
Well, Aaron Ra,
everybody had to be there
as in the Egyptian god, or Aaron Ra as in the guy who specializes in cladistics on YouTube?
Yeah, no, the atheist guy.
YouTube guy. Yeah.
Hey, you guys. Am I cutting in the middle of anything right now?
Come on in. Come on back in.
No, particularly.
All right. Hey.
You stay on subject with us.
I promise I'm going to stay within the realm of reality. Okay.
You mean you're going to talk about
your favorite
Star
flavor
Trek?
of cheese?
You guys do understand that there is a formal, like, academic, historical definition understanding of the occult, right?
Wait a minute. This is not talking about Star Trek or Q or Trelane or Mary Poppins.
You said you weren't talking
the
about
least you can do is talk about Mary Poppins.
No.
I'm talking about all this.
In fairness, he did ask, "Are you talking about anything in particular?"
I didn't get a chance to answer.
Okay.
Well, in fact, I said no, but if we're going to stick on the occult, can we stay on the occult?
Sure.
I want to keep it light, man.
We weren't talking about the occult. We were talking about fiction.
Okay, and then
I want to keep it light.
With respect to the occult, we're still talking about fiction, Carp.
Right.
Unless you know something I don't.
Well, I thought it was a really nice break.
Observation. That's a funny observation. Go on.
I thought it was a really nice break from any person whose conversation is leading us entirely down the path to Peter Joseph.
I'm not doing that.
So I can't believe. Oh, you're lying. Everything you say
I'm
is leading us to
legitimately.
Peter Joseph. It
No, I
always
swear to God,
is.
I was not going to bring his name up. I
Oh,
was legitimately
yes.
bringing up.
Yes,
Dude,
you will.
Well,
You
you think so?
will.
You
you
think
have
so?
Don't
gotten
lie to
yourself
me.
a reputation, and
No, I'm
I know
on
I
you
do.
now. I'm your
I know
tick.
I do.
nobody has forced that except you.
I'm your tick, Wholesome Knave. I am
Okay.
your tick.
Well, I was told that I had the floor. Okay.
Who by whom?
Well, no, I
You're the
Told
really
you
don't
you
have
had
any.
the
resounding
floor.
five person.
I have no authority. I was just
No, he
curious to
doesn't.
see
I
Who
how
was
told you
asking.
you had the floor?
I was asking. Hey,
I
are
was
you
trying
guys?
to share it. It was me. It was me. It was me, Gretchen. I was trying to share the mic, and I was trying to tell him to just because I want to get the new light. We done spent the last 30 minutes talking about this, man. Getting arguing and stuff. Let's get it light. Let's get some happy endorphins going, smiling
Yeah.
and stuff. Let's
No,
get
no,
all
no.
this.
I really am trying to smile.
But
Yeah.
you're
Wait a
not making
minute.
everybody else smile.
Hold on.
You bringing everybody
Hold
else
on.
down.
Hold on.
Okay.
MC
Okay.
Time, if I abandon Q and jump on your Mary Poppins wagon, will you join me in going nuts on top of Nave?
I've been already trying to. The people in chat is telling me I'm being too nice to you. And so I've been steady up in the ante, Nave. I'm trying to get you to realize that you are number one. You are picking with Gretchen. You are becoming a tool to the opposition, and you
No.
are spreading people's brain
Hey.
power all over the
Hey.
place, and that makes people mad. You can't complete your thoughts when you
Hey.
get
Hey,
mad.
man. Hey, man. I was gonna raise a serious question. This isn't crazy. It's
Okay,
not. This is.
you understand, don't you, Nave, that I am within a hair's breadth of getting monetized, and as soon
Okay.
as that happens, people
Okay.
are going to start giving me money to kick you.
Well, yes. Well, yeah. You know what? That's fucked up, isn't it? It's fucked up, isn't it?
Huh?
Is it? Is that not fucked up?
Why is it fucked up?
Why?
That's
Why?
legit.
Why should money and the free market dictate freedom of speech? What the hell?
That's entertainment, Betty.
Well,
What
hang
freedom
on.
of speech?
I mean,
First things first.
Their money is speech, just like anything else.
This is an
Bam.
interesting question because I was just
Nave.
we're going in a different territory. But okay, go on.
Well, my question, Nave, is if
I make the rule that people can get you kicked for a certain amount of money, then
I don't think that you made that rule.
yeah, but
I will
podcast.
pay.
That's because
I will pay.
because I'm not monetized yet.
But it's about consideration, right? So if Gretchen says, "Okay, I'm going to do X for amount of money provided," then as long as Gretchen actually provides the service that she stated that she's going to provide, then the
Yes.
contract has been fulfilled because consideration exists. Now, with respect to free speech, free speech is something that is guaranteed by a government in public spaces. Now, this isn't technically a public space. This is a private space, right? In the same way as it's like the digital equivalent of your living room. And if somebody started saying like nasty shit that you didn't want in your living room because it's your living room, you can go fuck off. And is it not the case that Gretchen or whoever owns the podcast, whoever is in control of the space, given that we're all here by choice, we don't have to be here. We could leave and go somewhere else if we weren't happy with the rules that Gretchen laid down. It seems like that free speech is still extant, even if Gretchen says, "Don't fucking say that."
What happens when that living room is the entire planet and you can't fucking leave?
Yeah, but that
It's
obviously
not though, is it?
we have made a distinction between this is like what people do when they go like when they criticize like a government's financial spending, and they go, well, if a household did this, the household would be bankrupt, but a
This is
household,
like a dinner
they're not
party at
equivalent.
my house.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
it is. It should be a good time, shouldn't it? And I swear, I wasn't going a certain way. I was going to ask a cool question, and it's not a crazy question. All right, it's just an observation. That's all. Okay.
It should be a good time for everybody,
Yeah, I was.
including the 35 people in chat.
I was simply going to ask, had history taken another path, I am genuinely interested in what the, general attitudes towards the so-called sciences would take. Imagine if we didn't actually do anything bad to ourselves and everything has progressed and we weren't in conflict with each other. In other words, imagine if Christianity or all these other religions and perspectives had grown up and they didn't come into conflict with each other. I think about how beautiful, how certain cultures that did get wiped out, how beautiful their philosophies, could be.
Yeah, but
Right? What do you know about it?
you're playing an if that then this game that we can't really. It's
I
kind of
know.
like a grass is greener attitude.
I know. I know.
From the
There's a
perspective,
0% chance of that happening for us.
but it's also the case. Look at it from this perspective. We had the First World War.
Oh, here we go.
So 1912, right? The first time that we the
Hi, Cat.
powered
I'm sorry.
manned flight.
Hey,
You
good
want me to
morning.
leave? You want me to leave?
Good morning.
Good morning.
1912, the first time that we had powered flight by men, and then, or humanity, sorry, and then 1969, the first time we put men on the moon. And what
Yeah.
happened in those two intervening spaces? The two things that drove are a massive driver of technological intervention. There were two world wars, right? And the driving motivation of those two world wars at the time was for us to come up with the most efficient and comprehensive ways to fucking blow the crap out of one another as was humanly possible. And the byproduct of that is a huge proportion of our aeronautics, modern vehicles, medicine, like a huge amount of technology that we have comes out of all of that.
I get it.
So with respect to asking the question about like what would or wouldn't have happened if religions had or had not have existed, like just because it looks like on the face of it that something might potentially have been bad, and you can't separate the bad from the good. The reason that we
agree.
are
I
who
agree.
we are
I
right
agree.
now.
Thank you. That's all. Yeah, dude, we get it. We do understand reality, man. I'm glad to be here, and you guys allow me to be here. Thank you all. Johnny, you make sense, and you
Are
made.
you some level of
Don't-
autistic, Nave?
I have no idea.
Also,
I honestly
don't
don't think that there's anything wrong with me. But
don't add
Okay.
the
Just
Y
asking.
on the end. If you call me Johnny in like IRL,
Didn't say there was anything wrong with that. I was just
I'm
asking.
sorry.
Well, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's whilst
No,
that
I really
won't
am
elicit
sorry.
a
I get it.
visceral reaction. Like Jonathan's fine, even though that's not my name. But
Okay,
Johnny, I don't know why I interpret Johnny as like a pejorative.
This is news. This is news. Okay. Thank you for making that distinction. Okay. Seriously.
Hey, he brought up the moon. How many flags are on the moon?
Fuck knows.
I don't know, Cap. How many flags are on the moon?
From what I heard, there's like 4. But didn't we go over there like once or twice?
No, we've landed on.
We
I
went
think
like
we
7
landed-
times. We
Yeah,
went like
yeah.
7 fucking times.
Cap.
No, they said that the Chinese got flags on there too. And
Yeah,
Russia.
of course. Yeah. So well,
Yeah.
that's going to be my
Do you know
question.
who the last nation was to go to the moon?
By now, they sent
China
rovers up there.
or India, right?
They sent rovers up there. I mean, if it's been done, I mean, I can't know. I don't know, but yeah, we send robots.
Yeah,
and shit.
India sent some rovers up there and left
Yeah.
flags.
Yeah, it is cool, isn't it? It's cool. Yeah. I mean, maybe. I don't think we should be colonizing the moon, but I mean, as a technological feat, yeah, that's cool.
Well, there's an international treaty that states that no nation can colonize the moon and or any aspect of space. How long that treaty lasts once
Yeah.
is
It's a social decision, isn't it? It's a yeah.
You know,
No,
how long
that's a
that
financial decision.
well, how long that treaty holds water, but by the time humanity has the equivalent of aircraft carriers in space.
Yeah. For now, it's a social decision, but it will be a financial decision at some
I mean,
point.
it was already a financial decision. It's an interconnected thing. Yeah.
I'm kind of interested to see what happens with things like the financial markets. the second that some private company somewhere manages to capture an asteroid that's almost exclusively made of like gold or silver, which do exist floating through our solar system. So, like, the price of gold or silver is going to plummet like a fucking shit.
Probably going to be Elon Musk.
I'm so embarrassed by Elon Musk, particularly. I'm sorry, you guys. My dad comes from South Africa. My dad is an Afrikaner from South Africa. I'm appalled. Oh, damn.
So I don't mind it. I don't mind Elon Musk with respect to like his industriousness. It's just it would it like with Trump, it would be helpful if like there was somebody like between him and his like social media presence. You know?
If he wasn't a complete piece of shit.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know that Musk is a complete piece of shit, to be honest. Like, I think.
Yeah, man. Go on.
Why? You don't know anything about him?
Well, like it's more that like I think the good the good that he does with respect to things like electric vehicles.
What good has he done?
Well, electric vehicles, battery technology, like
I've got contentions.
Space flight. Like, I mean, all like he definitely has more utility.
How was any of that any good? It's not like he created those companies or anything.
I have huge contention.
He gave patent
Except he did.
He didn't do patent on cobalt batteries because he wanted everybody to use cobalt batteries to have that technology. So I think that's pretty admirable of him for not charging on that and letting everybody have the idea to use more
Really?
cobalt.
Because it wasn't even his.
But didn't he have the technology to make the battery and didn't patent it?
Do you remember what happened when he founded Tesla as a company?
I don't know about the battery. Didn't he have a battery that he could have charged buku money on, but decided not to?
Are you talking about the fact that he?
Shush. Let me just talk to Cap. Do you remember? Do you remember the story of when he founded Tesla as a company?
Yeah.
So basically,
Cap.
Tesla, and then he got a bailout on Tesla, doubled up
You're
on Tesla.
cutting out.
He almost bailed out on SpaceX, and then he said I got to get to the stars, and then he asked for help. He got funding on that, so basically he got bailed out on what Tesla and SpaceX, and tripled and quadrupled his revenue.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if you remember when he founded the company Tesla.
Oh no,
Yeah,
you tell me.
Sorry, Gretchen. Like, at the risk of upsetting you here, like when he founded the company Tesla, firstly, he didn't found the company. He didn't found the company Tesla. He bought a company that already existed.
He did a hostile takeover with the board, and then he sued to get one of the original founders kicked out of the company.
Thank you,
and
Gretchen.
then, on top of that, he sued them to get his name listed as a founder. But
Thank
he
you,
wasn't
Gretchen.
even there at the beginning.
Thank you, Gretchen. 101%. Thank you.
So what? Like,
So is that labeled as
capitalism? But my question is the company that as it exists now.
That's not capitalism.
Does it bear any meaningful resemblance to the company as it was when he took it over? Like, you can't claim you can't claim that there's zero value add here, right? The company
not anymore.
The company was
because now the only thing they have left worth a damn is their robot program.
But
Gretchen,
and that's not going to be worth what he thinks it is either.
Optimus? Talk about Optimus?
John, how often are you here?
What, on this channel?
Yeah, is this your first time?
No.
Okay, if I see you again, I'm gonna back out, and I'm not mad at anybody. I am respectfully backing out now. I look forward to this next conversation. So I love you all.
Hey,
Thank you all for.
Where you going? Awesome.
No, I really am. I love all you guys. Cap. I wish you the best.
I just got here.
I know.
Why do you look forward to this? Why are you leaving, Wholesome?
He's busy. You gotta go shopping. You gotta run errands. You gotta do stuff.
I want to just see how it goes. I want to be quiet. All right. I love y'all.
Since when?
All right, brother, man. Take care, man. You can love everybody. Why can't you love everybody?
PCO.
My brief experience of you wanting to be quiet.
That was unhealthy. A good way to get killed. Love everybody.
Hey, Mike Time. Hey, good morning, Mike Time.
Morning.
Jesus.
Why do you call him Mike Time?
He from Miami. I guess that's why they do it in Miami.
That's what it says,
Mac
Mike
time,
Time.
man. Mac time, like McDonald's, like the Mac Man. Let me put it like this.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. My name is Mac Man, and religion can't pay me like Pac Man.
Ah, yeah. That's good. That's good.
But yeah, what's on Gretchen? What's on the topic for today? We already got you. They got you a gang sign for your Q gang now. We about to go to war. Team Mary Poppins, we are gonna drop Gretchen and her Q worshiping heathens back into the sea. Who's with me? Do you want to live forever, you ain't?
Do you know what I think Gretchen's gang sign would look like? It'd be a middle finger directed at a person, and then it'd be like a set of like bolt cutters or garden shears cutting off the middle finger. Do you know what I mean? That's what that would be like.
What?
Hey, I heard your intro. You like alternative and emo?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I like that. I like Breaking Benjamin.
What song? Which song?
Hello?
You have any idea what song it was?
No, I mean I heard something with a lot of like screamo. It sounded like screamo mixed with emo. And I said, man, she's into that. All right, cool.
It's probably Figure 8. I have different songs. They're different genres, depending
So it's like
on
Five
the.
Finger Death Punch.
That one I was going for more like a Rob Zombie, Marilyn Manson kind of thing.
Ah, Dracula.
Kind of, yeah.
For me, it was all about like System of a Down and that kind of
Chop
stuff.
Suey. Yeah, Chop Suey.
Yeah.
I don't like System of a Down.
There's always a bit.
Don't know what.
Why did you put a little makeup? Because you wanted to. You wanted to.
Just don't like them.
I quite like Corn as well. Actually, Corn was
Okay.
good. Wake Up.
Analytics. Let's see if I got any.
I got the life.
Yeah, Corn's pretty good.
Yeah, and
I didn't get any. I didn't get any tonight.
We had a local band from the town that I was from, and they were a ska band, and they were called Kicking Pigeons. I had one of my first proper girlfriends. We had an idea where we were going to open up a coffee shop next door to Starbucks, and we were going to call it Starbucks and only play ska. Needless to say, it didn't work out.
Yeah, I have. Damn, I didn't get any subscribers last night. None, not a one.
Like your mic has been repeatedly inserted and pulled out.
I need everybody.
Gretchen, you should, I know you should have got one because I told this guy Flip and I can't remember which live it was. I think it was a live smaller than this one here, and I was telling him about.
Yeah, but I banned Lars, and as soon as I banned Lars, I lost a sub there. So.
I was saying even now because I know Flip. I seen him in the crowd, and I thanked him. I didn't want to put his name on blast, but I shouldn't have even said his name. Now that I think about it, but yeah, I know he subscribed and he joined yesterday.
See, I have 36 people in here right now. If every single one of you 36 people could get somebody you know, whether it be your wife or husband or brother or sister or friend or whatever.
Yeah, find your favorite person that you want to have an argument with and get them to come and come to the channel.
You know, or someone that's just willing to subscribe and then, you know, never watch the thing again. That's fine too. I already have all the watch hours that I need to get monetized. I just need the subscribers. And
I'm feeling like Gretchen is too comfortable with everybody here, so I should probably pick a fight with her and have an argument about something.
I was gonna wait. I was gonna wait because Justin, I can't get super chats yet. I need to hit 1,000 subscribers to get super chats.
But if you're monetized, you should be able to get super chat.
I'm not monetized yet. I need 1,000 subscribers to get monetized.
I thought you said you were, yeah.
Well, sorry guys. If anybody asks me anything, I'm gonna have to.
No, that's the goal.
It's
I was
cool.
gonna wait until I got 200 subscribers, and then I was gonna go get some help from Justin, and then I decided to make it 350, and then I decided to make it 500. So once I hit 500, then I will go to Justin and ask him to help me get the other 500 subs.
John, was you trying to say something? You about to go? Or did he leave?
Who?
John. Dad.
You still here?
I thought he was about to say something.
Hey, Slugger Sam.
Hey, hey, how are you guys? Theist alert! Theist alert!
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. A theist just entered the building. You know,
Remind me, what kind of theist are you?
I'm I would say I'm a new age theist. I'm into the whole new age.
What does that mean?
Like new age spirituality. New age. Well. Here's the thing, right? I don't get too like crazy about it. I've been told by people that I'm new age. Like when I tell them, to me the Bible is more esoteric. They start yelling at me. They start screaming at me. They say I'm a blasphemer.
What do you mean esoteric?
I look at the Bible as it's more like a inner teaching type of book. So it's kind of like teaching you to be your own psychologist in a way, to seek within and you shall
All
find.
right, hang on 1 second, Slugger
Yeah.
Sam. No, Gadaru, why? What's gonna happen with your furry community? I don't judge. You know, and in fact, if they come here, I won't let them get attacked just for being who they are either. So, but if I get to 500 subs, then I go to Daddy Justin and I ask Daddy Justin for help with the other 500.
Oh, Justin's the best. I've been subbed to Justin for over a year. For over a year now.
Yeah? Yeah, I love Justin.
He's always pulling up, and then I'm subbed to the line as well. I don't want to say too much channels because I don't know if we could do that on your channel. I don't know if we're allowed or not to say that, but
you can.
But okay. Just wanted to get permission, but yeah, the line and Justin Justin's always catching bodies. Obviously, you know what I mean by that. Virtually, destroying people's arguments.
Yeah. Do you watch Joel and Mezzo?
I don't know who that is. You got like a link or something?
Joel reads Bible and Mezzo.
They
have their individual channels, but they also work together more often than not. Like if one's live, the other one will show up for about half of it. And sure, I'll get you some links.
Yeah.
Joel and Mezzo go for more the comedy deconstruction kind of deal.
Oh yeah, to entertain us and make it more exciting and whatnot. Now, did they ever show up on the line? I might have seen them there.
No, they haven't been on the line yet.
Okay, yeah, because the line I've seen What's the old man's name? I'm trying to remember. That guy's funny.
Dillahunty? Matt
Is it?
Dillahunty?
Is that it? I gotta go read. But I mean, to me, I've always just really known Justin. But now there's a new guy that goes on the line. He ended up in my algorithm. He's a younger fella. Seems like younger in his 20s or whatever. I don't remember his name either. You know, I don't really care. He lately he's been doing the lives, and the lives have been called "Do you have a problem with gay people?" That's his lives lately. Or is it wrong to be gay? Yeah.
That would be Ian. Allegedly Ian.
Ian, that's it. Yeah, allegedly Ian. Yeah, that's it right there.
Arpy, who is my normal co-host, he signed off about 2 hours ago. Arpy is a moderator for him, and so is, I think, Neck2.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, all of us that like run this channel, we're all moderators for different streamers. We've got Justin mods, we've got Blitz, Dr. Blitz mods, we've got allegedly Ian mods, we've got unapologetic mods, Joel and Mezzo mods, John Cohen mods. You know, we're all.
Oh yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah, the community I come from, we're more undergrad, but it's the same thing like you're describing. Like we all cross-link with each other because it's I mean, I guess you could call it a small community. Like any community you go to, I don't know what the biggest community is. Like I don't know if it's the freaking World Cup community or whatever. But yeah, almost every community I figure out is like they're so small, so it's like everybody knows everybody. You know.
Well, isn't that the requirement of a once a community gets beyond a certain size? It's certainly not whilst it might be a community in the technical sense. It's not like a community that knows itself in a way, right?
Yeah, really good point. Really good point. Really good point.
That is.
Well, that's when you start have to introducing like ideas on ideals as opposed to interpersonal relationships. Because when it's interpersonal relationships, you don't really need like the ideals or the idealism. What you need is just the mutual respect for a person because you actually know them. Once the community gets beyond a certain size, you need to introduce like an ideal that you can both you both appreciate, but you don't need to know the other person in an interpersonal way, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, no, really good point, man. Really good point. And that's what I love about this type of community. It's always critical thinking first, and then feelings after. It's facts
anything that comes second, like it's kind of redundant. Critical thinking first. Just stop there.
Oh yeah. No, you're right. I mean, it goes without saying, right? It goes without saying.
Well, because it's weird, like when people like separate emotion from critical thinking, as if like emotion isn't like critical.
No. Emotion still is, because I remember in psychology what they were teaching is what they said. I remember one of the profs. They said, your emotions. Yeah, go ahead.
Here's Joel and Mezzo's links. I just put them in the
chat.
Oh,
thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll check them out.
They're in both chats.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna screenshot it because I'm on my phone and it's kind of hard to. But you know what? The name Mezzo kind of sounds familiar. I'm trying to. But yeah, I was just gonna say to the brother here. The way they taught me was they said your emotions tell you that something's wrong, but your logic, I think she said your mind or your logic, it tells you how to respond to it. So you don't act out and throw a fit and start yelling, but you know something's wrong, something bugged you, but then your logic. Yeah.
But what you're talking about there is it's the distinction between Basically, it's emotivism. It's what we it's why we think what we think is right and why we think what we think is wrong. And
Anyway,
then
check it out.
But once
Yeah,
you've got a
I will.
once you've got
I will.
But once you've got a destination in mind, then it's your rationality, it's your reason that allows you to navigate towards it in the most efficient way possible. But the destination itself is a product of your emotion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, hey guys, check it out. Have you guys heard Justin talking about this new app he's working on, this new platform for streamers? For
No, I don't
super
believe I have.
chats and
I think I heard.
yeah,
Make it
he's
sound
got
like
a
this. I really was.
streamlined version of like a super chat aggregator and all
Yeah.
kinds of stuff.
So is it just me, or am I
and
getting like an epic amount of background noise? Is that
he
just me?
asked if we would. Yeah, Slugger Sam. He's got.
You know what? Let me go on a different device. Let me go on a different. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah,
Okay.
you. I don't know how you sound everybody else, but he sounded like he screwed and tapped up.
Yeah,
to me.
like that background noise from Slugger was obnoxious. That was
So
really epic.
anyway, Justin wants us to play with it to be guinea pigs for his new app that he's releasing.
Okay, so does he have to feet pics or
He's gonna help us get monetized so we can have full functionality and beta test his platform, which is cool.
Nice.
Okay, how's that? Is that better now?
Jesus Christ, that's loud.
Yeah.
Also, have you
So
changed
far,
your
so
name
good.
to? Please tell me you've not changed your name to SS.
No, because what happened is because now I pulled it up on my laptop. It's so SS stands for Slugger Sam, and then
Okay, well, like
Gretchen, that one, yeah, Gretchen, my
so-
old one.
But
Yeah,
in
go ahead.
95% of the rest of the world, SS does not stand for Slugger Sam.
Yeah,
your
old
Oh
one's gone.
yeah. Yeah, it took me a minute. Yeah,
So-
I don't mean anything by it. It's literally my initials.
Anyway, thank you, Issa. I thought so. And
What's the app called,
Justin,
Gretchen? What's the app called?
I
I'll
don't-
download it right now. I'll download it right now.
The app, it's only for streamers, so it won't help you much.
Okay,
And
I just
besides,
figured
he
I'd
hasn't
help. I
he
figured I'd
hasn't
help.
released it yet, so it's just gonna be after he releases it, we're gonna beta test it for him. So
Okay.
and so he keeps bugging me, like asking me when I'm gonna go on his show and come get the rest of the subs that I need. And I don't think I was supposed to tell you guys this, mostly because someone else is kind of nervous about it. But you know, I talked to Justin and Carnage yesterday, and it looks like I'm gonna be going on Deconstruction Zone to get the rest of the subs I need. And I thought, well, if I'm gonna do that, I should probably bring Arpy with me. You know, so people can get a taste of what we do here. And, you know, I think it's only fair that I have Arpy with me. And
you should you should definitely bring Arpy with you wherever you go.
I think Arpy's a little bit nervous.
Well, he doesn't want to go on the big life.
He didn't even want me to tell you guys until we really knew for sure what day and all that. But yeah,
Can't sell the bag now.
Exactly. See, always thinking, huh? So there's no turning back now.
Arpy will be absolutely fine. He's a
pro. He'll be great. I think.
Great. Absolutely.
I think he'll be just great. And so yeah, we're gonna finally get monetized, and then test out
be
the
honest,
new app for Justin, and it'll be great.
to be honest, RP's slightly standoffish and sometimes low confidence nature, which isn't justified. Like, he should be much more confident than he is. Like, his knowledge is fucking phenomenal. You know, he's a really knowledgeable, and intelligent person. Like, he absolutely should have more confidence than he does. And I say this knowing that I'm.
You should tell him that.
Yeah, no,
you should totally tell him that. And so it's gonna be totally cool, and so that'll be coming up either this week or next week. That RP and I are gonna go on DZ, so that'll be fun. I hope. So. Should be cool.
Yeah.
That's gonna be real cool. I'm happy for you. You know, you might even cook some people while
Thank
you're there.
you. Can I ask a question? Like,
That's the
where
idea.
did obviously I know where I first like interacted with you, Gretchen, but where did you meet RP? Like, was that on like Taco's channel somewhere else on the internet? Are you like IRL friends? Like, how do you know him?
No, I met RP in just someone's chat. It might have been Blitz. It might have been Joel or Mezzo.
It may have been Taco.
It might have even been Justin's. I don't remember. It wasn't at Tacos because RP never went to Taco's channel.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I may be confusing with somebody else, but I think he said he didn't have a good vibe over there or something like that. But
no, he didn't like the. He didn't feel he was
there, right?
welcome there with the they them pronouns. RP didn't feel like they were welcome there.
Oh, did I? Obviously, I saw the they them with RP's pronouns, but when I call them, I don't even know how I do.
I started it, but I couldn't get a chance. I wanted to, because I'm the one that started that, John. I said he, and you can't write it after me. And I was trying to say something, but you know, it's hard getting a chance to speak on the mic. You know, with everybody trying to speak their mind.
Yeah, you know,
but I like to.
Nectu is a mod on Mega Bloodbath as well, but he hasn't been there in months. Either have a few of our other mods.
But
Tacos has done a fair bit of damage running people away.
With respect specifically to RP, if I call RP he, which I have done several times tonight, like is that something that upsets them? Like
no.
I don't want to.
RP has a thing that RP says, I don't suffer from gender dysphoria. So if you misgender me, it doesn't actually hurt me, but I do suffer. I do get gender euphoria from if you gender me correctly. I feel euphoria from it.
Hey, yesterday this guy tripped me out, man. He didn't say he, him, she, her. He said they, them. So that means he saw whoever it was in more than a plural form. Like he thought he was like more than one person. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Remember the guy yesterday?
No, he doesn't. RP doesn't think that they're more than one person. RP puts they, them next to their name because those are the pronouns they prefer.
Yeah, he's not schizophrenic. It's not like a
you get it though, right? You understand what I'm trying to say, right? Like, yeah, like it sounds like more than one person.
No.
Cap.
I
You ever had a friend? You ever had a friend that made up their own nickname? They insist you call them by their new nickname that they made up.
Ah, got you. Okay.
That's kind of like what this is,
Yeah.
man. Just call people by what they want to be called, and you know, you like you say, you make the man. You make Aubrey feel good by just calling him about his thing. It's not no skin off your nose, and if you can't, just avoid the whole thing. You know, maybe just avoid the person.
Yeah,
or
you know,
something.
when you see somebody in an internet chat and they have just like a letter as their profile picture, and
Like
they have
Prince,
a name
Prince was symbol.
yeah,
at one point, right?
like you have there's a name that you have no idea what it could be.
Like Madonna.
You know?
Yeah.
Not like Madonna. I mean,
Material Girl.
Yeah, unisex.
No, let's say somebody's got.
I
like,
know who Madonna
like-
is, but say look at Yo Maple in the chat.
Like Cher. She just likes to be known as Cher.
No,
look
but
at
let's
Yo
say-
Maple in the chat.
Or like there are some gender neutral names, like for example, and this is
You know,
Robin, but
like Yo
the reason I
Maple
mention the name
is gender neutral. You don't know if that's a
Yeah.
woman or a man, and it's a generic profile picture, or at least a gender neutral profile picture. You don't know if that's a man or a woman.
Yeah, in the same way.
So
as like Robin is.
How would you address them if you were to say, "Hey, Yo Maple, they're doing something funny in chat. You may want to take a look at that, Gretchen."
Why don't
Yo
you just
Maple,
use,
Yo
if you're
Maple,
confused about
yo.
the pronoun, just use the name.
Yo, hey, Maple.
The name is almost always appropriate, right?
Right, but the point is you would say they or them until you knew whether it was a man or a woman, right?
I'm starting to understand.
Hey, can I tell you? Ever heard of the platinum rule?
That's it. That's
Cap?
all there is. That's all there is to it with RP. Only RP prefers to be addressed as they them. Only you don't ever have to wait to find out which pronouns, because those are the pronouns that RP prefers.
So if I prefer for you guys to call me the sports guru, then you would have to respect my thought process of me relating to a sports guru.
No,
call you Cap?
because sports and guru are not pronouns.
Well, you know what you got? Cap 1, 2, 3 for life as your name. We calling you this shit. What's the difference?
Oh, that's a good point.
I do get
Now,
the,
if you were to change your name to Sports Guru, then we would refer to you as that, but not as pronouns.
But at
I would call you bitch if you like. That don't matter.
At the risk of asking a daft question, Gretchen, like some people call me Dad, some people call me Dad Knows Best, some people call me John because that's my actual name, but my handle is Dad Knows Best, right? So there is some gradation like here with respect to what we call one another. Like also, like my friends from university don't call me John at all. They don't even call me. They don't call me Dad Knows Best. They call me Axel.
It seemed like the modus operandi now for how you should act and behave during this pronoun, because I'm older guy too. I'm getting older. I was born and raised Christian, been a Christian over 30 years, and I will have to admit, I know Pop's gonna probably pop me in the back of my head because he's here, that this stuff kind of makes me feel funny on the inside. But what kind of men will we be, Cap, if we shied away from discomfort? So as men like we are, and I can sense it on your side too, we're gonna take this bull by the horn. And I think the best way we can do this is treat people how they want to be treated, or get the hell away from them. If that's what I was trying to tell Nate. Yeah. He said he liked to be beat up and cussed out. I can't treat you like that, man, because I'm gonna start beating you up, and then I'm gonna start liking it, and you might not like it. So I gotta get the hell away from you, man. I can't treat you how you want to be treated. And so that's why I recommend, Cap, we try to do that. We try to treat people how they want to be treated, or we stay the hell away from them. What you think?
Wait, can I just clarify?
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. That's very fair.
Somebody who liked being like treated badly, you couldn't be around them because you'd start liking treating them badly.
Yeah, I mean, I had a girlfriend like that. I hate to say it. As a girlfriend, she wanted me to beat on her. She had whips and chains and all that stuff.
Yeah, but
So would you have to
I
refer
couldn't
to
stay with
them
her.
the thing
as
is that's totally different, right? That's not the same thing. And
Yes, it
also,
is. She's somebody want to get beat on. It's even worse because this is she talking about getting pain and drawing blood and stuff, and I couldn't do that to get away from her.
Well, I mean,
Still the same.
I had a but McTime, I had a girlfriend like one of
I had one of those.
I got the feeling that she was like if we wanted to do something, and it didn't even have to be like sexual or anything. It'd be like going out for something to eat. But like the only thing that I ever heard from her was, "Yeah, great, that's fine." I was like, and it like she just said yes so frequently that it got to the stage where I was like, you can't just be agreeing with me all the fucking time. Like, what?
I
Like,
had
you
one of
must
those
want,
too.
like, what? Where is like, what do you want to do? I'm just like, whatever you want to do. I was like, fucking don't do that.
Oh yeah, no, I hate those, man. Like, hey, what do you want to eat? No, what do you want to eat? No, you pick. No, you pick. No, let's go over here because it's no.
But the thing that I got worried about was like this. She was a lovely girl, really sweet, and but I was like, no, the whole point here is that sometimes we do things that you want to do, and sometimes I do things that I want to do. So what do you want to do? And she would just defer to me. I was like, who the fuck has wired your brain this way? I was like, and it seems like on the face of it, like a guy, you would think, what? So like any sexual position, any restaurant, any this, any that, she would just say yes. And I was like, yeah, basically. And all of my guy friends are like, fucking great, mate, marry her. And I was like, fucking no, I don't want that. That's like, I want a bit of like it was absolutely nuts. You know, it just
good times, man. Good times.
Jesus.
Good times for you.
Look,
I was. I mean,
the problem is the point is that I didn't just want to be the only one having. But I didn't just want to be the only one having fun. I wanted to know that she was having fun too. And it was so like this yes attitude from her was so consistent and never changing that I couldn't be confident that what we were doing was what she wanted to do as well. Like
was she Christian?
No.
She wasn't raised religious at all?
No.
No type of religion?
Nope.
I didn't say repeat that, John. You say you don't know or no?
No, she wasn't religious. Like we were both. Well, actually.
Oh, woohoo! I just realized something. It's Monday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's Monday,
it's
bro.
Flurf Day.
You got the case of the Mondays? Who's got the case of the Mondays?
It's Flurf Day. What? Monday's my favorite day on Blitz's channel. He'll do a flat Earth debate today.
How much time we got left?
Before Blitz?
Before you shut it down. Blitz and when you shut it down may not be at the same time.
2.5 hours.
So 2.5 hours. Last call for alcohol, people. 2.5 hours. Make sure
I'll probably
you spend this time with your friends.
I'll probably shut it down in about an hour and a half or so.
Did you just say last
call? Hey man, you guys,
hour and a half.
Hey, you guys go hard, bro.
That way I can get my John Oliver in before I watch Blitz.
Oh, I need to start back watching him. I haven't watched him in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Well, since I got a moment of silence, there's a very pressing question that I started in chat. The men in chat have been wrestling with Cap and Sam. If you're still there, who do you think will win a fight out of Star Trek Q and Mary Poppins? Floor is yours.
Oh man, I mean, none of those guys can fly, bro. Mary can fly, bro. She could put like some type of like Wu-Tang type of effect and jump off a dude's shoulders and just kick him in the face, bro. Like Star Wars, you gotta rely on the gun. That gun they got never works because it's always in their damn holster. But every time they take it out, it never wants to work. Spock got screwed a couple of times. I saw that.
Hold on, Cap. This is Star Trek now. Star Trek, not Star Wars. But continue.
Oh no. Oh no, well then
can
we're
I
dealing
just
about the Force. The Force, you can't mess with the
hang
Force,
on.
bro.
No,
Oh,
no,
you got them
Cap.
all mixed up, man. You got them all mixed up.
Jesus, fuck me. Right. Like even after,
Hey, you
even
saw
after
what
you were
Vader did
corrected,
with his
you
fist?
made this.
Vader started squeezing his fist, and that dude like turned into a
Okay,
can, bro. He crushed him like a can, bro.
You've got to be trolling now, my friend. There's
I'm
no
for
way
real,
that
bro.
you've
You
made that
didn't
mistake
see when
3
Luke went.
times on the bounce.
When Luke went to say Baby Yoda, bro, he went and got all those robots and just went like this with his hand, and he crushed them like sardine cans, bro. Just with his mind.
Cap, you're not making no friends right now.
Like,
all the Star Trek people and the Star Wars people in the chat is mad at you. You done mixed.
What you mean?
Totally
I
mixed
watched
it all
both. Hey,
together.
Obviously,
respect
Cap.
to both. I watched both, bro. My brother loves Star Trek. Star Wars. The last 3 episodes of Star Wars, man, they screwed it over, bro. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. They went woke.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Hold that thought, Cap. Let John speak. Let John speak.
I'm now genuinely concerned for your safety because these autistic motherfuckers are going to find you.
I got my seatbelt on.
Who in chat want to kill Cap for getting Star Wars and Star Trek mixed up?
Give me
a one if you want to kill Cap for Star Wars.
I like them both, bro. But let's be real, bro. Like the last movie that came out didn't do a lot great in the box office, man. They did Baby Yoda wrong, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Like, you didn't tell me.
Yeah.
Okay, so Luke
By the
and finds
way,
Baby Yoda. You don't think Baby
by the
Yoda should be
way,
chilling with Luke?
Cap.
Hold that thought.
It's
Hold that
not
thought,
Baby Yoda. The character
Grogu.
has a name. His name is Grogu.
Grogu, bro. Grogu. I mean, bro, he got screwed, bro. Like, he was chilling in his little bowl that floats, and you're telling me you're gonna have him go somewhere to go hang out, but then the movie bombs because why? Because the Mandalorian got caught up in his feelings, bro. Like, no, we don't need that. We need guys with the Force that can take over and dominate, bro. Like, they should have went the Luke route. Bro,
It wasn't a movie. It's a series.
They went and made Luke more younger through AI for what? 2 episodes? Get out of here, bro.
It's a
Yeah,
series.
I didn't like that
What
either.
are you talking about?
Bro, they should have did more Luke
Let's just drive this nail into the coffin. Tell us what you think about Babylon 5 and Battlestar Galactica.
Have you guys ever seen? You know what? I'm gonna take my chances with. I'm gonna take my chances with this thing getting copyright struck. I'll just have to delete the song if it does. But
Color me interested. Gonna have to listen to this song
We're
now.
doing a covert operation. Hey, General. There's a covert operation, clandestine, cloak and dagger.
Cloak and Dagger. That was an old school movie.
Mum's the word, everybody. Mum's the word. We're doing some cloak and dagger shit, espionage. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, John, have you ever heard of Sidney Riley?
No. Who's that?
Oh, he was like one of the first. I had took a class on espionage, covert operations, and he was like one of the first spies from the MI6. He's the one that James Bond is supposed to be modeled after, Sidney Riley. If I'm not mistaken, that's his name.
Well, there are a couple of claims to who James Bond was modeled after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shake it, not
And
stir.
it's probably unfair of me to ask you because you from across the pond, like you know every Brit or every Englishman or somehow. I apologize.
Well, obviously not. I mean, there are 70 million.
Okay, I'm gonna take everybody down so we can watch this song. But I'll bring you back up after the song.
Fuck you for killing everything I love. How the fuck are you even have a job? You missed all over something sacred. Now it's time to pay. You was in charge of worse than anything. Worse than anything.
Hey, that was a mixture between Blink 182 and Linkin Park with a little bit of man, because he was screaming good, bro. Like I'm trying to figure out who could be the equivalent, but that was dope. I like that. That was dope.
4 out of 5 would shit to again. It's a good toilet break. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So it's official. You on Team Mary Poppins then, right? Cap.
Bro, because Mary can be like a Shaolin, bro. Like she can float and kick people in the face. But you did say Star Wars, not Star Trek. So you got me thinking now because the Force, hey, bro, the Force can overpass anything that Mary does. The Force can grab Mary and pretty much just toss her ass.
Sorry, Cap. How did he say Star Trek when he was comparing Mary Poppins to Q?
Who's Q?
Q is a character
from Star Trek.
From Star
So
Trek.
you did say Star Trek.
No, but there'd be no reason to say Star Trek or Star Wars, right?
Well, that's okay. That's why I said we got to get technical because I know people get in their feelings, but they got the taser gun that Star Trek has compared to the lightsabers. What are we doing here? Lightsabers all day.
Firstly, it's not a taser gun; it's a phaser gun.
Phaser gun, yeah. That thing barely works, bro. That thing never works.
Of course it does.
You didn't see that twice? Hey, twice it almost got Kurt killed, bro.
Well, fuck it, we just gonna expand it to if just bring your own fantasy character. We're just gonna have a free for all Royal Rumble between fantasy characters: Mary Poppins, Hellraiser, Star Trek, Star Wars, Grogu.
No, I want to know.
You can even bring Dragon Ball Z.
I want to know what's in that umbrella she got because I think she got like some type of like those darts
that. She's working for Cat Lions. It's all drugs, obviously.
We're gonna form a coalition of fantasy characters, and we're gonna get Gretchen. We're gonna start a schism, goddammit, over here. Async, what you think, people?
Oh, I heard yesterday James what is it, Carville? What's his name? The old guy, the bald guy, the guy that the Democratic guy. He got pissed off at the splits that's going on in the House right now of what they call DSA, and he says I can't be in the same room as those guys.
DSA, can you expound on DSA? What is that? Or do you mean DEI?
No. Well, DEI is one thing, but now it's like DSA versus DEI. It's like socialism versus DEI, and that's what I think. What's his name?
It's a new dynamic.
Hang on. Like how can socialism be versus DEI? Like DEI is it's an equalizing concept. Like
yeah, but
what's
socialism then? Right? Yeah, and that's what's going on right now. Socialism versus DEI.
Yeah, but I'm not the one that put them in contraposing positions. You did. Like you said,
exactly, because that's what's going. That's what's going on. That's why the House is split right now. Do you not see what's going on? I think it's been the span of 3 days now going on in New York. New York right now is saying, bro, we got some new kids here and they want a piece of the Democratic Party. You guys need to get your crap in order. They're trying to like Hakeem Jeffries, bro. Hello?
Yeah, I'm just absorbing what you just said. So,
I had to go use the bathroom. I'm back.
Whilst I can appreciate that there would probably be some technical differences between people who would be advocating for socialism, it doesn't seem that people who would advocate for socialism would have a big problem with DEI and vice versa.
Well, that's what's going on right now, buddy.
Did I steer you the conversation in the wrong corner, Cap? Because I remember you saying DSA, and I was thinking that maybe you had got something correct. That's why I brought up DEI.
No, bro. I think
we
it's
talking about
called
DSA or D?
What is the dumb case? They have a name for it. It's like the something socialism of America, compared to like diverse equity and inclusion. Like they're butting heads right now, bro. Like Chuck Schumer can't contain this type of like dysfunction right now, bro.
That's why you couldn't hear me. I was muted. DSA is the Democratic Socialists of America.
There you go.
They don't really have their own party yet, which means they don't have any fundraising, and they are at the mercy of the Democratic Party.
But they're recognized right now, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like
only in New York, and they're not going to get anywhere because they are dependent on the Democrats. Just like Bernie never had a chance.
We have some socialist democratic parties in the UK as well.
Bro,
Bernie Sanders never had a chance
Bernie,
because
bro.
Bernie never wanted to become a Democrat, so he couldn't. He never got to benefit from their funding because he didn't want to be part of their party.
Well, whilst our socialist Democrat parties, they tend to gain like a bit of support nationally. They never gain enough support in any particular region to swing any kind of election.
Exactly.
And obviously, because we're a bottom-up democracy, despite the fact that we have political parties, the political party is comprised of local representatives. So you need to coalesce support in a local area and then work up from there.
And unfortunately, that's just not going to happen anytime soon. So,
John, do y'all have any problem with like gerrymandering the vote out there in the UK, like how we do in the States? It's like the way they set it up in the States is the vote.
Well, my question was, what do you mean by gerrymandering? Like, what is?
It's like
that's the new word, gerrymandering. Yeah.
Well, it's not a new
word. Not a new word. That word is about 100 years old.
No, I get that, but now it's like relevant or just like it's becoming something now because of the map split, right?
It's been something for a long time. It's when the parties get together and they redraw their maps to where basically you have politicians picking their voters instead of voters picking their politicians.
Yeah, so we do have like an equivalency in the UK with respect to redrawing like the electoral boundaries. It's like this constituency is on this line on the map, and we do get occasionally politicians who try to redraw lines on the map because and they'll try to redraw them around particular constituencies that are going to give them more or less votes with respect to whatever their objective is. That does happen. That's always happened. It's not unique to the United States. But with the UK, we don't have like a federalized system in the way that you do. So we don't have like an electoral college. Everything about our system is based from the ground up. So I, for example, even in a general election, you don't go to the polling station and vote for a political party. You vote for a local representative, and the local representative is a member of a political party. And the whole point of this is that because the local representative is part of your community, that person should, in principle, have a better idea of what your community wants. So when you send them to Parliament, they align themselves with a political party. Now, there's no requirement for them to be part of a political party. They could, in fact, be an independent. They could switch sides. They could do whatever they see fit. The point is that they are one of your community that is elected by the community to go and represent the community in some kind of consensus in Parliament. And we have 651 MPs. but there's the Speaker of the House. The Speaker of the House doesn't get to vote on anything at all. He is the 651st MP, and the Speaker of the House, if you've ever seen like PMQs, like the question time or anything like that, he is the person who all of the other MPs, they call like Your Honour or Speaker, or he's the person who like adjudicates the process, makes sure that everybody gets time to speak. So whilst he's elected, he is supposed to be a neutral party, and that obviously is sometimes to a greater or lesser effect. But the point is, in principle, we elect people that we live in our community with. Now, obviously, in practice, that doesn't work that way, because what tends to happen is people do align themselves along like party lines. So you will get people who, in the north of England, for example, would never in a million years vote Conservative, because they're Labour through and through. Labour used to be the party of the working class, and this is like an artifact of history that some people will not let go. So even if it was the case that the Conservative Party had policies that were better for the working class today, they would never switch sides. And the reverse is also true, in the same way as you would get like people who traditionally would have been Conservative, who would never in a million years vote for Labour. Even if Labour's policies, they're not policy driven, then they've now become ideologues based on this cultural artifact of like, well, my dad voted for this, my granddad voted for this. We had it during we had it during Brexit, where there were people going to the polls during Brexit who were like, I'm walking hand in hand to the voting booth with a person who is a Conservative, because of a principle that they actually agreed on. It was an odd cultural like peeling back in a weird sense. But
I just want to say this to people in chat. Let me say this right quick, John. You're gonna have to flow. The people in chat, you got thoughts and opinions on John's explanation of the UK government? Please let me know if you like it. If you like what he said, or you don't think that he gave an accurate opinion or
Hey,
whatever.
what's going on in the UK, bro? What's going on over there with this? There's like riots and stuff going on as far as like free speech and immigration issues. Like, I'm hearing conflicting reports from over there.
We do legitimately have some free speech problems. There is no doubt. The fact that the police won't turn up, for example, you could be a young girl at university who picks up the phone and reports like a sexual assault, and the police won't turn up. But if you pick up the phone and report like hurty words, and you utter like some kind of like, oh, I'm of this particular class or this particular race, and somebody said this mean thing to me, fuck me, don't you? You get a response from the police. They rock up. We've had examples of there was a 15-year-old autistic girl who she was out. And she was doing wrong. She was in a pub having drinks with friends of hers, and she was underage. So she needed to be detained by the police, and she needed to be returned home. And in the process of being detained by the police and returned home, of which that wasn't the problem, in the process of her being returned home, she said to one of the police officers, "You look like my lesbian nana." And the police officer in question lost her shit, and they ended up with 7 police officers in riot gear kicking down this girl's door and dragging her out from the cupboard under the stairs to arrest her for a hate crime. And do you know what happened when they put the picture of the police officer and this girl's nana side by side? They look like fucking twins. She did like no lies told. Like, and is the 15-year-old autistic girl's nana a lesbian? Turns out she is. So she didn't tell a lie. She just said, "You look like my lesbian nana." Like, there was no malice intended by it. And you know, this fucking police officer just lost their shit. Like, I mean, of all of the things that must have been said to her, spoken to her. She should have been spat on, pissed on, had shit smeared on her that night. But for some reason, like the introduction of "You look like my lesbian nana" from a 15-year-old autistic kid apparently was a reason to bring in the riot police. It's fucking nuts, man. We had a Labour we had a Labour councillor who actually said that we need to cut the throats of the right-wing supporters. Actually said that, like, down camera in front of a mob of people, and no consequences whatsoever. But we had a Conservative councillor's wife, not even the Conservative councillor, the councillor's wife, after like 3 kids were stabbed to death, said, what did she say? It was a tweet. And she said, that they should burn down these asylum hotels for all I care. She wasn't advocating for them being burned down. She just said if somebody did, I wouldn't give a shit. So the active call to violence was ignored, but the "I don't care if somebody causes violence" got her 2.5 years in prison. We don't have free speech in the UK. You should defend yours at all costs. We do not have free speech in the UK.
So basically, like, if for like people that feel some type of way about me and think what they think about anybody else on the internet, like if they don't know them, they can be under the assumption that they're bad people, and we can be arrested for just talking our mind.
Pretty much.
That's what they're doing.
Well, let's put it this way. Hassan Piker and Cenk Uygur were not allowed into the UK. They were barred from the UK because of things that they've said. And I think that the British state barred them from entering the UK, not because I think the reason that they did that is because they know full well that it would have been a political nightmare for them, because these people are so prolific on the left that people would have compared them to people who had been incarcerated on the right. They'd be like, hang on, this asshole said that the United States deserved 9/11, and this asshole said that the blood of capitalists should run red through the streets. But you're allowing them to come to the UK and speak at the Oxford Union. Why does this like housewife need to be in prison for the thing that she said that doesn't even come close to that? So how did they deal with it? They just didn't let them in the country. Problem solved, right?
I don't know, but it seems like we're going the other way out of the United States, because people start saying that doing Nazi salutes and stuff, making a $1 million lottery to rig the vote. Can't even say the word black anymore in government life. It's
Sorry, my
another
brother's
way.
ringing me. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. But Kev, Kev, I want to talk with you about that Switzerland. I never got a chance to tell you. Did you know that? All right, even though Switzerland may have that statue of Shiva out there in front of
you looked it up. You looked it up, huh? Like it piqued your interest, huh?
No, it didn't, because I don't care about stupid statues and
so you're
books
bringing
and
it up right now. You're bringing it up right now.
No, I'm bringing it up because I wanted to show you the type of work these people do. The people out there at the LAC in Switzerland, they're using the heat that machine generate to heat them people's homes in the wintertime. And I'm pretty sure you know how cold it gets in Switzerland out there in the wintertime. And they're doing it, if I'm not mistaken, for free. It's because they got to get rid of the heat some way. Yeah,
no, that's dope.
And
I like that.
These are the atheists with the damn statue of Shiva in the front yard. While the Christians with the crosses, you don't see them sharing no heat with nobody in the wintertime. I mean, they do some charity. Don't get me wrong, they do. And I think for every little bit of charity that they do. But they also kind of like part of a lot of the problems that why people need charity. So it's like a wash on that one. So that's why we wanted to point that out.
My thing is, if socialism is based upon trying to get from the rich to help the poor, then what is like SNAP benefits and EBT? Because that's like taking from the middle class to give to the poor. So how much are we taking from everybody to give to the poor? But it just seems like the middle class is... Okay, explain it to me, because maybe I'm doing it wrong. But isn't like Either way, like the middle class is getting screwed out of all this, right?
No, not really. I mean,
You gotta keep it.
Huh?
I was gonna say, gotta keep in mind that the 1% own 90% of everything. So if you take something important, set something aside from a thing like for a certain portion of society to give to the smaller, weaker half, or the people that need help, you're probably taking it from the 1% because they own 90% of every goddamn thing, man.
I mean, I'm all about Robin Hood if it gets to the point where it gets way too greedy. But I mean, there has to be taxation. What is it? What did they used to say? Taxation without representation. It's like, man, no, we need to tax somebody. We need to know.
Yeah, but you do have representation. You have people in Congress
That don't even know what they're doing right now. That's the problem that we're having. They don't even know what's going on.
Oh, they know exactly what they're doing. That's keeping money from taking money from you
we
to get to their
elected
1%.
them.
They know exactly what they're doing. Keep in mind that most of the people in the Senate are older than the civil rights laws that they destroyed.
Okay, look, as far as Piker, as far as Hasim Piker, like I started to like at first I was very hesitant and skeptical of the guy.
Okay, all right.
But at least
Stop,
he's bringing awareness to the Democratic Party.
Stop. Let's stay on one thing. Now you said as far as you don't want people getting SNAP and food stamps.
No, I didn't say that. I was asking where did that come from, and that I was thinking that it came from the middle class. And you corrected me. You say not necessarily, but where's that money coming from? As far as like for the socialism aspect of taking to give to the poor or taking to give to the less fortunate.
Okay,
where are you taking from?
Let me ask you real quick. How much of our annual budget do you think goes toward that?
I mean, since the subsidies got taken away, not a lot.
It never was a lot.
How much do you think it was before?
Like around how much? 35?
You talking about percentage? A billion,
like
percentage.
Give me a percentage.
20?
Oh no.
How much?
It was 4.
What?
Yeah, 4%.
You got to keep in mind that the government and Social Security take over about what 80%, 90% of the pie. So
do you know how much it? Do you know how much it is now?
Man, I be getting like $100 taken out of my check, bro. They take like 120 nowadays.
Do you know how much it is now that the big beautiful bill got passed?
How much?
1.5
percentage. And you're talking about a budget that's like $1 trillion. So 1% is what?
Okay, I can get that, but if the job market increases this next quarterly and the quarter after that, and if it increases and inflation goes down, then that bypasses anything that has to do with SNAP because people are working.
No, it wouldn't. We all be
that's
drunk,
not
man.
the way it works.
Just steal the money. They already robbing the treasury now.
So you're telling me the percentage is getting lower and the job market's going to get less? That's what you're saying? That makes no sense.
Well, just imagine
it
you had a
is
parasite.
So
the job market is going tits up because not only did Trump fail to bring manufacturing back to the United States.
You said it's going up.
Now he's running away.
No, it's not.
Canada's going to war with us. Canada's going to war with us instead of
tits up. I don't know about when you say tits up, but when you say that sounds tits, that's like saying it's good.
I said tits from the male perspective. That's like when you dead, like a roach on his back.
I think you're mistaking perky tits with tits up. Tits up is bad.
I had a boss of mine. Every time we did something good, he's like, "That's tits, bro. That's tits."
Trump failed to bring manufacturing back.
So he just he went around the world and tried to get a lot of we got not financing, but we got I want to say aid from Saudi. Saudis bailed us out with like $300 billion.
But you see what you said?
No,
he tried to,
didn't.
But you know what he actually did? He pissed everybody off around the world. Can you make Canada our enemy, man? Them people is not taking instead of that pipeline they were supposed to send through us. It's supposed to come through my city in Beaumont, Texas.
Let's be real.
Not sending it to other countries.
I don't have anything against anybody or any type of religion or any type of race or anything, bro. But let's be real. The Americans didn't piss off the world. Israel pissed off the world. We just helped
No,
them and we
America's
got caught up
good.
in the mix.
Yeah,
No,
we're paying for it.
whoa. Like
Americans,
you
man,
can't
we
you
invaded
can't like
Venezuela.
I'm
He's talking shit with Canada.
So in that aspect,
I'm not
okay.
anti.
So you're telling
Sorry, hang
me?
on, Cap.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
One
Sorry. Go
second.
ahead.
I'm not anti-Israel in any way. I'm actually probably like slightly pro-Israel. But America does not get to stand next to Israel, shrug its shoulders, and go, "I didn't do nothing, bro." That's not how it fucking works, right?
We're gonna be a pariah by ourselves. We're gonna be a pariah by ourselves. We don't need Israel help to be a pariah.
Okay,
we invaded Venezuela. He talking that shit with Greenland.
We invaded Venezuela. Okay, no, wait. We invaded Venezuela.
Now they're planning on kidnapping the 90-year-old president of Cuba so we can take over Cuba.
Okay.
Man,
This is where the fake news.
up, man.
The fake news aspect is where this kicks in and it's comical. So
No.
everybody hates us around the world. Okay, wait. Everybody hates us around the world. We just liberated Venezuela. We ended up getting
We
like a peace.
didn't liberate them. We fucking stole their president.
So we're basically helping them right now through an earthquake scenario, and you don't think that we're helping them? You think we're hurting them right now?
Sorry, just
I don't know what we're doing.
We did the damage back in January.
Okay, so we caused the earthquakes too, right? We caused the earthquakes, and we were over there helping them right now, right?
Nobody said that. Don't be disingenuous.
I'm not distracted. I'm trying to answer her question. She's saying to me, we everybody hates us, but we just ended up helping Venezuela. We have a treaty with China right now on goods.
Everybody hates us.
We helped the Congo get a peace treaty with the Rwandans down there, and right now we're helping Cuba in the span of 2 years. I don't think Biden did any of that crap.
What are we helping Cuba do?
They're gonna get help. They're gonna get liberation, bro. They already went through a bunch of stuff, bro.
From what? They had it.
They had the embargo. The embargo was lifted. They had sanctions. The sanctions right now are hurting them, but they're not as before. And right now,
there was no Cuban embargo.
Hey, Gretchen.
Are you kidding me? I live in Miami. What are you talking about?
Cap or Gretchen, can one of y'all turn your Cap? You need to turn your volume down.
Remember how Obama opened up Cuba, and then Trump came in and closed it the fuck back up?
I saw Obama there last month playing baseball with the president too. So what is Obama trying to do? Help, right?
Can somebody, Cap? You got to lower your volume a little bit.
Not
Gretchen, can you turn Cap down a little bit?
Mike time. You're 15 seconds backtrack, bro. I'm already talking peacefully right now.
He is pretty loud.
You drove overdrive, but I can hear you popping in the speakers. And Lord knows you might be busting somebody's speaker who got hooked up to a TV.
No. My thing is, you guys are saying we're hurting the world, but it just sounds like we're playing the world police
right
more
there.
and more.
Now you sound perfect there. Now go ahead, finish your thoughts. I'm sorry.
You don't understand, Cap. The actions.
Cap, you don't seem to get it.
But actions don't take place in a vacuum, right? And like obviously I said something earlier, which is that I'm pro-Israel. I'm pro the right of the state of Israel to exist. That doesn't mean that I am pro every single action that Israel takes. And this is with respect to something that Issa in the chat said. In the same way as I'm pro the right of my own nation to exist, i.e. Britain. But I'm not pro every action that Britain takes. There's a nuance.
But you gotta look at
that, you know.
It's not, and it's not just that though, John. Look, hold on, let me get this out right quick. Look at the results of what he's done. Everybody lately, all the elections where they had like Trumpites and people who was speaking that MAGA shit in the other countries, they didn't get elected. Look what happened to Victor Orban, Canada president. All them other people, they running them people out. That's because them people do not like Trump around the world. The president of Canada right now, he won the election saying that he was going to do everything in his power to give Trump a hard time, which he's doing, man. He's sending all the factory jobs and all the stuff agreement we had with NAFTA and all that stuff to the other countries overseas because them people do not like the way he did the damn hockey game and stuff. Just the way he present himself.
Yeah, the more the shit goes on, the more cynical I become. The more I'm pretty comprehensively convinced that the promised princesses that are the politicians that claim to lead us will just like all of them of all stripes, of all colours. They'll just tell us what we want to hear to get the vote, to get the power, and then they'll fucking do what they want to do to line their own pockets, to do what they want. And it's true of both, like right, left, up, down, green, blue. I couldn't give a fuck. Like they'll all lie to us.
That's
But even if you look, just 1 second there. But even if you look at Canada, like what was it? Wasn't a right wing guy looking more to win the last election, and that got real weird. Like he was getting a lot of, I don't know, there was a lot of publicity around that right wing guy in Canada. I can't remember, Pierre Poilievre, was it?
Yeah, but Poilievre was getting a lot of love from
Dude,
the
like
right.
that's fucking weird. That was weird shit towards the end of that. He just like disappeared, man, towards the last year of the
because
election.
Trump endorsed him. And that the guy was running for president because Trump endorsed that guy, and they dropped him like a hot rock right after Trump endorsed him, and they went with the guy that got him now because he promised to fight Trump on every issue. And the guy,
the true vote of the Canadian people, which is a joke, is that they just went against whatever candidate hated Trump.
Well, Trump was
What
talking
do you
shit
mean it
about
was
the
a
people,
joke?
Man. It's not no joke, man. You like? How would you like if somebody come and talk shit on your country, Ireland, Kieran? Would you want to vote for his lackeys controlling your government across the sea? Huh?
Well, they already do. So we're controlled by Europe, man. They talk about shit of us the whole time.
But would you vote
like,
for? Would you actively would you actively let it go down, or would you try to vote against it?
Dude, the shit you're talking about, we're already in that situation. Like we already, a vote was just passed in Ireland. We don't have control of our own borders, man. Europe controls our borders.
All right, be that as it may, whatever's
Yeah,
going on
well,
right
hang
now.
on.
Kieran,
Kieran, you need
Kieran,
to.
you don't understand.
Well, no, hang on, Gretchen. There is there is a very, very specific border dispute problem that exists between northern.
Yeah,
and southern
I get
Ireland.
it.
No, I don't think you do.
Karan, yeah, I do. He explained it, and Karan acts like they don't get any
Good Friday
benefit from
Agreement.
the
How
EU.
Brexit is a fucking nightmare with respect to the Good Friday Agreement. You can lay that out.
Yeah, but Karan doesn't act like he gets any benefit from the EU at all. Like it's just all bad, and they don't have control over their borders.
No, Gretchen, what EU was meant to be designed to be, all it was meant to be designed to be, was just a trading agreement between all European nations. That's it.
And it
That's all
evolved
it was meant to
over
be.
the years. And
Yeah.
it evolved over the years.
So
the
reason that I was pro Brexit had nothing to do with the economic benefit and everything to do with sovereignty. Like as far as I'm concerned,
you're exactly right, man. That's what I was pointing out years ago. I was saying this is going to lead to us not having freedom.
Like I will take the economic hit as long as I get to vote into power my local.
You have freedom.
No. Every additional layer of bureaucracy that you add on removes the power from the person, right? That has to be the case. You can't deny that isn't the case, right? And the European Commission.
I don't know.
So no, look, Gretchen, are you aware that in the EU, the European Commission, which are not elected, they're installed by business.
It doesn't matter. I don't live there.
Gretchen, let me.
Yeah, we live here.
We do. And the whole point of the Euro, like in the British Parliament, any member of public, in principle, can present a bill in law that they would like to see enacted to their member of Parliament. And the member of Parliament
I understand that.
Can present the bill in law to the floor, and everybody gets.
I understand that,
and then it can be ratified by the House of Lords.
You guys act like
hang on.
absolutely nothing like that, and like I couldn't possibly understand.
Gretchen,
but we have a whole states' rights issue here.
Yeah, no, I get it. But in the EU, no member of Parliament in the EU, no EMP is allowed to present a bill from a member of the public. All they can do is vote on what is presented to them by the European Commission. And the European Commission...
And we didn't even vote them in as representatives.
Okay, I'm not going to listen to this again. I'm going to play my songs, and I'm going to get the fuck out of here so I can get to Flat Earth Monday on Blitz.
I enjoyed that time, people. It was great meeting you, John. Great talking to you,
And
Cap.
I
Great
gotta
seeing
watch
you
my
again,
John
Kieran.
Oliver before that. So
Always good, guys.
sorry, you came in a little late there, Kieran.
I know, it's all good, Gretchen. It's all good. I know it's late.
More power to you, Kieran.
Alrighty.
Sorry, what?
I said more power to
Love
you,
you
Kieran.
guys.
We've got you back.
And I'll see you all tonight. And until then, Cap, here's that Linkin Park song, followed by a grindcore song, followed by my theme song. Share this tab instead. And there we go.
You walked in with your paperback scars, talking like you travel worlds beyond the stars. You don't understand, I've seen both sides, but your dark years were sneaking beers and teenage fights. Now you're preaching from a pedestal online. You think to send us some rebellious crime. You say you know exactly how we think, but your whole testimony's hanging by a string. You say doubt was just a phase, but curiosity's a craze. Now you weaponize your past to make every question sound so bad. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. Really, 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 really. You confuse skepticism with hating rules, like every atheist is just a bit of fool. But asking questions is immortal decay. Growing up doesn't mean throwing thought away. Every conversation ends the same. You'll come back to God someday. Like your personal redemption arc automatically wins the argument by default. You treat new ones like a sin. The confidence means you always win, but your story falls apart when emotion masquerades as fact. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. You say you escaped the darkness, but never learned what disbelief was. Shadowboxing paper tigers in your head, then declared the whole debate. Every conversation's a battle in the war, turning into the same old score. Trust me, bro, I've been there too. No, bro, you just hated curfews. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. You talk like your past gives immunity from criticism and scrutiny. I used to be an atheist. That line's getting old and thin. You weren't looking for the truth back then, and now you just can't comprehend. Yeah, you call it testimony, but it sounds like revisionist history. Woo!
Containment failed. Live stream initiated. Unknown BOW detected. Designation.
Pre-sup. Pre-sup rebels into the stream to pray. Vomiting summons with tag underneath. Mutated logic cruising behind, running in days. Without God, you can't know truth. Same effect is script with no real proof. Umbrella grade rhetoric, virus born lies. Vector to create more, we just get mine. Nobody on fire, it's just calm and cold. No panic in his voice, no need to fold. Crosshair, fuck his intellectual aim. Ready to purge another zombie claim. You start with God, then conclude God's true. A closed loop system with no way through. Ouroboros reasoning, wearing holy skin. A self-replicating virus, spread it within. Within a human, like a goodie or not. Another pre-sup is losing the plot. Nobody on fire, just a room with precision. Biologic burns hotter than any messiah. Nobody on fire shows patience and poise. Gun through noise with a surgical voice. No rage-bait tactics, no desperate anointing. Just clean precision while the facts keep pointing. Pre-sup mutates when the pressure climbs. Redefining words in real time. Transcendental necessity screamed in rage. Make a tyrant try to design a semantic cage. Pre-sup fires off transcendental rounds. Big words echoing hollow sounds. Epistemologize, fetishize, dogmatize. But nobody on fire sees through the disguise. Evidence loaded into every reply while holy assertions decay and done. No miracles found in the source code haze. Just another gulp caught in the blaze. Every single because you can't assume your God is true and use that claim to prove your guilt. That's not logic, that's a virus loop. Mind control virus in a hazmat suit.
BOW detected. Precept staggering. Audio peaking. Worldview collapsing. Live while streaming. Status. Eradication required.
Static flickers like fluorescent lights. Another theology war in digital nights. Nobody on fire walks through the flame. Understands pre-subs and he's hacked their game. No fear of hell, no need for gods. Just reason and logic marching through the odds. And when the final argument expires, the only thing left is fire! Nobody on fire leaves the pre-sub scorched. Pre-sub reduced to a failed experiment, buried beneath his own circular testament. Containment chamber glowing red. Stacks of dead arguments fed to the shred. And documents melt into ash. Every circular claim erased in the fire.
Containment restored. Debate archived. Pre-sup status neutralized. Nobody on fire status.
Uninfected.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines. A sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater. Cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful life. Whoa.
ruins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater. Cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith-inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow. Whoa! And the sinners steal the whole damn show.
We shut down the border.
Well, how does that make? What does that do to affect your life?